Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the snap. Here's the toss to Mixon, running right across the 50, 45. Tackled by Cross at the 41. Checkmate. That'll do it. The Texans will beat the Colts on opening day. Stroud takes the knee, and it is over. The Texans win on opening day, knocking off the Colts on the road, 29-27, 1-0, with the Bears up next on Sunday Night Football.
Hell yeah. Mark Vandermeer on the call, 29-27, the final score. And, man, we got a lot to dig into today. A victorious Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610, in which the Texans are the only 1-0 team in the AFC South. Welcome in on a Reaction Monday, everybody. Good to be with you. Great to be with you. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. And Seth, this is a beautiful day, man.
This is a great day. And honestly, the way that game unfolded and the way everything happened, the way they came by their victory, I couldn't be happier about the fact that it looks like the Texans have a genuine 1-2 punch now. That they can beat you through the air. They can beat you on the ground. If a team decides, all right, look, we got to just try to limit this passing attack because it's so potentially lethal, then that's going to end up with 213 yards rushing by the Texans. That they're very capable with Damian Pierce averaged over 5 yards per carry on 3 carries. Your second leading rusher was Tank Dell. Stephon Diggs got in on the rush game as well. So all of that is awesome. But then I also do like that it was sloppier than a lot of us, including C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, would prefer. I feel like it's the perfect reminder of a good scare, to put in of like, hey man, we got to clean this stuff up. We've got to clean it. We've got you can't be abandoning your cornerbacks in deep coverage, in quarters coverage. You gotta, as an offense. The only guy that looked really, really in sync and ready that's returned is Laramie Tunsil with his 2 false starts. That's
he's committed to his gimmick. Yeah,
he's right back. Yeah, Laramie Tunsil committing penalties, but otherwise, I mean, we'll get into this a little bit later. Like Laramie, I've been talking a lot of smack on behalf of Laramie and how well he'd do against Leatu Latu, the rookie of the Colts.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
Latu had some nice snaps versus Tunsil.
Okay, so he's going to be a problem. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. Some nice snaps.
We're going to dig into this thing because it was a really compelling 3 hours, and obviously the Texans, they win. They're 1-0. That's the big thing. They get the season started off right. 3 straight times they beat the Colts there. Now 9 straight road games in the AFC South that they've won, so all those streaks are still alive. CJ still hasn't thrown an interception in a divisional game yet, although it was close a couple of times with CJ. To me, Seth, the biggest thing, kind of playing off of what you just talked about with them being able to beat you multiple ways now, is that they didn't just run the football. They ran it well. Obviously, Joe Mixon, 30 carries, $159. He averaged well over 5 yards per carry. But the fact that they ran it in the 2 instances that you have talked about and I have talked about that are independent of the statistics, independent of averaging X amount of yards per carry, or independent of being a top 10 rushing team, they were able to move the ball and score touchdowns when they got in the red zone, in no small part because they actually have a threat running the football now. I know Diggs got 2 of those in there, but 2 short touchdowns. Mixon got the other one, but they were able to move the football in the red zone in part because of the rushing attack. And the biggest thing, that play that we heard at the very end, when they needed to burn 3.5 minutes of clock, there wasn't any big, great burst run or anything like that, other than the one that put the game away was 9 yards. But they were in 2nd and 7 and 3rd and 3, and they were moving the football and grinding the clock. And they were doing it when the Colts knew that they wanted to do it. When the Colts knew the Texans wanted to run the football, on 3rd and 3 to close the game, this is just our good ones against your good ones, and we're going to beat you. And they were able to do that on that play that everybody just heard. That's the most encouraging thing to me, is that situationally they were able to move the football on the ground. Not just various times throughout the game. And by the way, Joe Mixon's long run of the day on this buck 59 was 13 yards. So it wasn't 159 yards. It was buoyed by a 65-yard run. Right. He was grinding 6, 8, 9, 5, 11, 13. Like it was a steady beating by Joe Mixon in the offensive line.
The one that I got excited about was when it was 2nd and 6 and Joe Mixon ran for 3 yards at the end of the drive, at the end of the game, because it was against a heavily loaded box. They were committed fully to stopping the run, and they ground out 3 yards, and they end up getting the first down on the next one. But that right there is the test. Can you run effectively? And that's not technically a win of a run, but compared to last year, and given in the full context of what they were able to do on the ground, it was great. Boy, one of the best plays of the game, in my mind, was a Joe Mixon run up the middle on an inside zone where Kenyon Green got out in space and absolutely threw Zaire Franklin out of the bar. It looked like an action movie, Sean, where somebody is falling off the hero lets the villain drop. It just shoves him off the skyscraper, and they show the scene of him flailing his arms.
That would be Die Hard.
I thought it was
Gruber.
Die Hard. Yeah. It looked like there might as well have been a bad green screen behind it and everything. Zaire Franklin just lost in space, like George Clooney at the end of that space movie where he goes like flying off into the void. Yeah,
there you go.
It was beautiful. Gravity. Yeah. It was Zaire Franklin stars in Gravity.
Yeah. Featuring Kenyon Green, yes.
Yeah, so Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green, much improved, and Kenyon Green especially. Just looks like a different human being from 2 years ago. I haven't gone through and watched the All-22 yet or anything. There were blemishes, to be sure, on the offensive line. The pass protection was certainly not pristine. Laramie Tunsil, he looks rusty. He looks like his... Yeah. I don't know if maybe it was because they were wearing dark pants and white jerseys, but I felt like Laramie's legs looked a little bit skinny.
You think?
For coming back from his knee surgery and the way he looked out there at times, he didn't look like himself.
Yeah,
he had some really good snaps too. I talked a lot of smack on his behalf about going against Latu, and there were some rough snaps.
He did not back you up. Yeah, you were like Matt Damon speaking for Ed Norton in Rounders. Like no. I'm good for this debt too, mobsters, Russian mobsters. Yeah. It's fine. And then you look up, and Laramie Tunsil's hightailing it out of the state, and you're left having to pay $15,000 to Russian mobsters. A lot of movie analogies early today. I like it. So that's the offensive side. We're going to dig deeper into this stuff as we roll on with the show here. Texans win yesterday, 29-27. How about the defense? Shutting down, I know there were 3 50-yard plays that all set up touchdowns, or at least directly could have been or were touchdowns. But I think the story defensively is they shut down Jonathan Taylor yesterday.
Right.
16 carries, 48 yards. They cut the head off the snake with Jonathan Taylor yesterday.
Yeah, you know what I was surprised by yesterday is a lot of people, even after the game, were livid, like genuinely angry that Anthony Richardson had so many yards on the ground. Not which to be clear, look, Anthony Richardson had 56 yards rushing. He was a leading rusher on the day. Jonathan Taylor had 48 yards rushing. That's going to happen. Yeah. Richardson's going to get his yardage on the ground. That's who he is. Honestly, if Anthony Richardson had any semblance of consistency, he might end up being the best quarterback of all time, and if he could stay healthy. But he's so far from that yesterday was the full Anthony Richardson experience. Mm-hmm. He's going to get yardage on the ground because he's a physical freak. He's like a bulky Cam Newton, but more athletic. It's crazy. The Texans linebackers did a really good job of handling the RPO game, being patient, staying in coverage until they knew for sure that it was pass. I'd credit D'Amico and Matt Burke with mixing things up defensively and how they handled the RPO, so they didn't give a consistent look for the Colts to really see. But, obviously the big thing is the big plays, the explosives. Jimmy Ward's got to stay over the top when he's supposed to stay over the top.
Yeah.
He's supposed to, and even the big, long, freakishly good throw by Richardson, it looked like they were in quarters coverage. It's not over the top. It's just that Jimmy Ward couldn't run with Alec Pierce.
Right.
It's Alec Pierce. You're blaming Derek Stingley on that. The ball was caught 2/3 of the way across the field away from Derek Stingley. Jimmy Ward's got to be better in better position.
Where is safety supposed to be? Yeah, on that play. Yeah, that's funny you say that about the Anthony Richardson experience. I'm looking. I do my notes that I post that have all kinds of curse words in them and stuff. Literally, the drive that ended with the Kailin Bullock interception. I literally bracketed that on my notes, and I wrote Anthony Richardson experience in all caps because on that drive, he had the 24-yard scramble for the first down. He had another 3rd and 2, might have been a read option or something. He ran for 2 first downs on 3rd downs on that series, but he also missed a wide-open A.D. Mitchell over the top that would have been a walk-in touchdown, and then he threw an interception to Kailin Bullock that looked like might not have been his fault. Everybody was slipping on that turf.
That was the unfortunate thing about yesterday it was just. And you know what? I'm not making excuses for anybody, but it does contribute to the sloppiness. Yeah. Obviously, your routes and everything aren't going to be as precise. I did a live stream yesterday, and I was I realized afterwards that I had barely mentioned Nico Collins, which is absurd. We're just guilty of the same thing.
Don't you worry. He gets the whole next segment to himself, buddy. Nico Collins was amazing yesterday.
The catch he made on the sideline, I mean,
to help close the game out there. The 3rd and 11.
Obviously the deep shot was the most impressive on the box score and everything, and impressive regardless. But the combination of C.J. Stroud throwing to those guys on the sideline and making catches that in real time look absolutely impossible that they were catches. Just absolutely no way in hell. And then there you go. And it wasn't even close. I mean, the question had nothing to do with whether his knee was in or anything. It was whether he possibly could have bobbled the ball at all.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even, and from the first angle, I thought that it could be. I think from the other angle, I was like, well, there's no way in hell it was enough to challenge.
To overturn it,
It looked like he had control the whole time.
Yep. Let's get to Nico, because the dynamic that existed with the Texans and the Colts for years was there was a nemesis that you knew was going to destroy you every single time, T.Y. Hilton. I'm glad that the Colts are getting a taste of their own medicine, and we're going to relive the magic of Nico Collins coming up in the next segment. We'll do that next here on a Victorious Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Keep it tuned right here. Before we get out, I want to tell you about Daily in Black. And look, there's another storm coming in. We had the derecho back in late May.
Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Big-time playmaker, right? And he's done it a couple times here versus the Colts. So that's what Nico does. He makes big-time plays in the moment when we needed it most. Like, what a play. What an awesome catch for him to get down and bounce. It was really big-time play.
I hope D'Amico's voice is permanently stuck like that. I want him to make that transition. He's obviously got a cold. He kind of jokingly, after his opening statement, where I think I can't even remember who he was talking about, he kind of like fake punched his own throat.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. He acknowledged that he's got a little bit of something going on right off the bat. Just stay away from everybody else, D'Amico. Don't make any physical contact with people. If he kind of transitioned into like an older dude with a raspy voice, I would kind of like that. I would
think
enjoy
it
that.
was. Did he say he had something going on medically? Because he sounded fine when we did the Coach's Corner interview. I know he wasn't doing that literally before the game. He does it on Friday with Mark. Same thing happened to him in the preseason too. He lost his voice in a game.
I think it's probably just allergies or something. You know what happens to me? I get a little bit of post-nasal drip, and all of a sudden I'm out for a week.
Yeah.
What happened? Does Seth have something scary? No, he's got a little bit of a trickle, and it's completely destroyed the one thing that matters for him in his profession.
His voice.
Certainly not his brain.
Right.
It's his actual voice.
Voice greater than brain, yeah.
Yeah, so D'Amico was either shouting a lot, or maybe he's got a little bit of allergies or something.
Well, there was plenty to shout at. I mean, it wasn't a perfect game. We'll get into that, but we got to touch on Nico here. We didn't hit on Nico much in the open, and I had the same thing going on you did, Seth, as I'm writing down the storylines from the game, like, ooh, the run game. Oh, Nick Casario's acquisitions. You know, like Stephon Diggs had 2 touchdowns. We haven't even talked about Diggs yet. He had 2 touchdowns. You know, all this stuff, all the story. They shut down Jonathan Taylor. I get to like the 3rd or 4th one. I'm like, I haven't even mentioned Nico yet. Nico,
I know.
He's incredible.
It's almost like he's become enough of a fixture. It's like mentioning the moon or something. Like, the moon is there or whatever. Yeah,
right.
It's always there, right? Except for like God takes it away for a couple nights a month. I don't know why. So I go to church extra to try to bring it back.
That's right.
That's how I know that my faith is real. That's how I am with Nico. He is the moon.
Yep.
So Nico, and honestly, that play when they're closing the game out to catch the ball on the sideline, there was just so much of the precision of C.J. Stroud and his receivers. And you look up, and it's funny because, I mean, even though the Colts did everything they could to take away the passing game, and there was nothing necessarily spectacular about that game, you look up, and C.J. Stroud's one of only several quarterbacks in the league who had a passer rating over 100 yesterday.
Yeah.
115.9 passer rating.
Dude, we're watching the game up here, and this is well into the second half, and we were all looking at each other going, It's the Texans was at one of the points in the game, and they're up by 9, and we're like, this isn't bad considering CJ's had like a B- game for so far or whatever, because there were a couple times where there were a couple times he got fortunate, the one where he's trying to throw it away and the guy intercepts it in the heel. I think it was Juju Brents.
Just his heel, yeah.
His heel hit that was lucky, a little lucky. But you're absolutely right. Like, you realize after the game, because CJ was 24 of 32 for 234 yards, no interceptions, threw the 2 short touchdowns to Diggs, passer rating of over 115. Like, you look at the box score, you go, this is a great day. And you watch it with your own eyes, and you go, this is a really good day. But you start to realize, we're going to get into Nico, but with CJ, you start to realize, like, he's not being held to the quarterback standard now. He's being held to the CJ standard. Like, he's the expectations for him, that this is like a normal, like this is just an average game for C.J. Stroud,
And honestly, this was a really good game to have right off the bat, because you're going to face teams like this, where the Colts look at, I'm guessing, their front 7 is the strength of their defense, a little less certain about the back end. So they face a team like the Texans, and they're going to say, all right, well, let's try to take care of the run with the guys up front, and we'll sit back and play coverage and try not to allow anything deep. So the challenge for a quarterback, especially one who's wired like C.J. Stroud, where you want to push the ball deep, the challenge is, all right, I'm just going to have to sit and dink and dunk and hand the ball off. And C.J. knows this intellectually, but it's a different thing to play it out in real time.
Sure.
And really feel it and know what it's like. It's like being financially responsible with your investments during a recession. Like,
Yeah.
you know what you're supposed to do.
Right.
You're not supposed to panic. But it's really, really hard to do in the moment.
My neighbor gave me this pamphlet, and this looks like a really good way to get my money back.
I'm going to get rid of all these super solid stocks that are down for the moment because I got to get out of this hole. So I think that was a good challenge for them to face. But then even in doing all that, it's exactly how you would have predicted it before the season. In any given game, you can't figure out which wide receiver is going to go off.
Yeah.
And yesterday it was Nico Collins, it was 6 receptions, but also just by virtue of the one huge play that gives him 117 yards. But Stephon Diggs has 6 receptions, but 2 touchdowns.
The 2 touchdowns.
And, Tank Dell has 3 receptions, but also a very impressive run. It's going to be like that.
Yeah.
Next week it might be Stephon Diggs. Next week it might be Tank Dell that goes off.
100%. In a game where C.J. Stroud had, I'll say, just 234 yards passing, because that's below his average. Everybody that seemed to matter on that offense ate. Like the 3 big receivers all did something to affect winning in that game. Nobody more than Nico Collins. So this is what I love about this Nico Collins thing, Seth. The last 2 regular season games the Texans have played, yesterday and Week 18, have both been at Lucas Oil Field, and Nico Collins has gone off in both of them. And I love that Colts fans are getting a dose of what we got with T.Y. Hilton for a decade, which was, this guy is going to get $150 somehow or some way, it feels like, every single time. And if you recall, 2023, just to refresh everybody's memory, Week 18, must-have game for the Texans and the Colts. Nico went 9 catches, 195 yards, and a touchdown, and that was without Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell out on the field like yesterday was. That was Nico as the sole weapon out there, really. No Joe Mixon either in that game.
Yeah.
Like, it was Nico, and he had the big touchdown to open the game for 75 yards. He had the 29-yard catch and run late in the second quarter where he trucked the same guy twice at the end of it to set up a touchdown. He had the catch on 2nd and 14 where he just came out of nowhere. Looked like CJ's throwing the ball away, came out of nowhere, clearly broke the spirit of the Colts, as we've heard on the Trenches podcast. That 2nd and 14, they hated that. So that was last season. Same thing this season, man. Like, Nico had plays where you're going, damn, like, there aren't many receivers that can make these kind of plays. Let's relive a little bit of the magic here. This was the one, you pointed it out, Seth. 55-yard catch. There are not many guys that go up and make this grab on a C.J. Stroud deep ball.
C.J. looking. C.J. guns long down the left side. Nico Collins down there, and he's got the catch inside the 15 down to the 12. Double coverage. Doesn't matter. Big play to Collins.
We knew we had to take a shot. We started off kind of slow on the offensive end, so I feel like for us, man, we just had to make a play. And Seven, he trusted in me, and my job was just run. And I ran, man, just licked the ball in the air to go make a play for the team, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
So, it's a great feeling, just continue to build, work on me, and continue to make plays.
That was Nico. Nico was on the postgame with us yesterday. So he
was?
We had him take us.
Know.
We had him take us through each of the 3 catches that we're playing here. So we'll get a little director's cut. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Yeah.
What'd you think of that one? What'd you think of that 55-yard one right there?
I was happy about that.
Yeah, me too.
I think that, again, it was one of those things. It was a really well placed ball for where it ended up. I don't know exactly. Between the turf and whatever else going on, I think that CJ maybe lacked a little extra oomph on exact. But for where, if you're going to make a throw in a contested catch, that's where exactly it had to be for Nico to go up and get it. And we've seen this now. I mean, Nico he's T.Y. Hilton. It is, as T.Y. Hilton was to the Texans, now Nico Collins is to the Colts. There's something in him. Remember those runs last year? It was the run after the catch last year in the Colts games where you could see, he wants to hurt people. He was hitting people. He could have gotten flagged for a late hit out of bounds as a wide receiver last year.
Player.
Yeah, as the offensive player last year in the playoffs, or excuse me, the play-in game.
Yeah.
And I think there is just that. There's 100%. I'm convinced of it. There's something about Nico versus the Colts. He just wants to take their souls.
He laughed. That was the first thing I led with the interview. I'm like, you kind of like that play, son. He just started cackling. So that was a 55-yard catch, set up a touchdown. This was a big one, too. This was 3rd and 14 And this was the drive that ended with the Mixon touchdown to make it 22-13. CJ gets flushed out of the pocket. CJ goes running backwards, kind of Case Keenum style a little bit, then starts rolling out to his right. Turned out to be the right thing to do. And Nico just found a little soft spot, and CJ does one of those, no. Oh, okay, good throw kind of things right here.
Here's the snap. Does CJ have time? A bit. Now he's flushed out to the right. Stroud scrambling, looking for somebody to get open, throws back across his body, and he hits Nico Collins, who dives down to the 36-yard line. First down, just like last year.
Go
ahead.
We work on those type plays, in practice. Just never know. Play break down like it did, just scrimmage drill, just find the open hole. With 7, got the ball in his hands, amazing things happen. So you found him in the soft spot in the zone, and had to move the sticks. So that was a big play. He trusted me and found the right spot in the zone, man, and made the play for the squad.
Watching the Friday night game, the Packers versus the Eagles, there were a couple times in that game, and I can't remember whether it was which quarterback it was, but Todd Blackledge was criticizing the quarterback for throwing over the middle late in the down, and I'm kind of like, all right, Todd, you sound a little old here, because there are a few quarterbacks in the league right now that are actually really good at that, and C.J. Stroud is one of them. As a Texans fan, I sat there and I watched. I was like, maybe it's a bad decision if you're Jalen Hurts or what have you, but C.J. did it twice yesterday. Yeah. I mean, he did it to Tank Dell. He did it to Nico Collins, where he threw across his body. The one to Tank Dell was kind of like a no-look almost. Yep. Back over the middle, across his body late in the down. He's just got a really good feel on the scramble drill with those guys. This is where all the offseason work and the communication really comes into play. Yep. Because he's done this multiple times. He's done it versus the Colts, especially multiple times.
We love that. We love that. All right, so that was a 3rd and 14 catch, set up the Joe Mixon touchdown. Last one, you've touched on it, Seth. This didn't literally clinch the game. Mixon's run that we heard in the open did, but this one kept the drive alive that ended up clinching the game. This is a 3rd and 11, just after a 3rd and 6, which Kenyon Green gets a false start, and now it's 3rd and 11. So it was 3rd and 6, Kenyon Green false start. Now it's 3rd and 11. The place is going bonkers. This place is going nuts. We're going to get the ball back, and we're going to go down and get a field goal and win this game. That's what all those yokels from Indianapolis thought was going to happen. C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins said, not on our watch.
Crowd deafening. Here's the snap. C.J. looking, firing right sideline, and Nico Collins with the catch. He gets the feet down for a first down at the 41-yard line.
Another bad spot, Mark. The spot is tricky. It's right at the 40-yard
You got to look
line,
at this.
which is exactly where they needed to get to, and they may measure this.
Well, they didn't measure it, but they did review it to see if Nico caught it. And Seth, as you pointed out before, the knee was obviously down. I was worried about the same thing you were. Were they going to get really, really technical with, was the ball moving? Did he have, because the ball touched the ground.
Yeah.
But Nico, they ruled correctly that he had control of it. Here's Nico afterwards. I asked him after the game when he was on with us on the postgame, did you know right away as you were going to the ground that it was a catch?
It was a catch. I knew it was a catch. And I felt my knee and my toe. I knew I directed, and I controlled it all the way down. So I already knew it was a catch. I didn't want to waste no time with the review, So, but they showed it on the big screen. I was like, yeah, I know it's a catch, so let's go.
Pointing at the big screen.
Sometimes the actual participant in the play, as we know from baseball, is actually the worst judge of whether it was or wasn't.
True.
I don't know. I don't always trust. I trust that he's saying what he believes, but you never know for sure. That was great. I mean, we've just seen that so many times now. These throws and catches on the sideline between C.J. Stroud and either Nico Collins and Tank Dell that are just unbelievably precise. And they don't even necessarily make the highlight reels if people aren't going back and really watching and seeing how incredible they are. That was really good. Speaking of spots, it's so annoying. They got to change this rule. When the quarterback dives, they treat it like a slide.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know people wanted D'Amico to review that spot early in the game. That it's an annoying rule that they do for quarterback safety. They don't want quarterbacks diving forward. It makes sense, I guess, because you're trying to protect your most valuable asset. But it really, really sucks when you see it play out.
I guess. And Vandy was great on that call, the 3rd and 11. I didn't notice it, but the first time where he just at the beginning he goes, "Crowd is deafening," like that, that's you could hear it like that. That's a good job, man. Like just kind of setting, not just describing what you're seeing on the field, but like setting the stage for how it feels in the building there. You know?
I thought who knows, Vandermeer after those couple of years of the Jack Easterby, Lovie Smith. Lovie was fine. He was perfect. Lovie should have been hired instead of David Culley if he had to have a bridge coach. But I worried. I worried that maybe Vandermeer would get depressed and just ask somebody to put him out on an iceberg to drift off and die or something. He sounds rejuvenated.
He's better.
Sounds like now he wants to kill every Viking in the village and take power and control for himself.
He's better than ever, man. Vandy's on it. All right, headlines. We will obviously dig into the Texans here. Big day yesterday, man. First place Houston Texans in the AFC South 1 weekend. Everybody else loses in the division, so that was good to see. We've not touched on the Astros yet. Overall, a good weekend, but boy, this Verlander thing, we got to talk about this. That was rough last night, and all kinds of stuff going on in the NFL. We'll get to all of it in headlines coming up next. But first, you folks out there, did you grill? Did you tailgate this weekend at all? I know it's a road game, but did you tailgate in your own driveway with maybe a Traeger wood?
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Here's the snap. Here's the toss to Mixon, running right across the 50, 45. Tackled by Cross at the 41. Checkmate. That'll do it. The Texans will beat the Colts on opening day. Stroud takes a knee, and it is over. The Texans win on opening day, knocking off the Colts on the road, 29-27, 1-0. With the Bears up next on Sunday Night Football.
And for years, over a decade, the Texans could not win in Indianapolis. Now that's all they do, man. Last 3 times they've been up there, victorious up in Indy, including yesterday, 29-27, the final score. I think we got a taste of the big story yesterday, Seth, in that first call by Vandy we just heard.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon was that dude yesterday.
Ooh, man, and it was, you laid it out perfectly earlier in the show when you talk about the fact that his long run was how many yards yesterday, Sean?
13 yards.
It was just a steady churning.
Yeah.
It was great when a team decides to take the top off the offense and just try to limit these wide receivers from doing too much damage. A, you still did some damage downfield, but B, can you run the ball? When the defense basically invites you to run the ball, that's like you got to be able to do it. In the last 2 years, the Texans haven't been anywhere close to that. And I would include even in the Bill O'Brien offenses, there were years where they had lots of rushing yardage, but they couldn't really run when they needed to run.
Right.
It's been a long time. I don't want to invoke the name Arian Foster, but it's been that long since it's felt like, all right, this team can flat out run the football. And I think they might end up being that team. And you credit, honestly, the offensive line is night and day in terms of how they understand zone running, how they were there were some hiccups. You know, the one Grover Stewart tackle for a loss, that was just basically bad teamwork between Laramie Tunsil and Kenyon Green, but they didn't get physically beat. They just had a little bit of a miscue, and that'll get cleaned up. But Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green had some great snaps in that game, in the run game, that I don't think we would have seen last year, and certainly not the year before.
Yeah, it was great, man. They did it in that environment, too. Like, they did that. That wasn't at home where the crowd's quieting down. Like, they did it.
Right.
They did it in an environment that was raucous for most of that game.
Oh, okay. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but very quickly.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams did not look great yesterday,
Right.
and he's going to come into NRG Stadium with a fully enclosed stadium, almost.
One panel still. Yes.
There might be 0.2 decibels seeping out the top, but other than that.
Decibel leakage. There's going to be decibel leakage.
Oh, man, the Bears broadcasters are going to be like, I don't know. I think they might be piping in noise.
Yeah.
Go die. Go die in
Already.
advance.
That's
I
all
hope you die today before you can even utter that nonsense.
I love it. The Bears are 7 days out, and Seth already told their announced team to go die. You're on it.
I'm going to seek them out. I'm going to find them in the damn box. I'll heckle them.
Let's hear from D'Amico talking about this very thing, running the football and what it does for you.
Yeah, it opens everything up, right? When you can run the ball, it opens everything up. When it comes to the passing game, they got to put 8 in the box, right? So now you have a lot of single coverage on the outside, and, that's where Nico, Tank, Diggs, they can make their plays.
Yeah, it was pick your poison, man.
And going back to the Arian Foster days, one thing Gary Kubiak would always stress is like, hey, just because you've got 8 guys in the box it's not an excuse to not run the ball. And these days especially, it's usually sometimes a loaded box means 7 in the box just because of the way personnel groupings have gone. But that's why at the end when they were closing it out, one of my favorite plays was a 3-yard run on 2nd and 6.
Yes.
Just because the box was immensely loaded. The Colts loaded up to stop the run, and the Texans still got positive yardage out of it. I thought the blocking was great for the most part, but then there were also plays in that game where I think last year or the year before, you might have said, well, there's penetration in the backfield, and that's why it was dead. Yeah, there's penetration in the backfield, but on zone runs, usually that means there's also a cutback lane somewhere. Mm-hmm. And Joe Mixon found those cutback lanes when there was penetration into the backfield, and that was really sweet to see.
Yeah, it was nice to see, man. The whole game you're watching, go like, this is what I've been told. This is what I've been told about. This is how it's supposed to look. This running game looked really good. Let's get to the Astros. Overall, not a bad weekend. They take 2 out of 3 from one of the hotter teams in baseball. The Bats did come alive. They scored 8 runs, 11 runs, and 6 runs.
Yay, Bats!
And yet, I feel like Yay, Pats. And they're up by 4.5 games still. So the lead in the division is still comfortable. Seattle still stinks.
Did they come to life to the tune of overcoming an 8-0 deficit at one point?
The Astros?
The Astros, yeah.
Not last night, no.
Because that's what they needed, Sean.
They did.
That's what they needed. Yeah.
Well, full disclosure, I saw almost none of this game last night.
Right, you were doing your post game. Verlander was a mess.
He was a mess. He was a mess.
Yeah, Verlander was an absolute mess.
Yeah, 3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 8 earned runs. Didn't strike anybody out in the 3 innings, which is that's an issue. 75 pitches in 3 innings. Like, it was horrible. Here was Verlander just saying, not my night.
Felt good physically, but obviously the results were atrocious. Guys hit a lot of good pitches, I thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got I got to do the math as to how many games they've got roughly like 28 games left. I think there's 71, 62. I forget what their record is. He's probably got 5 starts left to work his way into the rotation. He's out of the rotation right now for the postseason.
I'm going to tell you a scary stat, and yet there's 2 sides to this coin.
Okay.
The last time Verlander yielded 8 earned runs in 3 or fewer innings was May 16th, 2013.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's been a full decade. Now, the other side of the coin is, all right, yeah, and he ended up playing pretty well. He's gone on to play for more than a decade.
Didn't ruin him, yeah.
Verlander has a history of figuring things out when he's having some hiccups and hit some rough stretches. The difference is that he's now an old man.
He's 41, yes.
And daylight's a burning, my friend.
Yeah.
I don't feel great about Verlander right now.
No, I don't. I hate it. See, you're right. I couldn't see it because we were finishing up the post-game show when the game was starting, and I'm getting these push notifications. I'm like, damn it. So
it was. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't like they were. It wasn't like they were just hitting a bunch of great pitches or anything. Yeah. But Espada tried to put a dress on it and call it pretty, but it was not.
I know. I can't even listen to it. I had it slotted. I don't even want to listen to Espada talk about this because I'm like, you can't put lipstick on this one. Let's get to the NFL for a couple minutes here as we close out headlines. The rest of the AFC South lost. Blown leads were the story of the early games. Jacksonville blowing a 14-0 lead to the Miami Dolphins. Tennessee blowing a 17-0 lead to the Bears in a game where Caleb Williams didn't even hit 100 yards passing. Jonathan Owens had a block punt return for a touchdown, and Will Levis threw one of the most ridiculous pick sixes that you're ever going to see. And it was made even more ridiculous. He threw the ball from his knees, like shoveled it from his knees straight to a Bears defensive back who took it to the house. And while his Titans teammates are turning and trying to chase the guy, Will Levis is on his knees just with his hands on his helmet, not moving. Like, dude, get up and get involved.
This is where I love being in the AFC South for this reason right now. We're at a nexus where I think, the Texans are about to become very, very, very prominent. But you have these quarterbacks like Will Levis and Anthony Richardson that, for the most part, most of the people in the national media and other fan bases haven't actually watched all that much. Anthony Richardson just hasn't played all that much. But I still hear very smart people that are bullish on Will Levis.
I don't get it.
And I'm like, you clearly have not watched him play at all, other than just maybe a smattering of plays. Anthony Richardson's the same way. That throw yesterday he made off of 1 foot under pressure, just downfield, splitting the coverage. It was incredible. Yeah. But, man, you got to watch every snap and realize this dude, he's a magnificent home run hitter who bats 125.
Yes.
He needs to clean some stuff up. If he's going on any given Sunday, he's a nightmare to face.
Yeah.
It's scary as hell.
Yeah.
Scary as hell. But in terms of becoming an actually genuinely good NFL quarterback, that can actually,
long way
have
away.
Awesome regular seasons and go to the playoffs. He's got a long ways to go.
Long way away. All right. We'll circle back to the Texans. Joe Mixon, we'll hear from Joe. Joe really likes his new friends. And also, if the Texans had lost this game, the A topic on this game would have shifted completely. We wouldn't even be talking about Mixon. The A topic would have been one of the most annoying A topics of all time. We'll touch on it briefly, and we'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. That's all coming up next. But first, did you get on Prize Picks yesterday? The only play on my Prize Picks that lost, I needed Joe Mixon to have his long run be more than 13 and a half yards. And it's like the football gods were trolling.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
DJ with the toss to Mixon, running left, and he's in! Touchdown, Houston! Joe Mixon, 3-yard TD run.
I like the end zone dance, too. Love it.
Yeah, it starts with our offensive line. Like, the way they controlled the line of scrimmage was awesome, right? And then Joe, he stepped up big time for us. Well, we needed him to run the ball. He did. They knew it was run. We knew it was run. And he still made the play. So, man, just excited to have him on our side. You know, we've seen it all training camp, and it was exciting to see him do it here his first game.
Yeah. You saw it all training camp, but nobody else got to see Joe until yesterday. That was a whole lot of fun, man. You know, if that Joe Mixon, I forget who said it to me. I apologize if you're listening, whoever said it to me last night. If it was a caller, or it might have been Clint. I think it might have been Clint Stoerner when we were talking. He's like, you know what Joe Mixon did, Chief? He killed training camp dead. Like, he proved he ain't need no training camp.
Well, for running backs especially, that is, man, any kind of soreness or whatever, if you got a veteran, just those guys have a limited snap count in life, I think. You just got to be really extra careful about it. Especially, man, look, he got 30 carries yesterday. I guess this hadn't even really occurred to me, but looking at the length of the season and what have you, there's no way in hell he can go 30 carries every single game.
No.
So, I mean, that is something where at some point, look, if teams are going to really try to take away the deep stuff, that you got to do what they did a little bit yesterday. Your wide receivers step in. Tank Dell's the second leading rusher on the team. Dameon Pierce had 3 carries for 16 yards and looked good on all of them. So that's so far so good. I'm 100% honest when I say I hope I was dead wrong about my Dameon Pierce concerns. I would love to be just an absolute idiot on that. And so far so good. But, like that was a very, very good start. At some point, he can't be getting 30 carries per game.
No, yeah. Joe, tell us about the season you ran for 3,500 yards. Well, I carried the ball 512 times.
And I never walked again. Right. So they do have a 3-year deal with him, you know. I'd like to see the end of this thing.
Yeah.
I thought that as far as his dance, I had asked on Twitter what dance that was. I don't think it was like a black fraternity step or anything.
Okay.
Sometimes, usually when I don't know a dance, people are like, oh, yeah, that's a Q-Dog thing or something. I think that was an original. I think that might have been a Joe Mixon original. I'm not sure. Somebody text in if you know what that dance was. I tried it a little bit last night, but then I felt a groin tear coming on.
They've got so much rehearsed dance stuff between, not just with CJ and guys, but other guys have their dances with each other. I'm like, man, don't take up too much of the hard drive, man.
I always need to know. I need to know before I start to try to learn the dance for TikTok if it's a black fraternity dance, because I don't want to get on there and be like, disrespecting anybody.
Insensitive, yeah. So this was Joe Mixon. This was Joe Mixon back in training camp. And Seth, as you pointed out many times, that Joe Mixon last year was a little miscast because of how Cincinnati ran the ball. They ran a lot out of shotgun last year, which is, maybe not suited best to Joe Mixon's running style. They ran a lot more yesterday, a ton, obviously, with CJ under center, a lot of I formation. We'll hear Joe talking about a fullback here in just a second. But remember this back in training camp. This was Joe Mixon, day 2 of training camp, talking about, he mentions the Cincinnati Bengals.
I know for a fact, as long as I'm in great position to win, it's going to be night and day compared to how I was in Cincinnati. You know what I'm saying? So, like I say, I'm very optimistic with how this offense will be ran, how I'll be using this offense.
Okay, and one game in, the optimism is fulfilled here, man. 30 carries for
all this
$159.
Stuff. We talk about scheme fit and all that, but in the zone runs, boy, the offensive line looked much better than they have in the previous, going back to last season when this offense was new. They look like it's starting to click for them. They're starting to get a feel. There were some glitches. There were some times where the adjacent offensive linemen weren't really on the same page, but that was encouraging just because there were plenty of examples of them being perfectly choreographed and the timing was awesome. It was like a Joe Mixon touchdown celebration. And the times like Grover Stewart's big tackle, that was more the communication and the teamwork between Laramie Tunsil and Kenyon Green than it was anything else. It wasn't like they were getting physically beat. So I'm encouraged that it's actually going to get better, and Joe Mixon just has a really good feel for knowing where the cutback lane is, understanding the blocking scheme in front of him. It was very, very nice to see.
Joe Mixon called it a grown man running game yesterday in the postgame. You know, it's not the running out of shotgun. It's guys lining up, busting each other in the mouth. Here was Mixon. Mixon with a little shout-out to a rookie as well.
No doubt. That's exactly what it was. I mean, you know, I've been on the lineman, you know, training camp. I wasn't in there too much in training camp, but I'm just letting them know what I see, how to hit and how to be, man. And they doing everything they can to open them holes and do everything that we got to make them, however we can to make them pay, man. And, man, first off, special shout out to Stover. I mean, he made critical blocks. Them guys on the edges, they make crucial blocks, and we made them pay. But, you know, like they said, the grown man football, I'm just happy. This is my first time really probably seeing a fullback, and I can't remember the last time I seen a fullback in front of me, man. So it's a hell of a feeling, man, being on the winning side of the things, and I'm just glad I'm on this side of, you know, playing with Houston, man.
That's exactly... I was so happy when I heard him talk about how he'd been working with the offensive line, because it's so crucial. And the offensive linemen sometimes don't really necessarily understand what the running back is seeing, and vice versa. That's why, especially in zone runs, but any run scheme, you know, where old school blocking, it's a little bit more straightforward. In zone, there's a lot of teamwork between not just the running back and the offensive line, but the quarterback and the running back, and all of those little things that Joe Mixon has just a wealth of experience with. He can tell those guys, look, there was one play where Kenyon Green trucked Zaire Franklin, just made a fool out of Zaire Franklin. Juice Scruggs did a really good job of just taking the defensive tackle where he wants to go, just riding him down the line. You don't have to physically dominate guys. Sometimes it's just a matter of like, oh, okay, you took that step. I'm going to help you along your way. It's kind of like if you're escorting somebody out of a club and you kind of get them in that arm bar and just walk them right out.
Moving them, yeah. That makes sense.
Move along, drunk fella.
Makes sense. 3rd and 3, had to have it. Texans get it by giving the ball to Joe Mixon, and the game is over. Here was Joe Mixon on the clinching play, the game that the play that put the game away.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, it was meant to go front side, and basically the linebacker basically screened over the top, and I just canceled his gap I just replaced his gap where he was supposed to go, and made him pay for it. So I'm just glad I was able to close it out, you know, in a crucial moment.
Yeah, and look, that play too. When I was, and I still have concerns about Dameon Pierce, but he looked good yesterday. But there was a play in the preseason where I broke it down and I showed where the cutback lane was. And when you stop the screenshot, what people kept saying is like, yeah, but there's a linebacker there. Like, no, but watch. The linebackers are flowing. Like, that's where it looks like, if you look at a screenshot of it, it looks like there's a linebacker in the hole. But no. That's going to change. Arian Foster was so brilliant at that, because there were times where it looked like he had the defense on a string. You know, like he could just snatch the defense with a yo-yo and then cut back against the grain. Joe Mixon's got that yo-yo ability. Mm-hmm. He walks the dog with the defense.
Yep. Great
Kids,
to see.
The yo-yo was a toy that we used to use back before we had so much electronic gadgetry.
Right.
Yeah.
Yo-yo.
It was amazing. It was a wheel on a string, and you could spin it and
hours
stuff. You could never do as much as you thought you could.
Hours of fun. Yeah, you needed skills to do the real stuff, where you rock the baby and things like that.
Well, there were no YouTube tutorials. You had to be like, you're looking at like a diagram on a piece of paper that Yo-Yo gave you.
It was like a pamphlet they gave you with it. Like, yeah, it's no. Slinky.
Dude, you could pull so much.
If you could yo-yo back in the day?
In my 12-year-old mind, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I'm going to learn how to yo-yo, and then all the ladies are going to come up begging.
And they're going to come over to my house and play with my slinky up and down the stairs. Yeah.
You never get that to work either.
So Mixon,
49 years old,
samesies. If the Texans had lost this game, if for some reason they don't convert that 3rd and 3, they give the ball back to the Colts, and Anthony Richardson throws another 55-yard pass to put them in field goal position, and they win the game 30-29, we would have been spending the entire postgame show and at least half of this show talking about the just complete cluster bleep on the part of many people at the end of the half of this game.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. First of all, I did not like, for independent of all the botched refereeing and communication that went on, for a coach who approached this game pretty aggressively, D'Amico Ryans going for it on fourth down a couple of times, especially down and goal to go, going for 2 early in the game, which we've had a lot of people ask on the text page, should he have been doing that? For a coach who was doing very aggressive things, the overall approach to that last drive of the first half was very conservative, I thought. Almost like they were playing for 3. I think
they were, trying to burn time because they have this rushing attack and they can actually do that now.
Yeah.
And not put yourself in a position to score, but definitely secure the field goal. You're right. I think that was. I was cool with the approach. I was fine. I was like, all right, yep, just take it down. But then, regardless of everything else that happened and what the official claims that he told CJ that the clock would be running at the snap, but that official had already established that he's a poor communicator, so I don't take his word for that.
Yeah.
But they were going to run a play. It's 5 seconds. You can't even take it. You can't take a shot at the end zone and expect there to be any time on the clock after that point if it's not a touchdown.
Well, they semi-ran the play. Like, the clock had run out. They were trying to get like 3 or 4 more yards. Like, CJ got the snap and immediately threw it towards the sideline.
Yeah.
I think they were just trying to pick up because it was a 55-yard field goal.
With 5 seconds left, that's still kind of dicey.
I totally agree with you. I'm just saying that they weren't taking a shot at the end zone is all I was saying.
I got you. Right. Yeah. But I'm saying even if, no matter, to me, the only thing, I wouldn't want to risk the 5 seconds.
The
guy gets tackled and somebody's got him wrapped up on the sideline or something. I just don't. Just kick the field goal there.
No, you and I are on the same page with that. Like, yes, with 5 seconds, and even if the clock were running and they told you it was running, have CJ in there just to spike it and then bring the field goal team onto the field.
No, because what I would have been hoping was that maybe they had something on the defense that in that moment, in my mind, the only way you run a play is if you feel like you've got something for them based on their tendencies that's got a better than average chance for a touchdown.
Right.
But like they did in the first play of the game last year.
Yes.
But that part of it, I don't. It's not like I can't completely excuse them, except that everything was so random and screwed up at that point and everything was so off that's just what happens when everything goes to pot. D'Amico's been incredibly good with his game management for the most part. That was a really weird one.
That was an outlier, I think. Yeah. What injected the most confusion into the whole thing, I think, was when the referees, and for those who missed it, it was a short completion to Dalton Schultz. Honestly, I don't even know why New York was getting involved in the first place. It was such an inconsequential play that they ended up upholding, by the way. They didn't overturn it. They upheld it. But New York, inside the last 2 minutes, the review's got to come from the booth, and they review this play. And once they review it, they decide to put 15 seconds back on the clock. They decided.
I was glad that didn't make any sense.
Made no sense. It benefited the Texans.
It
benefited the Texans. Instead of the clock being at like 6, they put it at 15. And this is where it got confusing. That's where Shane Steichen calls a timeout because he has some to burn, and he calls the referees over like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
And so it was the right thing to do because somebody corrected it. And burned the 10 seconds. You had to do a 10-second runoff, I guess. But because of that, the timeout never, the timeout got wiped away, and the clock was running when the ball got played. If this sounds confusing, I apologize. Seth and I talked to each other before the game. We're like, we got to reset this topic. But resetting the actual play and what all went on, if you didn't watch it, is the most confusing stuff ever. Just know that the referees communicated poorly, I think, with the two teams. The Texans probably should have known that the clock was going to wind as soon as the ball got placed with 5 seconds left. What ended up happening was the Texans ended up ending the half without getting a field goal attempt. They left 3 points potentially off the board.
Yeah, the one thing I'd say there is that they claimed afterwards that they told CJ that the clock was going to be running. I don't trust that their communication skills were correct in that moment.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell was going on. Because that is what CJ did not operate as if he knew the clock was going to be running.
That's
right. So I highly doubt that they actually told CJ the appropriate thing.
And I think CJ's a good listener. I think if somebody had told him that, he would have known. I think he's a good listener. I think he's attentive. I don't think he didn't pay attention in class, except when he was watching YouTubes of Drew Brees.
That's what these older women appreciate about him. For a young man, he's a very good listener. Yes.
He's attentive, yes. Here's CJ on his version of what happened at the end of the half.
Week 1, everybody's rusty. So I'm rusty. Rusty is the whole. I think the officials told us one thing, but we got another, and it's up to us to really make the situation right. It's my job, you know what I mean? So I got to be better right there, and that's something we can definitely learn from, you know what I mean? I definitely don't think it's the end of the world, but those points could have cost us, you know what I mean? So we definitely got to be better.
I think that, I guess in that moment, if CJ's going to take the responsibility on himself, perhaps, maybe it's like, okay, you do have time here to just stop, have the official really spell it out here,
yes.
But at the same time, on offense, you're trying to catch the defense off guard as much as possible.
Yeah.
I blame, and CJ, and this is because, CJ doesn't want to give up $50,000 for criticizing the officials or what have you. You're never going to get the straight story out of everything.
Right.
Because coaches and players are very hesitant to criticize the officials.
Yep. I think you and I are in agreement that the one area here where the Texans definitely, where we questioned the decision, was to even try to run a play there with 5 seconds.
Yeah, because of what happened, right?
Yeah.
There's just too much that can go wrong.
Yeah.
You don't know exactly what's going to go wrong, but there's too much that can go wrong over the course of 5 seconds.
Yep.
Unless, my only was if they had something that they felt like, all right, we feel like we actually got a good shot at the end zone.
Maybe. Couple texts, and then we'll get to Acknowledge Me. This is a good one, Seth. I am definitely curious your thoughts on this, and I know you haven't had a chance probably to fully rewatch the game. They didn't put up a lot in the way of stats, but we have a texter asking, did Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter play well in this game?
I thought they did because for this reason. The reason that 2 of your defensive tackles have the 2 sacks in the game was because they did a really good job of a disciplined, compressed pocket. There was one play where Anthony Richardson seeped out to the right, and I would put that actually on the defensive tackle should have replaced, because I think it was Danielle Hunter took an inside move on that play. And when you've got veteran defensive tackles, usually it's when you're more of a run stuffer variety, you've kind of always got to have your defensive end in the peripheral. And that when you see him go inside, you go out to replace.
Oh, okay.
And and they did a good job of that for the most part. Foley Fatukasi ended up getting, I think his sack was off of that, where he replaced the defensive end.
Yeah.
But for the most part on the day, they did a good job of that. One of those, I think it was Mario Edwards' sack. Will Anderson was bull rushing the right tackle right into the quarterback. So with a mobile quarterback compressing the pocket, making it really uncomfortable for him, all of that, I thought they did a good job. So, I haven't gone back and watched each snap yet or anything. But on the day, I felt pretty good about it, including some of Anthony Richardson's really spectacular throws were under duress.
Yeah.
It's
the 60-yard one, Danielle Hunter's walking the right tackle right into his lap.
Right. So, that's on Jimmy Ward. We saw this with Jimmy Ward last year late in the season, a couple plays that they got beat deep for no good reason.
Yep.
It wasn't even an athletic thing. It's just kind of an awareness thing. That's the huge blemish from yesterday, these huge shots that the defense gave up, which was the same issue they had last year. Play really good defense for a long time, and then all of a sudden,
This game should not have been as close as it was. You know what I mean? Like play to play, the Texans won a vast majority of the plays compared to the Colts. It's just the Colts scored 4 touchdowns. 2 of them were plays of 54 yards or more. Yeah. The other one was set up by a 55-yard or 57-yard prayer on 3rd and 15, and the other one was set up by a block punt that made it a 5-yard touchdown. Those are complete outlier plays that just, it's not going to happen every week.
And for anybody wondering, I know the first tendency is to blame the cornerback. Look, on that deep touchdown, that was immediately after the play, you saw Jimmy Ward tap his own chest.
Yeah.
That was 2/3 of the way across the field from Derek Stingley's alignment and quarters coverage.
Yeah.
It was that Jimmy's got to get back there. Now, the cover 0 blitz where where Stingley just flat out let A.D. Mitchell run past him.
Yeah.
And you were only saved by Anthony Richardson not genuinely being a good NFL quarterback. Yeah. I mean, that's right there. That's the game if they connect on a very easy touchdown pass there.
Yep. All right. You can text in 713-572-4610. You're right. There were a couple like that with Richardson. Man, he giveth and he taketh away for sure. All right. Let's do some acknowledge me. Let's acknowledge some of the big performances from the weekend. We got some Texans in here. We got a little Astros in here. I also will acknowledge something that happened in college football this weekend. I'm a big enough man to do that, but let's get to it.
Acknowledge me.
That's what we hit each time we acknowledge somebody. Let's start with the Texans' offensive line.
Acknowledge me.
Probably acknowledged in the best way possible after the game by Stefon Diggs. Here was Stefon Diggs on the Texans' offensive line.
O-line. You got to give the O-line his credit. I mean, we get all, the hoopla, we got the celebrations and all that, but the game is won up front. Playing on the other side of the scrimmage, line of scrimmage is huge. Our O-line dropped their nuts when they had to. Came out with a dub. Joe didn't do it by himself, but, it's just a game changer when you can run the ball with 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left, get those 2 big first downs. You ain't got to put it in the air, you're on to something.
Stefon Diggs sounds so excited there at the end. When you don't have to put it in the air and you can keep it on the ground, you're doing something right there, and he's right.
Honestly, and so yesterday, Stefon Diggs had 2 touchdowns. This is what I predicted, was it not? That you're not going to be able to predict which guy has the most yardage in any given game amongst these wide receivers, but I think all of them are going to have more opportunities for touchdowns because there's room to run. Stefon Diggs wide open on a freaking slant. That doesn't have that
wide open.
When they were using Stefon Diggs on shorter stuff in the same way that Buffalo was last year. The difference is that there's room to run
on a slant. On a slant inside the 10.
Right,
it was a 9-yard touchdown.
Yeah. So not to take away from and then on the sideline. Early in the game, remember they showed on the sideline, Stefon Diggs is he's saying something. I think he was saying. My bad.
Yeah.
It very looked clear like he was saying, my bad. But he speaks, he's so animated when he speaks that I could easily see somebody from Buffalo lip reading that as like, I'm sad.
Yeah.
It's just, he does it all the time. He's very animated. And people are going to see it how they see it. But, I think he's always communicating positively. And yesterday was maybe not the best example where, hey, it's not going to be any big deal because he did have 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
But I think that he's happy to be on a functioning offense that's doing things the way they're supposed to do. The Bills' rushing attack was largely Josh Allen based and has been for a long time. This is something the Bills haven't been able to do the last couple of years, is really run the ball conventionally when they need to run the ball.
Yeah, neither of the Texans, but they were able to yesterday, and it was nice. While we're on Diggs, let's acknowledge Diggs. We haven't done that yet. He had a couple touchdowns, including this was a big one, man. D'Amico going forward on 4th and goal from the 2. I liked this call by D'Amico at the time, and I love this play.
Stroud in the gun. Mixon to his left. Here's the snap. CJ stepping to his left. Throws to the end zone. Caught. Diggs. Touchdown number 2. It's a beauty. And the Texans are about to go up 2 scores again.
Here was D'Amico Ryans on Stefon Diggs.
Same, Steph with Steph. He showed up in the big-time moments. Got a touchdown for us. That's who he's been, right? And I'm excited to have him, and he shows what he can do for us.
All right, so that was D'Amico. Seth, you and I were out at all these practices at training camp, and there were so many times where the Texans threw that out route that CJ threw to Diggs right there. Now, they oftentimes not at the 2-yard line, in a 4th down situation like that. But, and it's not just Diggs, it's Tank and Nico too. I just marvel, that's not as easy as they make it look.
No.
They make it look so easy.
And it's Diggs route running too.
Yeah.
And this is where the stuff that I think the Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady saw. I think he saw the potential for stuff like that. The Bills just didn't have the offense and the Bills offense got better after Joe Brady took over. But you can see where this is the exact type of thing that I think that they were probably envisioning with Stefon Diggs, but they just couldn't capitalize on it with that assortment of talent up in Buffalo, to where you can be better as an offense, but also Stefon Diggs is still going to get his. And this is where when you have the deep threat with Nico and Tank, but then also the stuff underneath, the way you can spread the coverage out in the red zone, especially, is just different. And that's where I mean, it's going to be a different guy every week. It really is. So Tank Dell might have 3 touchdowns on 27 yards receiving next week.
Yep.
Nico Collins at some point is going to get a couple touchdowns on 33 yards receiving.
Yep.
It's really exciting to think about the possibilities.
Yes, and I think it feels like all those receivers are bought into that being the situation. Yep. That's the best part.
And since I ended up making it about Stephon Diggs when Stephon Diggs acknowledged the offensive line, I would say especially Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green, because those were the guys we're going to watch the most.
Acknowledge them, Seth.
They did. They went through puberty yesterday. Somewhere during training camp, I won't use the same phrasing that Stephon Diggs did, but yeah, they looked like full-grown men out there, and it was nice to see. Kenyon Green threw Zaire Franklin out of the bar on one Joe Mixon.
Dude,
run.
yeah, go look at it.
And I know Zaire Franklin is just gonna be that's gonna fuel him for the next 3 years of his life.
That was on the video you sent to me before the show. Did you post that, or is that from your YouTube? That's
from YouTube. I'll post it on Twitter here after the show.
Post that video.
I don't want to multitask and destroy everything.
No, it's all good. Yeah. It's all good. It's good stuff. Framber Valdez.
Acknowledge me.
Well, Justin Verlander gives up 8 earned runs yesterday. Framber Valdez continues to be arguably the best pitcher in all of baseball over the last month and a half. 7 shutout innings on Friday versus the highest scoring offense in baseball to that point. He was dominant. 2 hits, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. He was great. His last 7 games, Seth, he has 5 wins, an ERA under 2, 55 strikeouts. He's got a whip. Walk hits per inning pitched of 0.70, which is microscopic. That's 0.7 base runners per inning. Since 2020, he leads all of Major League Baseball with 58 wins. I think Michael Schwab posted this. Since 2020, Framber Valdez is the winningest pitcher in baseball, and he's got the 4th best ERA. In the playoffs since 2020, he's got the most playoff wins, most innings pitched, most strikeouts in that time. So now Framber's had some clunkers in the playoffs over that time, but the most impressive part to me is just he's back. Was that 2022 Framber is back in the building again.
Yeah, it's as we've got so much fear and worry about Verlander and what he's doing right now. Framber is looking like the old consecutive games, consecutive quality starts, games pitched record, and all of that. You know what else was nice to see? Blanco being used as a reliever. So
it was good.
There we go. Yeah,
5 strikeouts in 2 innings, man. He was
good.
Well,
you kind of forget that was his role at one point.
Sure.
It's not like this is some huge sea change in his methodology or anything. But if we could just get over the minor detail of Verlander pitching like a major leaguer again, then we'll be good. Sometimes I look out there and I watch Verlander. I'm like, is this one of those minor league call-ups that we've had to rely on? But no, it's actually Justin Verlander, one of the all-time greats.
Future Hall of Famer, yeah. Kyle Tucker came back this week, and let's acknowledge Tucker.
Acknowledge me.
Coming back from his injury, and for running wind sprints on the field after the Friday game while Friday fireworks were going on. So you got the whole crowd there watching fireworks after the Friday night game. They turn all the lights off in the stadium, and they're shooting off fireworks over the left field wall there. And there's Tucker out in the outfield running wind sprints while everybody's watching the fireworks. It was a pretty funny visual. All right, let's get to these last couple. Saquon Barkley.
Acknowledge me.
24 carries, 24 carries, 109 yards. He had 2 touchdowns on the ground, 1 receiving touchdown. Here's what the final touchdown sounded
like. At the 3-yard line. Barkley in the backfield once again on 2nd and 1. Barkley takes the handoff straight through the middle, pounding forward in the middle of the field, and he is in for the touchdown.
All right, Westwood won on the that audio courtesy of Westwood One. You heard that game right here on Friday night on Sports Radio 610. The guy that we need to check on this morning, and probably every morning from now until the time he's no longer with us, is Giants owner John Mara. Let's go back in the rewind machine, and recall Hard Knocks offseason, where Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants, is basically lying to John Mara's face about the Saquon Barkley free agency situation.
What's the latest? Just on the Saquon thing.
I just got a text that Chicago's driving the price up and Philly's out. I don't know if that's true or not. which I don't know if I'll make a couple of calls. I don't even know if that's gonna happen, but
I have a tough time sleeping if Saquon goes to Philadelphia. I'll tell you that, as I've told you, just being out. I've been around enough players, so but he's the most popular player we have by far.
Yeah.
We should point out the Giants got blown out at home by the Minnesota Vikings yesterday.
Joe Shane is so fired, man.
He's a
if
dead man
Saquon
walking.
Barkley goes off against the Giants, he might get fired in the booth. Joe Shane, the problem with this, if you guys didn't watch Hard Knocks offseason, it was awesome. I can't wait for whichever team desperately tries not to have this next year but has it. I can't wait to watch that team. Joe Shane is going to get fired. Might have gotten fired anyway, but specifically because of he spent that entire series trying to convince everybody in the building, all his scouts, everybody else, that there's no way anybody else really wanted Saquon Barkley. Certainly not the Eagles. It didn't make any sense for the Eagles to take Saquon Barkley. All of this, and then Saquon Barkley. It's the one thing that's helping that. Look, I'm also being proven wrong on Saquon Barkley. He's got to stay healthy. But man, it's not looking good for Joe Shane.
It is not. It is not. It's going to be fun to watch. All right, last one. I'm a big enough man to acknowledge Northern Illinois University football.
Acknowledge me.
Play it, Ben. Final play of the game. Let's go.
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country. NIU 16, Notre Dame 14. The football gods were shining down on NIU.
Dude, local small college town radio calls are the best.
Yeah,
the best.
Especially, you're from that region of the country. It's, Notre Dame's the big gushing, like everybody, oh, they're so great. And just, even though they don't generally do much, sorry, Sean, that
Hey,
sucks.
man, I'm a big enough man you got to kick a man while he's down. I was big enough to acknowledge Northern Illinois
You were
football.
kicking a lot of Aggies while they were down last week.
Was I pretty
get your
obnoxious?
comeuppance.
Okay.
You couldn't hide it. It's the same way when New England people, back when the Patriots were awesome, that they couldn't understand how smug they came off. Yeah. You were that way.
People are asking me, I'm looking at the text, Sean, how are you doing after the ND game? I'm fine. And I'm not saying this because they lost and it's like, I didn't care anyways. You can't fire me. I quit. No, it's not one of those things. I don't get as emotionally attached to Notre Dame football as I used to. If they went to the playoff this year, I'd be rooting for them and whatnot. I was way more about, my Notre Dame friends aren't going to like to hear this, I was way more into what was going on yesterday up in Indianapolis than I was what was going on in South Bend on Saturday. I actually love the postgame of this Notre Dame loss. The coach of NIU, Thomas Hammock, who has been there this is his 6th year as the head coach. He played there. This is the only head coaching job I would take, that kind of thing. This was a cool postgame interview on the field.
Coach, I can sense that you need a moment. Top 5 opponent. This is NIU's first win against a top 10 opponent ever. And for people who need context, you wore this jersey. It's deep for you. Why?
I'm so proud of our kids, the coaches, just everybody. They believed. They believed. And we came here and got it done.
Man, age of NIL and the transfer portal.
Yeah.
I love me a good MAC school with a crying head coach afterwards.
He's a guy that was, was he in the NFL before he took that job?
I think he was. They were telling that story like he was an NFL assistant, and this is the only job he would have left the NFL for. Yeah,
there were a lot of, there's a lot of really good coaches out there at smaller schools who have been there for decades that just they would never leave because they're fully enjoying the collegiate experience and love working with the kids and everything. And, in this day and age, it's harder and harder because, like, Northern Illinois, it's probably going to be a couple kids that transfer based on their performance in that game.
I thought the same thing, Seth.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's this happy family, and now these kids are getting calls from agents, at SEC schools.
Yeah.
He was
Look, Sean, you you and I both went to schools that were last nationally relevant in football in the 1920s. And sometimes it's easier. You can kind of look at that school's endowment, and meanwhile, while you're fielding calls from fundraisers who tell you how much money they need, you're like, go die.
Yeah.
You guys are you don't even know. You're trying to find out ways to spend that money because you're having a hard time staying under the nonprofit category.
Thomas,
it's easier to distance yourself.
Thomas Hammock was the Ravens running back coach for 5 years, from 14 to 18, and then he left to go back to his alma mater. So that's a cool story. I hate that it happened to my school, but I think everybody else loves that it happened to my school, and it's a cool story, so I'm here for it. All right, last segment coming up, and then we're going to hand it over to what I would imagine is an exuberant Texans Monday here on Sports Radio 610 with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. Oh, by the way, quick acknowledgement for Vandy and Johnny. They both said before the game I believe on Friday on Texans All Access, it's going to take 28 points to win this game. 29-27 final score. Good job, fellas. Way to go. We will not ignore in victory what we would pay attention to in defeat. We're going to do that in the final segment. There's some things the Texans need to clean up, and D'Amico knows it. That's coming up next.
I'll tell you what. Do not ignore this. Bayway.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Richardson fakes the give. Here's a little pressure. He slips down. Now he guns it long downfield and caught. Pierce, touchdown. A bomb to take the lead.
Made plays when we had to, but not good enough, right? Got to eliminate the big plays. That's when you give up points. When you give up the big plays, that equal points. So overall, we had some good spurts there, good on third down, but just the last one just cannot happen.
Yeah, this game did not need to be as close as it was yesterday. We've had a few people texting like, "Hey, man, it feels like the Texans kind of let these guys hang around a little bit," and they did.
Yeah,
they had a 9-point lead multiple times in this game. You know,
down in and down out, it was physical domination, really, in a lot of regards. I think the fact that Jonathan Taylor averaged 3 yards per carry was probably the best indicator. Anthony Richardson is going to get yardage on the ground when he decides to pull it down and run. You can't worry about that. You just got to play fundamentally sound football. And I thought for the most part the Texans defense played fundamentally sound football, except for some glaringly bad errors and or defeats deep downfield. They got really, really lucky that on what looked like a cover zero blitz by the TV copy, that Derek Stingley just let A.D. Mitchell run right past him. I mean, I think look, it's good to trust that the blitz is going to get there and everything, but man, that's not what happened. Yeah. A.D. Mitchell was wide open, and Anthony Richardson, bless his heart, is just Anthony Richardson. He's going to make some incredible throws. He's going to botch some simple ones.
Are you worried that the big plays they gave up yesterday are something that's going to be a trend, or these outlier? Like, how do you assess it?
The thing that I'm most worried about is that, look, Jimmy Ward doesn't have the excuse of being a young guy or something. Right. Derek Stingley doesn't get a pass on that one play, but he is at the least still a young guy. It's a teaching moment. Jimmy Ward's not a young guy, and whether it's a blend of either error or just physically doesn't have it anymore. I mean, when you watch the little graphics they do where they show the motion tracking technology, and you can see on there's 2 little circles. One little circle is Derek Stingley, one little circle is Jimmy Ward, and one little circle in the middle is Alec Pierce, the wide receiver. And you can just kind of watch that little circle moving across the field. Yeah. And you can see that Jimmy Ward's little circle picked him up, but he's trailing the whole way. And again, it's tough versus Anthony Richardson because you've always got one eye in the backfield to see if he pulls it down and runs. But that's the stuff that's just got to get better. I think Kailin Bullock, it'll be interesting to look at Kailin Bullock's snap count and see as if it increases over the next few weeks. I think with Kailin Bullock, they want to kind of see how much they can trust him. But look, that play, I know the play, his interception. I know the receiver slipped. Maybe it would have been a reception. I don't think it was the perfect pass that the announcing crew seemed desperate to say that it was. But the ball skills of Kailin Bullock were very much evident there. Not everybody makes that interception. No. Defensive backs especially, notorious for being defensive backs for a reason. Yeah. That was a very nice catch by Kailin Bullock.
That was a receiver style. That was like a good receiver catch is what that was.
I think that a lot of people will say, and especially right now, if you're somebody that really wanted Justin Simmons, I think you've got reason to be disgruntled. And they'll say, why didn't they address the safety position? They addressed the safety position with Kailin Bullock. They used a second-round pick on Kailin Bullock, and I think that's what they're hoping is the replacement for Jimmy Ward. Which, by the way, extra shout-out, Ben, if you still got it.
Oh, an acknowledgement, you mean?
Acknowledge me, an extra acknowledgement.
Acknowledge me.
Eric Murray.
Ooh.
The difference in that game was 2 points. Eric Murray stopped the 2-point conversion with a very, very clutch play down there on that 2-point conversion. Yeah. So good job. Eric Murray, who people are perennially under-acknowledging because Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby paid him way too much money and thought he was going to be something he wasn't. But that was clutch there by Eric Murray.
It was clutch. Yeah, no, that was great. This is a fun text right here. Is it me? or was it scary that we ran the ball that much because we're not used to it? There were times where I'm yelling at the TV, why are we running? They know it's coming, yet we managed to still gain yards. Super blessed for Mixon. Let me tell this to the texter. And Seth, I'm sure you would tell this person the same thing. This is what good teams do. This is what good running teams do. Like, yeah, they know it's coming, and they can't stop it.
Most good teams will be upset that you're passing in that situation.
Correct.
Run the ball.
Yeah.
Run the ball. Remember when CJ threw that interception last year? People were upset because the Texans weren't running. And I couldn't go there in the Bengals game. In the Bengals game where he threw the interception. Yeah. I couldn't go there because, like, why? Why would you want to run the ball? They were awful. They were atrocious.
Yeah.
Are you seriously sitting here and telling me you're going to coach and play call last year based on the Football 101 guide to how to handle closeout situations? They couldn't run the ball.
No.
This year you can actually do the Football 101 stuff.
Oh, text message I just saw. Oh, Ben, sorry we keep having you hit the acknowledge me key. It's just, this is such a fun win. British Brooks.
Yes,
dude. First pop of the game, man. Right?
I did a reaction to the highlights yesterday.
Yeah.
And I had forgotten about the British Brooks hit. And the one thing NFL, all preseason long in the highlights, they put these, some algorithm puts it together. But it seems like they'd instructed the computers to put all the kickoffs and kickoff returns on there because it was
definitely,
new.
Yeah, propaganda.
So I knee-jerk. They kick it off, and I'm like, oh, here we go again. They're going to show the stupid kick. Oh, my God, British Brooks.
British Brooks killed a man. He killed him. British Brooks killed a man.
That was still evidence of why the new kickoff rules are stupid because it's still, it wasn't a successful kickoff return, obviously. But, man, British Brooks, nice job. But also, in that, as Joe Mixon said earlier, I'm looking to see if British Brooks is going to be a fullback. Yesterday, the hybrid tight end / fullbacks, Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz, did a really good job blocking when they were in that lead blocker position when they were playing the fullback. So there was a lot of good stuff going on in the run game.
Yeah, man. That might be the solution there, fullback. All right. Oh, man, already? All right. Got a lot of meat on the bone for tomorrow. Excited to hear the fellas on Texans Monday. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, you got them. Keep it tuned here all day long. You got In the Loop at 10, a drive at 2. No Area 55 tonight, Monday Night Football. Jets-Niners. We're pumped for that. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend. This was fun.
Antibodies to you, my friend. And Bayway, what's that? Oh, yeah, Bayway Chevrolet, Sean. Don't forget about Bayway Chevrolet.
I will not.
Look, they're bringing it back. Everybody's favorite promotion.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Here's the snap. Here's the toss to Mixon, running right across the 50, 45. Tackled by Cross at the 41. Checkmate. That'll do it. The Texans will beat the Colts on opening day. Stroud takes the knee, and it is over. The Texans win on opening day, knocking off the Colts on the road, 29-27, 1-0, with the Bears up next on Sunday Night Football. And we hop right into week 2. Chicago Sunday Night Football. It's going to be awesome at NRG Stadium. Wear white, everybody. That is the message, and that needs to get across. And get in there to greet your Texans. Greet, welcome, fire up, celebrate them coming out of the tunnel. Show them your love. You're coming to the game. I think Larry and Stafford put it out there that, hey, I know you love tailgating, but all right, get your tailgating done, but get in the building. Get in the building. It's a night game, and it's going to be massive. This is the first of 6 national television windows the Texans have in this regular season. And Chicago won. We'll get to that. That was interesting. Chicago won, and you feel like, they can erupt at any time. The defense looks good, and the quarterback, you never know. We'll see. It was his first outing. But the Texans, my gosh.
It was not his first outing. He started half the year last year. And you're doing that dumb stuff?
No, I'm talking about Caleb.
Oh, Caleb.
I'm talking about Caleb.
Okay.
We're going to see this Sunday.
The other guy.
Oh, we'll see the other guy.
Twice.
I mean, that was a mayonnaise cologne performance if there ever was one.
Yep.
Yeah, that was
That's
something.
for sure.
But we had something going on in Indy, and you know how tough it is to win up there. However, the man sitting next to me here in the Hyundai Texans radio studio at NRG Stadium, we are right across the hall from the locker room. Johnny Harris, you joined us in 2014.
I did.
So this is your 11th year doing sideline.
That's correct.
You have a winning record in
Indy. How about that? 6-5, baby.
That's insane.
Okay, so yesterday's win, I was waiting for this. So that's 3 in a row, 22, 23, 24.
Right.
That's the first time we've ever won 3 in a row in Indy. And I'm telling you, Indianapolis pulled out all the stops yesterday. Who are the 2 biggest, outside of Peyton Manning, who are the 2 biggest Colts killers, or Texans killers? Dwight Freeney.
Yeah.
T.Y. Hilton. They had the Hall of Fame celebration.
Non-quarterbacks. In the non-quarterback category.
Non-quarterback category,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Dwight Freeney was celebrated at halftime for the Hall of Fame. And then before the game, I don't know, a lot of people saw this, but they had T.Y. Hilton. Now, in Indianapolis, they do this thing where they're pounding some anvil or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was T.Y. And I saw him up there, and I was like, I wonder if, and I'll be damned, he put the clown mask on when he was done. And the place went berserk.
Yeah.
And y'all didn't see it. And I was trying to tell y'all during a break, and then we got onto something else.
We were focused on a pregame delivery of sorts.
Yes, that's right. And so I saw it, just was like, oh, they're pulling out all the
Who's the clown
stops.
now? Who's the clown now?
Yes.
Okay? Because
I
we have
a few at linebacker for them.
Hey, T.Y. Hilton is one thing, and he was great against the Texans, and I'm not going to take that away from him. But Nico Collins, he's got 450-plus in his games against the Colts. Think about that.
How about that?
That's amazing.
In the last 3 games, he has just absolutely destroyed them.
Torched them. 117 yards yesterday, 6 catches, and it's funny because I was writing the article about the game, the Vanderblog on HoustonTexans.com. You've got Harris Hits up there, right, on HoustonTexans.com.
I got my big play breakdown. I got the hits I'm sending this morning.
Okay. Oh, the hits are extremely detailed. This is good stuff. But you mentioned Nico's stat line, and he's just one of an ensemble. This was the Eagles. You got Don Henley, Glenn Fry. You got Timothy B. Schmidt doing his thing on bass and singing some vocals as well. You've got a whole ensemble doing their thing yesterday, and it was beautiful to watch. Joe Mixon with 159 yards on 30 carries. My goodness, as you run for 213 on that team. And guess what? What did I say last week?
Derrick Henry is gone. Jonathan Taylor is the number one enemy in your division. And just like you did with Derrick Henry last year, you shut down Jonathan Taylor. That was the memo, clearly. We're going to get D'Amico Ryans on the air, 5 o'clock today with the D'Amico Ryan Show. This is going to come up a lot. What they did to stop Jonathan Taylor, 3 yards per carry, 48 yards. Are you kidding me? Yet, all that being said, Johnny, if you had told me, and we love doing this on Mondays, that you're going to run for 213 and you're going to hold Taylor to 48 yards, I would say, and nobody significant gets hurt, I would say this is a no-brainer. You're winning by 2-3 touchdowns.
Yep.
Yet, it was a squeaker, pressure cooker. It got so close. You and I also said, did we make the Acknowledge Me segment, by the way, Ben? Because I didn't hear it because I was in the building doing things. We did make Acknowledge Me because last week we said 28 points. You need 28 points to win this game.
Yep.
We were exactly right with that number. And I didn't want to be right. I wanted it to be a complete dominant destruction, a dismantling of the Colts. But, Johnny, you do all that stuff and you're still in a close game. And when you need it, obviously the throw to Collins was amazing on 3rd and long to get you that first down. But at the end, let's run the ball. Let's run the ball because we're good at it today and hopefully good at it for many days this season. And you get 159 out of Mixon and that highlight you heard, the dagger at the end to kill the clock, and there's nothing better than being in somebody else's gym and your quarterback is taking knees and you're getting out of there with a victory.
Well, I was talking to Matt Burke before the game, and he said something that stayed with me. And in fact, in my hotel room on Saturday, I was writing my notes for the game, and I remember writing the words Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine on my card, because that's where I keep all my notes on the flip card. I put my notes on there as well. And I wrote Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine. And my whole point with that is it's week 1. It's a total mystery.
Yeah.
You just never know because now you got guys playing a full 60 minutes. They haven't done that in the preseason. You're facing a quarterback that we know can pull things out of his backside, which he did. And you're playing up there where anything can go. And it was just funny because I think Matt felt very confident about the plan they had in, but he was like, you just never know. Week 1, you just never know. Some crazy stuff will happen. Well, block punt, first time in 10 years. And then you have that nonsense at the end of the first half, which I'm still trying to figure out what happened there. But that was 3 points you lost there. Then they get the cheap touchdown after the block punt. He hauls off and throws it just 65 yards in the air, which I was standing right in line with when he threw it. I'm like, he's fading away, like away from the rushers because the 2 rushers were there for the Texans. And I'm like, where's he throwing this? And I'm thinking, well, that ball's traveling along. Oh, my God, that ball's traveling. Holy crap. Pierce caught. What?
Yeah.
How far
it was
did
like
he throw
that.
It was literally, that was the thought of like, that ball just kept going and going and going. But he had to be superhuman yesterday, Richardson, to even have them in the game. And I give him credit because they responded. The Doolin catch across the middle, Aziz missed by inches. You know, the 3rd and 15, again, that literally was just a Hail Mary, and Pierce has got a higher vertical leap than any of our defensive backs. And he went up and he made a play. So in the end, you look at it and go, hey, it's a 2-point win. We got out of here in week 1, and there was some crazy stuff that happened in that game. I felt like we played a C-plus game overall because we gave up those explosives. And I felt like our passing game probably could have been a little bit cleaner. 4 sacks, we can't give up 4 sacks. Well, that shouldn't be happening. But you responded with 159 yards rushing for Joe and 213 overall. And I mean, that just...
Well, that was it, right? I mean, that's absolutely monstrous production. And Stroud still threw for 234, the 2 touchdowns, didn't turn it over. I know it was close, but didn't turn it over as it turned out, so that's good. And everybody contributed.
That's the point, Mark. Everybody contributed. That's, to me, why it's more like Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang, everybody got bars. Everybody, it was just a little bit of bars, a little bit. Nobody was ever like... You knew there was a leader. You knew RZA was the leader. Like, he was kind of the guy that put it all together. But every guy in Wu-Tang got bars in every song that hit. So they were more kind of what it was yesterday. Mixon gets his. I texted you guys on a bus. Mixon gets 159. And he could be very well the AFC Player of the Week, Offensive Player of the Week. Diggs has the 2 touchdowns. Nico has 6 for 117. Tank had about 60 total yards, came up with a couple of key third down catches. That reverse, how smooth was that?
So smooth.
Because I'm at an angle where I can see where Tank is running. So when Joe just does that little flip and Tank catches it on the run, I'm like, oh, you can just see there's just yards of green. It is so beautifully done. But the offensive ensemble, the offensive line, everybody got involved yesterday. I think you probably, if anything, maybe you get Dalton involved a little bit more as we go through there. But look, the defenses have to figure out what they're going to take away.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, Schultz is going to have games where he has, 7 for whatever, 8, whatever, maybe more. He had 3 yesterday, but everybody did something. Brevin Jordan had 1 catch, but it was a big one when Stroud slipped and got up and still threw to him for the first down. So there were contributions galore from everywhere you look. But you're right. When you make a mistake like getting a kick block that deep, point-blank range, and what else? You give up those big chunk plays. You're often going to lose the game, but they did so many other good things well that you didn't lose the game. And look, it's week 1. Crazy stuff happening all around the league. Again, I always like to say, look around the league. This is nuts. The Bears had no business winning the game against the Titans, yet they did because Will Levis eats mayonnaise.
Will Levis is Will Levis.
I mean, mayonnaise cologne, Johnny. Okay, that was an awful play.
Okay, national commercial campaign.
Yeah.
And he does that?
Really? Well, you got to be careful because you haven't done anything in this league yet. You got to be very careful. Talk to Brady Quinn about that. Brady Quinn, who arrives in Cleveland and does all this endorsing of product, and it just doesn't work. You got to be very careful with that kind of stuff. Anyway, I just haven't C.J. Stroud. I didn't want it to get lost in the shuffle, and it actually could have yesterday, how good he is. Because you have a running back going for nearly 160, and you have all this other stuff happening. You have to pay homage to C.J. Stroud and the quarterback he is. Never take this for granted. Quarterback rating 115.9, just making play after play and a lot of pressure on him. You talk about the 4 sacks. There were numerous other instances where he's just dancing around to find a little sliver of real estate to throw the football from, and he's able to do it. I mean, that was really wonderful to watch. And when they clean that stuff up, because there's a lot to clean up, it is going to be good. All right, let's get to your conversation with the head coach. Right after the game, John Harris catches up with D'Amico Ryans.
Coach, one heck of a performance. 3rd straight win in Indy. That's 9 straight division road wins. A lot of things happening with this win today. Just your overall emotion and thought after those 3 hours we just saw.
Man, I'm so proud of our guys. It didn't always go our way, and I'm proud of the way guys just finished the game. When we needed guys the most, our playmakers to step up and make a play, going forward on 4th down, and stepping up and making a play, needing to close it out in 4-minute mode, Joe and the offensive line, that's what it's about. When you got your playmakers making those plays in critical moments, I couldn't be more proud of everybody on this team.
I feel like I've asked you quality questions in the time that I know you, but when I asked you at halftime what was working in the run game, you looked at me like I had 5 heads, and you just said, the O-line, duh.
No.
It was the O-line getting it done, but beyond that, what was, Joe obviously was making their blocks right, but what do you think, and I know you look back at the film, but just your first glance at what that O-line and Joe did today?
Yeah, it was really Thursday practice. It was the best I've seen our guys work together since I've been here. And so they carried that over into the game. Guys were just getting a hat on the hat, watching the way Juice was finishing guys to the ground, playing nasty and physical. That's how I envisioned O-line play being, and that's what jumped out to me.
Rookies also made plays. Kailin's interception. I know you and I've talked about Kailin before, what he has brought, but he goes in the game. He gives you an interception down in the low red zone. How big a play was that, and what did you see from all of your rookies today?
Oh, my goodness. That was play of the game. They had us on our heels, and they made punching in right there because they were just driving down us. So, Kailin, when we needed that play, he stepped up and he's done it all camp. So it didn't surprise me. Right. When I didn't even see who got it, but I was it had to be Kailin, right? Excited with Kailin's play. Kamari, he did his job. He was where he's supposed to be. Cade did a really nice job blocking for us. What about Brooks? Yeah. Brooks showing up on the kickoff team, showing up with an outstanding physical play to knock those guys back. All of our rookies contributing, right? That's what you want. When those guys are up and you're counting on them, they contributed, so very pleased with them.
Going into this game, there was so much talk about Jonathan Taylor, from me basically. 135 yards per game on the ground in 6 games and 188 in Week 18. You guys did such a good job on slowing him down. What was the biggest key in keeping Jonathan Taylor from getting to 100 and going off today like he had been?
Yeah, it's really about our D-line eliminating the space. Like when we played him before, we just too much space, too many one-on-one tackles. Like I felt our guys swarm tackle, and we were able to keep him bottled up for the most part. Not sure how many yards he got, but just knew we couldn't let the run game get off. We had to force them to throw the ball. Now, throwing the ball, right, we still had to eliminate the explosive plays, but what we set out to do was stop the run, and I felt like we did that today.
I know it was all the focus on this week, there's no question. But we're going to be playing it Sunday night at home for the first time in 5 years.
Wow.
How awesome will that be coming up on Sunday?
Oh, man, can't wait for it. Now the place will be rocking. Like, what a special moment to have that Sunday night game. Everybody in the nation is watching us play. Man, that's just a great opportunity to showcase to the world, who the Houston Texans of 2024 will be.
Coach, I like this habit of winning in Indy. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep it going.
Oh, what a habit. Yeah, let's keep it going because they made us miserable for so many years. It took 13 tries to win a game at Indianapolis, and now 3 in a row, and you are 6-5 at Indy. You.
Yeah, me.
Not the team. Yeah, the team is, but numerous coaches and quarterbacks. How about this? The 9-game road AFC South win streak. You've won 9 in a row on the road in the division. You have 4 quarterbacks contributing to this, to that streak. Tyrod Taylor, Davis Mills, Case Keenum, C.J. Stroud. I mean, that feels like O'Brien era stuff right there when you start talking about 4 quarterbacks doing something in a period of time. But anyway, it is what it is. And Keenum won that game last year at Tennessee. Mills, obviously Taylor. Before that, another regime, whatever. What matters is right now that you went up there and we said it. You could not come up with a bigger opener than at Indy, and you took care of that. Check mark, W, on to the next, and 1-0 in the division, 1-0 in the league, and you'll get the Colts here before the end of October. That'll be the earliest you're ever done with the season series with Indy. It's weird not to be playing them in December. That's just really weird. You get Tennessee the last game of the regular season, but it's a great start, and they have things to work on. Nothing like learning while winning. And Joe Mixon, a big part of that winning formula, Johnny, with the 159 yards. He gave credit to the OC after the game, among other things.
Yeah, man. Credit to our guys. Coach Slowick still trusting, believing us. We was out there being physical. We was running downhill, sideways, downhill, doing whatever we need to do to, crease them and make the most of the runs. But, man, shout out to the fullbacks, tight ends, and O-line and receivers, that was blocking, man. Without them, it wouldn't be possible.
They ran for 213 yards. You tell me this. Why is pass protection so difficult on a day where you run for 213? That seemed kind of weird to me.
Yeah, the Colts are pretty good pass rushers. If I'm being honest, they're pretty good pass rushers. So you got Latu. You've never seen him before, and he did some things, and they moved him around. And they ran some different stunts and things, and sometimes some of those things with pass protection can be just all about timing. And so I think that was part of it. They're pretty good. There was one. I think it was the 4th sack. Something was janky from the beginning. I don't know if it was supposed to be a screen, if it was there were 4 Colts in his face, right. And it was like, this is okay. Something was weird. So I think something was off on that play from the beginning. So I don't know what the deal was there. But look, they're pretty good. They're pretty good pass rushers, and so what you've never done before to a DeForest Buckner-led defensive line is just ran the ball down their throat.
Right.
And that's essentially what you did. And to me, that's almost worse for the Colts because, all the talk in Indy had been, okay, they didn't spend any money on free agency. Chris Ballard likes to build from within. That's what he likes to do. He went out and got DeForest, paid him money, re-upped with Grover Stewart. They win on the offense and defensive line. They bully ball you. They run Jonathan Taylor down your throat. They let Quentin Nelson and Ryan Kelly just go hit people and mash. and then the defensive line does the same thing on the other side. That's what they do. It is about the front 7 on defense. It's about the front 5 on offense, and that's how they're going to win games. Everybody else, it's kind of window dressing, but that's how the Colts want to win games. And you took that formula and you completely reversed it, and you put it on them yesterday. And that is, I think, even to me, that's probably the most I don't want to say important thing, but that was the most telling thing to come out of that game. The Colts have one way to win games. Well, they did. But now with Richardson, and here's the thing with Richardson, and it's funny because when we were on the plane, I saw a highlight of his last year's game. The last year at Florida, his first game against Utah, he makes this spinning 2-point conversion, and everybody talked about Anthony Richardson all week long. Look what he can do.
Yeah.
Look what he can do.
He's still out there.
The next week after beating Utah, complete flame out against Kentucky. Pick 6 for Kentucky. Another interception later. The Anthony Richardson experience is from, and we saw it yesterday, from down to down, from series to series, from game to game. He made those magical plays that were just incredible. And I saw one of the Colts.com writers saying, oh, look what he can do. Yeah, that's great what he can do, but now does he do it week in and week out? There's the same thing with CJ as a rookie. Like when we saw him have that game against the Colts, we're like, okay, look what he can do. But then he repeated it all year long, and that had been CJ's MO at Ohio State. He had done that. Let's see if Richardson continues that. And now they get the Packers without Jordan Love. That stinks, but whatever.
Yeah, but Green Bay will be hungry for that one. We'll see how it goes. Let's see, or let's just reflect on this one, because there was a dagger run by Mixon to enable you to kill the clock. But the Texans were in third and 11 before that?
3rd and 11, yeah.
Needed the first down. You're punting back to them. I don't know what's going to happen. Look, maybe they stop Richardson. Maybe Richardson runs for 40 yards. I don't know what happens. I don't want them to have the ball back down 2, because then all that mishmash at the end of the first half comes into play, and we're going to be second-guessing that for weeks. And maybe months, because this is an important game. It's a division game. It counts twice. So at the end of the game, Stroud finds Collins, first down. Amazing catch, Nico. Wow. What a tremendous guy he is. Look, this team has had some good receivers. One just got into the Hall of Fame. Another one will be in the Hall of Fame. He's a little frustrated right now playing somewhere else. And we could name a few others. But he is moving up the charts quickly to occupy the spot right behind those guys. And after that play, after the game, C.J. Stroud talked about it.
Got you. It was huge. I definitely think that we love those type of moments. Like, got to have it, need it right here. And he did a great job of just securing the catch. I try to put in a spot where he can get it. DB kind of played it well. But, they say there's no, what do they say? The defense? No perfect defense for the perfect throw or something like that. That's it right there. But no, kudos to the Colts too. They're a great, well-coached team. They flew around today. They changed up some looks that we didn't think that we're going to get. They made us drive down the field, be methodical. And I feel like when we did that, we look good.
All right.
What he's alluding to is they play a lot more too high. I mean, Gus Bradley is kind of a single high sort of guy, but they decided, look, we're not going to get beat deep, so we're gonna have our safeties, too deep shell, and keep stuff in front for the most part, and then the safeties see run, then they'll scream up and come make tackles, and they did. Nick Cross and Julian Blackmon combined for 27 tackles.
Yeah, they made tackles, but not until Mixon got 6, 7, 8 yards.
That's exactly right.
And thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll take it. So they basically went into the game what I thought they would do, and that was we're gonna force the running game to beat us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact that the Texans then went and did it.
Yeah, that's a headline right there.
Huge feather in their cap at that point. And by the way. That throw on 3rd and 11 is just ridiculous to Nico. I mean, just ridiculous. I got lost. I was on our side. I couldn't see what I just saw him throw the ball, and I saw where Jones was when the ball was thrown, and I started worrying because that's the kind of ball that Jones can step in front and go the other way with, and I was like, ugh. And then I see our guys on the sideline react.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, they're doing this. He's got it. And I was like, he caught that. And then I saw the replay. I'm like, yeah, that's to be expected. They hooked up like that during training camp on a similar like throw, and I was like, wow, man. Because that ball's thrown like 2 yards out of bounds.
He's taken it to another level.
It's ridiculous how he can put that ball in a spot. And he's the only quarterback that I've seen that can put the ball in that. That ball needs to hit the H in Hyundai over there.
Mm-hmm.
He'll hit it.
Yeah.
From 30 yards away. It's unbelievable. And then, like you said, when's the last time that we have 4-minute offense somebody out of a game all the way to the victory formation? Like, are you really?
Just kill the clock
We
on
haven't
them.
done that.
Make them burn those timeouts. Good night, everybody. Drive home safely. Enjoy the shrimp cocktail in downtown Indy. All right, Andre Ware joins us next. How did he see it? Then Indy Kalu a little bit later on, and John McClain at 9:30. It's all happening here on Texans Monday, and it's all presented by the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans, Houston Methodist. HoustonMethodist.org for all the information you need on everything they do for you in the community all around Greater Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Your next celebration starts here at the new David's Bridal. You'll find unforgettable looks, including the world's most luxurious wedding gowns and bridesmaids dresses, plus fun styles for homecoming, date night, prom, and more. Planning your big day? Pearl by David's turns your dreams into reality. It's all things wedding planning all in one app. For 15% off, sign up for emails and texts at davidsbridal.com. Because your next celebration starts at the new David's.
The Texans started off the season with a win in Indy.
Fourth and goal at the 2. Stroud in the gun. Here's the snap. CJ stepping to his left. Throws to the end zone. Caught. Diggs. Touchdown number 2. It's a beauty.
1-0 is everything. So excited to be 1-0 on the next week.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Amity Bank and Milton Frank Plumbing and Cooling work together to put the us in business banking by taking advantage of some serious fraud protection tools. Now it's your turn with your own dedicated Amity banker with banking experience in your industry. Because you're more than a customer, we're more than a bank. And together, we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by keeping a watchful eye on your company's finances. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amity Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
The BMW i4 M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding at a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected. The pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50. Silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Lease a 2024 BMW i4 eDrive 35 for $499 per month. Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com today.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2024 season tickets have sold out. If you're not a Texans season ticket member, why not? Join our priority list for the 2025 season and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll have incredible benefits like front-of-the-line access to 2024 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets, a one-time 15% discount to use at the Texans team shop in NRG Stadium, and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets.
CJ takes the snap, throws right side, caught, Diggs into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. Stroud to Stephon. The Texans take the lead.
Say Stroud to Stephon 5 times fast. I can't believe as that was coming out of my mouth, I was thinking, why did I try this off on the fly?
Right.
Just say Diggs, but it all worked out.
Well, but with Stroud with the D at the end, Stroud to Diggs, that gets kind of tough too.
No, it's not as tough.
CJ to Diggs.
You don't want to throw yourself play-by-play hazards here. Don't throw yourself into a tongue twister on the fly without having rehearsed that first.
Yeah,
I just felt like saying his first name. But that's his first touchdown. He had another one later, other end of the stadium. Weird lighting at Lucas Oil Stadium with the roof open, kind of odd looking on camera, but cool, different. Opening day at Indy, first time ever that you opened the season there. And the Colts were in a pickle, man, because they've got a decade without winning on opening day. The last one they won was 2013, Andrew Luck's second year. Whew. So it's been that long since they've won an opening game of any kind. So that drought continues, and it looks like they got a long way to go here. If they don't win the AFC South this year, they have not won it since 2014. They have not won the division since 2014. Ridiculous when you think about the amount of resources, talent. They had Luck for a number of years. I mean, they've had good quarterbacks through there. I know they've had difficulty solving the quarterback problem, but Phillip Rivers, no slouch there. Matt Ryan, you'd hope he'd have something left. He didn't. Carson Wentz, you'd hope he'd have enough. He didn't. But here they are with Anthony Richardson. All right, moving on to the Bears here, because we'll talk about this game plenty. But moving on to the Bears, we'll talk about Caleb Williams and get Andre's thoughts on that. Andre joins us now. Good morning, Dre. So, yesterday, it was a mixed bag as far as, look, not a perfect performance. Blocked punt, gave up some big plays, but, man, they ran the ball well, and they got the victory on the road. Always tough to do. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It's nice to see when you go out and you sign guys and you have this big anticipation of what you think the team will look like after you sign those guys. And, Diggs played well. Everybody that I thought came in that there were expectations, it just kind of happened. Obviously, Joe Mixon played outstanding. That's something I think that the Texans fans have been waiting on, a running back of that caliber for a long, long time that can just take over games. And he missed a couple of cuts yesterday that would have been even larger runs. But, man, was it fun to watch him go to work yesterday.
Okay, Dre, so you're the defensive coordinator for the Eric Washington for the Chicago Bears. And you sit down with that tape, and you know about C.J. Stroud, and you go into the whiteboard and you say, okay, we have to stop this. What do you think they're thinking about today? They have to stop this when they play us Sunday night.
You gave me a layup, Johnny. It's Joe Mixon. They're going to take away the running game because everything comes off of it. The play action with CJ, all of it, the passing game. If you can stop the run and make a team one-dimensional, you got a shot. But then you're saying, okay, we're going to stop Joe, but then we're going to give you or make you try to win by going to Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, and Nico Collins. It's just, pick your poison with this offense. And it's going to be tough for a lot of defensive coordinators. I'd imagine this morning after a win, and he's trying to celebrate it, whatever the rule is, the 24-hour rule where you get to celebrate. Yeah. And he's sitting there pulling his hair out because, you got this juggernaut of an offense getting ready to play you on Sunday night. So it's that's a tough one for any defensive coordinator. But it would be stopping Joe Mixon because everything if you don't stop him, then it looks like it looks last night in overtime with the Detroit Lions running it right down the face mask of the LA Rams.
All right, I asked Johnny this question. I want to ask you this question. You run for 213 yards. It's fantastic. Everybody involved, O-line, tight ends, receivers, blocking, however you want to define it. And your long run is just 17 yards, and that belonged to Tank Dell. Mixon's longest run was 13, so it was workmanlike and then some. Yet, pass protection was kind of an issue. You know, not a tremendous issue, but it was not that easy for them to protect CJ. Still was able to throw for 234 and a couple of touchdowns. But what about pass protection, Dre? Because if what you're saying is true, they're going to come after Mixon, try to shut the run down. Now you got to throw the football. What do you make of the pass pro?
Well, we've had these conversations before, and we're having it now for obviously the 610 listeners. But you guys know exactly how I feel about training camp and playing in the preseason. And so when you don't, you're going to have false starts. You're going to have times in pass protection that are just not there because the offensive line hadn't played together as a whole. And so you've got it. That's like fingers in a glove working together. Those five guys are the most important guys on the team because nothing goes if it's not working up front. And so when you have a tremendous amount of reps together, you can't just go from 0 to 100, not in my mind. And so you have to go through training camp. You have to see it in a game so that you're working in sync. You're picking up things together. The cuts by Joe Mixon, if he's done that before and plenty of times, those are big runs. Those turn into from a 13-yard run to a 30-yard run or whatever it is. And that's just my belief. You just have to play football, and it's a repetition game. Learning plays is repetitions. And so when you don't have a number of reps, then you're going to have the mishaps in pass protection as well as some penalties or pre-snap penalties.
Dre, we've had the fortunate opportunity here in Houston. Mark mentioned this earlier. Andre Johnson goes in the Hall of Fame. We've seen DeAndre Hopkins. And now we're seeing Nico Collins do things that, to reach the level of Andre and DeAndre is not there yet. But we're seeing number 12 do things week in and week out. Like, dang. He just ran by Juju Brents and Nick Cross again. He makes the catch on the sidelines. What are we seeing, in your opinion? What are we seeing every week with Nico Collins, 6 for 117? And how about the last 3 games against the Indianapolis Colts? A combined 22 catches for 458 and 2 touchdowns. What are we seeing in Nico Collins, Dre?
I think Nico's coming into his own. I think Nico is a tremendous competitor, and not just against the other team. I think he competes against the other receivers that are on the team, and just from a size standpoint, he can take advantage of a lot of defensive backs. He's 6'4". He's probably somewhere around 215, and he just looks like, it's how you would chisel a wide receiver. At least that's how I would chisel one. And so the speed, the combination of speed and strength is just, you don't find it a lot. And so now he's coming to his own. I think he took it a little bit personal that, he likes Diggs in the building, obviously, and they all get along. But there's a competition there inside the receiver room of who's going to be the number one guy. And so he felt like that was him last year, that he turned the corner, and now it's hey, I'll just show you on the field. And that's exactly what he did yesterday on, 7 catches or so, and he goes over 100. I said it last year. He deserves about 12 targets a game. And you give him that, and he comes away with 7 or so receptions on those 12 targets, you're going to have a big day from Nico Collins.
Okay, I want to read this tweet to both of you guys.
All right.
And I want your reaction. Okay?
Yeah.
Hard not to be ecstatic about the prospects of this Colts offense. If Anthony Richardson can get to average starting quarterback accuracy, they're a top 3 offense in the NFL. Both of you react.
Dre, you go first. Who tweeted that, by the way?
Mike Renner.
Okay.
Does some draft
and
stuff.
They did what they did yesterday without Josh Downs. So if he's 50% yesterday, who knows what happens. If he doesn't throw the pick, yesterday. Who knows what he's going to be a load, and he's going to be something that we're going to have to deal with for a very, very, very long period of time. He's a talented young man. I was just telling a buddy this morning that he's 6'4", 245, but when he pulls it down, he runs like he's 5'11". He runs like he's Joe Mixon almost, with the quickness, the speed, the power. He's going to be a load. Now the accuracy, because right now he's a young player at quarterback, hadn't started a bunch of games. I think Seth said he started 18 games since high school. And so he wants to throw everything 100 miles an hour and show off his arm. But there are times when you need to dial it back to 85, throw the changeup every once in a while. Throw the curveball every once in a while, using a baseball analogy. Everything, you can't just sit there and throw it 100 miles an hour, or you're going to be on somebody's operating table getting Tommy John. It's the accuracy, and that's the equivalent of the accuracy never coming and him not being a better than 50% passer. It's there. The talent's there. It's just got to be coached out of him, and over time, I think he's going to learn those things and become a very, very viable NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I totally agree. I left the building thinking this guy is a terror because you did everything you did, and his numbers don't look good except for those 3 catches. Well, the except for those is a big deal, and he is going to be really great if he gets better. He's got to improve. And guys don't always improve. They don't always take that necessary step, those steps, those measures to improve their game. Josh Allen is a good example. Has a howitzer and can run like the wind. And he's big, kind of like Richardson, right, in a different way. But he got better. He got better throwing the football. Richardson's got to get better throwing the football because everything the Texans did yesterday – Go ahead.
He got better in a hurry. It was like 1 year it was what you just described, and then the next year it was like, whoa, where did this come from? And it's because he spent the offseason watching tape, watching guys, throw with different velocities and how touch came to his game, because he's got a big arm as well. And so now he's added the touch element to it where he doesn't have to knock guys over. He gives everybody a chance to catch it. And when you learn that, man, you become dangerous if you've got all the other stuff.
Man, speaking of getting better, Dre, Stroud, we can never take this for granted. How well he did last year, how good he looked yesterday, despite not having great protection in spots and still making those throws. And you look around the league, you see, look, it's tough for these rookie quarterbacks to come out guns blazing. I mean, Caleb Williams, who we'll see on Sunday, did not have a great game, but they still won the game. Their defense was so good. He threw for under 100 yards. You look at Bo Nix. You look at Jaden Daniels. It's tough. But here's C.J. Stroud, year 2, already looks like a polished multi-year veteran.
Yeah, I think he plays with a chip on his shoulder because wasn't a number 1 overall pick. And, that means something. That you keep that in your back pocket at all times, and you just kind of remind yourself that, there's a guy that went before you. And so I couldn't take my eyes off CJ yesterday in pregame. I was sitting there and I was jotting notes and stuff that I was going to take back to Z about, how you have to get your body ready to go perform. You can't just get out of the car and go to the baseball diamond and just start playing. There's a kind of a strategy that goes into it. I mean, he's swinging like what would be the equivalent of a golf club, shooting a basketball. I mean, it's all been documented. But to see it play out, I felt like I was watching Steph Curry in pregame is what it was to me as a football junkie. And so I couldn't stop watching it. I'm taking notes, hoping that I don't forget something along the way. It's if you want to see something special, get there early enough to watch C.J. Stroud go through his routine to get himself ready to go have success on Sundays or on game day. It's tremendous.
Yeah, it's really cool to watch, and there's no doubt. Dre, what game do you have Friday? You had a slobber knocker of one on Friday night with SMU and BYU. What do you got this Friday?
I had an old school defensive battle on Friday, and BYU came out on that. I'll travel to Kansas City this week, and it's UNLV coming into to Kansas to face the Jayhawks, which that should be a really good game. Barry Odom has got UNLV really playing well. They won a bunch of games last year. That hadn't happened in Vegas in a long, long time. And I can't really understand why that program hasn't taken off. Why can't the basketball program get back to the days of the Running Rebels? I mean, it's Vegas, and it's this era of in time that everybody likes glitz and glamour, and kids would be, I think, moved by, impressed by going there on a visit, and it'd be easier to sign guys to that program. But he's done a great job. That should be a really good game on Friday night for fans to watch on ESPN.
All right, well, have a great call there, and look forward to seeing you Sunday for SNF, Sunday Night Football. Carrie Underwood, she will not be in the building, but she'll be on TV.
Isn't it tremendous, before I let you guys go, isn't it tremendous that we can't wait for the next one?
Yeah,
we haven't really put this one to bed yet, and
Right.
You can't wait for the next one. It's a good time to be a Texan. It's a good time to be a Texans fan.
Outstanding. Thanks a lot, Dre.
Thanks,
There's
guys.
Andre Ware. All right, let's get to Kailin Bullock. What did he have to say after the game? His first career pick, and could not have happened at a better time. Actually, there were other times where we could have used picks, but that was the one yesterday. Got a big takeaway, part of the performance in a 29-27 victory over Indy to go to 1-0. Set the Colts down a peg early and take it from there with the Bears Sunday night. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card, and will be featured on the video board.
best game day experience available.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Empty backfield on 2nd and long. Richardson to throw. He's got time. He throws to his left. Intercepted inside the 10-yard line. Kailin Bullock with the pick, and the Texans have the rock.
Oh, that was nice. Yeah, Richardson is going to have to clean it up, and I hope he doesn't, because we're going to be around him for a while. Drafted in the same class as C.J. Stroud, but drafted in this past year's class, Kailin Bullock with that interception. Hard not to notice him during camp. And in the locker room, hard not to notice a happy Texans locker room after a victory, and Johnny Harris catching up with Kailin Bullock, the rookie from USC.
All right, standing in victorious locker room yet again in Indianapolis. I'm standing next to rookie Kailin Bullock. How's it feel? First NFL regular season game, first win. How's it feel to get one up here against Colts?
It feel good. I know the work we put in this week. We know what type of game we was coming into. We know we was coming into a battle, and we came out strong and we finished strong. So it felt good to just go out there and go to war with my brothers and have fun.
You had fun on that interception. Take me through what you saw in the interception. Get that big pick down in the red zone.
Really just me reading the quarterback and me over the top helping my brothers. And I just, broke on the ball and, had to make it worth it.
What did you do after the interception? Did you go with the cellar? What'd you do? Did you know what to do after the pick?
I tried to get up and start running, but somebody grabbed me. And then I just celebrated with my brothers, my DBs. Went to the end zone. We took some pictures. It felt good. First one.
You contributed in a big, big way. You've been doing that throughout training camp preseason. You never looked like the moment was too big for you. It feels like you just fit right in. Is that kind of the way you've seen it thus far, Kailin?
Yes, I seen it just like that. I just appreciate my teammates believing in me and all the coaches believing in me and believing in my ability, so they know they put me in position to be successful to help the team out.
And I got to ask you this. Offensively, I know you're on the sidelines, you're with your defensive guys, but you're watching Joe just grind it out. You're watching Steph and Nico and Tank make big plays, CJ with the big throw. What's it like knowing, hey, even if I make a mistake, I got those guys on offense that got my back?
It feel good, because I know what them boys put in on the other side, like you just named. We got some dogs on the other side, so I know if we mess up, they're going to come back and score a touchdown for us and have our back.
I know it's a big win against the Colts, but I'm already looking ahead. Sunday night at NRG for the first time in 5 years. What's it going to be like to play in front of the home folks on Sunday night?
It's going to be fun. I know the crowd going to be rocking. I know everybody going to come out and see us play. First opening game, I know we're going to go out there and have fun and put it on film.
Kailin Bullock, congratulations. Win number 1 of many in your career, my man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
He's happy. Why not be happy? Yeah. And Murray started at safety with Jimmy Ward, Petrie playing the nickel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bullock got in there. Nice little rotation. Look, they have some options back there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got to keep everybody healthy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of Lassiter at game 1?
I knew they would. We talked about it. Dre mentioned it during the broadcast. We talked about it at dinner. Like, eventually they're going to go over there. But I felt like it took too long for them to even kind of go over there.
Yeah.
I thought he was pretty solid. He had that one. I mean, it was illegal hands. But
yeah, but that was good. I thought for a moment it was going to be spot foul PI or something. And I thought, no. Yeah. But it was only a 5-yarder. And look, I think you don't want to get it. But
I think he's going to get better and better. But I do think that the Bears will. But then again, I don't know. I don't know if I want to challenge Stingley, but I'll give the Colts credit. They used a rope-a-dope on Stingley like I've never seen.
With A.D. Mitchell?
Yeah, so on the throw that he missed Mitchell on, you see Anthony Richardson doing some sort of hand signal.
Yeah.
And Mitchell is looking at him like he doesn't know what is going on. He just is looking at him like, what? And you can see him like right at the snap, like almost put his hands up like, what? What? So then he kind of just lazily runs kind of off the line. And I guess Sting thought, he's, when he's doing this hand signal, like,
he doesn't know the route.
He doesn't know the route. I'm just going to jump this route, and I'll take one to the house. Meanwhile, Mitchell takes off. That was totally planned.
But Richardson
that was pure
him.
rope-a-dope, and he overthrew. Because I see Sting break. It's right in front of me, and Sting breaks, and Mitchell goes. I'm like, oh no! And then he overshot him. So back to Mike Renner's tweet that we talked about. Here's the difference, though. When you have to put the word if he will be more accurate, if he will be more accurate, guess who we don't have to say if about? Number 7 in our locker room.
Isn't if the most important and well-placed?
If I were 6'9", I'd dunk on people in the NBA.
If is the most needed word in sports talk radio. It is just it. In sports talk.
It's such the qualifier for everything. It's
the big disclaimer. Well, if this happens, then that's got to happen.
Yeah.
How do you make that thing happen?
You know what I did after the game, which I probably shouldn't do, and I was texting you guys. I was like, if Richardson had not hit those 2 deep balls, he was 7 for 17 for 99 yards. The fact is, he did hit those. He did hit him.
See, I love Dom Capers, but he used to do stuff like that. Well, if you take out those 3 big plays,
you only had 27 yards.
I'm like, but coach, they
gave
did
him
that
up.
to you.
Exactly.
But I get it because you're thinking, okay, we do these things well. We got dinged badly here.
Mm-hmm.
You got to clean that up. So, you take out those throws, sure. That throw to Doolin was a laser.
Ooh, that was a rope.
A laser. It was. I mean, you see him step out and then just flame. I mean, look, during the game, I saw it, saw the replay in the booth. There's just something about when I'm in my living room later that night and I watch everything on the big screen and I'm just relaxed and watching it. Yeah. I just was blown away by that one. And the one to Pierce, like you mentioned earlier, 65 yards in the air. My goodness.
Just so, that ball's in the air for so long.
It's impressive, but he's not the surgeon that our guy is, who has different speeds on the ball. When he has to throw it flaming hot, he can do it. When he has to take something off, he can do it. Like Dre said, he's got all the pitches that you'd want.
It just hit me who he is.
Who?
He's Greg Maddux.
Stroud?
Yeah.
He's got a better fastball than Maddux.
Yeah. He does have a better fastball. But Greg Maddux could tell you where every single pitch was going to go.
And he was smart as a fox.
And he could remember. I just saw a tweet the other day where Greg Maddux was
I saw that.
Did you see that with Bagwell?
Yeah. And they're talking about, like, I'm setting this up for later. Yeah.
That
it was really good.
That, to me, is the way that I think CJ thinks about the game.
Like,
I see Greg Maddux. Now, his fastball's better. You're right, because he can rip it when he needs to. Yeah. When CJ needs to really just let one go. But I used to think this about Andrew Luck, too. Like, I felt like Andrew Luck was kind of the same way in a sense that Andrew you never saw the 99-mile-an-hour fastball until you had to.
Unless you needed it.
He would throw that catchable ball, but when he needed to rip it, it came out of his hand. I think CJ's kind of the same way.
He's so fantastic, Andrew Luck. I'm so glad we're living in a world where he retired. I am just happy about that almost every day of my life. And no offense to him, I'm sure he's happy.
Oh, yeah, it's great. Here's the one thing you and I talked about so my first year on the sideline was 2014.
Right.
Indianapolis, we have faced a different starting quarterback every single trip to Indianapolis. 14 Luck, 15 Hasselbeck, 16 Luck, 17 Brissett, 18 Luck, 19 Brissett, 20 Rivers, 21 Wentz, 22 was Ellinger, 23 was Minshew, 24 is Richardson. 11, not 11, different
Is that a problem for them a little bit?
I would think so, but they think they got their guy. They think they've got their guy, and that's great. But it's the big if that accuracy can come along.
Right.
Because, again, what he ran on us. Now, we didn't take a bunch of shots, hitting him. We had 2 sacks. He carried it, 6 times, I think it was. Was it 6 times? Yeah, 6 times. So he got hit. That's eventually going to take a toll.
It is. But Johnny, if you're them this morning, you're thinking, okay, the Texans are supposed to be really good, and we lost to them by 2.
Right.
And we scored 27 points, and we didn't even play that well, and we still were right there with them. If I'm them, that's how I'm going to think of it, and let's clean ourselves up in royal blue and figure it out from here. Who do they have next week? We'll figure it out. They've got the Packers without Jordan Love. They've got it up here. Yeah. Let's see how it goes. Andy Kalu joins us next. John McClain, 9:30. It's Texans Monday.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
CJ with the toss to Mixon, running left, and he's in! Touchdown, Houston! Joe Mixon, 3-yard TD run.
I like the end zone dance, too. Love it.
I don't know if you brought this up or Dre did. I think you brought it up, Johnny. We just ran a toss sweep and could have run for miles on the toss sweep.
Yeah.
And that was something a little bit different.
Yeah, when have we done that?
That was good. That was good. Tried to do it numerous times in life, but achieved it with these guys and Joe Mixon. Andy Kalu joins us now on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. Great to catch up with Andy, as always. Texans preseason TV color commentator, hosts the Tuesday night program. Andy, nice job. A squeaker, a pressure cooker. It turned into that. Couldn't keep a 2-score lead, but got the job done. 2-point win. It feels good. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. A win is a win in the NFL. I'll take it because it's one of the toughest things to do, just winning the NFL. You look around the league, Jackson, Miami, I think that was a 3-4 point difference. New England, Cincinnati, less than a touchdown. So it's not an SEC team going against an FCS team. This is the NFL. You're on the road. You're playing against a big unknown in Anthony Richardson. I just thought, that was a great day for the Texans.
Andy, as a trenches guy that you are, how fulfilling was it to see the Houston Texans offensive line take over the game, especially in the second half?
And when you talk about blocking and the run, when you talk to any offensive lineman and you ask them, what do you prefer, run block or pass block? They're going to look at you like you're nuts. It's like we like to run block because it's an attitude, it's a culture setter. And to see them dominate with their run blocks, that was a question mark. During the preseason, we just didn't know what we were going to get out of the offensive line when it comes to run blocking. And for Joe Mixon to have the day that he had, obviously you have to credit Joe Mixon. But when you have any running back, I don't care how great they are, rush for close to 160 yards, average over 5 yards a carry, you better be looking at those big boys up front. And I thought they did an awesome job, with the run blocking schemes.
Andy, how about this? We talk about defensive tackles, offseason. Oh, you don't have Ridgeway, don't have Rankins, no Malik Collins. You bring in Foley Fatukasi, Mario Edwards. Those guys end up with sacks. The DT's getting the job done up the middle, and I know it's a community effort there. You got the defensive ends occupying people and doing what they do as well. But that was kind of cool to see those guys get sacks.
No, that was really cool. Like, if you would have told me before the game, hey, the D-line is going to get 2 sacks between 2 players, I think, okay, Danielle Hunter's going to get 1 and Will Anderson's going to get the other. But to get it from your 3 techniques with Foley and Mario Edwards, like you mentioned, that's a nice surprise, especially because as the season goes on, Will Anderson, Hunter, they're going to get there. So to show that you have that much activity up the middle, it's refreshing.
Andy, one of the things you and I talked about plenty on the broadcast in preseason was, as we got to the regular season, man, how was the spread going to go? Who's going to get more targets? Who's going to get, the targets in this game? Who's going to get the targets in that game? Was it going to be Diggs, or was one guy going to stand out as being kind of wide receiver 1, and then the other were just going to kind of be the backup band? And if yesterday was any indication, it kind of felt like, hey, we're going to spread it out just like we thought they would, like CJ was going to. And he did yesterday. Everybody getting touches. Tank getting the reverse. I think both Nico and Steph had 6 catches each. Tank had a few, 1 for a first down. Was yesterday, in your mind, kind of the way that you thought it would go, with the big 3 at wide receiver just getting everybody touches throughout a game?
It's not the way I thought it would go. It's the way I hoped it would go. And when you have a quarterback like C.J. Stroud, not too many guys can keep a wide receiver room that's that talented happy. And just like you mentioned, I mean, I forgot who it was, but I know I was looking after the game, and the receivers were targeted 6, 7, 8 times. Like Stephon Diggs had 6 targets, Tank Dell had 7, and Nico Collins had 8. Like, that's spreading the ball around, and that's keeping those guys happy. Then Nico Collins didn't get a touchdown, but he gets over the century mark, so that's going to make any wide receiver happy. Stephon Diggs didn't have the big yards, but he had 2 touchdowns. touchdowns. So, that's going to keep the pacifier in his mouth for one more week. And when I say him, I'm talking about any wide receiver because they all want the ball. And then you have to credit the offensive coordinator because Tank Dell, he had 3 catches, but they also utilized him in the run game with 2 or 3 carries. So, you're keeping – and it's not just about keeping guys happy. This isn't youth football where everyone's supposed to get a shot. It's about utilizing your talent and making your next week's defensive opponent have to study more plays, because now when the Bears are looking at film, they're not just looking at Nico Collins. Now they're looking like, you remember what they did with Tank Dell or Stephon Diggs? You're always going to have to prepare for a guy like that. So I just really like how they're spreading the ball around and they're making it tougher for defenses to get ready to prepare for them.
And I want to talk about special teams, which is rare for me, but let's do it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Take my temperature. Well, Kaimi Fairbairn, let's have a little shout-out for him. I mentioned him in the Vanderblock. He hits 3 from 50-plus, right? So
he and Chris Boswell made history yesterday. Do you know this? Boswell hit 3 50s. It's the only time, I think he said it's the only time in NFL history that 2 kickers made 3 50-plus yard field goals on the same regular season game day.
It's rare. And I don't know if you were on the team. I don't think you were on the team when Chris Brown hit 3 from beyond 50. He was Special Teams Player of the Week. He had 2 54-yarders and a 57-yarder to win the game against the Miami Dolphins. No, that was 06 when Brownie did that. Either 06 or 07.
No,
I should have this right.
I was there with Get Your Roll On quarterback. Dante Culpepper was the quarterback, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. Beating the Dolphins that day was 07. It was 3 from beyond 50. Anyway, Fairbairn does that. That was cool. They have the punt blocked. Their net punt is terrible right now. It is 28 yards because that block is going to factor in. But you tell me this. When other teams see that, they all want to come after the punter and try to get a block. But once it's shown, then is there blood in the water? How is that going to go better next week? I assume they're going to correct it. They're a really good special teams unit. They had a bad moment. Your thoughts?
It's kind of like flying the airlines after you had a plane malfunction is going to be the safest flight because you know that they're really going to make sure they don't have that same issue. You best believe that the special teams coordinators, the special teams, they're going to find out where their leak was, and they're going to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So, yes, the Chicago Bears are going to say, okay, this was the weak spot. I don't know if it came through the A gap or B gap, so we're going to try to run some kind of line stunt to expose it. But all week, the Texans are going to make sure they secure it. I will say this, credit them, because I don't know what the stat is, but I remember when I played in Philadelphia and Coach Andy Reid was really big on emphasizing punt blocks, because he said there's this ridiculous number where it's leaning to the favor of the team that gets the punt block. They just always win the game. So for the Texans to give up a block punt and still get out of there with the victory, you have to credit them and their special teams. And I'm with you, Kaimi Fairbairn. I never talked special teams. Even when you brought up Chris Brown, I was on the team, and I probably didn't even realize what was going on because I was just like, whatever, kicker's supposed to, make the field goal. But now as a fan watching, you do have an appreciation for guys that could consistently put 3 points on the board, especially when you look at the scores. And a lot of these scores, whoever's winning is winning by 2, 3, 4 points.
And the Bears blocked a punt and returned it for a touchdown. So they got to be in their P's and Q's. And Richard Hightower, he's a special teams coach with the Bears.
Richard Hightower,
somebody
former
you know well.
marketing intern here with the Houston Texans.
That's exactly
and he's
right.
special teams coordinator for the Bears. He was with the 49ers in the same role. And good for him, man. That's a great success story. We should all follow that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. Indy, Sunday night game, I don't want to say it throws you off your routine, but it does a little bit, especially last year because we had all noon games. Now all of a sudden you've got a night game, Sunday night. You got kind of all day to hang out in the hotel before you come over to the stadium. But then you get that electric environment here at NRG. It's the first Sunday night game in 5 years. What's that kind of like for a player to kind of sit in that hotel 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, when your body is usually, okay, I'm getting ready for the game at noon, and then all of a sudden you got to wait for 7, but then you walk in and you just see that environment. What's that like for a player?
You know, it is good and bad, and I'm glad you brought it up because you can ask 5 different players and just get different answers across the board. I know a lot of guys that I asked and just myself, I liked playing at 12 because you're so anxious, you're so excited, and you're kind of like a kid in a candy store, but they say don't touch the candy for 8 hours. So you're just sitting there just looking around and, wanting to get it going. So, but then when you step out there knowing that this is the only game on in this country, like if you're a football fan, you're watching what I'm doing, it kind of reignites the adrenaline and you get excited even though you've been waiting all day. So yeah, it's tough to wait around. And coaches always tell you don't spend too much time, too much energy watching the other games because you want to keep the adrenaline up and you want to keep the emotions down while you're waiting around. So that part's tough. But then when you step on the field, the lights are on, and not only are you playing in front of a packed house, but literally any and everybody that's a football fan is watching that game. It's pretty special.
And the C.J. Stroud appreciation question here. Life with a franchise quarterback. He does what he's supposed to do, which is play great, and he did yesterday. I know there was some pressure on him. He handled it well. He was sacked 4 times. You come away with the victory. Makes the huge throw on 3rd and 11 to Nico Collins, an absolute dart and a great catch by Collins to move the sticks and keep you going in an effort to drain the clock. All of what he did. What are we watching here? I mean, this guy has a historic rookie season, off to a great start in year 2. Thoughts?
I'm glad you brought up that play because even though you kind of stole my thunder, that 3rd and 11 to Nico Collins, I don't think people really realize the significance of that throw. Like, to sit back there, it's 3rd and 11 and Nico was covered. He was covered, and when you look at the relation where he was to the sideline, for the quarterback to say, oh, there he goes, I'm going to throw it, like seeing the coverage and the sideline, I'm like, first of all, who does that? And then to actually make the perfect pass, and again, a great, great, great catch by Nico Collins. But if you want to know what you have in a quarterback and you can only show one play, I think that's the play that you show. Because if I'm a coach, I'm like, no, don't throw that. Then I'm like, oh, okay, well, throw it if that's exactly where you're going to put the ball, where no one else can get to it except for Nico Collins and still stay in bounds. That's the trust that he has in his wide receivers. That's the trust that he has in his accuracy. And it's just the trust that he has in himself and his teammates and his coaches. I thought that play, I had to rewind it multiple times because it was such a great throw and great catch. But I think that's the one play that lets you know that you have a top 5 quarterback in this game. And I'll say this, when you look at what Dak Prescott got, just be ready for multiple banks to have to open up their safes and vaults, because if Dak Prescott is worth $240 million over 4 years, then C.J. Stroud is going to be asking and should receive over $300 million when it's time to pay him.
Yeah, well, Deshaun Watson makes $230, so maybe it's all not comparable, I guess, Andy. No, I'm just joking.
Well
anyways, what's your concern level, Andy, with the explosives the Texans gave up? Do you chalk that up to first game kind of mystery stuff, Anthony Richardson being just a freakazoid, or do you think that could end up being a concern, the Texans giving up those explosive plays as they did yesterday?
Great point and question. As a fan, I'm like, they'll get it fixed, but they better be, in the lab right now on the whiteboard, because one of the notes I had after the game, I talked about how they shut down Jonathan Taylor. He averaged only 3 yards. He had less than 50 yards rushing on the day. So I thought the defense stepped up big against the run, but you can't have those explosive plays. I mean, that's something that you preach all week. Even you could throw the block punt in there when you talk about explosive plays and obviously the huge receptions. That's definitely something that they're going to watch. They're going to find out where the missed assignment was, because it's not just somebody getting beat one-on-one. Those are what we call MAs, missed assignments. There's another acronym, but basically MEs, right? MEs also.
Mental errors?
Missed assignment. Mental errors. Thank you, Mark. Mental errors. I don't think those are just guys getting beat. That's where I have a little bit of comfort, knowing that, okay, this isn't just I don't have a guy that can physically do it. It's just, let's make sure they know where they're supposed to be and when they're supposed to be there.
Indeed, Jonathan Taylor comes in averaging 135 yards a game against the Texans. He's not Derrick Henry, but he's close, and he becomes public enemy number one in the AFC South, with Henry leaving the division. Yesterday, they hold him to 48 yards, 3 per carry. What's different? What did they do?
It's a mentality. I mean, Jonathan Taylor looked like Joy Taylor, the female ESPN reporter out there, because this defense was just humming and bringing it. And I don't even think that it's all about it's because their technique has changed and it's because the linebackers are filling gaps. Defense in the NFL is similar to defense in the NBA. A lot of it is just mentality. It's just a mentality, and you're seeing the DeMeco Ryans effect rub off on these defensive players. And to tell you the truth, Mark, I just think that they took a certain passion, a certain, they challenged themselves, and they know that, look, we're not going to be a team that you can run all over.
Now, Anthony Richardson was close to being a rookie. He'd only started 4 times last year. Indeed, Caleb Williams is a rookie, and we know he can do some great things out of the pocket. He did struggle against the Titans, and I would imagine the Bears will try and tighten some of that up for the game on Sunday. But when you faced a rookie or a young quarterback that's had very few starts, very inexperienced, as a defensive lineman and just a defense overall, how did you guys attack it, and how do you think they'll attack Caleb Williams on Sunday night?
When I was with the late, great Jim Johnson, may his beautiful soul rest in peace, it's second to maybe Dick LeBeau when you talk about defensive minds in the NFL. Anytime we faced a rookie, a young, inexperienced quarterback, regardless of how great they were in college, he would blitz, and more blitz. He would say, they're going to have to prove to me that they could read these defenses, understand where the blitz is coming from. And he'll say it many times at practice when we run a certain play, because you're always, anytime you blitz, and John knows this, Mark, you know it, you're leaving somebody open. And Jim will say, you know what, if he makes this pass, then more power to him. Pat him on the back. That's on us. So I think you just get aggressive with the blitz. And I'm not saying you do it for 4 quarters and let him pick you apart. You'll know real soon if he's understanding what's going on. But I think you put all the pressure on him between the ears and just start sending as many people, especially when you have a guy like Jalen Petrie, some of these DBs that you have coming off the edge, these nickels, you just send your fast guys after him.
This early in the season, this is my last one for you. Coming in on a Monday after a win, yeah, it's great coming in on a Monday after a win. But I always say this, win or lose, you got to get right to the next game. There's no question that you have to fully focus. The coaches are locked in, and they're probably upstairs right now talking about, we got to do this, we got to do that. They want to go over all the improvements they need to make. But what's that like as a player early on in the season? There's no see you Wednesday just yet. You are early in it still.
No, 100%. And these players, they're pros. To make it to the NFL, you have to be somewhat of a professional. They enjoyed it last night. They enjoyed it on the plane ride home. They're going to enjoy a little bit of it this morning. But just like you said, the coaches, I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a handful of coaches actually watching film when they got back at some crazy hour, back to Houston. So no, they're definitely thinking all about the Chicago Bears right now and trying to make sure that that young quarterback doesn't get comfortable against the Houston Texans.
All right, ND. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate the time as always.
Oh, ND.
Wait, what?
Hey,
what?
Hey, Season 8. Did you see Season 8 of our show is back up and running?
Wait, what's your show?
I was on the elliptical, and I was going to text you, and I said, you know what, John's all about football right now. I'm not even going to bother him. But I've already saw the first episode.
Okay, yeah, good. I've got it loaded on my iPad, but I haven't seen it yet. Selling Sunset. It's our favorite.
Selling
Sunset. Yeah, it's
HGTV?
It's our real estate love, and that's how we connected on this. But it's out in LA, so you see all the great houses that are out in LA, like in my wife's neighborhood and everything.
Right.
And so, but then there's total drama. So it's like Real Housewives meets Real Estate Central, put it together.
They have drama in it.
Yeah.
Why don't they have Selling Sugarland where I live, okay? We could do that. Develop that program. Come on.
Selling Sugarland? And it's offshoot, Selling the Heights, Selling Montrose. You could do that.
How about a show about the long commute getting out of Siena when you're buried deep in Siena? Yeah, that's going to be tough.
With that.
Okay, but we appreciate them listening to the radio while they're struggling through that. All right, ND, thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up tomorrow for the Texans All Access Players Edition program.
Sounds good. See y'all tomorrow. Thanks.
All right. ND Kalu joining us every Texans Monday. John McClain is coming up. Before we get to the general, while the Texans were beating Indianapolis, we were monitoring the Bears and Titans game for various reasons, because the Bears are the next opponent and the Titans are a team you're going to play twice, and the Titans coughed that one up badly. And the Jags coughed one up against the Dolphins, too.
Yeah, both of them lost. I don't know if the Titans lost a 14-point lead. I know the
was it 17-0?
It might have been. One of them was 17-0.
I think it was the Titans-Bears.
So it was 17-16. There's 7:45 on the clock. 3rd and 6. Titans have the ball. They're up 1.
Yeah.
You just can't make a mistake. You can't make a mistake. Just let your defense is playing well.
Right.
Just punt the ball and play defense.
And just take your lumps that way. You know, if you lose that way, you lose that way. Don't force something.
Force the rookie quarterback to have to go the distance on you, because you're kind of around. I think you're right around the 40-yard line. So you're in your midfield. Will Levis is getting sacked, and he literally flips it like he's running an option. He flips it, backhanded downfield. Tyreek Stevenson catches it in the air, books it for a pick 6. They get to 2. They go up 24-17. Then he throws another pick to end the game.
Is that defense really good? Look, they had some good games last year, and they were statistically good.
It's a good defense. Yeah, it's a good defense. But that said, I think it's going to be trouble for them against this, because the Titans' offense is going to push you like ours will.
Right.
But you got Montez Sweat off the edge. You know, Booker's a good rusher. You know, we'll talk more about it. Nick will give us the breakdown, of course. But linebackers, you know, Terrell Edmonds, very, very good linebacker. Tremaine Edmonds. And then the secondary is good. Secondary is really good, but they haven't seen this. Yeah. So, and that's the other thing, too, when you face a team every 4 years. Last time, we faced the Bears a couple of years ago, but even from a couple of years ago, the Bears are totally different.
Totally different.
Totally and completely different. Yeah. So we'll see what they do with Kailin.
That was Fields, Roquan Smith, all of that.
Oh, Roquan. Thank God we're not seeing him till Christmas Day.
Yeah. And, you know, that trade, I have to monitor what they did with those picks. Look, the Bears, they've acquired a lot of picks. They traded Roquan Smith. They traded, obviously, the number 1 pick to the Carolina Panthers. How's that working out?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that's rough to watch.
Rough.
Johnny, this is going to be a shock to you. I felt bad for another team. I don't usually feel bad for other teams.
I do too.
I felt bad for the Panthers. I legit did. I'm thinking, oh, that's awful. But you know what's kind of cool about New Orleans? You got Clint Kubiak as the OC and Derek Carr. So you have Gary's son and David's brother, because they combine again. Now, Gary only had 1 year with David Carr, and obviously if it went better, there would have been more years with David Carr, but there's that Kubiak-Carr connection.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw this. I had this popped up on my timeline, but I guess one of the Panthers DBs was talking trash. It was like 37-10 at the time.
What?
And some Panthers DB was talking trash, and he's kind of looking at Derek Carr, and Carr's like, he's kind of stuck behind an offensive lineman as he's talking to him, and then he kind of peeks out, and you just see him flash a 3. He's like basically telling him he had thrown for 3 touchdowns at that point. Oh, and so he's telling him, I've already lit you up for 3 touchdowns at 37-10 at scoreboard. What are you talking trash for?
Right.
Like, what are you doing? It could be a very long, brutally long year.
Can't fire the coach. Just hired him.
No, Dave Tepper can do whatever he wants, and that's the scary part.
Yeah,
that's the scary,
Bill Belichick,
scary part.
He wouldn't want that job anyway.
No, not unless Tepper stepped down or did something different. There's no way.
There's no chance. And as we say that, watch it happen anyway. It's the NFL.
That's
John McClain knows all about this stuff. We're going to talk to him next about the victory, week 2, the rest of the league. Let's get to the general next here on Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
When you need
need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices. Plus, extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with points. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Gear up for college football, H-Town, because a rival showdown is coming to NRG Stadium for the first time since 2011. Get your tickets now to secure your seats in the stands on Saturday, September 28th at 2 p.m. as the Sam Houston Bearcats and the Texas State Bobcats go head-to-head on the NRG Stadium turf. You can even get discounted group ticket opportunities and enjoy game day together with 10 or more of your friends and family. Don't miss this Texas-sized matchup. Visit lsse.net for tickets and suites information now.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Okay, it's football season, and you know what that means. It's time to light up a new grill from Texas Star Grill Shop. Save hundreds on the full lineup of Traeger wood pellet grills. I've got one. Build the quality outdoor kitchen you've always wanted at a great price. They now have 4 locations to better serve the
Now, back to Texans Monday.
CJ looking. CJ guns long down the left side. Nico Collins down there, and he's got the catch inside the 15 down to the 12. Double coverage. Doesn't matter. Big play to Collins. Wow.
And you see still photos. Zach, our team photographer, took one. I saw another one from a USA Today photographer. Click, 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 click. You know, they have those cameras. They're basically film cameras, almost film cameras, but the shutter speed is incredible. Like, they just take a bunch and then get the best one, but you got to be focused and all of that. Zach took an amazing one that I put on my Twitter feed, at Texans Voice, my X feed. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time to get used to saying X. Sorry.
I got to change it
Don't
back.
get me started.
You can change it back.
Just change it back. It was an iconic brand. You could still be who you are, what you are, all of it. Be good. But you know what? Keep the name. Anyway, that's my thought on today. Everyone thought Facebook was going to change their name to Meta, and they didn't do it. The company name is Meta, but it's still called Facebook, the platform. Anyway, that was an amazing catch. He's got 2 guys on him. Nico hangs on. Nico, elite receiver. Let's get to John McClain, elite Hall of Famer. John, good morning. Your thoughts on what you saw week 1, 2-point win, 1-0.
I've gone back and watched the game twice, and the run blocking just blew me away. Not just by the offensive line that did a tremendous job of run blocking, but the tight ends and playing Cade Stover at fullback. Now we know why they didn't need Anthony Beck, because Stover obviously is now their fullback, and Joe Mixon gave him a shout-out. And after going back and watching things in slow motion, he kicked some serious butt, but so did Brevin Jordan. Dalton Schultz blocked. Nico Collins, a lot of fans overlook what a great blocker Nico is. And that's that mentality that came from the 49ers that D'Amico and Bobby Slowick brought, because if you don't block, you don't play. And all the players know that. And having Mixon go for 159, second best of his career, to 165 in 2021, and Diggs to get 2 touchdown catches, man, it was a great performance. And yet the game was way too close, much closer than it should have been, because those deep passes that Anthony Richardson had to keep them in the game. And boy, Richardson scored that last touchdown on a run when Shane Steichen should have kicked the field goal, saved the coach from a lot of embarrassing questions. But Nico's catch on 3rd and 11, and we're all talking about his catch, which was extraordinary. But the pass, if the pass wasn't pinpoint perfect, Nico wouldn't have been able to make that extraordinary catch. And then to run out the clock, Joe Mixon's 9-yard run. I can't remember the Texans run blocking like that since Gary Kubiak and Arian Foster were here.
Yeah, no question that run blocking was incredible. John, what was your level of shock, surprise that they did run it the way that they ran it? I mentioned this in my Harris Hits. I don't know that even us, the most positive observers, would be able to say, oh, yeah, training camp, it looked like this. It had moments if you're kind of watching it closely enough, but I don't even know if you thought 30 carries for 159. I would have lost my entire bankroll betting on that. But how impressive was that, and how much of a surprise was it, John, to run it at that level, especially against that front?
And that front is outstanding. And the line had problems on the pass protection, but not on the run blocking. Kenyon Green, kicking some serious butt, stepped into that position after a season off. He was terrific. All of them were. We didn't see jack squat in the preseason. It made us think they could run the ball like that. Nothing. And I think that was by design. Another thing I noticed, when Dameon Pierce came in, they gave him the ball to run straight ahead. They didn't make him do the zone scheme. So I think that is great play calling by Bobby Slowick. Instead of trying to force him into doing something he proved last year he struggled doing, he gave him the ball and said go, and he averaged over 5 yards in 3 carries. It was just an incredible rushing performance. They had the second most yards of opening games to the Ravens on Thursday night. They tied for the most first downs, 26, with the Rams last night, and both the Ravens and the Rams lost. And, of course, Joe Mixon can't have that workload every game. But you think Chicago now, if they've been working on the Texans since preseason, they're going to go, whoa, we got to put the brakes on this. We need another plan.
All right, so the Colts lost, the Jags lost, and the Titans lost. Anything change or adjust regarding your opinion of the 3 other teams in the division based on what you saw yesterday?
The Jaguars had their game. They had a safe lead and then lost Miami. Not surprising considering all the talent that the Dolphins have. And the Titans, Will Levis made one of the worst decisions and worst passes in the history of the NFL to just give Chicago the game. If people haven't seen it, check it out. He's about to be sacked, and instead of taking the sack, he tried to shovel pass it toward the sideline, and he did it right to the Chicago player, returned it for the game-winning touchdown. And Levis was on his knees with his hands on his head like, oh, my God, what did I do? And I'll guarantee you on the talk shows, in Nashville, everybody's saying, they need to find a new quarterback because that was a horrible decision, and it helped the Texans. And, of course, the NBC people love it because now they can pit the unbeaten Bears and the unbeaten Texans. And the fact is, Caleb Williams didn't even throw for 100 yards. Their offense was awful. Their defense played well, and the Titans were up 17-0. And they had that 2 bonehead plays like that. And I'm more convinced after opening week, Titans are in last place, and the Jags and Colts will fight it out for second. But I tell you what, if you're a Colts fan, you got to be excited about what Anthony Richardson did.
But what if you're a Browns fan, John? And you're watching your quarterback, your $230 million quarterback, play the way that he did on Sunday, and the cap hits for 25 and 26 are ridiculous.
Over
$70
million.
How do you feel if you are a Browns fan this morning? And how much do you think this tells us about the Cowboys, especially Mike Zimmer and that defense?
Deshaun Watson no longer has the most guaranteed money. Dak Prescott got $231 million, $1 million more than Watson guaranteed. And that was by design. And then Watson got booed. The offense got booed. The offense was terrible. Watson was terrible. And, there's no excuses now. He hasn't played well since 2020. And one friend of mine that's covered the team forever texted me and said the guy has just forgotten how to play because they got a great defense in Cleveland, and the Cowboys came in like CeeDee Lamb had been there the whole time. Dak Prescott had been there the whole time. Ezekiel Elliott looked like he was running from maybe 5 or 6 years ago. So I was surprised the Cowboys, not that they won, but they bullied the Browns in Cleveland. And you don't hear the Browns fans booing a lot, but man, oh man, they sure did.
How surprised were you at the Cincinnati Bengals losing to the Patriots? Held to 10 points in their building, and I think I'm right about this. They miss Joe Mixon. They've got Zach Moss. They acquired him in the offseason. He's a good back. He's not Joe Mixon. They can't run the football. They ran for 70 yards yesterday, and Burrow 164. Not going to get it done.
I saw some geranium brain in the media criticizing Caserio because he gave up a 7 for Mixon when he could have got him as a free agent. Well, you know what? If you get him as a free agent, there's no guarantee you're going to get him. Other teams are going to want him. And so that was the smartest thing I've seen. Give him a pick so you can get him instead of having to bid for other teams. And then, of course, they tore up the contract, so he's highly motivated. And, yes, don't you think they're taking grief in Cincinnati on the talk shows for what Mixon did? I think, boy, Burrow needs to get rid of the blonde look and go back to what he was before because that offense was awful. Chase contributed. T. Higgins was hurt. But when your 2 main receivers, one's out and the other hadn't been there catching passes since last year because of a hold in, that's one thing that contributed to that defeat. But, man, oh, man, I was shocked. If I'd have picked one team that I thought was guaranteed of winning, I would have said Joe Burrow and the Bengals at home over the Patriots.
Boy, those survivor pools took a beating yesterday.
Ooh, you're
so
right.
Many people I'm taking the Bengals.
How would you
just
not?
a sure one. Oh, it was it was kind of odd. To the discussion we were having about the Browns. It's always when your guy's struggling. Okay, that's one thing. But when the guy's struggling. When the guy is flourishing that the struggling guy replaced, it's even that much worse. Baker Mayfield is crushing it with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Absolutely crushing it, which is kind of fun.
Passes.
Yeah, he was amazing yesterday. Now it's the Commanders, and you really don't know how good they are. General, Sunday Night Football coming up. What is your favorite Houston football primetime memory? Give us one or two that you remember.
Eliminate opening night. You got to eliminate
opening night.
By the way, Mike Evans caught 2 of those touchdown passes, and a shout out to Gary Kubiak because his kid Clint helped the Saints score, I think, 47 his first game against the coordinator. And I asked Gary last night when Clint gets his head coaching job, I think he wanted to reach out to Gary to coach quarterbacks. And so I'm happy for the Kubiak family. The Monday night thing I will always remember as a Houston football fan, 1978, Monday Night Football with Howard Cosell and Don Meredith and Earl Campbell taking that pitch around right in and running for 199 yards. He is a rookie against Miami in a game that ABC voted the top game of the first quarter century of Monday Night Football. I'll always remember that one. My best primetime game here will never change from the opening game against the Cowboys and being on the field on the sideline with 5 minutes left, standing next to Bob McNair and Chuck Watson, his main partner, and the fans looking across the stadium. Jerry Jones was bent over with his hands on his knees. Dave Campo, the head coach, was bent over with his hands on his knees, and the fans behind us were all yelling stuff about to Bob, thank you, Bob, and then all of a sudden it became a chant, thank you, Bob, and it just started spreading all over the stadium. And I looked at McNair and I said, do you hear that? He said, yeah, and tears were running down his face. And I see TV cameras running over. And I said, I got to get out of here, bye, because I was getting misty-eyed too, because I thought we'd never get another NFL franchise, knowing that the NFL wanted to go to L.A. So that will never change is my greatest Monday night memory of the Texans. And maybe they will have a game that they clinch in a primetime game to get home field advantage, which will help them go to the Super Bowl.
22 years ago last night, September 8th, 2002. That was the start of the franchise playing football. This for both of you. Uglier uniform, Packer throwback, Pittsburgh Bumblebee throwback, or whatever it was the Giants were wearing yesterday. Which is uglier?
Steelers.
I'd like the Giants, to me, and the Steelers would be tied.
I mean, that was just ridiculous. And then you go out and look like that against the Vikings. 6 points at home.
So we talked about this, John, Mark and I did. We want to do a segment called the Perfect Texans Day.
Yeah.
And a perfect Texans Day may have happened yesterday. Beat the Colts in Indy. All AFC South teams lose. The Browns quarterback struggles mightily.
But to the Cowboys. So you needed the Cowboys to be playing somebody else and lose to have the perfect Texans Day. But it was close.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Are y'all banned from saying Deshaun Watson?
No.
Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson was not very good.
Y'all keep talking about that Cleveland quarterback. You know what hurt him as much as anything? They can't run the ball anymore in Cleveland. Yeah. They didn't get running backs, and Nick Chubb's he's on PUP, so all the pressure is on Watson, and he hasn't been able to handle it. Every time I see those Steeler uniforms, I think of Transformers in Bumblebee, the transformer that turned into the car.
Oh, my gosh. General, you have stuff on HoustonTexans.com, I know.
Maybe Fox first, then I think of Bumblebee.
Yeah, that's a good point if you're going to think
I have a column today about Nick Caserio that I think he should get a lot of credit. Mixon, Diggs, Bullock, Fatukasi, Edwards, the 2 sacks, the interception, all these moves that he made. Kamari Lassiter had a great game. All these moves that Caserio made, trades, free agency, and the draft, paid off in that victory that has them alone in first place.
Beautiful. Thanks a lot, General.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll catch up Thursday night. Coming up, smoking hot players of the game. Let's do it before we give way to In the Loop. They've got plenty to say. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Are you an oblivious person hogging the sidewalk like a large dying snail? Do people stuck behind you ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have tons of quality beds at every price. So anyone, even people like you, can sleep. All night long. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Something amazing is happening.
Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com.
Now, more Texans Monday.
He's going to try to make it 3 from 50 and beyond. This is a 51-yard kick, right hash mark. Made 2 in the other end of the stadium in the first half. Weeks with the snap, Tommy Townsend with the hold. Here's Fairbairn's kick. Plenty of distance, and it's good. Fairbairn 3 for 3. Nice job, Fairbairn. In fact, Johnny and I are going to catch up with him today.
Nice.
And we're going to have that in the next few days here for
That'd
you
be awesome.
to listen to Fairbairn. I've got a golf question for him. By the way, we are presented by Houston Methodist. Yeah, you knew I would for Emi.
I like it when we talk golf.
Yeah,
we
he's
talk
awesome at it.
Non-football stuff, and he's really good at that.
Wait, I got something here. Houston Methodist brings us to you on Mondays the primary care physicians. You want to know about this? In-person and virtual visits available with their primary care physicians. You log on to HoustonMethodist.org/PCG for more information. The official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans, Houston Methodist Leading Medicine. What do you got?
This is from Adam Schefter, talking about Jaime Fairbairn. Pittsburgh's, this is a tweet that he had last night. Pittsburgh's Chris Boswell of Rice University.
Yeah.
Former Texan for a little bit. Houston's Kailin Fairbairn. Each made 3 field goals of 50 or more yards on Sunday, becoming the first 2 kickers all time to make 3 50-yard field goals in a season-opening game. It also marked the first time in NFL history that multiple kickers converted 3 50-yard field goals in the same week.
It's amazing. That's really incredible. Amazing. It's not to be taken lightly, that's for sure. And Boswell, they don't score a touchdown. Mike Tomlin, hey, win. I'll take the win. Good night, everybody. Yeah. Hey, Atlanta, supposed to be good, right? And you and I were saying, don't overlook Tampa Bay. Why are you disrespecting Tampa Bay so much? They won the division last year. I know it wasn't like a runaway win, but they did win, and then they beat the Eagles in a playoff game. They might be a pretty decent team. They've added some things and brought back some people, and clearly they were pretty good yesterday. So, I know you beat Washington. It's not something to throw a parade over, but a good start for them. And for Atlanta, you're at home. Here's the Kirk Cousins era. We don't need to play him in the preseason. He's fine. How fine were you? Giving up 18 and losing in your building? That's awful. Smoking hot players of the game. Look, Joe Mixon, a friend of mine gave me this. Joe Mixon runs like the AFC North. I thought that was pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Because the hard-nosed Ravens, Steelers, Browns.
That's pretty good.
But Browns have a defense. But Mixon, AFC North-like performance for the Houston Texans in knocking off the Indianapolis Colts as Mixon does what he did yesterday with 159.
Yes, absolutely. You mentioned Kailin Fairbairn. He's got to be one of the guys. 50-plus yard field goals. Smoking hot player of the game. You played I thought he played a really good game. And going back and watching the game, now I haven't gotten into the all 22 yet, and I barely made it through the game yet. I thought Henry To'oTo'o played a really nice game yesterday. Thought he tackled well. I think there was good. One tackle he'd like to have back that he wasn't able to make. But I thought for the most part, Henry played a really solid ball game, very disciplined. Azeez would like to have that interception and hit him in the hands back. But I thought Henry played pretty well.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah. So, Richardson threw one interception, and he threw that one. So
yeah, but how about this? Well, CJ should have been picked off as well, but so what?
That would have been the first one against him.
But Stroud has a magical quality of not getting picked off, even when somebody might probably have one. No, you're not going to get it. And even if you do, you're going to fumble it right back to me. Because that's CJ. He's awesome. He's only thrown 5 in his career, knock wood. Everybody knocks something. 48 yards for Taylor. So everybody deserves something for that. I mean, you hold this nemesis to 48 yards. That's awesome. I know Richardson got his, but he's going to get his.
Yeah, he's going to. But you took away Taylor's. You couldn't let both of them eat. If Richardson's going to make all those big plays down the field, you couldn't let Taylor then have 125.
Johnny, I was worried about this one. I always worry about the Colts, but I was worried about this one. I thought, and toward the end there, I thought, you know what? If the Texans lose this game, I'm still okay. They'll make the corrections. This is a good team. They're going to be okay. I think the Colts are going to be pretty good as well. We're not done with them, all right? You're going to face them again. They're going to be a factor. Just get ready. Buckle up. They always seem to be. It's going to be something. Now, Nico Collins was amazing. 3 of those catches were otherworldly. He had 6 for 117. And the great ones are like that. At the end of the day, you look up 6 for 117, and he's not even the story, it feels like. But that's a monster day for Nico Collins, deservedly so. Yet somehow you have Nico doing what he did, and Diggs, 2 touchdown catches. Hello, and Dell was a big factor at 40 receiving yards and the big run.
I think the smoking hot players of the game, to me, is one group. Because it was the group that everybody was pointing to, saying it wasn't good enough.
The 5-headed monster? No, the O-line?
The O-line.
Oh,
the O-line.
good.
They've been taking it for a while. And for them to lead the way, and I'm telling you, those young dudes in front, man, they're just showing the Nico Collins catch on Good Morning Football. What a throw! Too.
Yeah.
What a great throw.
You got to rewind that segment.
Ridiculous.
No, that was just such a jugular dagger. That's what Peyton Manning used to do to the Texans.
Good.
That kind of stuff.
So good. That crowd just went from to not again.
It's awesome.
Those
Love
two,
seeing
7
them
and
be
12,
unhappy. It's
killing
so good.
us.
All right, that's going to do it for the program. Thank you, Ben, for producing In the Loop. Next, have a great day. D'Amico Ryan Show at 5. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 60.
Blow that horn again, brother. Blow that horn again.
That's right. It's the Texans Victory Monday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy, and you've got myself, Reginald Atatula, after a 29-27 victory for your Houston Texans in Indianapolis against the Colts. 1-0, alone in first place.
How about that?
In the AFC South.
It's over, baby. That's a wrap.
There we go. Go ahead and run us our trophy. It's up. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Victory Monday. Get involved with the program a multitude of the ways. You can see us in our smiling faces on YouTube or Twitch. That is Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. But always get involved with the program by texting in. 713-572-4610. Again, that number, 713-572-4610. As we talk about all of the things around a 29-27 victory, getting the season started, the 2024 NFL campaign for your Texans, starting 1-0. But we got to start with this, gentlemen. If we're going to talk about the man on the night, there's a few options that you can go with. But I think that the right man to talk about is the man in this highlight right here who helped salt this game away.
First down lets you walk out of here with a win. Third down and 3 from the Houston 48 I formation. Collins in motion to the right. Mixon the tailback. Stroud digs in. Here's the snap. Here's the toss to Mixon, running right across the 50, 45. Tackled by Cross at the 41. Checkmate. That'll do it. The Texans will beat the Colts on opening day.
Yeah, man, salting the game away was Joe Mixon, RB1.
Yep.
Right? Well, enough consternation about RB2. RB1 is here, giving you 159 running yards. I think that, let me say that one more time for you, just in case you didn't hear that. 159 rushing yards on 30 attempts.
Damn near a career high.
For Joe Mixon. Add a touchdown rushing as well. And, oh, my God, just how happy are you to have Joe Mixon on this Texans team?
Well, let me ask Texans fans here, and it'll explain how happy I am with this performance yesterday. When was the last time you saw the Texans in a clutch situation against a division team, probably your best competition in the division, in a season-opening game, play grown-ass man football? Seriously, that was grown-ass man football. I mean, when was the last time? Figgy, you've been here a long time. Listeners been here since the start. I mean, when?
Hell, when was the last time you seen a running back like that?
Yes. To
be honest.
Yes.
It's been a minute since since Arian? Was that the last time you see somebody that
since Arian Foster?
I mean, when you see 160 yards thrown up, don't forget 19 yards out of the backfield, a little bit of just some light, just add that in. Yeah, you got to compare him against one of the better, if not the best running backs in this team's history. Yeah, he's already making those kind of statements a reality and a reasonable thing to say. It matters so much. It matters so much, like this weapon that you wield now, because again, right, this team was far from one-dimensional in this game because in large part because of Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon gave a lot of praise to that offensive line, and we'll get to that in a moment. But just to continue to heap love and praise on this man, it just felt like whenever he touched the football, tackle for loss was not an option, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think that was the thing that was super impressive to me, right? Was obviously there was wiggle and there was, hitting the hole, but it just felt like if he got the ball, he was taking whatever was blocked up for him, whether that was no yards, 3 yards, 5 yards, and adding on top of it. He was like, you put in yours, offensive line, I'm adding mine.
Yeah, no, and people use the term, boy, he was running angry. That was the epitome of that, but I think there was another dimension to it. It wasn't just this was a dude that was running angry. As I said, maybe the first time since Arian that you saw the Texans play that kind of football in that kind of atmosphere. But he was also smart with how he picked the holes.
Yes.
It was perfect for this offense.
Vision was gorgeous.
Perfect for this offense. It was absolutely a joy to watch. And frankly, look, you can call it Reaction Monday. You can call it Overreaction Monday.
I'll do all of it.
I don't think this is an overreaction when I say that even though that was just the first week of the season, we already know that the Texans have what it takes to win in the playoffs.
Oh, wow, you're jumping there.
No, that's what it takes. That's what it takes. If you transported that game into the postseason, we'd be talking about like a complete
playoffs. Thank you, Jim.
A complete team that, you know, in the moment, on the road, by the way, can not just make the plays with an incredible catch by Nico Collins, with some terrific play calling from Bobby Slowick. Everything just seemed to be timed right with his play calling, with C.J. Stroud sort of bouncing out of the pocket like a polished 10-year veteran, and not talk. You can talk about all the things that they had, but they've in the playoffs, you got to have that finishing mentality.
Yeah,
and that's what they had.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned Bobby Slowick, because that was one of the guys that we were like, all right, we want to see some things this year. You were fantastic play calling last year, but hey, can you draw up and can you scheme up this run plays a little bit better? And one of the things that I noticed as I was actually taking notes during the course of this game, an improvement for me, and I'll have a confession about that later on in the program when we get our lunchtime confessions at 12:20. But one of my notes that I wrote is the rushing game looks great. How much better is the scheme when a player is unblocked and Mixon can make them miss, right? Like when we talk about run assignments, right, the idea of hat on hat, right? You have an offensive lineman for this defensive lineman, or one of the offensive linemen is duo blocking up to get to the linebacker, or you have the wide receiver crack blocking in on a linebacker, what have you. Everybody has their assignments, and sometimes in a run scheme, there's a guy unblocked, and that's the running back's man, right? Yeah. And the running back's job is make that one guy miss, and now we have something special. And it felt like it was abundantly clear that Joe Mixon is a guy that is capable, more than capable, in fact, of having that assignment for himself in schemes. And so I was like, oh, okay, this is another way to elevate the run game, is just having a running back that goes, you guys handle those, that guy's my responsibility, and we'll get this done.
They scheme it that way. And I'm again, I don't feel like I'm overreacting, because what we saw doesn't go away. Like barring injury, knock on wood, but I mean, it doesn't go away. What he has and what they have with this running game, complementing one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, mind you, it's like D'Amico said afterward. After the game, D'Amico said, they knew we were going to run the ball. We knew we were going to run the ball, and we smashed it down their throats. I'm paraphrasing what he said.
Yeah,
but
I say he said that.
No.
Man,
but that's in essence what he said. They knew, we knew, and we smashed it down their throat.
Yeah, I had a very suspect segue in my head, which was speaking of throats. When it came to D'Amico Ryans, did you guys hear him on the podium after this game? It sounded like he did a lot of hollering. I was like, hey, man, there's 16 more of these just in the regular season.
Get
Go
used
ahead and
to it.
Pace yourself, my man. But let's just mention the quarterback of this team, C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was actually asked about how critical Mixon was and his consistency to get the team going.
It was huge. Yeah, I think definitely when you can impose your will running the ball, you open up a whole multitude of type of players for Bobby to call. And honestly, we just kept going to it, and I think it was working. And I think this is a testament that, like, you can see everybody had numbers today. Maybe not everybody. It was skewed in other ways, but, everybody touched the ball. We try to call plays for guys, you know what I mean, for everybody to have opportunity to get it. And I think whenever you get those guys the ball, like, they make plays happen. So for me, I just got to get them the ball as best as I can and not force anything, and just really, understand that those guys are going to make me look good.
I'm telling you, those guys are going to make him look good. And people were saying, well, C.J. Stroud was all right. C.J. Stroud was great. He just didn't need to throw for 360 yards as he has in the past. And for Joe Mixon to be that compliment, it's not going anywhere. It's the template for how this team is going to win in the postseason, and he is great. Like let's not mess around with anything. What he did on some of those runs was not just like finding the hole, making one man miss. It was finding something when someone wasn't there too.
Yeah. But going back to Mixon, because I think one of the words that he used was punish in the run game. And yeah, man, that's one of the things that was also great about it, is that there was a variety of run, right? Like it wasn't just, oh, this is speedy and, finding the gaps. Sometimes it was just run through MF or space, right?
Exactly.
And that was one of the things that was real fun about this as well. And I guess that's the thing that you were talking about to start the show, is like, if you have the opportunity to really punish a team, you can get the dirty yards, and I mean the play that salts this game away. Like there was a couple of instances that I can recall vividly where I'm like, oh, that's blocked up for either a tackle for a loss or no gain, and Mixon gets 3 yards out of it. Yeah, right. Like those are the things that are really incredible, and I want to hear from the man in one of the ways in which he shared the love, because this is not no running game is a one-man proposition, although if you're a Texans fan and you wanted to make it a one-man proposition with Joe Mixon, I would understand where you were coming from, seeing the ways that, like, what the running game looked like in preseason when you had 4 or 5 starting linemen versus what it looks like, obviously, when you're actually running, the fullness of your playbook and have the full complement out there. But, I mean, Joe Mixon here, he talked about, like, the offensive lineman and gave a little shout-out to a pseudo fullback in the course of this.
No doubt. That's exactly what it was. I mean, I've been on the lineman, training camp. I wasn't in there too much in training camp, but I'm just letting them know what I see, how to hit and how to be, man. And they doing everything they can to open them holes and do everything that we got to make them, however we can to make them pay, man. And first off, special shout out to Stover. I mean, he made critical blocks. Them guys on the edges, they make crucial blocks, and we made them pay. But, like they said, the grown man football, I'm just happy. This is my first time really probably seeing a fullback, and I can't remember the last time I seen a fullback in front of me, man. So it's a hell of a feeling, man, being on the winning side of the things, and I'm just glad I'm on this side of, playing with Houston, man.
He's got to be thinking, and actually he referenced this on the field afterwards with NBC, like, I am so glad I'm out of Cincinnati. Like, I am so glad I'm out of Cincinnati. He basically said that. But let's talk about Stover and this offensive line. I had this hunch. Remember, I was on the last preseason, the third preseason game. I was like counting how many times. You could see this coming. Cade Stover, and here's the other part of it. They are just skimming the surface with what some of the stuff that they can do with Stover in that role. Yeah. And then the offensive line, Kenyon Green. I mean, my goodness. He was the highest-rated offensive lineman on the Texans yesterday, Kenyon Green. But it was the whole line, starting with Juice Scruggs, who really, really controlled the middle on some of those, and then you heard him talking about the edge there. So the offensive line, Cade Stover, huge, and the potential seems to be off the charts.
Yeah, I do want to go back to fullback as well, because I want to give out a little shout-out to Dalton Schultz, who also kind of had some of those fullback touches. It's like, all right, well, the idea of, like, fullback necessary, I think, is very early on been dispelled in some ways, at least like a true fullback when it comes to on the roster. They get the fullback things when they need to. Obviously, Stover getting a shout-out from the running back, that matters a lot. Brevin did a little bit. Schultz did a little bit. Like, I feel confident, especially because of the matchup that you had, right? We were talking about how week 1 versus Indy, with the interior of their defensive line, with the way that they have, linebackers in Franklin and Speed. I know there was beef, but those guys, obviously, very good linebackers, right? With the challenges, rather, that defense poses, was it going to be a litmus test on various things, one of those being the interior offensive line and your run game. You passed with not just with flying colors, right? Yeah. I don't even know what the step up would be from flying colors. And so with that being the case, like, this is proof of concept for me, real proof positive that the interior of this offensive line has really improved, and that the run game, as you mentioned, is going to be something that's sustainable and something that can help sustain you through the course of a run through the regular season, and also hopefully a deep postseason run as well.
And don't forget either, that looks like a playoff team you just beat. I mean, all due respect to I shouldn't say all due respect. I mean, obviously you got to kind of see what happens with Anthony Richardson. It's kind of feast or famine with him, but that looks like a playoff team. It's definitely a playoff defense. What was one of the big things about the Colts was, oh man, that defensive front, oh man, that offensive line, and they just worked them. They just absolutely worked them with that offensive line. It's a good start for this season, because I think it has all the elements of what you can do in the postseason. And frankly, that wasn't the case even last year. I mean, mixing and matching in the backfield, offensive line.
I see what you did there, mixing and matching.
Oh, I see what you said. And mixing and matching as well on the offensive line. I didn't even mean to do that one. I didn't even mean to do that one, but I'll take it.
Hey.
Nah, man, it's they have all the elements, everything you need to do.
Yeah,
you need to
had to start with the man with 159, almost 160 rush yards in the game. I mean, shout out to Joe Mixon. And it feels almost silly. We will still talk about it because Cam Akers was made inactive. So we'll circle back around to that whole RB2 conversation, how we feel about that. But it almost feels silly, the amount of conversation that we had. And we had a little bit of the disclaimer that, look, Joe Mixon's going to get the lion's share of carries in this thing. Like, we understood that to be the case. I don't know if we understood it to be 30 carries.
30
in week
carries.
I don't know if we saw that coming.
Freaking 1979.
It almost feels funny, the amount of consternation that we had about the run game and the offensive line, and there's still things to be improved and polished. But in week one, I don't know that I expected them to be this well or do this well this early into the season, man. I'm riding high off of that particular portion.
I mean, they're just, let's go back to what I said. They, and so you heard C.J. Stroud say it. They impose their will. When was the last time you saw a Texans team do that? And by the way, you saw that with a real Super Bowl contender, so I think you can draw the parallel last night. What did the Detroit Lions do in order to win that game in over? They imposed their will. Yeah. I think on that winning drive in overtime, they ran the ball 7 out of 8 times. That is a bona fide, acknowledged Super Bowl contending team that beat a playoff team in the L.A. Rams. Well, what did the Texans do? Bona fide, impose your will, pound the ball down their throat against the grown-ass man football. That is where you can go, okay, they are better. They can get there. That's how I left that game.
Yeah, that's fun.
They can get there.
Shout out to the 832 on the text line. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't ignore in defeat. And look, there's definitely time for that. We've got what I like to call our Victory Monday nitpick at 1 p.m. We'll talk about that later in the program. And also the idea of someone was mentioning Nico Collins, right? And the idea of Nico, showing folks what he is and who he is. And you know what? Let's get to that. But also Stephon Diggs, right? A couple of touchdowns. Obviously, there was a lot of talk around this man. Let's talk about it. Stephon Diggs, how he showed out, and the distribution of the ball when it comes to the wide receiver core, because that was something that we had a lot of conversation about. Let's talk about that and more next.
Every team needs a leader.
Hotel.
The best baseball conversation in Houston on the go lives where?
Thanks to SportsRadio 610, I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, sir. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610 on a Texans Victory Monday, 29-27 victory over the Colts in Indy. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Get involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610. You can also do that on the YouTube and Twitch. YouTube is already, I don't know if this, are they clowning me, Fig? Is that what's happening? Somebody said, when did James Harden get into the studio? And it looks like he finally got in shape. Not James Harden.
That's a very good comment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They said you look like somebody else too once.
Yeah, apparently. Well, I mean, it's one of the folks that's followed me from Dallas. Appreciate you, D-Max.
Gilligan?
Wow. Yeah, because I am wearing the bucket hat. Shout out to the W. But Jaylen Brown.
Oh yeah, that was the other
Hooper
one.
for the
That was the
Boston
other one.
Celtics is the one that I've gotten a decent amount. I guess let me know if you agree. But yeah, you guys can get involved by texting in 713-572-4610. Which shout out to the 713 who did that. Said we won by 2 against the Colts. Come on. Well, first of all, I thought we were appreciating what was by far something that was a incredible progress offensively. Clearly, the thing that they did the best was running the football.
Yes.
We started there, and so we wanted to give them their plaudits for it. Second of all, this offense scored 29 points in this game.
It did.
Right? Like, that's not something that we should get jaded by. We want to have the appreciation of that.
Should have been 32, but we'll get to that.
And this is a good team.
Yeah.
The Colts was a good team.
I think they're a playoff team.
Yeah.
I do.
I'm not certain just yet, but I think they're at least cusp, right? Playoff cusp type team.
Yeah, very much. With
they got a strong team, man.
With Taylor and the lines and the life and times of Anthony Richardson, they could be a playoff.
The quarterback is the question, but
he also lights you up.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, 160 yards on the ground. Look, the man carried the ball 30 times and averaged over 5 yards a carry. That's stupid.
Is that good?
That should not be. Yes, very. Like that. That's not something that feels like should be allowed.
Yeah.
And yet you went and did that in week 1. And I thought that was something that deserved a level of appreciation. If you disagree, that's fine. We just gonna have to agree to disagree. Something that we can't disagree on, though. Right? Something
agree
that we
to disagree.
Pet peeve.
Hey, man, look, I'm not here to fight. I'm not here. That's what it is.
I'm not here to fight.
I'm not. We can talk a little bit. I'm not here to fight. All right. Let's talk about this man though. A new addition to the team. A lot of eyes were on this man. Wearing number 1, Stephon Diggs got on the board early.
3rd down and 6. Inside the 10, Stroud, shotgun, Mixon to his left. CJ takes the snap, throws right side, caught, Diggs into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. Stroud to Stephon. The Texans take the lead.
Well, they run Nico up the seam, and from the outside coming inside was Diggs. It just kind of cleared itself out. Nice little throwing lane for CJ, and he is accurate as you need to be in that situation.
Great observation, Andre, and I say that because I thought the same thing in real time.
Because I thought it, and you thought it.
So it must be great.
That's right.
That touchdown. Well, first of all, Stephon Diggs, 2 touchdowns for the game.
6 receptions, 33 yards.
That's fine. But I thought that was a perfect example of this is what happens when you have 3 guys. When you have 3 guys that they have to pay attention to, and oh, by the way, they're running the ball too. That was the perfect example. Like, what do you do? Pick your poison. They picked their poison and they lost. The next touchdown, they picked their poison even more obviously. Who was it? Downs, the cornerback that was way off of him. He was like 4 or 5 yards in the end zone. And they were like on the 2 or 3 yard line. I'm like, what are you doing? You know why he was there? Because
the speed out that CJ's rolling onto his left.
Yes. So they had to kind of account for all these weapons. That was a weapons touchdown, and so was the second one even more so. Yeah, they had weapons.
Yeah, it very much felt like that. Like, I mean, again, the first touchdown was a slant where he didn't get touched until he's basically at the goal line.
Yeah.
Right? The man that was lined up over top of him. And I understand, right? You end up in some of these situations where off the line you might be able to just beat a guy, but the man that was lined up over him had no shot in hell of touching Stephon Diggs. And there's been a lot of talk about this wide receiving core. First of all, it felt like Diggs and CJ had a fantastic connection, right? In a way that I guess we kind of saw already when it came through camp and those types of things. But, you never know until week one how it really looks in game. And it looked good, right? But then also it seemed like there was a very concerted effort to get the ball in his hands as well. Although it was kind of short and in the middle of the field in some ways, that felt a little similar to what happened in Buffalo, although he got the ball, right? They made sure to get him the football.
They absolutely made sure to get him football. And when you look at the distribution of the targets and catches, it was all over the field. I think 2 running backs caught balls, 4 receivers, 2 tight ends. Like, the distribution is what made this successful all around. And so that's why all these weapons, and we haven't even talked about this, the 2 biggest acquisitions in the offseason, Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
I mean, what else did you want to see out of those 2 guys? Okay, maybe you wanted to see some more yards. That wasn't the way they were picking their poison, and that's why it worked, because they had all these weapons.
Yeah, man, it's one of the things that Stephon Diggs does really well. Like, it's just making sure to run those routes and make it impossible for guys to keep up with you. And when you have someone like Nico Collins, it's who it feels like almost a crime that we've waited this long to mention him. 6 receptions, 117 yards, right? When you have that guy that's capable of going downfield and making a pass that was a little short, and not as much arm as CJ probably needed to put into it, making him right in a situation where he goes jump ball versus 2 dudes and brings it down. Like, it just makes it hell on a defense. And I found it to be a very good showing when it came to, like, Bobby Slowick, right? I want to give him his credit, and maybe CJ as well, because CJ obviously has a lot of control on this offense. He's garnered more. I was very impressed with the way that they were able to get everyone involved. And also, for those of you that maybe have some concerns about, hey, is Stephon Diggs going to be happy, it felt like they fed him and did so in a pretty intentional way. And he got a couple touchdowns out of it.
You mentioned the relationship with Stephon Diggs and C.J. Stroud. I thought equally as important as what you just talked about, the relationship with Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson with C.J. Stroud. Stroud was a better quarterback in terms of, more advanced, I should say, in terms of manipulating the pocket, knowing where to take the ball, knowing where he should put the ball in certain situations. That goes back to the relationship with Bobby Slowick. And from Bobby Slowick's perspective, it's knowing what play to call based on what he's expecting or sees on the defensive side of the ball. It was beautiful to watch, man. Absolutely beautiful.
Not going to lie, though. When I did see early on, even though like you end up with a touchdown on that slant, right, early on, I was like, okay, as I mentioned, right, this looks kind of like the usage that Stephon Diggs had in Buffalo. I understand that you are a ticket-carrying or a card-carrying Stephon Diggs is going to be more than fine. It's a great move for the Texans. Member, did you have any level of thoughts, even a passing thought, pun intended, as we'll get that at 8:11:20, when it came to, okay, the usage, is Stephon Diggs fully integrated, even though, like, after the game, he's walking off with Tank, talking into the phone that ends up on NFL's social media feed, talking about 1-0 and all those things, right? Did you have any moment of thought where you're like, ooh, okay, are we distributing the ball well? Are they kowtowing to Stephon Diggs, even though ultimately the box score looks like it's evenly distributed?
No, not at all. And the biggest reason is because every game, gets its own feel during the game. Yeah. And this feel was, let's feed Joe Mixon. Yeah, right. You touched on it. 30 carries. He's not going to get 30 carries every game. He better not. We'll get to that as well. Okay. At 1 o'clock, I believe. But beyond that, let's say he gets 20. Well, where are those other 10 plays going to go? And what is the feel for the secondary? And where is the secondary focusing its attention? Nico Collins benefited from Stephon Diggs. But Nico Collins had 117 yards in part because of what they saw and how the defense attacked them.
Right. Yeah, I think you're there. I think like this full complement of teams we're seeing, or rather of players we're seeing, is going to have a great impact on defenses in the ways that they react to each one another. And I thought, again, wins are the greatest panacea, right? They cure all in some ways, and it felt like everything was up and up, right? When it came to this team. A larger kind of observation for me as we're kind of spinning this one out. I understand the game was close when it came to the scoreboard, and we can talk about, right, blocked punt, right? We could talk about big plays, right? We could talk about some of those things. Did the game ever feel like this was like really in danger? And I know it feels kind of nonsensical, and it seems like it's easy to say after the fact when the win is secured. I can say with all sincerity that during the course of this game, even as it was tight, it did not feel necessarily like this was going to be a dangerous game to me. Am I wilding, or did you also have a similar feeling?
I felt the same way, but let me add something to that. I felt that it was on the brink of maybe losing momentum or control a couple of times.
Okay.
D'Amico Ryans, and you're going to hear this during Passing Thoughts at 11:20. D'Amico Ryans going for it, late in the fourth quarter when he could have easily had points. Shane Steichen, same thing. His decision. I thought if had it gone the other way, maybe they would have lost control. And some of those third down plays, we know we'll talk about, and we know about the Nico Collins catch and C.J. Stroud throw, and the late run that you heard earlier from Joe Mixon. Like, it was on the brink. Had any of those four things gone the other way, then I would have been like, okay, kind of feeling like they're losing control. But they all went the Texans' way. Every one of those four things went the Texans' way.
From the 281, hey, Reggie, make sure to get all that DFW stuff out of your system when analyzing the Texans. They have yet to be a disappointment in this. Why feed the narrative of he needed the ball? You sound like all the rest of the media outside looking in do better.
I didn't hear you say that.
I think my perspective was
I didn't hear you say that.
There are people in this fan base and around, right? I understand that that's been a larger media narrative that have had that concern. I wanted to speak to that concern, and honestly, the ways in which I think that they did a good job of handling it, right, in week one. And I think also you can go back to Nick Caserio. We mentioned that, or we played the audio with him on Pat McAfee, where it seemed like they did their research and that factored in some ways into them cutting off some of those years off of Stephon Diggs. I am also, along with John in the book round, I think that he'll be fine. Like, I think that they will handle this in a way where everything will be great. I do want to speak to that. Like, I don't want to be in a place where we do not acknowledge those things. And ultimately, couple of touchdowns, right? 6 receptions. It seems like everything's hunky-dory just to start the season at the very least.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely look, let's just make sure that you understand when you talk about distribution and Stephon Diggs and all that. I say only because we expect more, even though he had a fantastic game. C.J. Stroud only threw for 234 yards.
That's right.
If you think, okay, he's only going to throw for 200 or 200 and change every week, you're crazy. So Stephon Diggs is going to get his. They just played it perfectly well yesterday. And I'll mention it again, not just, Bobby Slowick and, not just C.J. Stroud and his receivers, but Bobby Slowick and his receivers. Gerard Johnson and C.J. Stroud, the way he clearly manipulates the pocket and can float around, they played it perfectly well. He's going to have more 300-yard games than not, I feel. Maybe not with his running game, but I feel like he will. So this was just like, there weren't a lot of passing yards to be had anyway, and they didn't need them.
Yeah, and in some ways, I do wonder if the 713 is right here, and that one of the things to remember is that with the receivers, their catches, these teams are going to play back a little bit, and that allows things underneath, as we talked about with the idea of what Dalton Schultz might be able to do over the course of the season, and also I do wonder if that affected in the run game and Joe Mixon and this offense's ability to go and really play that grown man football like we talked about earlier. But again, 29-27, it's a win, right? A win is indeed a win, and I thought it was largely a fairly comfortable one from my perspective. I appreciate the 832 says Texans trauma is real. I'm never comfortable even after winning. Fair enough.
Hang in there.
And hopefully this team kind of works that out of you as they get a win, and hopefully they start stacking them. Week 2 versus the Bears soon come. But 29-27 victory versus the Colts. And if I'm being negative, that's fine. Let's get some positivity.
There's some haters out there.
I'm willing to acknowledge if that's the case, right? I'm willing to be open in when it comes to self-reflection. Let's do the question of the day. What was the best part of your NFL Week 1 weekend? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that next.
The Texans host a primetime game for the first time since 2019 on Sunday, and you want to be there. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
3rd down and 11 from the Houston 29-yard line. C.J. Stroud, shotgun. Dare to his right. Dell in motion to the left. Crowd deafening. Here's the snap. C.J. looking, firing right sideline, and Nico Collins with the catch. He gets the feet down for a first down at the 41-yard line.
Another bad spot, Mark. The spot is tricky. It's right at the 40-yard
You got to look
line,
at this,
which is exactly where they needed to get to, and they may measure this.
What a throw!
Oh.
What a catch!
And it was a first down. First down.
That's right.
Go ahead.
They fixed the
down.
spot. They fixed the spot.
First down on what was exciting week 1 for you Houston Texans. 29-27 victory in Indy versus the Colts. 1-0. Stand alone atop the AFC South.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to everybody else not handling
That's
their
a wrap.
business. Okay, excellent.
It's over.
I think there's still a lot of games to be played. A lot of football to be played. Although we were talking about in the break, the idea of 5-1 or maybe 6-0.
I've been saying 5-1 since the offseason. Feeling pretty good about that.
Okay.
Texans are going to go by. Did y'all know this, Figgy? The Texans are going 4-0 to start the year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in case you were wondering.
Oh, did you put that down? Did you?
I didn't put that down because remember I kept saying the Colts is the game that worried me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe they could lose that one and then rattle off 5 in a row. Well, they won that one, and now all of a sudden Buffalo looks a little dicey, and I hadn't been a big fan of Buffalo. That's the Week 5 game. But after this, they got Sunday Night Football against the Bears, Sunday, of course.
Right.
Dub. At Minnesota.
That might be a little dicey, too.
Dub. Jacksonville here. Dub. They're going 4-0.
Okay.
All right.
Then you got Buffalo here. That'll be fun and interesting. And then at New England, which we'll see. But they look pretty dang good to start the year.
I'm surprised you didn't just go all the way to 6-0. It's a victory
man.
Monday. These are the types of things that you say after
they
a win.
lose one of those games, I'm coming for you.
You come for me,
buddy.
All right, Booker T.
It's your fault.
I'll be the one with my chest out.
Okay, very good. Excellent. Let's get into the question of the day here in the loop. We do it every day, 10:40, except on Wednesdays when we talking to our guy Baseball Spo. What was the best part of your Week 1 weekend? 713-572-4610. I do love how Texans it is. Everybody's like, Texans winning.
Yeah.
Of course. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Which, of course, right? I thought that was the given, but you know what? Didn't explicitly say it, so my bad. But hey, man, what else? What other portions of your Week 1 went really well and swell on this?
I got Monday? 3 of them. One of them not even football related, other than we were watching football when this was happening.
Okay.
The first one, let's just be honest. We'll revisit this. I know. But the old term Schadenfreude, taking pleasure in someone else's pain.
Oh, I love Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude with Deshaun Watson and the Browns. Come on.
Okay, with the Browns specifically.
Come on. I just love that. That was the best part of my weekend. I was like, yeah, he's awful. He's washed. It's never happening. And the Texans have, 9 players? How many players they get off of this whole deal here? 7?
Many.
What I'm gonna make a T-shirt. Hannah, I know you're listening. She always does. Thank a Brown. I'm gonna get a shirt that just says "Thank a Brown."
Honestly, they need to thank the whole state of Ohio because Joe Mixon.
That too.
Yeah,
thank you for that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank a Brown.
And then also you got the Ohio State quarterback. Ohio doing it big for the Texans, man. Shout out to
Thank
y'all.
you, Ohio.
Yeah, where are all my T-shirt people out there? I need a shirt that says "Thank a Brown." I'll wear that next week for sure.
We need like a Houston, Ohio shirt. Or something,
yes, Ohio South.
I like what you're doing there.
Or they're Houston, whatever it is.
We're just giving away free games. Somebody out there is just like with a notepad and just okay,
Yeah.
all right, let's put this up.
The second one is also Schadenfreude.
Yes.
Bryce Young. And
dog.
God.
Whew. That was your boy, man.
Whew.
That was your boy.
It was. I'm not going to hide from it. That is bad. That is awful up there. Does he just need a change of scenery, or what goes on now?
I don't know what. I'm not going to pretend like I put my eyes to the Panthers game all that much over the course of Week 1. But, like the idea of a different coordinator then coming and shifting these things up, That feels like that's already on a very bad track to the point where we might be isolating the variable some way. I know that was not a team that was built with a ton of talent necessarily, but the slander is getting closer to your doorstep, young Bryce Young.
Yeah, and then the third one has nothing to do with football, like I said, other than we were watching it. It's a boy.
Hey,
it's a boy.
Hey. Okay, that's a great part.
But now you will hear the story, and it is a wild one during confessions.
Wild one.
It is a wild.
Okay. Is that your first grandson?
Yeah, two granddaughters and first grandson. So it's a boy, and we were watching some football when they did that. But you want to stay around for confessions because this was hilarious. What about you, man?
Here's the thing, right? First NFL weekend of the week. Got the TVs all set up. So I got the red zone. I got, obviously, the Texans game for the noon kickoff and the second Texans game. I say that sounded nonsensical, but it made sense in my head. And I will try and get it out from my head into the microphone into your ear holes. I put on the game twice, and I have the second game slightly delayed. So so
you can watch it.
So I have like an instant replay all the time.
Yeah.
Just felt good to be in like my new space. All the TV set up where I could actually focus on the game in a real way that felt comfortable. Like that, like it's something simple. And it was to the point where I didn't even think to like make sure to go get like pizza or wings ahead. So I just ate what was in the house. But just like having that comfort of, we back.
Yeah.
Like we're really back with the full command setup. Oh yeah.
That's a good play to delay that second game. I made homemade nachos. I was so into the opener. I said I got to have me some stadium food. I made homemade nachos. They were good. But what else?
That was the main thing for me, man. It was a very simple weekend for me when it came down to Texans getting a win, right? An exciting one, right? We got a good game there. And then on top of that, just like, hey, we're comfortable. And I guess that doesn't sound like a lot when you had a quick move over the course of a weekend and you've been setting yourself up all this time, having the full setup, being comfortable, sitting back and just watching football all weekend. Feels great, man.
Yeah, so outside of the obvious, the Texans beating down the Colts or whatever, look up on the screen right now. What's on the TV? What you see on the TV right now?
A little Baker Mayfield action?
That was one of the best parts of the weekend for me, man. Just seeing that dude, like it was bad the way he left Cleveland. I felt like they did him wrong. I felt like they should have gave him another chance. That last year he played there, he was hurt, and he still played pretty much every game.
Yeah.
And he bounced around a little bit. He took less money to prove himself. This offseason, he got that contract. He got a big contract. And look, they talking about the question is Baker Mayfield top tier NFC QB?
He's top half, isn't he?
Hey, he looked good yesterday, man. It was good seeing him ball out, man. It was really
nice
good.
having Mike Evans out there, though.
You know a little something about that, huh?
That dude.
Everybody can't throw it to him, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Somebody got to throw it to him. He was. But it was good. It was good seeing them like that, man. The weird part is watching the Cowboys and Browns game, just seeing how bad Deshaun looked.
Yeah,
and
that's
then,
what I said.
Hey, let's go to a game break. Baker Mayfield threw his fourth touchdown. I was just like, that got to be. Yeah,
that's perfect.
That got to be awful for Browns fans, man. Let's go to this next game break. Baker Mayfield with his fourth touchdown.
Oh,
right. Like, he out there having a blast.
832 mentions first week NFL at home making stadium food and nachos. Very solid choice, Lopez. Major thumbs up. 936 also mentions, don't forget, Ohio also took Brock Osweiler off of the Texans. So shout out to Ohio once again. All right, we got to litigate this real quick. 972. Best part, Texans win against the Colts in the Colts' house. Fair enough.
Yeah.
They also went above and said, worst part, Texans' new uniforms are fail, had to say it.
No way.
I didn't. No, I didn't
no
feel
way.
Like that.
To me, they look even better.
They
on the
do.
field, man.
They do.
Yeah.
Because we had that conversation up here when the leak happened and all that stuff, and there was questions about it. But I always said from the beginning, we got to see them on the field.
Yeah.
Them uniforms.
I thought they
were
sweet, man.
I thought they looked fine.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm much happier with them on the field than where I previously been.
Yeah,
it was one of my
Arian Foster even tweeted and said them uniforms look clean.
He sure did. He sure did. So, yeah, man, shout
He's
out.
sitting right next to me. You could have asked him yourself.
All right. So now I'm Arian Foster now?
I seen him
just
with a
because of the bucket hat?
Arian wears the bucket hat, too.
Okay, so anybody that wears a bucket hat.
That's taking it a little too far.
Wow, I'm just going to get anybody that wears a bucket hat now. So soon enough, here comes LL Cool J or something. Okay.
Yeah. Bucket low light effort, though.
Shout out to everybody getting their week one in. Hopefully you had a fantastic week one weekend. You're listening in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right. Coming up next, shout out to Timeout Houston, who said them uniforms are fire. Yes. And all sorts of people excited because the best part of the weekend, of course, the Texans getting a victory 29-27 over the Colts. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including we finally got some Guardian caps in live game action. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, man. Interest rates are going down, I think, this month.
CFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL on a Texans victory Monday after the Texans get a victory 29-27 over the Colts. What's happening around the rest of the National Football League? And look, it was a very eventful Sunday before we even got to kickoff.
Oh my goodness!
So many things happened.
Oh my goodness!
I'll start with the thing that I saw earliest in the I guess day, which is I don't know if I woke up to this, but when I actually really started getting into Twitter, I was like, wait, Tyreek Hill is what is happening? As Tyreek Hill on his way into the game in Miami, they were facing off again. Who are they playing again? The Jags.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, because they ultimately got a field goal that put them over the top, helped the Texans secure the outright lead in the AFC South because the Jags got a loss there. Shout out to them. But yeah, Tyreek Hill was detained. I don't know if detained was the word that I will use because it was the word that I saw utilized. I don't know that he was actually arrested or what have you. At some point, Calais Campbell, his teammate, came over.
He was detained for a while too.
Yeah, he was detained as well because he came over to try and I don't know if he tried to kind of mitigate the situation or help assuage what was happening there, and he ended up caught up by some of the police officers there. But yeah, supposedly some level of traffic stop ended up with Tyreek Hill detained on the side of the road. Multiple videos from folks in Miami ended up on social media swirling. Ultimately, Tyreek Hill was allowed to go and play. I know that Drew Rosenhaus went. I believe Drew Rosenhaus' agent went and got made sure that everything was clean and on the up and up there. But yeah, ultimately, he goes, he plays, he balls out in that game.
You could see that coming, though. Yeah, you could absolutely see that coming.
It had a Scotty Scheffler feel to it.
Oh, yes, very much so. That's a good call. I texted the family text because, everybody's always into football. And I'm like, Tyreek about to go out for 300. And he almost did.
How about that celebration? When he got that touchdown?
Boy. Yeah, he ended up getting a touchdown and, kind of got taken away.
Got detained.
Yeah, he got detained. 7 receptions, 130 yards, and a touchdown for the speedster Tyreek Hill. Here's Tyreek Hill after the game. He was asked about the situation, and I thought he had a little bit of perspective when he talked about it.
Now, so I've been trying to figure that out too. Man. Right now, I'm still trying to put it all together. So I'm not going to give you a version that I still don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to be able to use this platform to say, what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill, bro? Worst case scenario, because it's crazy. I want to be a cop one day. I got a state trooper hat, all that, so I got a lot of respect for cops, man. But obviously, everybody has bad apples in every situation, so I want to be able to, use this platform, to figure out a way to flip this and make it a positive on both ends, on my end and then also Miami-Dade, so that way we can team together and do something positive for the community.
You mentioned it, perspective. I thought restraint was another word that could 100%. Be used there because look, let's just be very clear. We don't know the officer's perspective.
We don't.
Although for the stop.
We do know that.
For the stop.
Yes, for the stop. We do know that at least one of the officers that was there was put on administrative duties.
Yes, and we also know why because we saw the videos.
Yeah.
But so we, to be fair, he said he has his perspective. We don't know. We'll find out. We don't know why and what sort of initiated the stop and all that. So let's just leave that there in terms of we'll find that out. But had I been stopped and my perspective was, wait a minute, sort of the Scotty Scheffler thing, like Figgy said, I don't know if I would show that kind of restraint and also sort of seeing things from the other side.
Yeah.
The way he put that there. So, as polarizing as Tyreek Hill can be and has been in his career, you got to give him credit for that. Yeah, I feel like you have to. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, he ended up playing well. I guess time will tell, and I imagine there will be a decent amount of reporting done. And it seems like the Miami-Dade, when it comes to the police department, they'll have some level of accountability as they're trying to hold themselves and figure out what exactly happened with that. I guess that detainment there. Some other things that happened during the course of that: Jamar Chase said that he will play, or that he would play yesterday without a deal, and he did. Nothing super inspiring in the course of playing that game. I think he had 6 targets, and when asked about it, I don't know that he Lopez, do you think he sounded enthused?
Let's hear it.
Did you think the game plan was any different today because of your limited practice time? You gotta ask Zach.
It seems like y'all talked about it for months, only to come out that same way again, the same way y'all have seen it for so many years. Like, why do you think y'all have to put your finger on it and fix that issue?
I don't know, man. Ask Zach, bro.
Now, he did speak to the media for at least like 3 or some minutes that I saw.
Yeah.
And, he gave some clear answers. But when it came down to like those specific ones, talk to the coach. That's above me.
That organization, you've heard me say it before, they just kind of mess things up. They just don't perform at a high level compared to other organizations in the NFL. And then there's a relationship aspect of it, which clearly there's a little bit of a splinter there as well.
I mean, he did get. I mean, he got 6 targets. Andre Iosivas got 6 targets as well. I don't know if that is a cause for concern.
Yeah.
But yeah, 62 yards receiving for Jamar Chase. Yeah, that's going to still be fascinating for me. I'm sorry, all the way around.
Oh, for sure.
During the course of getting ready for this game, we also found out that a quarterback got his money. Kind of making me sad personally, but Dak Prescott signed a 4-year, $240 million extension with the Cowboys. The guaranteed money number is fun. As we know, Deshaun Watson got $230 million guaranteed, all the way guaranteed. Dak Prescott $231.
Oh, you had that one extra, huh?
Yeah. We need you to know.
Had that one extra.
I got the most money.
Yeah, when we're talking about history, it's over here. That's what he said.
Bragging rights.
Why the hell did they take so long to do this, the Cowboys?
It was like up to the last second here. It's just
It came down at 11 a.m.
Yes.
Why are they like this?
I don't understand. I mean, why this was down to the wire like that. The CeeDee Lamb thing, of course, was very similar. Yeah, I just don't understand. But
and they just gave him $60 million a year. Obviously, I bring this up not just because this was a historic number, but also that starts setting eyes again. What's happening in Texans? What's happening in Caserio? These are numbers that you have to keep in mind because here in a year or a couple years, you're going to have to start really looking at what the number is for C.J. Stroud because it feels like he's absolutely going to be in these.
He's 60. He's going to be 60. The other thing that struck me is 4 years, $240 million, $231 guaranteed. Dak is your quarterback.
Yeah,
Dak is your quarterback, for better or worse. Playoffs. I mean, none of this is even going to matter until or if they make the playoffs. Because that's what the story has been with him. And if they somehow don't make the playoffs.
But see, the thing, I don't even think the thing is the playoffs. They got to get further in the playoffs.
Sure,
they can't make in the playoffs. They just get bounced out early.
Right. I mean, at least one portion of that team is going to be held accountable for that. Mike McCarthy doesn't have a deal past this season. I imagine that's a path of least resistance if they don't.
Oh, it has to be. No, he's on the clock now.
But yeah, you're right. The quarterback, he's there. We got our first look at regular season usage of the Guardian Cap. In fact, in the game, the Texans-Colts game, I don't know, did you notice?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you did. Figgy, did you happen to notice the first Guardian
notice.
Cap? All right, yeah. So one of the players in this game, tight end for the Colts, and I'm already forgetting his name as I'm about to go to it. It is Kylan Granson was wearing a Guardian Cap. I also believe one of their safeties, Rodney Thomas, was wearing it as well. NFL on CBS has our guy J.J. Watt on it, and they asked him about just the idea of wearing the Guardian Caps in game.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to wear it, feel free to wear it. I mean, if it makes you feel safer and that's what you want to do, absolutely. Would I wear it? Personally, no. But everybody gets to choose what they want to do.
I don't have a problem with it. I didn't think it looked that bad either.
That was my thing.
People didn't even notice.
That was my big thing.
Yeah.
Did you notice? Because I honestly didn't until later or pretty much after the game, honestly, where I was like, oh, that's right. Yeah, that was happening.
Remember, Jonathan Taylor wore it in the preseason.
Yeah, there was players that wore
have
in the
it
preseason.
yesterday.
Yeah, I think some of them decided not to do it. I think ultimately we had 2 players in the Texans-Colts game, both Colts, out of, I believe, what was a total of 4 players around the league that ultimately wore the Guardian cap in a regular season game. Titans also had a guy wear them, Josh Weil, a tight end. But then also the most notable was in the Patriots game, Jabril Peppers, the safety, wore the Guardian cap.
I don't think it's a big deal, man.
I don't think it is either. I do wonder if there will be a knocking down of the stigma, as it seemed like it kind of flew under the radar for a lot of folks. I do wonder if that was part of it, or if that, I know that Dalton Schultz has talked about maybe it being, I don't know, making the helmets a little heavier, or if it feels a little cumbersome, how that is.
Yeah.
But if stigma's a part of it, I feel like we might be knocking some of that down.
Yeah, no, I really don't think it's a big deal. I get, that whole macho thing or whatever, but I if they want to wear it, as JJ said, do it. It's hardly even noticeable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. 281 says CJ's getting 10 years, $700 million easy. I mean,
I wonder how much guaranteed he going to get. Or is he going to be in that quarterback class like a Mahomes where you kind of do the team a bit of a favor?
I think his first contract, the favors are going to be minimal. Maybe they'll restructure it after a couple of years or whatever, and he can sort of do a team-friendly deal, but not the first one. I mean, especially if they can go on and get to an AFC Championship or a Super Bowl, he's going to get paid and he's going to deserve it.
Well, whatever the money is, I hope that he's healthy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Friday night we got a little bit of injuries when it comes to like high level quarterbacking, or depending on how you view him, high level. Jordan Love, the quarterback for the Packers, he's going to miss a little bit of time. He suffered an MCL sprain down in Brazil. He's going to miss 3 to 4 weeks. Now, this was oddly enough a positive result because they weren't sure exactly the extent of the knee issue that he had after that game. But it turns out that it's an MCL sprain as opposed to something more dangerous, a tear, something like that. So 3 to 4 weeks. The Packers are either going to go with, is it Sean Clifford or Malik Willis?
Yeah.
Sean Clifford has thrown 1 pass for the Green Bay Packers. Malik Willis
has thrown 1 good pass.
There you go. So, that is what they are working with for a team that, as we've talked about, it seems like they are the Bizarro Texans. They're the NFC Texans. That's going to really put a damper in what they're doing there for the next 3 or 4 weeks.
And I am skeptical on the 3 or 4 weeks. As we've talked about on this show, when they say MCL sprain, there is no such thing as an MCL sprain. That does not exist. It's a slight tear,
micro tear or something.
Yeah,
like that.
it's a slight tear. So kind of keep an eye on that. I feel bad for him because I fully expected, like you said, for him to be the NFC CJ Stroud. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. 3 or 4 weeks, I'd take that in a heartbeat.
It kind of sucked too because of the play, how it happened. It's like, man, like that could have been prevented, man.
And at the very end,
it was the very end, man, where the game
on a bad field, by the way.
Yeah, and I think I know they could have had a chance, but it was a slight chance they could have won that game, man.
Yep.
Yeah, the field thing is going to be something that we're not going to hear the end of. In fact, we'll bring it back around when we talk about the winners and losers of the weekend. But yeah, it's funny because that field that they used, right, which is it's natural grass, but it has turf fibers within it. I'm sure if you were watching the broadcast, you heard the same thing I did. There are 2 teams in the NFL that have a field that utilizes that same technology. Lincoln Financial Field, where the Eagles play, Lambeau Field, where the Packers play. So both of these teams, you imagine, should be some level of accustomed to that field, and yet and still, it felt like they were slipping and sliding.
Yeah.
I do wonder if it was just like, hey, a soccer field is going to be treated differently than an NFL field, and maybe somehow that makes them play differently. I don't know.
I don't know if it comes down to the depth of the padding. I've heard all kinds of stuff. So either way, no matter what it was, that was awful. That was awful.
How y'all feel about the organic turf in Indy?
Yeah.
You're going to hear about that in passing thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very
you're
good.
going to hear about that in passing thoughts.
We're setting things up, which actually, you know what? Passing thoughts is coming up next. So on a Texans victory reaction Monday, that's a lot of words that I just said, after a 29-27 victory over the Indianapolis Colts. Appreciate you hanging out with us in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up, we're going to get the OG's passing thoughts, and we'll do that next.
The Texans host a primetime game for the first time since 2019 on Sunday. And you want to.
point in October, no. They are playing for straight-up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Experience, wisdom, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, let's get to it.
I still want to know what that word is.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that one out later.
All right. Stay away from the clubhouse.
Stay away from the clubhouse. Let's start sort of, like I said, just to remind everyone, it's sort of just my thoughts as they go, stream of consciousness,
yes.
As they go over the course of the day. My first one was Cam Akers is inactive, huh?
Yeah.
Cam
Did you see that before I texted you?
I saw it as you were texting me.
Very good.
And Figgy. It made me feel a little uneasy, I'm not going to lie. It worked out, of course. Dameon Pierce had a couple of decent runs. What did he have, 3 carries, 19 yards, 16 yards, something like that?
Oh, gosh, let me pull it up.
I wasn't surprised, man.
But it
Figgy was telling y'all.
Yeah. No, you were not surprised. I was. Made me feel a little bit uneasy, but, of course, we know how it worked out with Joe Mixon. But here's the passing thought.
All right, real quick, I just want to slide this in here. Dameon Pierce, 3 attempts, 16 yards.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
With the 9-yard longest play, which was just right downhill, just rumbling, bumbling.
John McClain had a great observation, and you had the same observation, but during Texans radio this morning, he said the play calls for Dameon Pierce were not zone read.
No,
they were like, get the ball, go that way. So that was good.
They've recognized. They know what it is.
They know the story. Another passing thought, and this is, again, as the game is progressing, I'm writing these down. Shane Steichen clearly wanted to make a statement, and it backfired on him. They took the ball to start the game.
They did.
They won the toss and took the ball to open the game. And you know what that meant? And these were important points.
Opportunity to do the score and score like Belichick likes.
Well, that too, but and we'll get to that. But I think it meant, like, when they had 4th and 1 in the first quarter at midfield, even though he does sometimes go for it.
He's a little bit more analytically inclined.
Yeah, but he had no choice but to go for it there. If you take the ball and you're at midfield on 4th down, you have to go for it because you're trying to make a statement there. And it kind of backfired on him because the Texans then got the ball, went down the field and got a field goal. As well. So
that kind of reminded me. Who was the quarterback? Was it Matt Hasselbeck that did that, where he won the toss?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're going to want the ball. We're going to go score.
Yeah. Well, update.
Not quite. Not quite. Close. You got the ball.
And then what you talked about, it also meant the Texans got the ball first to start the second half, and they went down for a field goal again to get an 8-point lead. So Shane Steichen tried to be bold and make a statement. Totally backfired on him. Then there's this one.
Okay.
The Anthony Richardson experience is just wild.
Yeah, buddy.
It's just wild. Like, it's about as close to feast or famine as you can get in football. Like, this dude threw 65 yards in the air after slipping on his back foot, and you're like,
with his right tackle in his lap because Daniil Hunter was moving that man.
Yes. And you're like, holy. And then he misses 4 wide-open wide receivers, 2 for sure touchdowns, and you say the same word in a different context, holy. Like, this is what you get with Anthony Richardson.
That's right.
It's absolutely what you get.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I have talked about him as a dude that's going to get somebody fired, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because the high end of this is a problem.
It's a big problem.
Is a problem, right? We talked about that turf in Indy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It caught C.J. Stroud quite a few times early in the game, which I mean, what a great amount of poise from him. But that's neither here nor there right now.
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson got a little bit of that too, and still, right?
Yeah.
Just footwork be damned, right?
Yeah.
I got enough in this right arm to just send it up there. And that ends up being a problem. You also saw a little bit, but thankfully the Texans did a pretty good job of corralling this. When he started getting moving, it ended up being a problem. Like, when he saw some daylight, that dude can move. It's one of the things that we know.
I'm glad you said that.
Texans did a good job corralling
that touchdown he ran in, maybe 3 guys in the league can make. Like, he should have been tackled in front of the...
Did you feel bad for Petrie there?
Yes.
Because I was like, oh, wow, way to get there. Oh, it doesn't matter. My bad. Okay, all right.
It doesn't matter. Like, so it's like feast or famine. He's the epitome of it. Dude went 9 for 19. He went 9. I mean, what do I always say about it?
That's an aggressively mid line.
Aggressively mid. Another passing thought, Figgy. You knew this was coming. I texted both you guys. Laramie Tunsil, midseason form.
Yeah.
I mean, 2.
It's funny. When that whistle blew, I'm like, please, I hope it ain't Larry Tunsil. It was. I'm like, dog it.
Yeah, it was. And then you mentioned the field in the last segment, and that's where this passing thought comes in. That Colts field got a Brazilian wax. It was just like the one in Brazil.
Okay, I was like, where are we going here? Hold on. Like, why did the field take your brain to Brazilian wax? What's happening? But
yeah, it was awful. It was just awful. And they got to do something about it, right? I mean,
it looked clean though.
It did.
It looked clean.
It didn't perform
just slick,
clean.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if CJ's audio is in here, but I know CJ basically talked about the idea. It feels like it just probably needs to be broken in. And I do wonder if that actually is it. Well, I guess that is a space to watch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not for the Texans. Texans done for the season over there.
Yeah.
So good luck with that, Colts. Yeah. But yeah, just that'll be a space to watch if that continues to be an issue, right? That for them as they go along in the season, or if that's something that kind of over time with usage it wears in. And it's
I hope so, because it was really bad. Another passing thought here. Stroud's presence and his patience and manipulating the pocket, it's better than last year, man.
Yes, absolutely.
It's already better. I mean, no question about it.
I mean, and evidenced in part by when he was slipping and sliding. Like, and maybe this, again, might be a reach. I want to acknowledge that up front. It didn't feel like he was panicking in those moments.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, the presence.
Right? Like, it did not feel like he was panicking. There was, I mean, early on, pass blocking, it took a second to settle in. Early on, it looked like there was going to be a lot of pressure on this man and just comfortable getting the ball out. Now, the precision came with time. It felt like the rust was a word that was utilized, and I think was aptly so.
Yeah.
Because it did look a little rusty to start, but all through that time, there was not a level of anxiety. There was not a level of angst. Really cool, calm, collected when he was handling his business in the pocket.
Looked like a 10-year veteran out there. And I'm glad you mentioned that about early on.
We're just all about segues here.
Yeah, man, we have a vibe working here. So I've another one here. I've never seen the script flipped so drastically when it comes to line play. Because early on, I was like, this ain't great. Like, not only he has that great presence in the pocket, he's able to avoid some pressure and such, but he was kind of running for his life too on a lot of plays. And then all of a sudden, the script flips, and the Texans' offensive line says, "You know what? We're going to go ahead and do our little beast mode here, and just start dominating." So the line, sort of the arc of how the line was performing, was night and day.
Yeah, one of the things that I found interesting is I took a note in the first quarter. O-line is struggling right now. How much does the turf factor, or is it just the Colts D-line being a menace?
Right.
And I don't know what of those ended up being the case, because it definitely got to a place where they were actually really imparting their will. Another thing that I found interesting is I like getting into some of the stats that NFL has on their website, not necessarily NFL website, but like the I guess NFL GSIS, if that makes any sense, or if you know what that is. And one of the things that I found incredibly interesting during this game, to the point where I sent it to the group chat for some of my friends. I don't know if this was at the end of the game, but at some point during the game, I was looking at like directions running the football, and it shows up almost like a bar graph. Can you see which side of the offensive line is getting a lot of Joe Mixon's running?
Yes, I can.
Joe Mixon had at the point in the game where I took this, and I need to just go back to the site and check it again. 17 attempts for 89 yards and a touchdown, wide left behind Tunsil. Right, like we talk about Tunsil not necessarily being that run, lead blocker when it comes to running and that type of thing. And I know Kenyon Green over there, right, that probably helped a good amount, but running wide left, those guys were eating it up.
Yeah, they were absolutely eating it up, and we're going to get to Kenyon Green, but let's get to this other passing thought first. What the hell was that at the end of the first half?
Oh, buddy.
Man. I still don't fully understand, even after Jonathan Alexander did the pool report and spoke with the referees, and I read that, and I'm like, I still don't understand. The clock, the ruling, the play call, no field goal, the bad way the Texans ended it, C.J. Stroud's explanation, D'Amico Ryan's explanation. I still don't get exactly what happened at the end of the first.
Do you want to try and clean this up? Because I do know that, all right, there are some people, if you did not have an opportunity to watch, or if you don't recall, there was clock is running down. It's a 2-minute drill for the Texans. And, I mean, they took their time to start geting going on this 2-minute drill. But when they did, right, when they were trying to get down the field, there was a pass over the middle of the field to Dalton Schultz. He's tackled, and it looks like the ball does pop out. It's
I
not
thought
that
it was,
looks like it, right?
to be honest.
And so it's like, was that a fumble? It was ruled a complete pass. They, hustle up, and the Texans are trying to spike the football. Or actually, they're trying to go for a play, right? They're trying to just line up and go. Before they can snap the football and do whatever, the play is stopped in order to go and review to see if that was indeed a completed pass, right? During the point of time, sometime in there, right, Shane Steichen wants to call a timeout, and that added to the confusion of these things.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the play is upheld, that it was a catch, and so 5 seconds remain, or actually for a moment there, they're like, put time back
15
on.
15 seconds.
There's 15 seconds, and the whole of Lucas Oil Stadium's like, wait, what happened?
Yeah.
Me on my couch, I'm like, why is 15 seconds on the clock again? So they come out, they do that. They're like, wait, hold up. We messed up. My bad.
Yeah.
He actually apologized to my bad. Put 5 seconds on the clock. But the clock starts running when they put the ball down, not when the ball is snapped. And so the offense is on the field. They get the snap, but they don't have an opportunity to like really go and like make a play. And that ends the opportunity to get points at the end of the half.
Yes. And those were points that could have easily been very, very important. And even the play call, even if you thought 15 seconds were on the clock and you that little out, not on the sideline, like what,
well, 15. I think 15.
Maybe
you
you
can make
could
a play,
think go back up
right?
or whatever, run out of bounds, all that stuff.
5.
Yeah.
That should be the kickers, right? Like the kicking team should be on the field. Like there's no way you get a playoff fast enough in 5 seconds where you guarantee yourself the field goal, right?
Yeah.
Throw into the sideline. Maybe you can get that done in 3-4 seconds, but are you guaranteeing that the away team's clock manager or whoever's running the clock is going to stop that with 1 second on the clock? I don't know, right?
Yeah.
And you don't take those chances. And so it was a very odd thing, and that I don't think that was the only decision that I had a little bit of kind of concern, not concern, but it was kind of like confused about where, hey, D'Amico, what's happening in game management? But that was the big one.
Yeah, and another passing thought here, you mentioned this a second ago. Kenyon Green was a monster.
Yes.
He was a monster, dude. And I'm going to throw Juice Scruggs in there, too. You mentioned the left side of the line. That's Laramie Tunsil. Kudos to him. But Kenyon Green is a guy reaching for those tackles and reaching for the tackle, then getting another block on the second level. He was an absolute monster. Another passing thought here. Figgy, you know how I feel about this. I'm not anti, but just find someone who loves you the way Bobby Slowick loves end-arounds and reverses.
Shout out to Tank Dell getting his.
And that's the other thing I put down. I think this might be a new expanded role for Tank Dell because he didn't do that. He probably had more end-arounds or that yesterday than he had all season last year. I would guess. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But he was. That might be a new role.
It was usually Hutchinson.
Yes.
He was the one that getting the ends around.
It was usually Hutchinson.
Yeah, I think Tank Dell got 2 carries. And so I do wonder if that's just, hey, there's a lot of mouths to feed, so we're going to find innovative ways of getting you the football. And, hey, you've got speed. Let's hand it to you that way. I think that's smart.
2 more for you here. You got to give him love. What a luxury Kaimi Fairbairn is.
Yes.
3 50-yard field goals, dude.
Yes.
I mean, and nails, like right down the middle, nails. Another one for you here. When the Texans faced 4th and goal with 5 minutes left, this is what I wrote down. Don't like it. Get the points. Then the next thing I wrote down, great job, Stephon.
I wrote down, Diggs, red zone menace. Love the play call. Rolling CJ with a one-on-one matchup. Yeah,
Great job. Then
they got dudes.
Then the last thing I wrote down, I don't even know if I can say this on the radio, like as in basketballs. I wrote, holy balls, CJ, what a throw. What a catch for Nico Collins.
Yeah.
I think, and it's not an argument, I mean, it's just an opinion. I think CJ's throw was the better part of that play.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Like he just placed it perfectly on a day where, there was definitely some throws that he probably wants back, and, there was ways that he could elevate his game, and we anticipate he will elevate his game and play better. What he did, particularly on that play, but I think overall, sufficient, and on that play, just beautiful. Mwah, what you expect from CJ.
Chef's kiss.
Yes, bellissimo. There we go. Passing thoughts from the OG here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So much to talk about on a Victory Monday here for your Texans. I like that it got funky for my guy. He loves that funky music.
I'm a big fan.
Play that funky music, Figgy. All right, coming up next in the Loop, let's talk about what's popping, including the weekend that was for your Houston Astros. A great pitching performance and a lackluster one. We'll do that next.
That's how you make a first impression.
Grill Shop has the best grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get to what's popping in the Loop. Sports Radio 610 on a Texans victory Monday. 29-27 was the score. If you were not listening to Sports Radio 610 or watching yesterday in Indy, victory 1-0 for the Texans. First place, alone in first place, mind you, in the AFC South. So shout out to the Texans in that way. One of the things we were just talking about, the idea of the end of the first half with all of that debacle. There was a question asked from the 713. Did they not tell the Texans, they being the refs, mind you, did the Texans or the refs not tell the Texans that they gave the timeout back to Indy? And someone else mentioned the idea that the Texans were ready to run a play with 15 seconds. The refs set the ball and didn't tell CJ. Well, according to the pool report, which is the opportunity to actually talk to the refs, one reporter is deemed the pool reporter that gets to ask some questions. In this instance, it was Jonathan M. Alexander. He asked about that end of the first half situation, and what the referee made clear, or at least said, was that they let the quarterback know. So CJ was informed, according to the ref.
Yeah.
Only God knows if that's actually what happened on the field.
And let's be honest, CJ said that's on me.
Yeah,
CJ
said that's what's on him. In the walk-off interview at halftime on the broadcast, D'Amico said, that's on us. We've got to be better. They immediately took accountability, which is something you love seeing, by the way, from a team like this, where it's like, hey, whoever's fault it is, we need to be better. But yeah, I don't know if there is there an obligation from the ref to tell the coach in that instance, though? They told the official line is that they told the quarterback. They told CJ. Did they not tell D'Amico? Is that not an obligation? Is that just an expectation that the quarterback should be able to tell the coach? I don't know.
I think, let's just be clear here. The Texans can make mistakes. And I think they made a mistake.
As in they're capable of it, or they're allowed to?
They're capable of making mistakes.
Yeah.
They're not perfect. I don't think CJ was perfect there. I don't think
they're allowed to make mistakes.
I don't think, well, that too. I don't think D'Amico was perfect there. I think they both will tell you that. It was bad. It was bad on the Texans. We're going to nitpick here in a little bit, about 1 o'clock or so, and we'll get to this again. But I think, you say, is there an obligation to tell the coach? I think there might be, but I know it's incumbent upon the coach. The side judge is standing right in front of him, right next to him on the line.
Yeah.
So it's, hey, man, what's the situation? You know what I mean? So I think D'Amico made a mistake. I think it's fine in this case, and they're going to get better from it.
All right. So that's the Texans' victory. Shout out to them doing what they do, getting a win. Over the weekend, your Astros got a couple of wins against the Diamondbacks, a series win, if you will. A lot of runs put up in the course of this one. An 8-0 victory on Friday, 11-5 victory on Saturday, and a 12-6 loss. In the 8-0 victory, Framber Valdez doing Framber Valdez things. In his last 7 games, this is courtesy of Michael Schwab on Twitter. 5 wins, 1.91 ERA, 55 strikeouts. When it comes to Framber Valdez,
that ain't bad.
No, it's. I mean, I might go as far as calling it good. Framber Valdez. I mean, he looks like your real ace things, right?
Yeah.
So the real shout out to him. Like it's great to see the rotation that you have. You're going to a 6-man rotation according to Spouta. I believe that was yesterday. Once you get through this next rotation, so it's good to see that from Framber. Let's talk about the bad now, which is Verlander yesterday did not have a good go of it. He lost yet another game, 3-6 in his starts. And, I mean, this was one of the 4 remaining starts that he had in order to get himself ready for the postseason. And this was not helpful. 3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 8 earned runs on him. It did not strike anybody out, including a walk. Like this... he just does not seem like he is in the place where if the postseason started now, which it doesn't, he'd be in your rotation.
I don't see any way that he could, and I think he would tell you that. Since he came off the IL, he's 0-4 with a 9.68 ERA.
Oh, no.
0-4 with a 9.68 ERA. You can't put him on the postseason roster now. He does have some more starts before the season ends.
But, I mean, look, we're running out of time when it comes to, Verlander knows himself and he'll get himself together. It needs to be done, especially because, and this is the good thing, right? You have some pitchers that I think that you feel comfortable with. Like, obviously, Framber is one of those. You say, who had a pretty solid pitching line a couple days ago. 6 innings, 4 earned runs in the course of that, but he got a win this weekend as well. Like you have some guys that I think you should feel pretty confident in.
Hunter Brown, Arrighetti, who goes tonight. They got 3 against the A's starting tonight, and so that's going to be probably starting tomorrow, Tuesday. So you've got some options there, and with so much stakes in the postseason, especially if it's a shorter series, a first round series, there, all of a sudden, I think Verlander would not argue too much about not being in the rotation.
Yeah, so they're going to continue their series, or continue their season, rather, against the A's, which I know if you have not been really keeping an eye on baseball, you might go, oh, man, the A's, that's going to be easy work. No, the A's have been battling since the break. They have been doing some pretty good work. Playing better baseball, so that's not going to be the easiest series, I don't imagine. But you mentioned Arrighetti going tonight, 7:10, first
tomorrow.
pitch, or tomorrow rather. Yeah, that's Monday's off day.
Yeah,
I wish I could read a schedule. One thing I do know about though, a thing that was very loud and clear, as we talked about all of the news that came down before game week 1 tipped in earnest on a Sunday afternoon. Kendrick Lamar will be your halftime performer at the Super Bowl this season, and how do we feel about that, gentlemen?
Well, I have a confession about this, but I'll tell you right now, the 1220 confession right now. I feel like he wouldn't have gotten this if it wasn't for the beef with Drake.
Okay.
I really do. Let me explain. He's awesome.
I could see how you go there, and
it's a lot to break down.
Okay. We'll dig in more at 1220.
Okay,
but this is my initial thought. He's huge. He's awesome. We know this.
Not physically, though.
Sells a gazillion records. But that made him mainstream. That beef made him mainstream. Everyone on the...
I take umbrage with the way that you say it, but I understand what you're
Well, maybe mainstream's the not word, but it expanded his brand a lot more than it had been. And if not for that, I'm not sure he would be the halftime performer. Just my confession, but that's how I feel.
I think that I hear what you're saying. I I put in the context of having like the G-Funk Super Bowl a couple years back where you have like the likes of Dre and
he was there,
50 Cent and all those folks. Like, I think that you're seeing a different, kind of a new era in some ways of halftime performers. And obviously that is with the association with Apple Music and Jay-Z that the NFL has, that they're trying to make sure to have more, I guess, quote unquote, relevant performers to the current day or what have you. It does feel like, kind of that West Coast vibe, or at least, some of the performers that are in a similar type of vein are trying to be, are kind of coming to the fore, or have been of late with the NFL. So I do think that he was visible. My big takeaway when I first saw it was, ooh, poor Drake. Poor Aubrey, man. Yeah. Like, the whole world has been dancing and line dancing and just having a fun time to the diss record against you.
So you're talking about it now.
And now
you're talking about it now.
Now it's going to be on the single most visibly most watched televised event in American life. And that's going to happen. Like Us is going to be played.
We're going to see him perform a diss song.
Yes.
On the biggest stage in American sports.
And your auntie and your grandma are going to be singing along.
And you said poor Drake, poor Lil Wayne. He's from New Orleans.
That was my takeaway, because they've been talking about this Super Bowl in New Orleans for a minute now. Yeah. And how it should be. I see a lot of people saying it should be a Cash Money reunion or Young Money and all this other stuff. It'd be the perfect time to honor Lil Wayne. It didn't happen. I was a little disappointed at that, but I mean, I feel like Kendrick got the hot hand right now.
Yeah.
To me, with him performing that Super Bowl means he's probably putting out an album pretty soon.
Yes. That's typically because they're not getting paid off of this. So the benefit is the crazy amount of exposure and the opportunity to launch, usually like a tour or something.
And how
like that.
did he get that hot hand?
By wop, 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 wop.
Say, Drake. I hear you like them young.
That's the crazy thing, is that, legitimate allegations in that way going to be levied on the national television. That's a wild thing. So yeah, that's something to look forward to, the Super Bowl. Another thing that is indeed popping. I'm not sure this Disney DirecTV dispute is going to get resolved soon.
Okay, why do you say that? I didn't really follow it over the weekend.
So there's not a ton to follow if you are a normal human being that's not like looking at upfronts for television and when television execs talk. I, for your benefit, am not a normal human being. According to DirecTV and what's the executive, the CFO, Ray Carpenter, who held a conference call about it. He said, quote, we didn't cave during a recent dispute with Nexstar. This is more existential for us. We are not playing a short game. Right. And he went further as saying, or someone, Brian Steinberg, who was covering this, went further saying they're not looking to come to a deal in time for Monday Night Football. They said, quote, we don't have any dates that are drawn in the sand. Now, some of this might be negotiating in the media, which, happens at times.
Yeah.
But, I mean, typically you think of Monday Night Football, the prospect of when Disney has their football product, and the NFL being the driver of live television in America, the idea that DirecTV is like, nah, you're not moving us off the block just because you have Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
If they're willing to, it's just like a player in the NFL with their holdout. If they're willing to actually miss games on week one, then this
serious.
This is serious, and this could go for a little while. This is the equivalent of missing games week one. I mean, it literally is missing games week one. I think that DirecTV might not be getting this done immediately.
And to your point, they don't care. Like they the bigger game for them is winning this negotiation, getting what they want, getting all the numbers the way they want. So it's not like, fans, all of a sudden are going to turn on this player if he misses week one.
Yeah.
Nobody. I mean, people can say what they want about DirecTV, but they don't care.
Yeah.
You can turn on them all you want.
Well, I mean, the idea that, hey, are you going to lose subscribers behind this? I think that's a unique possibility, but for them, they view this like, they use the word existential. Like, this is not just about an individual dispute on the money. It's about how this streaming thing is going to work with these bundles and such. Like, how is that actually going to affect the future of this? So they feel like they're taking a larger moral, feels like it's strong to say, but in some ways almost moral stand, or I guess I'll divert back to the existential word there, stand on what's happening there. So yeah, that is a thing that's popping. And if you are like me and you have that DirecTV or the stream or what have you, might have to figure some things out. Maybe a bar to go check out. I do wonder though, like the businesses that use DirecTV for theirs, right?
A lot of bars use DirecTV,
man. I'm interested to see how they're going to handle this, because
not good. They've already changed their subscription.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like that you're messing with the money. And what's the one thing you can't do?
YouTube TV.
Mess with the money. Golly, you're in on the YouTube TV?
I have everything else, but my son has it.
Oh, you love it.
So we were watching, and I was like,
multi-box got you? It's always the multi-box that gets them.
This thing is going to end me. I'm going to spend it. It was truly one of those, like, take my money moments.
Yeah. You spending more than cable at this point.
Dude, I've got everything else except you. Like, name an outlet, name, a provider. I've got it, but I don't have YouTube TV.
That's the thing.
I left my son's home. I was like, damn it.
Here comes another one. Yeah, shout out to the 713. This is the issue, right? With everyone, there's a gap in coverage with every one of these different apps or what have you, or services. From the 713, I'd go to YouTube TV if they carried Space City Home Network. Everyone is missing something here or there, and that's the thing, is you just gotta pay for a whole bunch of things in overlap.
Get you a jailbroken fire stick.
All right, okay. I hope nobody.
I was good yesterday.
I know you were.
You know what?
You were having a good
We
time.
may have to talk.
Yeah. All right.
That's how spoiled I got in one day.
All right. Y'all meet up at the barbershop, because I need a lineup anyway, so we can go do that. All right. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Texans Victory Monday. And with that being the case, let's get to a segment I love that's called Who Hoop. Let's talk about the folks who provided on a big level for your Texans in their win. We'll do that next.
Every team needs a leader, and according to C.J. Stroud, the Texans have more than just one.
There's so many leaders on this offense. Joe and Steph and Juice, like when
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
CJ in the gun. First down for the Houston 45. CJ wants to throw. Looking around. He's got a little time. Now scrambles forward. Throws it right sideline. Got a man. 35 of the Colts down to the 31. Tank Dell. And he is tackled at that spot by Jalen Jones. Tank Dell just waiting for the football. Got it in a wide open area. Great way for Stroud to see it for a 25-yard gain.
That's right. Reaction Monday, Victory Monday for your Texans 29-27. Let's work through this quick because we might, just maybe, have a special guest on the hotline. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But what we always have for you is Who Hooped on a Texans victory 29-27 week one of the season. I've got to start with big man, big, fast, jumps high, leaps buildings in a single bound, right? All those things. Nico Collins hooped in this game, John.
He sure did, and what good timing. Remember we were talking about first impressions on Friday? Who needs to make a big first impression? I don't think we had him on the list. But
he doesn't need to, but he's going to.
Yeah,
right.
No, but he did it anyway.
I don't think if he had a 40-yard game, anybody would be particularly upset about Nico. We'd probably just be like chalk it up to a lot of mouths to feed. You kind of had different guys that needed to get involved, But he did because he's capable of it, and because a secondary that's concerned with Joe Mixon is going to have real issues keeping up with Nico streaking down the field.
Yeah, but keep in mind also until last year. He had been kind of inconsistent, kind of injury prone.
True.
He had his big year last year.
But he announced himself.
So now it's like, okay, it's real. It's real. He had 117 or whatever it was yards. No, it was big for him.
Exactly. 117 yards, 6 receptions. And one of the things that I found that tickled me personally, because I'm a dude that likes speed. You can call me Al Davis or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Collins had the fastest recorded speed, next-gen stats. 21.89 miles per hour on his big 50-yard play. So, yeah, man, Nico Collins hooped in the course of this one. Was there one for you?
Kenyon Green. And this is it's Kenyon. Everybody's talking about the offensive line as well. We should. But Kenyon Green, and I just saw Seth Payne breaking down his tape individually on Twitter. Like, he was mauling people. Like, not just at the point of attack, but getting his man, obviously reach blocks, which are really probably the most difficult thing, even more so than
you got to get across
pulling.
the face of him,
because when you're pulling, you gain up ahead of steam and you kind of pick your man. A reach block means you got to step outside of him where he's already running, get the angle on him, and block him, which was a big part of one of the big runs that Joe Mixon had in the fourth quarter, and then try to get to the next level, whether it's a linebacker or a safety or whatever. Kenyon Green, flat out, hooped. Had the highest score of any Texans offensive lineman, at least according to Pro Football Focus.
Which is an incredible thing to see after. Would it be fair to say that he was the one that you were the most concerned about coming into this?
More than fair. No doubt about it.
All right, from one dude on the interior on the offensive line to two dudes on the interior of the defensive line, I felt like Fatukasi and Mario Edwards hooped in a way. Now, it felt weird putting them on this list for myself because there were moments where I was like, ooh, they're getting moved. But look, man, it's football in the trenches, man. If you don't get got sometimes, then you're not playing enough, right? But with the way that they handled it, they did a great job handling those blocks up front with a offensive line that has some solid work in the interior.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they absolutely had a large part in making sure that Jonathan Taylor only had 48 yards on the ground. Anthony Richardson had, 56 with a big 19-yarder at some point. Like, they were doing a great job in the middle, and they were applying some pressure from the middle.
I'm glad you said that.
In the course of this game as well when it comes to pass rushing.
Making plays as well as doing their expected job. Their expected job is, have a good push up front, create some space so your linebackers can make some tackles. That's your expected job. The icing on top is, how about Fatukasi? He had a sack, a tackle for loss, and a quarterback hit. From the interior defensive line, that's big time.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that we got to give them their credit and their due for doing the work in the middle, and that was one of the places where I was watching. The trenches was important for me.
And another one for me, this is something that, you take for granted until it doesn't happen, then you want to run out of town. Kaimi Fairbairn just nonchalanted 3 50-yard kicks down the middle. I mean, he hooped.
Yeah.
Like, he absolutely hooped. Those were all easily missable field goals for a lot of kickers in the NFL. He just strolled up there and knocked down like a free throw, man.
You needed all of them, right? Like, that was early. That was early when the offense was a little dicey at times. You got in the red zone a couple of times, weren't able to finish them off.
Yeah.
And getting those 3 points, vital. And obviously, you're playing the result in some ways, right? Because there's the little, I guess, butterfly effect of if you miss and what does that change during the course of the game. But ultimately, this is a 2-point final with all of the warts. With the blocked punt and those types of things, even though there was a lot of things that we liked from the Texans, right? Making sure you knock those down matter. So shout out to Kaimi Fairbairn. Got to give the kicker his love. Also got to give this young man his love, because we're talking about defensive secondary, and there's some bad things in there for sure if we're going to talk about the defensive secondary. But Kailin Bullock, man, your first game as a starter in the NFL, and you get an interception, right? And, of course, this was one of those interceptions where – look, the ball, it was an Anthony Richardson pass that wasn't it wasn't the greatest. He kind of missed it, and I guess also his wide receiver slipped a little bit in the course of it. Ooh, goodness, man. Kailin Bullock making sure to lay out, get that football. I thought you needed to give him his love for that. He played pretty well, broke up another pass in the course of this that I vividly recall. And so shout out to Kailin Bullock making sure to do what he had to do in the course of that. And maybe just maybe I don't even have to go too far on this. I was just happy to see the man get that. Like, I imagine that goes a long way in making you feel comfortable, right? As a guy in the defensive secondary where you got your hand on the football, and now that establishes the hunger to go and do it again.
Yeah, and could have had 2 interceptions as well, Kailin Bullock. But it was a good and bad first impression. But let's talk about the bad. I mean, the deep balls were not like wide open either. I mean, it was just that rocket launcher, that he has, that Anthony Richard has, that really provided that.
You put this on here, and I was not inclined to necessarily go with this man for hooping necessarily, but Jalen Petrie is who you want to say hoop?
It's almost like grading on a curve.
Okay.
New position, new spot, et cetera, and really didn't have any gaffes,
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's acceptable?
Acceptable. I will not fight you on that. All right, how about this? Let's turn to the hotline here to talk to a former Texan, a man who is an analyst for Amazon Prime and noted Harvard graduate, Ryan Fitzpatrick, on the hotline here. Ryan, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing quite well after a Texas victory, as you might imagine. There was a lot of things that happened during the course of this, and I'm interested for you. What was the most impressive thing for you watching? Because there's a lot of places that we've gone.
There are. You know what? I'm going to start with a non-Texans thing that was impressive. That throw by Anthony Richardson.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I can't get it out of my mind. I mean, it's so mind-boggling for a guy to have that much talent and that much arm strength. He made that look easy, and I think it ended up traveling 65 yards in the air maybe, but there aren't a whole lot of dudes that can make that throw in the NFL. That being said, C.J. Stroud's probably one of them. I'll tell you what, just looking at the offseason acquisitions and the way that Joe Mixon showed up and the way that potentially Diggs is going to be and where he's going to fit into this offense, it's been amazing to see the transition of these guys really in a year's time of being a good story to being a bona fide Super Bowl contender.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I'm actually glad you said that about Anthony Richardson, too. Oh, by the way, he had slipped, and he threw it off his back foot as well, which was amazing. So just a little add-on there. But you mentioned Joe Mixon, and my first thought coming out of the shoot today when we started the show was I can't remember the last time the Texans had a back that could, and a line, to be honest, that could just grown-ass man football, impose your will in the fourth quarter, go down, make the plays that you had. That's what separates what the Texans have been, in many cases very close to maybe a team that can actually get there, right?
Yeah, and, I mean, we can't forget about Arian Foster because, back – I know it's been a while now, but it's like in my season when I was there.
No, we mentioned him. We mentioned him as the last time.
Okay. Yeah, because Arian is one of those guys – he's kind of been forgotten maybe in the last 10 years, but he was one of the best running backs in the NFL for a long time. But it was great to see, and it's great to see that Houston is building an offense that's going to be able to win in different ways too. I mean, they're going to be explosive. But C.J. Stroud doesn't have to throw for 400 yards every game for them to be effective. So the other thing that I liked about it is there just seems to be a confidence with this team when you watch them. Something that was built through last season, and then with the acquisitions and the chemistry, the way it's come together in the offseason, there's a confidence on that sideline that is pretty rare to have in a team, and they've got it right now.
We're talking to Ryan Fitzpatrick, analyst for Amazon Prime's Thursday Night Football here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. And Ryan, I mean, I do want to talk about that confidence specifically with C.J. Stroud because the game did not start off easy for him in week one of the season and his second year, right? I mean, can you speak to how difficult that game looked and just how impressive it was that it seemed like he was cool in those situations and able to make some plays with, slipping on turf and with guys in his face?
Yeah, I'll say, the first game of the season is always difficult, especially as a quarterback, because, you're not really playing much in the preseason. You're not really in the live bullets and getting hit and all those different things. Sometimes it takes a minute. Sometimes you don't have your whole squad in the off season. Guys hurt or off doing other things. And so I think, C.J. Stroud had a pretty busy off season and it seemed like he was all over the place. But I love his temperament. Like you spoke to, I love the fact that he's going to be calm in all situations and have that confidence. And the thing that's most important, one of the most important characteristics of a quarterback is when things aren't going right, guys are still looking at you. It's easy when things are going well to celebrate and do the handshakes and all that. But when things aren't going well, that whole sideline is looking at you. And he just has this quiet confidence about him that brings everybody else confidence and settles them. And, I think it's a really important quality to have in a QB, especially a young one.
Well, and the other thing is you mentioned sort of the attitude of this team, the approach and that they have. They just seem to have an offensive line that is overnight almost, because they mixed and matched last year, become dominant. And that's something that, maybe they can tighten up the pass protection, but the run game, whether it's Joe Mixon, who's clearly the bell cow, they have a line that can make people look good back there.
They do, and they also have a scheme. I mean, the way they're going to be able to take advantage of this running game through the play action. C.J. Stroud, to me, even before he came out, the thing that popped with me was those second-level throws. The touch that he can put on the ball, that kind of 10 to 20-yard range. When the play-action game gets going, those are the areas of the field where you've got to be able to take advantage. And now it's like, it's such a pick-your-poison thing with these guys. But Nico Collins, what an amazing season he had, and the growth that he's shown. It already looks like, that's going to continue to get better and better. But it's a pick-your-poison thing with these defenses, and it's going to get really difficult to defend if this running game continues like it does, because then Slowick can do whatever he wants with the play action.
We're talking to Ryan Fitzpatrick, and you mentioned pick your poison. I'm going to ask you to pick your poison. Like, what type of receiver is it? Seems like the Texans have all of them. What type of receiver did you enjoy throwing to the most? Was it kind of the big body, fast guy like Nico? Is it kind of the route technician like Diggs? Is it just the speedster like Dell? Like, what was the guy for you that you enjoyed pitching and catching with?
Well, I think everybody, Diggs has been one of the best receivers in the league for the last 6-7 years. I was definitely a Nico Collins type guy, a guy that just had a bigger frame. And even when he was covered, if it was one-on-one, giving them opportunities with the 50-50 ball to go up and get it. I had the good fortune of throwing to a lot of great guys. But even with my time, in Houston, the Hall of Famer now, which is great to see and hear and well-deserved, and Andre Johnson, and kind of the beginning of DeAndre Hopkins and what he was about to become. And guys, like Mike Evans and Brandon Marshall, just big body guys with great hands that could go up and get the ball.
You mentioned pick your poison, and I mentioned it earlier because Nico had great day yesterday. Stephon had a couple of touchdowns, but about 40 yards or so receiving. The whole question in the offseason is how do you feed all the mouths? How do you keep everybody happy? How do you do that, especially week to week, because Stephon might be the guy next week, right?
Yeah, the easiest way to keep everybody happy is to win. That's the easiest way. That being said, it's a tough task, and it's something that these guys have to be in it for the betterment of the team. And so Nico, Tank, and Diggs, it's like there are only so many balls to go around. Like you said, it may be your day one week, it may not be the next week, but if you continue to win, you continue to keep everybody happy. That being said, I've got my eyes on this team because it's going to be interesting. Mm-hmm. Everybody's going to go through struggles throughout the year. So when the struggles come, I think everybody's eyes are going to be on Diggs to say, okay, how's it going? How's he reacting? How's he treating DJ? So I think that's something we're all interested in.
We're talking to Ryan Fitzpatrick here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We've got Thursday night football coming up. Bills, Dolphins. How impressive where are you looking at when it comes to the Bills? Because I know here locally, myself and John are kind of a little bit kind of skeptical when it comes to the talent that they still have. Like, how strong of a competitor do you believe them to be when it comes to looking at the AFC Championship game?
Well, I think when you go through it, and I have the same questions, do they have a bona fide number one receiver? No, they don't anymore. The middle of their defense, especially with Milano going down, with Poyer and Hyde gone, there's a lot of question marks going into the season. But the one thing that's an exclamation point that was shown yesterday is they have Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And so with Josh, you're going to be in every game. I think team chemistry is at an all-time high right now with those guys. But that being said, I'm sitting there watching that game. The Bills are down 17-3 to the Cardinals in the second quarter, and all those questions are bubbling up in your head of, oh boy, they're coming true. But what a resilient win for those guys. It was a lot of fun to watch. And then, Miami was the same thing. Miami was down 14-0. They're down 17-7 at half. Their offense doesn't look great. There's question marks about their defense going into the season. Their defense pitches a shutout, and of course, Tyreek has the bomb from Tua, and the rest is history. But both of these teams are contenders in the AFC, and we are very, very fortunate to be able to have them as our first Thursday night game this Thursday.
Yeah, and it's streaming exclusively on Prime Video Thursday night. Last thing from me, anyway, you have Josh Allen, and I'm with you on that, man. I mean, he is just an amazing guy that can carry a team. But how sustainable is that without somebody else stepping forward?
Yeah, that's the part that's going to be interesting. On offense, when I look at it, James Cook in the running game, it really got going at the end of last year. That'll continue to go this year. But, who can separate versus man coverage? Who can make the big plays down the field? I think they were really happy to see Keon Coleman make the back shoulder catch on the sideline yesterday. But it is, there are still a lot of question marks. And it's hard to be consistent in this league. And there are a lot of guys that are young and haven't played a lot of football. They're going to have to step up for them this year. So I think that remains to be seen with the Buffalo Bills.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, he is the analyst for Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. And Thursday Night Football streams exclusively on Prime Video Thursday nights throughout the NFL season, beginning this Thursday. And pregame coverage starts at 6 p.m. Central. We appreciate you giving us a little bit of time. And do you ever get sick and tired of people mentioning that you went to Harvard?
No, I actually told our media people, you guys should have started with that. So I like to as much as possible.
Appreciate you giving us some time.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yes, sir. Former Texan and Prime Video Thursday Night Football analyst.
And why should he be?
Yeah, I guess that's why you go to Harvard, right? Or obviously in education or whatever. But, your opportunity to stunt on folks.
Yeah.
I went to Harvard. Appreciate him hanging out with us, talking about the Texans on a Victory Monday, Victory Reaction Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I got to get reaction in there, but I want to mention victory.
There's a victory.
29-27 over the Colts. Dub. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. And coming up next, let's give you our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
The Texans host.
Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I'm getting a little support and not a little support.
What?
It's right down the middle on the Kendrick Lamar thing.
Okay.
My confession on Kendrick Lamar is that he would not be the featured Super Bowl halftime entertainment.
Wait, what?
Huh?
No, continue. Sorry.
If not for his beef with Drake.
Yeah, I can see where you're going there. Like,
I think it's fair because, like, I don't know if Kendrick would have put out anything this year if it wasn't for that beef.
Well, that too, yeah.
But I feel like he have a good resume enough where he should be considered for a halftime performance.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt the millions of fans. I don't doubt how big of a star he is. But, guys, we have to acknowledge it went from the millions of fans to more millions of fans.
Oh, no, for sure.
That wouldn't have really paid a lot of attention if not for that beef.
Right, and I think also a catalog that feels like it's more accessible to, I think, who you would consider all the people that are watching.
Yeah.
Right? Like the various demographics. I mean, I'm sure you've noticed when it comes to the halftime show, there's a lot of attempting to corner demographics when we get this, right? We got this for y'all, and then we got this over here. This other person gonna come in for y'all. This band right here gonna help y'all over here, right?
Yeah.
Like
Here's Maroon 5.
Right. And look, I don't blame them for that because that makes sense. You got to understand, like, with all of the people that are watching, you want to try and give everybody a little bit of something that they will appreciate, right? And Kendrick Lamar, I think, for one, I love him, right? Like, I love his work, but I know that there's probably not as much music that I think would go as wide as I think the NFL would want to reach. Not saying that there isn't that, because, like, I mean, he's worked with he's worked with Taylor Swift and things like that, right? But yeah, everybody's gonna know when they hear that "Not Like Us" drop, right? Like, everybody's gonna know what song that is, right? And so, yeah, you're right. That definitely helps.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so week 1 happened this weekend. If you did not know, I don't know how you would not know, but if you didn't, that came to fore. And this is my first time actually taking notes during a game that I'm covering. During the course of actually watching the first time.
Like actually writing it down,
Yes.
whether on your laptop or whatever.
Laptop is the way that I went. I'm not Sean Pendergast. I'm not writing by hand. But I don't think I actually like this. I don't think I actually like.
I'm blown away that you've never taken notes.
No, man. It's a lot of top of the dome. Now, I'll take notes on a rewatch.
Yeah.
Mind you. Right? Like, so that will help me kind of pen to paper in that way, I guess, in theory. But no, and I'm not sure if I like it because it changed the way that I watch the game, man. Like, I mean, usually I will do kind of pseudo notes, kind of tweeting about the game.
Yeah.
And I think that allows me to also see other tweets and get different perspectives that then add in and build up. And I just was not really able to do that because between plays, I mean, there's a decent amount of time between plays, but if you're sorting out a thought and making sure that it's also like stylized properly so you look at it and see it nicely.
See, that's why I don't take real integral, defined notes. I always just jot down my passing thoughts.
Thought?
And it becomes notes.
And you'll come back around to it. Okay.
It kind of tricks your brain into doing it. But yeah.
So I just need to figure out the better way of doing it. And I'm not going to stop.
I'm a bullet point guy.
It is better because I do forget things if I don't take the notes. The notes are helpful, but first time around, I don't think I enjoyed it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, so I was so pissed off at my apartment complex yesterday, man.
Man, you got to get out of there.
I can't wait. That's exactly what I said when I went through this. So we woke up early in the morning, still house hunting.
Yeah.
So we did a couple drive-bys all over. And when we was on our way back, we were like, you know what? Let's cook some hot dogs and stuff for the game, man.
Yeah.
Grill a little bit. And then, you can watch the game all day. I'm like, cool. We got everything. We got some hamburgers, brats. We got all type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Went out to the grill. Didn't work. They had no propane or whatever they used. They had nothing in it. So I'm like, oh man. I called my girl. I'm like, man, don't even come down.
Don't even worry about it.
Ain't even working. So she told me to drive across the other part of the apartment to see if those grills was working. Didn't work.
Oh. Gotta get out of there,
That was the worst feeling ever, man.
Yeah, you need that house.
Because when you have your heart set on grilling something, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no
going back.
There's no bouncing back after that. So I'm just like, man, it kind of threw my whole Sunday. I'm glad the Houston Texans won because if they would have lost, that would have been the worst Sunday in a long time.
Yeah, losing and you didn't have all your
y'all ain't got your stuff together, man.
That's tough.
That's so irritating.
Yeah, but in some ways you have to kind of assume incompetence by the apartment complex, and you got to check ahead and be like, "There's no way this works, right?"
All three grills.
You went to 3? I thought it was
3. It was 3 of them.
That's tough.
Come on, man.
That's crazy, man.
They got to do better than that. They know it's football season too.
Yeah,
I do not care, bro.
And by the way, they sell that as an amenity.
Of course.
They sell all 3. Hey, we got 3 grills. Yeah, do they work?
Nope.
It's none.
I mean, hell, I told y'all my experience. We got all these elevators. Do they work? Sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's the worst feeling when the grill isn't working and the pool is closed.
Yeah.
Randomly. It's just like, why y'all got
I guarantee you they don't put that on the pamphlet that they had.
No.
Here's a pool, here's 3 grills. They don't always work.
Every time I see a leasing person walking around with the person showing them the house, I'll be getting ready to be like, nope,
sucker.
Don't do it.
Sucker.
I'm like, dog, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I had never been to a gender reveal in my life.
Okay.
I've seen them all over social media, but I've never been to a gender reveal. And this one took the cake, and you'll see what I mean by that
all right.
in just a second. But so my son and daughter-in-law had a gender reveal. And this is
not a baby reveal. You did that last week.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Probably a little too soon. But anyway, that's where I got hooked on the YouTube multi-screen thing. But anyway, so they had a gender reveal with a cake, and they were going to slice it, and the inside was going to be blue or pink. And my granddaughter, who's 20 months, I believe, had the pink and blue dress on. Everybody was wearing pink and blue. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? We had, sorry, Figgy, I made 2 racks of beef ribs on my
I love that you had to apologize. Sorry, you couldn't get food.
This guy.
This man apologizing for eating. That's crazy.
But they were badass. I smoked them 8 hours. It was working. The grill was working.
All right, so get to the dog.
All right, but where's the Tupperware for your boys? That's what I'm asking.
They scarfed it up.
Hey, get to the damn story.
Had both families there. We're all gathered around the table. All right, time to cut the cake. They cut a big slice of the cake. Cameras are rolling. Everybody's anticipating it. They pull the slice of cake out, and they forgot to put the coloring.
Oh, okay.
It was white.
Excellent.
The cake, and so we're just looking around. The looks on everybody.
It's a baby. Yeah.
It's a them.
It's a them.
They them.
They them. I actually, being the smart aleck that I am, I said, well, maybe it didn't take. Maybe she just gained some weight.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
Why would you do that?
Because it's funny.
To who?
My daughter-in-law.
Okay. I hope so.
But it was like, but of course it got screwed up, right? Yeah. And by the way, the poor cousin who bought the cake, and it was the only person who knew the gender, said she told him like 5 times just to make sure. Blue, 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 blue ink, blue cake, blue cake, blue cake. Slice it, it's white.
Story time on the YouTube said it's a white kid. That's hilarious. Oh my God.
How do you screw that up? And you do get your money back, right? Even though we eat the cake.
I don't know.
Nah,
I don't know how
They
that works
screwed
at
up
all.
a gender reveal with family there and beef ribs and all kinds of other stuff. And they just screwed up a gender reveal.
I know I wouldn't go ask for it. I don't know if that's what you should do, but
you probably should have brought the cake back, right?
Well, and then the other thing is, like, we didn't know how to, like, we went to Amanda and said, okay, we got to figure something out. What is it? So she went and got, like, there was some chalk, a pink piece of chalk and a blue piece of chalk, and gave it to my granddaughter, the blue one. I'm like, okay, cool, it's a boy. It just was a womp womp.
Y'all probably should have did a better gender reveal, though, man. Y'all should have had, like, somebody in the airplane just blowing out some blue.
Because when that fails, that's not going to be a problem, right? Like, that feels like that's going to fail extravagantly.
I think Ashley did fail.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, just understand, when you're doing a gender reveal, not 100% success rate on those things. Gotta be honest.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't have all day football watching stamina anymore. Or not yet. I need to build up to it because I feel like this happens every season, right? Yesterday, I mentioned the 3 TV setup, all good. Yesterday, and actually the day before, Saturday, we get into the college football slate. And I find myself losing focus and getting tired in the middle of the football slate. And again, happened with the NFL game. I think right in the middle of that Cowboys Fox game of the week, right? And at halftime, I was like, man, let me go do something with myself.
Go clear your head. I do that.
Yeah, but
I'll take a quarter off.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I went yesterday. I went and sat on the front porch and just had a big iced tea, watching the world go by. Then I went back inside.
Okay, yeah, but usually we get to about, I don't know, week 3, week 4. And I'm locked in on a Saturday from 11 till midnight. I'm in, and on a Sunday from 12 till 11 thereabouts. When that Sunday night football, we're locked in. But right now, I can't do it. I need breaks. My brain ain't working like this. So shout out to the Texans for having a 12 p.m. game.
Yes,
day one, because I don't know if I had the stamina for all of that. There you go. Some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's a Victory Monday on a Reaction Monday here. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, who are the winners and losers of the weekend all the way around? Text in 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texas Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Victory Monday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy Fig, and you got me, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Texans win 29-27 in Indy. They go 1-0. First place, alone in first place, mind you, atop the AFC South.
Yeah.
And so it's a good weekend, just in general when that happens. But with that being the case, who are the winners and losers of the weekend? Text in 713-572-4610 with your answers for who you believe were the winners and losers of the weekend. I know Lopez got a few on tap. I wanted to start with this, a loser. I will start on the negative side. I do that sometimes. Field conditions in the NFL were losers in the weekend because obviously we had it on Friday. We started the weekend with some field condition problems on Friday in Brazil. We talked about that grass mixture that is ryegrass with kind of the what do they call it? The turf kind of
the pebbles and all that
or
stuff.
what have you. Actually, I don't think it actually doesn't have blades.
Oh, that's right. They said that.
Right. That's the specific thing about this type of turf. And grass mixture, and there's two teams in the league and two stadiums in the league that utilize this particular style of grass. Lincoln Financial Field, where the Eagles play, Lambeau Field, where the Packers play, and so you would imagine that the equipment managers and the teams would have some level of familiarity, but that seemed to not necessarily help them. There was a lot of slipping and sliding in Brazil, and then also we saw the same type of thing with the new turf that Indy put down in the Texans game on Sunday.
I think that the one in Indy is more concerning because it was really, really bad. It was as bad as Brazil, to be honest, and then kind of settled down. I guess they changed the shoes to get the right fit a little bit in the fourth quarter, but no, it was bad. You want a winner first or a loser from me?
Hey, man, whatever you feeling, go ahead and put
How
that
about a winner from Saturday, and you got to give it to them. Texas Longhorns, man. Steve Sarkisian and the Texas Longhorns.
Texas is back.
I guess this time, it's not going to blow up in their faces because they were back last year, and we both predicted it. I said they were going to run the Wolverines right off the field.
That's correct.
They sure did.
Yeah, man. This is not your older brother's Michigan team, right? Like this is just they won their championship, but they don't have that same. Honestly, they don't have that same physicality that they had last year. And when you talk about physicality, this is why, I know it's the joke, right? Texas is back, but I'm willing to say it in these ways, right? You can put that on my record. Steve Sarkisian has established the line, the trenches on this team. Last year, defensive line was really the thing you were looking with. Obviously, T'Vondre Sweat and then Byron Murphy, right? You had those guys in the middle, and you're like, oh, those dudes are for real. I mean, since Mac Brown, offensive line not being able to put guys in the NFL on the offensive line has been an issue. This offensive line can thump, right? Like, this offensive line got dudes. And with that being the case, like, they are hurting for running backs, and it didn't hurt them at all. They were running all over that field at the Big House. Like, I think that this Texas team is really well established, currently ranked number 2 in the nation, and they have an opportunity to really do something special.
No, I totally agree. Loser for me, Notre Dame. Man, I'm so glad
you're so happy to do this right now.
I'm so glad that.
Where's your helmet? I feel like in order to get this one off, you got to wear a helmet.
You hate watching?
I was hate watching. Actually, I'm very glad that the Aggies don't have to play Northern Illinois because after beating the Aggies, they spit one up against Northern Illinois, and what a scene it was for. I don't even know what they're the Salukis.
I believe so.
No, the Northern.
Look at you.
I think they're the Salukis. But I was really happy for them. But big time, everybody's like, Notre Dame's going to be favored in all the rest of their games. Well,
yeah, and that actually here is a big time play by NIU in that game versus Notre Dame. A little bit of special teams.
He's lining it up. 5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country!
Yeah, man. Somehow Notre Dame still ranked after that. But, yeah, the real loser for me, Marcus Freeman.
Yes.
Marcus Freeman hasn't even been in Notre Dame for what? Not even 3 full seasons there, and has a multitude of really bad losses already on his record. I have to go back and find them because I don't remember this off the top of my head, but it's not a good look, and it does make me wonder like how long he is for that job just because of, you have those losses
can't lose
that just
that.
can't happen, right?
Especially after a big win against A&M, you can't lose that. And oh, by the way,
it does make A&M look funny in the lights.
It does, but
how that works.
But we're not talking about that. But anyway,
3-9, a loss to Illinois, Northern Illinois here, a loss to Marshall, and a 3-9 Stanford loss, all in the 2 years and 2 games that he has already.
Northern Illinois not only went into your house and beat you, they took your money too. They got paid $1.5 million to play that game.
Pay game, baby.
Yeah.
How about another winner, and oddly enough, dynamic kickoff, right? Like, we actually saw the dynamic kickoff in regular season. We were kind of looking at the preseason and the ways in which we were getting a lot of kicks out of the back. We actually got some returns that looked pretty good. We got a couple of kickoff return touchdowns, including this one in the Buffalo, Arizona.
Cardinals will return it. DJ Dallas. DJ Dallas with a burst across the 40. Bass can't take him down. Dallas may go on the outside. One man to beat. Dives to the goal line. Touchdown, Arizona. No flags. 96 yards.
Actually, I believe that was one touchdown, and then we got some really good returns from the dynamic kickoff. But, I mean, we actually saw, and, the XFL person who had some level of experience with this, the man who put this in play in the XFL, had said, this will operate a little bit more like a run game. We saw teams utilizing run concepts. I think I saw like kind of a counter.
Yeah, they do. They do a lot of crosses and counters and sweeping blockers to one side of the field or the other. No, I had high hopes for this. I'm a little worried, as much as this is exciting, that more teams are just going to kick it into the end zone and say, "Screw it, we'll take it at the 30."
Yeah, man. It's not a harsh enough punishment. I shouldn't consider it as a punishment.
They should take 35 or 40.
Yeah, it's like it does not. The incentive structure is that if you have a kicker who can kick it out back, which most teams do now, probably should just do that and have it at the 30, because the return is now, I think, a little bit more available for these teams.
But it'll make you think twice if the penalty is the 35 or the 40. For sure. So maybe that's going to be a rules adjustment down the road. I got a loser for you. Tom Brady.
Really?
It was awkward. Kind of forced.
Yeah, he had a mishap with Mike Pereira where he tried to give him a little bit of dap or fist bump, and Mike Pereira was like, I almost wondered, does Mike Pereira like him?
Well, but the other thing is that even just the commentary, it was just kind of stiff.
Yes.
Disjointed, awkward. It sounded like a guy that had never really done it before, which he is. But I don't know. I mean, you would expect him to get better.
Yeah.
I mean, how much? I mean, he was still just sort of just there. He wasn't saying a whole lot of insight.
I think you can get a good amount better. The only thing I do wonder is, like, who is Tom Brady as a dude? And I don't have very much insight into this because he needs to get loose. Stiff is a good word to use there. Like, and I think that some of that, when you get rapport between a play-by-play and an analyst, right, that can then you can forget the camera is there. You can kind of forget that you're on air. You can kind of just now have a conversation between the two of them in some ways that then opens this thing up and makes it more conversational, more entertaining to watch. I think that might help. What is the high water mark for him when it comes to conversational and comfortable? I don't know. I do also feel just like, hey, man, being on TV is hard. Like, I think it sounds like, oh, well, you just stand there and you talk. Being on TV is really hard.
No, of course.
As evidenced by, I think, their scene setter segment with him and Kevin Burkhardt on the Game of the Week. I was actively watching that because I was intrigued by that. I could see something that I've had when I've done like very low level TV type things, which is how often am I supposed to look at the camera and how long, right? Like you saw him doing the tennis, watching a tennis match, bouncing back and forth. You saw that happen a little bit. And I was like, oh, he's just not comfortable with this yet. He'll settle in. I think he'll be better.
I don't know how good he'll be though.
That's still a great question.
Will he ever be as good as Greg Olsen?
I have no idea, right? Because even his analysis felt a little generic,
right?
But he's still feeling this out, man. He's still feeling this out. So I don't have a great answer there. Shout out to the various texters letting us know that NIU, their mascot is the Huskies. Put some respect on the Huskies.
Southern Illinois must be the solution.
Correct. And
I was just sitting there off the top of my head, man. Give me a break.
I don't know. I mean, again, they're helping us out. They are helping us out.
Yeah.
Figgy, did you have any like anyone that you were like, yo, winner or loser on the weekend? Was there any that came to mind for you at all?
Just locally, man, I just think Mixon. I think he won, man.
Yes, big time.
I think if you had to give a game ball, I would give a game ball.
Oh, he did.
Man.
He did.
Yeah, because I know we spent the whole all season training camp talking about Dameon Pierce in the second running back and all that stuff. But, man, that might not even matter this season if he going to play like this. Now, hopefully he don't get no 30 carries every single game. But if he ball like that, man, who give it? I could be the second running back.
It do not matter.
Yeah.
Just be over there with that. I mean, you can have your helmet. Just don't worry about putting it on.
I got one more quick winner and one more quick loser for you. In that same vein, Figgy, Saquon.
Yes.
Come on.
Buddy.
Come on.
And the loser are the Giants because ain't no way. Like, you have to – I think they might need to be put up on war crimes for the ways that they have weighed down Saquon. Saquon got out there with a team that actually had some things going, and he was – how many touchdowns? 3 touchdowns? Am I remembering correctly here?
He had – did he have 3? I think
yeah, man. Yeah, man, because I was actually on the phone during the course of that game with a friend of mine, and his wife had Saquon on her fantasy team. Actually, she referred to him as S. Barkley.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah, the points are just racking up.
S. Barkley's doing all right.
Just racking up when it came to Saquon. Yeah, that's going to be a problem for me.
And loser, sorry, Justin Verlander.
Yeah, man, we're getting closer and closer to this being
bad, man.
Yeah. This being a situation where Verlander is not really a part of your postseason rotation, and that's really unfortunate. He's 3-6 on the season, and 3 more starts can be reasonably expected for him before we get to postseason baseball. And you really hope that he finds some level for himself when it comes to pitching, because if not, I guess the nice thing about that is, like, if not, you do still have some pitchers that you feel good about.
Absolutely.
You would much prefer to have the experience that Verlander brings with the stuff that you've seen him capable of in the past. There you go. Shout out to the 2-1 who said the Cougars looked way better than compared to last weekend. And I'm actually not sure. Did they look better? Because I didn't tap into that till the end. I feel like Oklahoma just looked really bad.
No, Oklahoma was not great
offensively.
was absolutely better.
Okay.
I did tap in on that one a little bit.
I thought it was going to be a blowout.
Shout out Cougs. Yeah, everybody did. And I mean, unfortunately, 16-14 loss, and there was a safety that really 16-13, wasn't it? There was a safety at the end that really put the Cougs out of reach, but hey, they gave a good run on a SEC team. So shout out to the Cougs. All right, in the loop, Sports Radio 610. One more hour to go on this Monday, Victory Monday party here for us. Coming up next, there's a lot of positives, but I also kind of don't want to forget the negatives that happen. Let's do a Victory Monday nitpick. We'll do that next.
The Texans host.
426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and I'm Reginald Atatula hanging out with you on a Victory Monday. Victory Reaction Monday. I keep wanting to, I got to get that reaction in there. I do. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We were asking the winners and losers of the weekend last segment, and from 713, they said their winner is them for starting Jaden Reed and getting 30
Ocho.
fantasy points. Yeah, man. Shout out to Ocho. Look, man, the Packers, I understand they're going to be without Jordan Love. That wide receiving core is young and really solid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really talented. They also have one of those any given Sunday type wide receiving cores where it can be the big, fast receiver in Christian Watson, and provided that he doesn't drop the football, it can be Jaden Reed, it can be Romeo Doubs. They got some dudes that can really threaten defenses. So it was Jaden Reed getting a whole bunch.
That was a tough loss. Golly, the Jordan Love. Whew.
Yep, that's tough for them. And of course, the loser that came up a whole bunch. The Cleveland Browns and Deshaun Watson. I have a feeling you'll hear more about that, gentlemen, later on in the program. But right now, look, on a Victory Monday, Texans win 29-27, 1-0, first place in the AFC South. These types of days, people are like, look, man, let's talk about the good. But, don't really want to hear about the bad. What are you talking about? They won.
Hey, Jeff Van Gundy would argue with that.
So this is the place where we stash the bad, right? Let's talk about the bad with the caveat that, hey, man, we understand they won. We appreciate that. We talked about them rushing for a whole bunch of yards. Joe Mixon 159 himself, right? We talked about the offensive line showing up in a way that we did not anticipate, and in a good way, obviously. We talked about the fact that C.J. Stroud managed to get through, some struggles and really had some composure. Obviously, Nico Collins. Big body running downfield, 117 of them things, right? Stephon Diggs, couple touchdowns. We talked about all those. What's some of the downsides? What's some of the negatives? Let's talk about those. And I would like to start. Big plays. Yep. Big plays. And, of course, this is going to fall in large part on the defensive secondary, right? Hey, man, there was a lot of run by, right? And there was a lot of run by that also didn't get capitalized on. I know that our guy Clint Stoerner, you should listen to 610 on game days, especially after the game. You can get fantastic analysis. You get to hear from CJ. You get to hear from Coach D'Amico. You get to hear all those things right here on our post-game show, Sports Radio 610. And during the course of that, Clint Stoerner was talking about the fact that, hey, man, if various things, right, with the way that the Texans played, it was a good game, and obviously it was. And one of the things he said was, if the big thing that you're worried about is just kind of big plays happening, this Texas team is going to play great. And I take umbrage with that. I do. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And look, I ain't played no professional football nowhere. I ain't played no college football nowhere. Clint has legs up on me on that all day long. But chunk plays, big plays is something that will absolutely torpedo a team. Like, I think I get where he was going for, and so I'm not trying to be a jerk about this, but no, that is a problem, right? And not only were there big plays, 3 plays of 50-plus for the Colts in this game.
Think about that.
That's so many yards.
3 plays over 50 yards.
Right, that's 150-plus yards right there. 3 plays. Boom, gone, right?
Yeah.
And in some ways, like the first one was, it looked like there was kind of bracket coverage. You had inside-outside between Stingley and Jimmy Ward, and then you just got dude going over top and getting towards the inside, right? But there was other instances where you just kind of dudes got cooked, right? And within that, you also had plays where there should have been more if Anthony Richardson was any level accurate. There was at least 2 more, I think.
Touchdowns.
Yeah, touchdowns really should be. A.D. Mitchell got our guy Stingley on what looked like a little bit of maybe what kind of played like a double move, because it seemed like Stingley sat down on a route, like right about 10 yards where you imagine there would be a break.
Yeah.
And AD just went over top, and Anthony Richardson just overthrew it. And that made me think, well, oh, did he think that he had the play read out, or did he get double moved or what have you? But ultimately, the defensive secondary's got to be better intact, because those are the types of plays that can absolutely, throw good defense in the trash, right? You could be, stop, and holding them, and here's 40 yards, and that negates all of the work that you were doing. Like, those big plays really hurt you.
Yeah.
That's something that needs to get fixed.
No, I'm with you. You're not going to face Anthony Richardson, who can throw it off his back foot after slipping 65 yards in the air every week. You're just not.
Sure.
You may not ever face another guy like that until you get Anthony Richardson again later in the season. But it is on tape. It is on film, so to speak, that they were vulnerable to the deep ball. No question. That's part of it.
And I do wonder how much, there was clearly a concerted effort to stop Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson from tearing you up running the football. And they did a great job, reining that in, right? So I don't want to negate that. I don't want to neglect that. And I also don't want to neglect the idea that maybe that attention that you put forward is part of what allows teams to get over top, or allows the Colts in this specific situation to get over top of your safeties. However, don't make a habit of that.
Yeah.
Absolutely do not make a habit of that. Plus, right, you already, and I'm going to go back to the 4.6 40 speed for Kamari Lassiter, right? Like, there was already that thing, and the idea that there's not recovery speed there, that recovery speed is necessary in some situations. Like, he's going to be right a lot of times, but in the instances that he's wrong, there's not going to be the opportunity to fix those things. And so, yeah, man, defensive secondary, it just can't look like that. It can't.
Yeah, I got a couple of nits to pick as well. And by the way, that Jeff Van Gundy reference, for those who don't know it, is do not ignore in victory what you would not ignore in defeat.
Correct.
And this is the one, what a freaking game Joe Mixon had.
Yes.
That is a workload.
30 carries, man.
That is a workload.
We going old school, man.
Yeah, I know, but it is not sustainable in today's NFL, I feel. Maybe he's a unicorn, and he'll have 25 to 30 like Earl Campbell, every week. My thing is you gotta be able to lighten the workload. They will. I mean, this was a game plan type thing, and it also developed over the course of the game that they decided, let's just feed the beast here. But that is a big workload. That is something you can't ignore, because it will catch up. It catches up to everyone.
So another nitpick that I'd like to throw out here. Run defense, even though we talked about the fact that they were able to kind of corral this thing a decent amount, right? Like, I think that's a total of just over 100 rushing yards for the Colts in total, 48 for Jonathan Taylor, who, 130 on average before this against this team, right? It wasn't just it wasn't a pass fail, or if you took it away from a pass fail, there was some ups and downs within the run defense, especially really early on, with Anthony Richardson.
That's what I put that in my passing thoughts.
Yeah.
Kind of the way it flip flopped.
Yeah, man. It felt
early on. It wasn't great.
No, and Henry To'oTo'o is the one to look at, right? Like that's one of those guys that you were looking at, like, hey, man, what are you going to do? Did that tackling improve? And one of the things I liked in one of those early plays is, oh man, he's in the run fit, like he's where he needs to be. And then you kind of just miss the tackle. And I'm like, oh, is that Jonathan Taylor just being, a breaker of tackles, or is that going to be a continued issue? So I'm going to continue watching that space. But yeah, when you talk about missed tackles, also if we're talking about missed tackles, our guy Jalen Petrie. Make sure to check out fee5more.org. I say that because here comes the negative side of the positive, right? A-Dog, like that. The questions that people had. I don't think there were very many answers there.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up, because earlier I said I kind of gave him a star, so to speak, because there weren't any major gaffes. There was one that I didn't forget.
Yeah,
I forgot about.
If you were inclined to believe,
but I thought he was okay for the most part. But there was a major gaffe.
Yeah, because I mean, one of those you just got trucked by a dude who is really strong in a small area. Like you just didn't have very much there, and that's the Anthony Richardson touchdown on the run.
Yeah.
But there was another Anthony Richardson run where in open field, Jalen Petrie, if you wanted to be cynical,
cramp.
you could have made the argument that maybe just maybe.
Cramp.
He didn't want to tackle. I'm not trying to say that, right? I'm not saying that about him.
Yeah.
I know if me personally, I wouldn't want to tackle, but I'm also not built to be an NFL player, right? But
saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You're
I'm
just
trying to be as fair as I can with that.
How about this? And tell me if this is just me or if anybody else feels this way about picking nits here.
Yes.
The Texans looked a little out of sync with game management.
Yes, absolutely.
They really did to me. I mean, they and not just the end of the first half debacle that we've talked about, but kind of the D'Amico went for it and got it, late in the game. Imagine what we'd be saying if he had not gotten it on top of the end of the first half, on top of the 2-point conversion, on top of the 2-point conversion play call, on top of the block punt. Like they won, and we are happy, and they are in a good place.
Yes.
I said earlier, I think they're going to start the season 4-0. I would bet on that. But they looked a little out of sync, which was something that we never said, Figgy, last year, ever. Like their game management was always on point, and they just looked a little off.
And I don't know. When I bring this up, I want it to be clear. Like the way that I view coaching decisions is if you can defend it, I'm good with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm pretty lenient on some of those. Like if there's a defensible stance there, I'm good with it, right? Because some of this just then comes down to taste, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this falls squarely within that, but. Even in that first quarter, right? You go for it on fourth down on the first drive, I believe, or early in the first drive, and then later in the first drive, they kick the field goal on fourth down in similar situation. And I was like, that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Like you've already been in a place where you've been aggressive, but you're like, I'm just going to take the points. Ultimately, those points are useful, right? That's one of the 50-plus yard field goals that Kaimi Fairbairn nails. But I'm like, okay, you've already been aggressive here, and it felt like, okay, there was a little bit of settling in, finding a level in some ways that seemed to, kind of be all the way around this game for D'Amico and the coaching staff.
The other thing about the game management that I didn't mention, Tommy Townsend kind of looked like he nonchalanted that block punt. Why does that relate to game management? Because it was very obvious the way that the Colts were lining up that punt block was on. Now, I know they fall out of it sometimes and all that. It was pretty damn obvious that they were coming off the edges. And he just kind of seemed to nonchalant that punt. I mean, maybe I'm picking nits on that, but that's what this
is the right segment.
That's what this segment is all about. Just game management, etc. One other one that I had, and it is sort of just a running joke on this show, but there's going to be a moment when a Laramie Tunsil false start costs this team in a big moment, and maybe even in a big moment that could lead to the outcome of a game. And he had 2 of them again yesterday.
Were you surprised that there wasn't any illegal formations for the Texans? I think there was one for the Colts, if my memory serves.
Yeah.
Were you surprised at all that that's the way that went?
A little bit, because Tunsil seemed to be on the brink a couple of times to me. Didn't he? Like he was.
I actively looked and I was
kind of. I was
like, there's one fiber on that belt of Juice Scruggs that is being broken by Laramie Tunsil's helmet, just barely. No, there was they really were pushing that lining up to the edge, but he was also trying to get those jumps, and those popped up. I think there was maybe like 4 of those false starts there. I mean, is that something that we believe can be? And it's crazy to say it that way because, like, hey man, it feels like with the details, if there's enough focus or whatever, you can get that right. Is that something that we believe is going to be exercised by any means, or is that just going to be something that you have to live with in some ways?
You're talking about the false starts?
Yeah.
We've lived with it for 4 years, 5 years, and he's so good that like I said, it kind of becomes a running joke here because they overcome it. But now the stakes, we've talked about it all off season. The stakes are really, really high. You're going to be in some really, really important games. And one
of them was a drive killer.
And one of them was a drive killer.
Killed the drive.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So in a huge game, in a big moment, an ill-timed false start by Laramie Tunsil is going to cost this team.
Some other ones when we're talking about nitpicking, and some folks are texting. We always appreciate you do that. 713-572-4610. Somebody asked from the 281, why was Akers inactive? And
that's a good one.
I mean, you can only
Pierce was active.
I was like, you can only activate so many. We had that conversation on Friday, right? Obviously, Joe Mixon is going to be active to the tune of 30 carries. We know that British Brooks is going to be active for his special teams. We know that Dare Ogunbowale is going to be active for his role, special teams, whatever. You got 3 dudes active. There's going to be one more. Like, you're not going to activate 5 running backs. I don't think you have that particular type of game or team here. And so, who was the other one? And again, they have been consistent on this, right? We are the ones who have been like hemming and hawing.
Yeah.
The Texans have been consistent about this. Dameon Pierce is running back too. And I think that only got solidified by the fact that Dameon Pierce looked fine in his, 3 carries?
Yeah, 3 carries, 19 yards, whatever
right?
it was.
And I can give you the actual amount of snaps if I go back and look here, but like it just for, let's see, Dameon Pierce, 9 snaps he was on the field, right? That's what we're talking about thereabouts. He was fine. He was not an issue, and I think they're going to be emboldened to continue doing that.
But doesn't that tie in with my first nitpick of the workload on Joe Mixon? You have to have a back that, in a game like this where you're running the ball a lot, can be productive. And I'm not saying he was not productive, because he was good enough in the 3 carries, but you have to have the confidence that he can get 10 or 12 carries if need be. And is Dameon Pierce that guy, or are we going to end up seeing Cam Akers, kind of like the Devin Singletary role last year, come in after a few games and be the second running back?
I think it's a worthwhile question, I think, and it will be asked at some point because, I mean, it's just impossible for him to go the entire season, Joe Mixon, that is, carrying the ball 30 times. And I understand there's going to be some games where it's going to be more pass-heavy just generally.
Sure.
But even 20-something times, right, there's going to be games where that kind of slips back and maybe another running back is necessary. I do think that they're still going to be in a place where, hey, until it proves to be a failure in that way, Dameon Pierce is going to get every opportunity to do that. And thankfully for the Texans and everything there, it did look good enough, right? And I mean, I bet good enough feels like it's that feels real slight to say, right? That feels like a mean thing to say, but I think
it's
you get
fair.
what I mean. Like it did look like it was sufficient for this to continue being the case for the Texans in the running game. So there you go. There's our Victory Monday nitpick. Keep texting those in if you got more things that you'd like to nitpick. We didn't even talk about pass protection. You had a little bit of negativity.
Pass protection. Look. How awesome was C.J. Stroud manipulating the pocket, having command, being able to extend the plays, make the plays, that play across the field, which is a no-no that he made perfectly perfectly well.
But he was on the run, baby.
But you can't make a habit of running for your life back there.
No.
You just can't. I mean, it's going to catch up to you.
And hopefully eventually that will be more of a credit to Kwity Paye and Latu and Grover Stewart and DeForest Buckner as opposed to more of an indictment of the Texans line. We'll see how that plays out as we continue the Texans season. But as of right now, 1-0. First place atop the AFC South after a 29-27 victory over the Colts. It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you know what time it is. Let's get some Figgy's mixtape. What we got?
Yeah, we got the good, the bad, and the ugly from football this weekend. And is Deshaun Watson a better person off the field than on the field?
Uh-oh.
That was a real discussion.
And we're going to have that next.
That's how you make a first impression. The Texans newcomers came up big in a 29-27 season. enter kindergarten each year lacking required reading skills. We need your help to change that. Next Tuesday, we're asking you to join us in donating to the My Home Library program. For every $30 gifted, an economically disadvantaged Houston child will receive their own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon next Tuesday. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610 on this Victory Monday. Shout out to everybody whose favorite team won. I know my favorite team won yesterday, so I'm feeling pretty good. And I just want to go through the good, the bad, and the ugly of this football weekend. Let me cue up my music real quick.
Okay, all right.
There we go.
Oh, he's really got it.
The good, the bad,
really got
and the ugly from the weekend. I got to start with the good. Shout out the NIU coach, Coach Thomas Hammock.
Yes.
He got a big dub. That was the biggest dub in their school history. They never beat a top 10 college team. And I really felt happy for this dude. This is him right after the game on the field talking to a reporter about how this makes him feel.
Top 5 opponent. This is NIU's first win against a top 10 opponent ever. And for people who need context, you wore this jersey. It's deep for you. Why?
I'm so proud of our kids, the coaches, just everybody. They believed. They believed. And we came here and got it done.
Where's this emotion coming from for you?
All these guys that have been with our program, been through the ups and downs, and to continue to fight, it's like they my kids. I'm happy for the adversity to push through. But, no matter the situation, I just couldn't be more proud. I'm sorry.
See, that's how you're supposed to do it, man. Not like that coach up north that was crying like a baby after he won.
Wow, how did this become?
Yeah, that's how you do it,
How does this become Sharon Morseland?
Hey, that's how you do it. Salute to him. And this is him in the locker room talking to his kids.
Listen, what you can do with the power of belief and working together and just staying through it, through thick and thin. That's what we are. That's a team. That's a family. That's guys that want it. I told you all week, we did not need luck. We did not need luck.
Salute to that man. Salute to NIU for coming up with that big win.
How can you not? I mean, just the emotion on the field was like just so sincere and just awesome. And then you always like an underdog like that?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. You was hate watching, though, for a different reason, right?
No, I was not. Shout out to Notre Dame.
Wow. That's but it really is cool. Like, especially a dude that you can tell like cares a ton.
Yeah.
And I mean, sometimes we end up in this place where we impart too much on these things, and I might be veering into that territory. But it really does feel like that dude cares about those dudes that he's coaching up in a way that it's a passion for him.
No question.
Right? It feels like very much that's the case, and so I feel like that's where the emotion comes from when he's being interviewed, and that's where he's able to sell them guys on the idea that, hey man, I believe in you, and you don't need luck, and you can get out there and win. And on a day like today, you get your point proven, and I think that's really cool.
The bad. The Giants are bad, man.
Very,
very, very bad.
They made the Vikings look like some world beaters.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that's the case.
It kind of got me questioning a little bit. I'm like, man, we've been sleeping on Sam Darnold?
Yeah. Never.
Like, dang.
Although, in a way, I am one of those football dorks that's like, I think Sam Darnold in the right situation could be a little bit better.
But I hear you, but they've been saying that about him for how long?
That's right. When he went to the Panthers, it was like, here we go. There's an opportunity. He went to the Niners, like, oh man, just give him an opportunity to step up there. And so here he goes with the Vikings, blowing out the Giants.
Yeah, man. Speaking of the Giants, Malik Neighbors, first-round draft pick receiver for the Giants, was asked by a reporter after the game, after the bad loss, Did you feel like Daniel Jones were trying to give you some enough looks?
Did you feel that he didn't look for you as much as you would have expected?
I mean, I don't know really what was going on back there, but I'm getting out my routes and I'm just trying to make a play, trying to find him, trying to make a better throw for him to make. So I was just doing my job. That's all I can do.
Hey,
that's my favorite brand of response.
Hey, I say the same thing whenever something ain't going right here. I be like, hey, I'm just here to work.
That's my favorite type of respoce.
I'm just here to do my job.
That's not my department. That's not my ministry.
I like the way he stumbled at first because he was like, well, I don't know what's going on back there.
He's rookie.
I don't know really what was going on back there.
That's above me.
That's all he needed to say right there.
They don't pay me to think about all that. They pay me to run these routes.
I'm just here to do my job. That's all I can focus on, man. I don't know what's going on back there, but
I got enough stuff on my plate right here. This is my job. I'm trying to work through it. If the ball gets back here, that's on them over there. I love that.
Speaking of bad, so you know how whenever your team get a good victory and whenever they leave in the stadium, you still got the fans there like,
they're chomping at the bit to give you all your love.
So it was some Giants fans that was waiting for Daniel Jones.
Well, they were chomping at their bit too.
And remember, they didn't win, but they waited for him to come out so he can go to his car.
Jump him?
I don't know, but this is what it sounded like.
Hey, I need $1 million. I need $1 million. I need $1 million, Daniel. I need $1 million, Danny. I need $1 million. Give me You stop.
Just walk into the car.
Dude. And it was a long walk.
Oh, man.
It was a long walk.
That's nasty work, man.
Over 100 yards, close to 100 yards, all the way down that fence line. Dude, when you've got people waiting for you after a game for the sole...
Not 200 yards? Because then it'd been more that he threw for.
Yeah. For the sole purpose of heckling and booing you, you got a problem.
That's dedication, man.
You got a problem.
Yeah, that's tough. I do love that they're basically not just asking for refunds. They're like, hey, man, you clearly are getting more than you need out of that check. Go ahead and pass that around, buddy.
Yeah, peel one off. Peel $1 million off for me.
Yeah, man, for having to watch that. That's crazy.
Yeah. That was the bad. Now we got to get to the ugly.
Okay.
The Cleveland Browns.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
That is correct.
That was an ugly game for them. It was bad. It was ugly.
I forgot Jerry Jeudy played there.
Yeah.
I had completely forgotten.
Yeah, so for me to kind of, I was kind of hate watching a little bit to kind of see
I definitely
the car
was.
crash burn.
Well, I mean, that was the Fox game, America's game of the week.
I definitely was.
But I actually watched the whole thing to hate even more.
Oh, yeah, you were really hating.
A bad game, you turning it off.
Once we got to the third quarter, it was a known result there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to listen a little more this morning. So I decided to get on the Odyssey app and listen to 92.3 The Fan with my man Ken Carmen. And they decided to open the phone lines up for the first call.
Boy.
I saw something, but I didn't hear it. Yeah, exactly.
This was the first call.
Are you ready to go to the phones?
Sure.
All right. Dave in Macedonia, you're first up on the Fan. Hello.
There's two numbers. You'll figure them out. 42.9, 144.
What is all this?
Watson's quarterback rating, Mayfield's quarterback rating.
Oh, Christ. I can't do this for one more second. No. The first call out of the box, we're going to do this. The very first call out of the box, we're going to do this. No. I know what his quarterback rating was. I know that he was good. Guys, I'm not doing it right out of the damn box. Can I have a little bit of time before we do this? Can I have a little bit of time? That he ain't coming home. He ain't coming back. Only to play us. That's it. He had a great day down there. Congratulations on all his success. I can't undo the trade. I can't undo it.
Man, they bringing up Baker Mayfield, man.
They should.
It's not just bringing up Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
That is a battered radio host.
Oh, Ken Carmen. Ken Carmen's had it up to here.
That is a battered radio host. Just the mention of Baker Mayfield's name sent that man into a rage, a fit of rage. He has been hurt. He has been abused. He is done.
He's scarred.
It also doesn't hurt that they were playing the Dallas Cowboys, right? And look, they be fumbling in the playoffs, but that's a good team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the Buccaneers are playing the Commandos, and so there's a little bit of a difference there. Doesn't make it any less funny though.
Yeah, he was pretty battered, but I got somebody else that was pretty bad at
Oh,
you.
no.
Somebody that's close to my heart.
Really?
My mother-in-law. Shout out to my mother-in-law, Kim Davis.
Mm-hmm.
So she usually FaceTime my wife every morning. Hey, good morning.
Yeah.
Hey, Edward. And all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, how you doing? And I decided to
go there,
take her off a little bit.
Oh,
I said,
you a jerk.
Hey, how was that Browns game?
Nah.
And this is how it went.
What you say?
Get back our money from Deshaun. You know what? I don't know. We need. I don't know what we need. Deshaun need to run back that money. I want to prorate his contract.
Hey, so who you want to start at quarterback?
See, I don't know. Oh, what's Flacco? We still got Flacco?
Nah, he with the Colts.
Damn, we always. I don't know who we have.
Yeah.
Hell, let's see who Standing Nations got playing with them. See, can't they do something? Ohio State's. What's Ohio State's quarterback look like? Somebody. But it's not Deshaun. It's not Deshaun.
Baker Mayfield look good in Tampa Bay.
Didn't he though? Pissing me off. I wonder if we could get Baker back, but you know what? Baker should come back because he around while he was here. He wasn't what he should have been here. And then he matured a little bit and went ahead and got his little stuff back together. Yes, Baker should come back and we should just mend our fences with him.
Yeah, I think he happy in Tampa.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Deshaun, like I said, we can keep Deshaun. He just needs to prorate that money.
Prorate the money.
Because he just living, because he has, I don't give a answer. I'm going to make my money regardless. I'm going to throw this ball out, whatever. It's going to connect, it's not going to connect, it don't matter. I'm getting paid. He needs to work for his money, and he is not working for his money. Yeah. I'm sorry about his dad. He should have took off and grieved in peace, not grieved on that field.
Hey, yo.
Wow.
Hey,
yo. I did not know it was going to go there, man.
Oh, my goodness.
This is week 1.
That's week 1. And
this is week 1.
All I said was, how was that Browns game?
Yeah.
You know what you
went there.
You know what you're doing.
But here's the thing, like, how ugly can it get? This is week 1. Ken Carman is blowing a gasket. Your mother-in-law just went on a rant. And it's all over Cleveland and Cleveland fans.
Yeah, it's all over.
I really thought she was going to be like, it don't matter who else, just not him. I really thought. But she put thought into it, and she was like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he could stay. You just got to make sure to pay it back.
Prorate that money.
She said, I guess. She was like, whatever, man. That again, yeah, that's broken. He is broken now.
Yeah. We're going to get out of here with one last ugly thing. Mm-hmm. So I was listening to Pardon My Take, the PMT guys.
Yeah.
And they actually had the discussion about this, about if Deshaun Watson, is he a better player or a better person off the field than on the field? That was an actual discussion, and this is how it went.
Deshaun Watson's so bad at football now, I think you could say that he's a better person than football player.
I think
he's so bad at football.
I would say,
and he's a bad person.
I would say, as good as he is at quarterback, even better human being.
Yeah, that's how bad he is at football now.
Yeah,
he's a better human than football player.
Yeah,
because he's so bad at football.
That's a great spin zone.
Yeah, he's somehow reversed it.
It's close.
It is close.
It's
a race to the bottom.
It's week to week. Mincy asked if he can even show his face in Cleveland after this. I was like, I think that's the only part of his body he is allowed to show.
Correct.
Maybe not even the worst NFL contract ever. Maybe not even the worst sports contract ever. Deshaun Watson might have the worst contract ever.
We got to look it up. In Louisiana Purchase, I feel like we got that for like a couple nickels.
We fleeced.
Yeah,
we fleeced.
We got them.
Maybe White Star Cruise Lines.
Yeah.
To build the Titanic.
Yeah.
Pretty bad contract.
And then it's Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson, close second.
It's ugly in Cleveland, man.
That's nasty business.
Week 1.
It's week 1, man. It's ugly.
It is the worst contract in NFL history. It is the worst trade in NFL history.
Nah, it sounds like that's the worst contract ever in the history of the world.
Yeah.
Damn, that is crazy because you're damn near, if not better than the Herschel trade.
Oh no, we used to argue that. Is it going to ever be as bad as the Herschel Walker trade? The answer is yes.
Well, yeah, because quarterback, in the pay. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's crazy.
Yeah,
man. Well, more power to him. Good luck with that.
Yeah,
we over here thriving.
Good luck on your next vacation and all those Instagram posts.
Hey, we good. Hey, that's one thing about me. like I had fun doing this, but I'm looking with my current girlfriend, man. I'm not looking at my ex. I'm cool. I'm watching. I'm good. Exactly, man. He was spitting facts. I ain't worried about my ex.
Yeah.
I'm good over here.
Hey, appreciate you hanging out with us. It's In the Loop. That's Figgy's mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. I just accidentally threw my pen across the room.
It's all right.
You love seeing that.
You're not the first.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'm sure they did that in Cleveland.
Yeah, for much different reasons. Much different reasons. A victory Monday, or victory reaction Monday, that is, here in the Loop. After a Texans 29-27 victory over the Indianapolis Colts. Coming up next. Has your perspective changed on these Texans after 1 week of football? It seems kind of insane, but is it? We'll do that next.
Every team needs a leader, and according to CJ Stroud, the Texans have more than just one.
There's some.
Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
On 1st and goal, CJ with the toss to Mixon, running left, and he's in! Touchdown, Houston, Joe Mixon. 3-yard TD run.
I like the end zone dance, too. Love it.
Yeah, shout out to Joe Mixon putting on the.
I'm trying to remember what it was. His dance.
That's a great point.
I can't remember it.
I just remember vividly.
Stefan's was pretty cool.
I just remember vividly being like,
yeah,
he's excited.
Yeah,
he's in a good way, in a good place. Yeah, Texans get a victory, 29-27 over the Colts. So this now is a Victory Reaction Monday.
It absolutely is.
In the Loop Sports Radio 610, getting ready to hand off to the homies, Ron and Clint on the drive, and T-Mill. I don't want to forget T-Mill. Excited for that. But does this win against the Colts change your perspective on the Texans at all? Positive or negative? Here?
Yes, it does. Actually, it's more of a confirmation.
Okay.
Confirmation of what we've suspected, what I've suspected anyway. You know, we've talked all offseason about they have everything now. They have all the parts. You know, this is a quality team. And people around the league have said the same. But when you run the ball like that, and not just run the ball successfully, run the ball when, as D'Amico said in his availability after the game, they knew we were going to run, we knew we were going to run, and we still ran, and they just smashed it down their throats. You know,
your words, not his.
My words, not his. I'm paraphrasing here. That's what successful big time playoff teams do. In moments like that, when it's very obvious what you have to do and what they're going to try to stop you from doing, and you do it anyway. Like I actually was, obviously watching the Sunday night the Sunday night football game last night. What did the Lions do when they had to? When they absolutely, it was a tied game, they come back and tie it. The Lions are an acknowledged Super Bowl contender, maybe even some would say a favorite to get to the Super Bowl, although the Niners have something to say about that. But like, they are a Super Bowl caliber team. They ran the ball 7 out of 8 times in overtime, went all the way down the field, scored the game-winning touchdown. That's what the Texans did, man. They're in that category. It was confirmation of what they can be this year.
Yeah, man, that's really, for me, the big thing that shifted in some ways is I don't remember, I don't know if you recall on Friday, the way that I was generally feeling was I'm high hopes for this team.
Mm-hmm.
I am optimistic, but I want to see some things.
Yeah.
And chief amongst those was like, how solid is the run game going to be? Because look, there's a lot of belief in Joe Mixon and his capabilities. I would love to do a head count on how many people would have given you 159 on the ground, right? 30 carries, right? I don't know how many people would have assumed that. Like, I also would love to see if we could somehow go back in time or, do the, some level of, advanced analytics of what would be kind of that expectation if it wasn't 159. Would people have been like, oh, yeah, he's going to give you 70 yards or what have you? Like, this level of performance, especially when you look at that particular defensive line when it came to running the football at will, according to the 713, which is absolutely correct. Shout out to Ocho. Yeah, man, that feels different. Like, I literally made notes, the notes that I did not enjoy taking, right, on this game. One of the notes was, Joe Mixon has changed this team.
Yeah, that's
because of the capability that he had. And obviously, a lot of credit is due, as Joe Mixon gave, to the offensive line and to Stover playing fullback alongside some other guys getting in there with some fullback reps. But the way that he was able to take a blocked up 1-yard run and make it a 4 or 5-yard run, those types of things, those are the types of things that you have with a special team. And you compare them to the Lions. The Lions are a team that are known to be that kind of physical team, right?
They are now that when they need to be.
And that absolutely makes me feel different about this team offensively. I will say defensively, I do have a little bit some I don't know if doubt or something to that negative effect.
Trepidation
crept in a little bit when it came to those big plays. I'm not going to lie. And the frequency with which they happen.
Yeah.
Right? Because I was like, look, the safeties will clear some of that up, and that's some naivete, not necessarily looking into, I understand the safeties are a place where they're, I don't know if I would call them a weakness, but there was a place where we were watching, right? Yeah. But I was like, look, man, Kamari has handled his own in a good way. Stingley is Stingley. Like, all right, this would be cool. And it's like, hey, okay, let's pump the brakes a little bit. There's possibilities that they can get got at. And if Anthony Richardson was, let's say, let me see if I shift Anthony Richardson to Jacoby Brissett. How do you feel about some of those big plays possibly happening?
They don't
now,
happen.
You don't get the 65.
Yeah, they don't happen. Yeah.
But, like, some of those ones, like some of the 80 Mitchell ones where he's out here open, some of those.
And he'd be more accurate.
Right.
Because of that.
Or change Anthony Richardson to Geno Smith.
Exactly.
Right. And now you're definitely in a different place. And so I'm not saying that you're going to see Geno Smith. He's in the NFC, right? But the point being, an adequate quarterback has a possibility of maybe making you pay. And I think those chunk plays are things that can be really problematic. So that also did shift some of my perspective where I was like, ooh, okay, that definitely needs to be cleaned
Yeah,
up.
look, of all the things that we talked about coming into training camp and the preseason and into the season, where's your concern? Safety was one of them. It was on every list.
Yeah.
It was on every list, and safety is where you can still say, all right, that's still kind of on the list. You're not going to face the big arm like Anthony Richardson. I mean, how many people can even throw a ball off their back foot 65 yards, maybe 2, 3. So you're not going to have that. But to your point, you're going to have smart quarterbacks knowing how to manipulate the safeties in the secondary and maybe take advantage of that. But I just feel like with Joe Mixon, able to do what he did in the fourth quarter, it's not always going to be to get 159 yards.
What? I was penciling that.
Breaking news. But even if, let's say, he's good for 3 quarters, 3.5 quarters, and he's got like 78 yards rushing, and he's had an impact. When you need him in the fourth quarter, that's really my bigger point. To have a guy that can do that in the fourth quarter, that's what the Texans have done to reach another level. And on top of that, I feel like this is going to be something that we talk about all year long, and is kind of being glossed over because of what Joe Mixon did yesterday. C.J. Stroud is flat better manipulating the pocket, commanding the offense, making the best decisions, and that was something he was great at last year. But I feel like with the offensive line sort of giving it up early and putting him under pressure with some of these other things that were going on, he was great back there, finding space, looking in the right places, not necessarily tucking and running all the time as soon as things go bad, and making plays. So the combination
being
of
cool and calm.
That's it.
Slipping on the field and not immediately turtling up and just accepting a sack.
Yeah.
Recognizing, hey, this play's still alive, keeping his eyes downfield or getting them back downfield as soon as humanly possible.
How about the one when he's on his knees?
Yeah, exactly. That's the one.
And then the one across the field, which you're not supposed to do, but it seemed like there was such a big space.
Yeah, that's one of those rules that's meant to be broken if you're good enough.
Or if it's open enough.
Yeah.
Like just those 2 throws alone and the way he worked the pocket and evaded pressure and stepped up and stepped out when he needed to step up or step out. Like I feel like Joe Mixon clearly is the headline here. But, man, C.J. Stroud, as much as we were hoping this is the case, he looked better. He looked better as commanding the offense and in the pocket.
And that's in a game where it was not the flashiest that it could be. It was not the super high end that you anticipate that CJ is capable of, or that you even seen him be capable of. This was, I think, when it comes down to it, like he made the plays that were necessary, including just a dot on the sideline to Nico Collins, right? And this was probably one that you go, yeah, it was a solid game, right? That's all right. And
he had 234 yards. Cool. No,
exactly.
Dude, he was great in some of those certain instances.
Almost ho-hum in some ways, which I think is exemplary of the fact that he's just a different level of quarterback now.
Yeah.
A few things to note when it comes to programming. D'Amico Ryan's slated to talk at 2:30, and if I know our guys the way that I know them, you will hear that on the drive with Clinton Ron later on. And then a note that we don't need to really dig into right this moment, but I mean, as we're coming up on the weekend later through the week, this will become an interesting space to watch. Rome Odunze, who is a wide receiver for the Chicago Bears, your next opponent. You'll see them on the upcoming Sunday Night Football, right? Rome Odunze, it seemed like he got rolled up on and has a knee injury. He's going to have that looked at. And so that's going to be an interesting play. I mean, he only had 1 catch for 11 yards in this game. Oh, sorry. Yes, 1 catch, 11 yards for the Bears in their first game.
Wasn't a lot of catches in that game.
No, it wasn't.
Caleb Williams does not need another weapon gone.
But, yeah, that's a tough thing. Yeah, Caleb Williams ultimately had, 93 yards passing.
Yeah.
And is the first rookie quarterback making his debut in week 1 to get a win since 2002.
Well, that's the only thing you can say about these guys.
mean, Bo Nix struggled. I mean, Caleb struggled. Who was the other?
Both threw it 42 times for 139.
There was another one that struggled too. Who else is out there that struggled? Well, I don't know what he ended up with, but Daniels. I mean, his statistics were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were losing pretty pretty convincingly, and his statistics weren't there really. I don't think any of them really lit it on fire.
No, Texans going 4-0. You can book
to start
that.
the year.
4-0, huh?
Yeah, you can book that.
Woo!
Yeah, you can book.
I tried to see if I could get them to go 6-0.
Nah, because then you got Buffalo coming in. We'll see, and then you go to New England, and I don't know what the heck they are, but they look pretty dang good yesterday.
Yeah.
But the first four, Chicago, and then at Minnesota, and then Jacksonville here. Come on. 4-0. 4-0 start.
It's very possible, and yesterday was very, very convincing, boys. You add the ability to run the football like that to what we saw this offense do with C.J. Stroud, one less weapon, and Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson last year. Now you add Diggs in that running game. Hey, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as convincing as a single game can be for any team.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot to be convinced by within this game. I'm going to be the dude who's going to leave this on a negative note. I was listening to you and Sean on the postgame show, Sports Radio 610 here. And you were talking about the big plays that were given up on the backside, and you seemed to have a little bit of calmness about it. You weren't really all that worried about that. If you could kind of explain a little bit further why that is the case, because I mean, chunk plays are.
Then why you gotta go and do this, man? So that it's supposed to be a positive.
So that
it's supposed to be.
Well, let me spin it positive. It's very simple. I'm not worried about it one bit. I mean, first of all,
that can't be true.
There ain't but a handful. There ain't but a handful.
Can't be true.
There ain't but a handful of quarterbacks that can throw that thing 68 yards in the air. First of all, it was a quarters coverage. You're playing a predominant run team where stopping the run is first and foremost. So your safeties are playing a little bit lower. It's a quarters coverage right there where you're supposed to bracket Pierce, and it got through at 68 yards in the air, man.
What about them other three?
One of them was a jump ball that a defender gets pinned by a bigger receiver. I'm not worried about that. He's in position, just didn't make the play. Again, when you play a group of receivers that are 6'3", 6'4", they're going to go up and make
the ones he didn't hit have me more worried.
That's what I'm talking about.
The ones he didn't hit.
The double move to Adnan Mitchell was a little. Those are concerning.
Okay,
those two are more concerning than the ones he hit.
Okay, all right, very good.
In my opinion, I mean, look,
you're going to get that level of analysis, but remember, it's a Texans victory reaction Monday here on Sports Radio.
Y'all ain't going to get me in trouble.
Ain't no trouble, man. Y'all got a lot of positivity coming here on the next 4 hours. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And ladies and gentlemen, on a Victory Monday, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. You heard Clint Stoerner. There is Tyler. And some of you call it a Victory Monday, and that's fine. I know in the loop they call it a Victory Monday.
What do we call it, Ron?
But
Big
here
Ron,
on the Drive.
Will you take that hat off when you turn that up, though?
Here on the Drive, we call it Mad Dog Monday.
Yeah, we do.
Mad Dog Monday. Don't shake your head, Reggie. Don't shake your head.
You know what? Y'all ought to be joining in.
Cheers,
boys.
Mad Dog Monday to the end of W.
Here's to a Texans
Clint
win,
at the
baby.
bottom, Mad Dog, by the way.
Yes, indeed.
I had Joe Mixon.
First time Tank
Nico.
failed me. First time Tank Dale failed me, man.
But he wasn't bad, though.
All right.
It wasn't bad, but.
There they go. The boys are guzzling. Get on YouTube and Twitch, Sports Radio 610, if you want to watch and enjoy this Mad Dog. Stoerner, the loser this week, baby. Stoerner, oh my gosh, Ron is still going. Ron is still going.
That one right there.
He is still going. Are you about to down the whole Mad Dog?
Open them lips up and let it ride.
He did. Ron just took out about 3/4 of that MD.
There it is. Little Mad Dog Monday, huh?
That was a little bit of a burn.
I'll put some hair on your chest.
I ain't used to guzzling things that burn. I don't know if that's an alcohol burn or just an old nasty, ratchety burn. But I'll take it,
I didn't like the disappointed look on OG's face when we got these because they were some complainers about our bottles.
Yeah.
And he had the audacity to throw them away. We weren't going to drink.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, if I were in their shoes, I would feel it's very necessary to say, Ron and Clint, here's the deal. It's disrespectful for y'all to come in here and knock this Mad Dog back and not bring us a bottle. We should make they
could have picked out. They could have picked all of them.
Hey man, that's it, baby.
Could have picked them all out. How about that, man? How about that? The
hopefully one in many, baby. Hopefully one in many.
Who won?
Woo!
Who won?
I think I win. Clearly, my start clearly.
Hey, I knocked it down in 2.
I
Ron
can't believe
knocked
y'all
it down
knocked
in 2.5.
Y'all are
Clearly,
about
I
to
won
be
that one.
feeling a little buzzy.
Oh, no.
Listen,
what's in that, man? We be all right?
I'm good. From the text line, Ron is chugging to forget about his blonde hair. No, I can't forget it. You should see how those people looked at me at church yesterday. Had my I'm hiding it with my hat during this football game.
Yeah.
Got a couple of kids that's on the football team go to the church. Old Darius looked at me and said, like the look on his face
when he realized it
as a 10-year-old, the look on his face said, "What in the hell did you do to your damn?" I said, Darius, stop looking that long, man. I lost the bet, man. Calm down. Calm down. He just stared at me. So no, I can't forget it. It's there every time I look in the mirror. I do catch myself off guard a couple of times. But no, man, someone texted in, this is going to be a nasty show today. Might be. We only got 3 hours. We got 3 hours. Not only will you be able to hear, starting on Mondays, 5 o'clock, will you be able to hear the coach's show. Huh? You get a little warm? No, I'm good.
Is it hot in here?
I'm hot. I'm not. You're always
I got
hot.
a vest on, man.
I'm good. I don't
Ripping
know.
HEB, I see.
Hadn't hit me yet. But not only will you be able to hear D'Amico at 5 o'clock, starting this week on Mondays right here as we get done, but you can coach the show coming up 5 o'clock. So stay tuned. We need you.
You can also hear him at 2:30.
But at 2:30 it'll be different. You'll be able to hear him in his Monday press conference around 2:30. You'll be able to hear his Monday press conference coming up live right here. Nowhere else should you be able to hear it live. If you do somewhere else, they're cheating. But nowhere else will you be able to hear it live right here around 2:30. So hang with us. I guess the first place I want to go is, what was that? Where did that come from? Where did that? We have talked about it all off season, and not just us, but everybody. One of the major questions is, with this run game,
the arrow's pointed up.
Can the Texans run the football well enough? Can they do better than we've seen all off season and what we've seen in the preseason with the ones and with Dameon Pierce and all of that? By the way, Cam Akers didn't make it in there. Inactive. And nobody gives a damn about that after the run game we saw yesterday. Hell, Dameon Pierce even was averaging 5 yards a carry when he got in there. But, fellas, what was that? Nobody. No, I'm sure there are going to be people text in and say, I knew it all the way. Nobody saw that level of dominance in the run game. And I gotta start it off right now because Joe Mixon gets the yards. He got 30 carries, never 30 carries against the Colts. But he got 30 carries and basically $160 and got in the end zone and did that incredulous dance. I want to try to perfect that, but I got to give a hand.
Yeah.
I got to stand up and give a hand to Laramie Tunzel, to Kenyon Green, who was out there working. Number 32, won't forget about you, Kenyon. To Juice Scruggs, to Shaq Mason, and to Titus Howard. And you know what? I'm going to throw in Cade Stover. And actually, I'm going to throw in the other tight end.
Dalton Schultz.
He got in there a couple of times.
Kid is a freaking baller.
Congratulations. Those guys were the difference in the game. Clint, you said multiple times, I just want to see 1 or 2 times a game where the running back doesn't have to negotiate a cutback or get around somebody. And that not just did you see it 1 or 2 times. I bet you 20 of the 30 carries, Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce were allowed to just run into the hole and then have to figure something out.
Look,
they were dominant.
There's no secret Joe Mixon was significantly better than anything we've seen of late at the running back position. There's no question about it. He's an upgrade, and he makes the run game better. But we don't need to spend a ton of time talking. We all knew Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon's been a 1,000-yard back. We've seen Joe Mixon do impressive things from the running back position in his career. And look, yesterday was great. I want to give flowers where they're due, right? I mean, he gets some. But to your point, the more impressive part of this equation, if you will, is the offensive line. I would have lost, hell, not one house note. I'd have lost 10, 15, a year's worth of house notes. I never in my wildest dreams thought that this offensive line was going to go from what we've seen them be to that kind of dominant performance against a pretty damn good front. I didn't think we would see it. It was unbelievably impressive. And I'm going to tell you, Ron, we talked about a conversation. We had a conversation after Thursday Night Football. Do I think the Texans are in that category and ready to be in that conversation with Chiefs and Ravens? And I said, not a chance. I got to see more. That performance by Joe Mixon and this offensive line, I'm ready to have it.
Yeah,
that is a Super Bowl caliber football team we watch play football on Sunday.
Run game, obviously, like there's some other parts that got to get better, but the run, like if they can run the football like that, we talked about it, right? We talked about it walking in, and I can't wait coming up there in a little bit, and I think there's something we'll do every Monday is get your grade on a quarterback. Hopefully it's C.J. Stroud every week. But
yeah, true.
We talked about. And how many times with this schedule can they win games where C.J. Stroud doesn't have to be, over my dead body games or drag them to the – like I said, we'll get your grade on the quarterback coming up here in a bit. But, C.J. made some plays, especially on 3rd and 4th down. But C.J. made some plays. I think he was 9 of 9. But, Clint, there's multiple players that you get to on that offensive side of the ball before you get to C.J. Stroud, who were huge in this game. And this was, to me, this to me counts as a game against a quality opponent in which C.J. Stroud didn't have to be great to win the game, in my opinion, and you won the game and controlled it. Clint, they had the ball 40 minutes of a 60-minute game. 40 minutes.
Dominated time of possession.
40 to 20. Right? Like, so, they helped their defense so much. I don't know what Jonathan Taylor would have done if he had the ball 10 more minutes or if it was more even. I don't know. But, man, it was so dominant. I've gone back and rewatched it, Clint. And this is Buckner. This is some of the guys up front, Clint. They were pushing them back. They had no answer for that toss play. No answer whatsoever. It didn't matter if they were going to Laramie's side or Titus Howard's side. It was the best performance I've seen from an offensive line here in Houston in the 4+ years I've been here.
Oh, without a doubt.
Easy.
Without a doubt. I mean, look, here's the Texans just scored 29 points and won what I would say is the most difficult and the most important in-division game that they're going to play this year on the road versus the best division opponent, which that's my opinion. I think Indy's going to be the best opponent, and they went into their building and they won that football game, scored 29 points. They did it with a rusty C.J. Stroud with below average pass protection, definitely below the standard the Texans set last year, below average pass protection. Clearly C.J. wasn't seeing things clear, as clear as he did last year, and they did it on the back of a dominating run game. I thought there was a chance, Ron, because clearly I was
for 160.
No. That's what I thought there was a chance, Ron, that we would say by week 8, run game's coming around. They got a good complimentary run game. Now we can talk Super Bowl. It happened week 1, bro. It happened from start to finish. Week 1, they ran it in the red zone. They ran it in a 4-minute offense situation. They ran it to put the knee in the turf in Lucas Oil Stadium in Indy, and that was as impressive a victory as the NFL had this week.
There was probably only 2, and from the run game perspective, only like 2 times that I can even remember. Like, all right, a running back got the ball, and in the backfield, a linebacker or somebody was there that they had to kind of get away from. But, I mean, you let Joe Mixon get 4 yards of a head of steam before anybody's there for him to deal with. Woo.
Well, and we've talked about it, too. That what's impressive about Joe, I mean, I feel like I'm shortchanging Joe here because the offensive line was so good. But what's so impressive about Joe is, and we've talked about it multiple times, is the ability to run downhill and punish folks. is real, and he's just a big-bodied, powerful back that can run downhill as good as anybody in the league. And then he has the ability, which we saw a couple of times, for him to get bottled up inside, and then he bounces it outside. And even if it's just a 5 or 6 yard gain, because he has the speed to get there, and then he stiff arms, and even if that guy, if that defender ends up tackling him, he ends up getting 4 or 5 yards versus getting stymied 1 yard deep in the backfield. That is I mean, a huge weapon to have. And Joe Mixon, it took him one game in a Texans uniform to prove to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, free agent sign of the offseason.
Yeah, you knew it was, to me, and I do want to get to Joe Mixon because I know you want to get to him, because I know you probably feel a little bit, I don't want to say vindicated by your comment of the best.
I think it's probably a fair term to use.
I don't know if
given the response I got,
it may be a little early, but when I saw Dameon Pierce go in, and we saw Dameon Pierce in 3 carries look better than he did all preseason. We saw Dameon Pierce like the 9 yard carry right off the bat where he looked like old Dameon Pierce, where he got ahead of steam and he ran through a tackle. He broke 2 tackles to get to 9 yards, but he didn't have to deal with somebody in the backfield like he did during the preseason. I said, "Oh, this offensive line, hell, I think Dameon got 95 yesterday." Had he maybe not, maybe some of them cutbacks he might not have gotten, but he'd have got 95 on them toss plays. Oh, he would have had a big day yesterday.
He'd have had him a hell of a day. There's no doubt about it. It don't matter who you put back there. Yesterday they would have had a hell of a day. That's why this is and should be all about the offense.
But
line.
Joe Mixon did make a big key to this. He was some of those cutback runs. Like there were a couple of runs where I'm like, I don't know that Dameon Pierce feels that. Early, a couple of cutbacks where he's moving and you see him, bam, he cuts right back towards the A gap and runs up, and he's getting 5-7 yards.
Buddy's just on a different level than all of them.
We didn't even see him in the passing game.
Look, there's a level of vision with Cam Akers that's not there with Dameon Pierce. There's a level of power with Dameon Pierce that's not there with Cam Akers. And Joe Mixon's got it all, right? And so, yeah, I mean, Joe Mixon, he showed yesterday how gifted he actually is. And this goes back to Ron, I feel like this might be a really good time to bring back the thought that I got text line and social media and Larry and everybody else out there when I said it. Joe Mixon is the most talented
Larry
back.
And everybody else.
Joe Mixon is the most talented back to ever put on a Texans uniform. I don't know if he's going to have Arian Foster type numbers. I don't know if he's going to have those kind of seasons for 3 years. But when it comes to
I still think it's a bit early for that. But I know you were feeling good about it.
That's fine. When it comes to being gifted, when it comes to lowering the shoulder and just cleaning up shop, when it comes to, hey, the O-line's blocking well enough to get you $120, but you go get $160. Joe Mixon is the most gifted that I've seen in a Texans uniform. We'll see if he can live up from a box score standpoint and put them kind of numbers on the table. We'll see if this team's good enough to do it for 17 weeks. But that right there yesterday is exactly what I'm talking about. That is 5-star level stuff.
D'Amico looked like he was in a space, and you can understand it. D'Amico looked like he was in a space of ready to having another child after that. And did you see his look? Did you see the look in his eyes when he saw his team close out the game, 3rd and 6 or whatever it was, and they hand the ball off and they run it, and he said, "That's what I'm talking about." Yes, it looked like, indeed. Look out, Miss Ryan, because he's coming.
I wanted him.
He lost. I mean, and for good reason. They close it out however you want to. 3rd and 11, we'll pick it up.
There ain't nothing that'll turn a defensive-minded head coach on more than your running back just running it downhill and making the defense like it. And then your quarterback takes a step back and puts a knee in it and the game's over. There's nothing more impressive. There's nothing more fulfilling than when you can do that. I mean, that's – if you're into winning and you're not into just numbers, and I'm talking about from a quarterback perspective.
Well, he knows as a defender, like the Colts, the look on their faces was, I cannot believe they just did this to us. They were showing the looks on their faces afterwards, like Buckner, some of those guys, Franklin. They could, they thought, boy, if they're going to do this, they're going to put up 29 points if CJ didn't win off. No, Jack. It was the other way. And once that ball started rolling, they couldn't stop it. And we talked about it before. You can see the 3 in the middle Them some nasty mother suckers.
Absolutely.
And I don't mean nasty like, the kind of nasty I'm
Like
used
Ron
to.
nasty.
Yeah, not like Ron nasty, that wipe the top of your lip nasty. But, I mean, they are nasty. They want to get at it. And whew, we saw it. Now, we'll see. That's one game. We'll see how this thing continues. The Bears look pretty good in the run game earlier in week one, and we'll see what happens moving forward. But if they can run the football anywhere close to that, like they don't have to do that every week. If they can run the football anywhere close to where teams have to actually change up and look at it, because the Bears, after watching that, they can't defend maybe the way they were going to. They have got to probably put numbers down to Joe Mixon.
Look, the performance Sunday against the Indianapolis Colts for the Texans is a putting the NFL on notice type of win. They already know and understand and respect what C.J. Stroud and company did last year. They know that Adam Diggs is going to take that to another level. What the Texans did was prove that they don't need to get on C.J. Stroud's back to win a ball game.
That looked like the Niners. Yeah.
They don't need C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick to be dealing every single drive in every single quarter to win a ball game. If those guys aren't on, or maybe if the defense is just susceptible to the run game, they can now lean heavily into that and not just be complimentary, not just be average, not just be effective, but they can be dominant and dominate a game. And as you mentioned, a time of possession, that is, boy, for a CJ Stroud
40-20.
Wow. For that team that we watched last year to now be able to dominate the time of possession,
with Grover and
football
DeForest Buckner in the middle.
Yeah, that is a put everybody else on notice that you better be a complete team if you're going to play with the Texans.
All right, coming up on this Mad Dog Monday on here on The Drive, we'll get Clint's grade on the quarterback. You can send yours in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. How do you grade C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday? 24-32, 242, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers. We'll get our quarterback to grade C.J. Stroud coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, our vision.
For straight up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ fakes the give. CJ looking. CJ guns long down the left side. Nico Collins down there, and he's got the catch inside the 15 down to the 12. Double coverage. Doesn't matter. Big play to Collins.
CJ had him a day. Had him a nice performance. As I said before, hey, hit me up. What did your grade? What was your grade for CJ Stroud? And we'll get Clint's thoughts on what he saw from C.J. Stroud here coming up in just a bit. But, Clint, C.J. Stroud, he went 22 of 34, 242 yards, ended up having 2 touchdown passes to his new target in Stephon Diggs, and then no turnovers in that game. I saw some people coming in on the text line. I got an A-, B+ for CJ's grade. I give him an A. Someone said the 3rd and 11th throw to Nico says it all. I'll give CJ a B-. Someone said I'll give the turf an F. Yeah, that was terrible. I will say the turf absolutely helped the Texans and get an interception.
Yeah, they need to get that organic crap out of there.
I don't know what that was. That looks like an ACL waiting to happen.
Yep.
But Kailin did a great job catching that ball because that ball was thrown 98 miles an hour, which is pretty much all of Richardson's balls. Mm-hmm. But it show grabbed that tight end's foot and pulled him down. But where are you at? You kind of judge this and look at this differently than most as someone who plays the position and a self-proclaimed top 5 coaching quarterback in all of America.
Without a doubt.
What was your grade for CJ?
I'm going to go B as well. I'm not a B-, not a B+. I'm just going to go with a good, solid B. Look, we got to start here. Like, C.J. Stroud is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. We're not talking about on a rookie scale. We're not talking about on an average quarterback scale. We're talking about a guy that won Rookie of the Year. We're talking about a guy that over 18, 19, 20 games last year was one of the best quarterbacks in football. And that's the bar right now. It's no longer about being young. The bar is being one of the best in football. And as I've said many a times, the most impressive thing about C.J. Stroud is there's a real Tom Brady-like game he's got, which is the biggest compliment I could pay to a quarterback. The most cerebral part of playing the position, he appears, based on last year, to have absolutely mastered. The ability to commit to taking the boring stuff and just being right versus being flashy and creating highlight reels. He's got that mastered. And so the bar is awfully high. So I will admit that. But I got C.J. Stroud.
I love that you're grading him on a scale.
Yeah,
where it is.
It's a B, Ron. It's a B. It's a C.J. Stroud B.
Because this would have been an A for Davis.
Absolutely. It'd have been an A for a lot of guys. I mean, look, 200, 200, 2 plus 100, two touchdowns.
Alex Smith special, 24 for 32, 242, 2 touchdowns.
I mean, that's what is that, 68% completion, 60, 66, 68% completion. I mean, that's a really good day. That is a C.J. Stroud B. Look, let's just break down a couple of plays. He missed 2 shot throws that should have been touchdowns. One of them was a Nico Collins catch. Nico slowed down, goes up, big body catches between 2.
How about the other one to Tank?
Yep, yeah. The other one to Tank Dale, which was a pass breakup. Great play by the DB, but it was underthrown by 3 or 4 yards. And again, if I do that, you look at it and go, oh, Clint just missed. If C.J. Stroud does it, you go, no, that C.J. Stroud don't do that. C.J. Stroud doesn't miss those types of throws.
No pressure on the
to those. Yeah. So I mean, we've got to look. We can't look at the Nico Collins catch from Nico's perspective. Tremendous. From C.J. Stroud's perspective, underthrew it by 6, 7, 8 yards, right? And then the Tank Dell throw was underthrown by 3, 4, 5 yards, and it ended up being a pass breakup instead of a touchdown. So those 2 misses. I think if you just watch the game in totality, now I don't know exactly. I haven't seen the all 22. It hadn't dropped yet, but I don't know why this was the case. It could be multiple reasons. It could be the defense suffocating the offense, which I think is the adjustment that I called was going to happen before the season started. I think that's probably what it was. But it could also be CJ not seeing the field as well as he did most times last year. It could be Bobby Slowick wasn't in his bag like he was most of the time last year. But anyway you slice it, as we grade CJ Stroud, he wasn't seeing the game and the defense as clear as we have grown accustomed to seeing him see it.
They confused him a little bit?
Probably. Yeah, whether it was confusion or it was just, hey, guys weren't there. They were making him get through the progression. And in doing so, when your quarterback's got to get through the progression, your pass protection's got to hold up longer. So pressure's greater, right? Then we got to fast forward to the end of the first half, right? I think there's 3 people that are responsible for what happened at the end of the first half. First and foremost, the referees. Secondly, I think it's D'Amico Ryans. But thirdly, and C.J. Stroud spoke to this in the postgame, and he took the blame himself, right? the quarterback in that situation, I don't know what conversations were being had on the field, but if you're the quarterback, there is literally an official standing right next to you, him, the majority of the time. And if there's not, you need to go find the head official and get in his face immediately and say, hey, what's the deal? Is there 15 seconds or 5?
Yeah,
is the clock running
they
or not?
operated like it was 15 seconds. They were running a play.
Well, there was look, I understand. I'm not mad at D'Amico or CJ at them not understanding the situation. They took the clock from 5 to 15 back to 5. There was a timeout called by the Indianapolis Colts that was apparently given back to them because then they wound the clock. But at the end of the day, if you're the quarterback, you've got to sense and have a level of awareness. It's like, hey, guys, what are we doing? How much time's on the clock?
Because he went back into the shotgun to like they're going to try to run a play.
Clearly,
it's like 5 seconds.
Yeah, so he should have been in the face of the ref. Is it a running clock when you blow the whistle? Is there 15 seconds or 5 seconds? And according to the answer he got, he should have immediately got his ass under the center and spiked that football. Period. That's it. There's nothing else you do, and CJ's got to manage that situation better. He was really good extending plays. He was really clutch in big moments. He was committed to the run game. He hung his ego at the door and committed to the run game and got the team in the right run plays, checked in and out of plays. He did a great job. But the handful of things that CJ did not do well, I think it's fair to say he should have done well. I think it's fair to say that based on the bar that he set last year, he himself would admit, I've got to be better in those moments. And so for that reason, I get solid B. Third
and fourth down, 9 for 9.
Ooh.
Which is
Sexy.
a big money down.
Sexy.
And that last throw to Nico Collins was something special from both of them. All right, coming up, we'll let you hear from the head coach as you can hear that live right here. We'll bring that to you as he will speak to the media. He's had a chance to watch the film. He'll talk to us and you coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, attention, all my electricians, service techs, and helpers out there. Generator Supercenter. They are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, and they are hiring, folks. Full-time benefit package.
Action Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's head to NRG as the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, is speaking to the media on a Monday morning. You hear it right here live on The Drive, Sports Radio 610. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Until the 11th hour. So knowing that it's so late in the game and Nick being able to make a move to be able to get him, I think that credit goes to Nick and him being on it and dialed in and ready to go to get Joe here. And, we knew we wanted to add to our running game, and adding Joe, it was the perfect fit for us.
D'Amico, with the deep balls, how correct would you feel like all that is just for the lineman assignment and technique? And are there some things that you saw that just like, okay, that's an easy fix, or do you think it's a little more involved in that?
With the deep balls, first credit to, their receiver going up and making a play, tremendous catch by him. Just 50-50 ball. In those instances, you want to be able to come down with it. As a defender, it didn't happen. They made a play and we didn't. The other couple deep balls where guy got behind us, that's solely up to us, right? We can't allow receiver to get behind us, and we have to be better there.
After the punt block, they scored pretty quick after that.
Yeah.
But what kind of happened on the punt block, and then on the ensuing offensive possession for you guys? Nice long drive,
right.
Sort of tamp things down. Is that something that you wanted out of that, or is it just, hey, that's how the drive turned out, that it ended up being a long possession?
With the punt block, it's something we had talked about all week, and we knew they're heavy rush team, and they're coached up really well. Probably one of the best, punt rush units in the league. So we knew the look on the punt block. We just have to make sure we get our depth and we make sure we sit on the right person. We didn't do that. Mistake on our part, and it turns into a block kick and a turnover, and they score. So we have to be much better, first and foremost, in protecting on the punt unit. If you don't protect, then you won't have anything to cover. So it starts there. And in the drive after that by our offense, I think it just happened that way, that we were able to, methodically drive down, burn some clock and, move the ball down the field.
Does that sort of settle things down when you have that long type of drive?
I don't think it was any chaos per se. It was, for me, it's just, hey, they made a play. Like, you don't make that play or allow that play to become more plays, right? They make a play on their special teams unit defensively. The one thing I'm most proud of is Eric Murray making a stop on that 2-point play there. That was, to me, the play of the game, for Eric to step up and make a play to not allow them to get the 2 points.
One of the more underrated parts about the team is having a kicker like Kaimi that can make 50-plus yard field goals. How important is it to now be able to open up the playbook knowing that you could go for it on fourth down, or in that situation you need to capitalize and just get a quick field goal? You can trust knowing that a guy like Kaimi can consistently make those kicks.
I trusted Kaimi last year, so it's no different. Kaimi's been a consistent kicker in this league for a long time, so nothing that he's shown yesterday is that changed my thought process on how we operate from managing the game.
Throughout history, it was a narrative, right, that defensive coaches tend to be a little more conservative when it comes to like 2-point conversion and going for it on fourth down. You appear to, dating back to last year, you appear to be more aggressive in that aspect. What kind of fuels it that? Is it like analytics? Is it numbers? Like, what kind of fuels into you going for it as often as you do on fourth downs throughout games?
Part of it, I think, for fourth downs, everybody's into that now with the analytics. For me, it's part analytics, but it's also part feel. I think for me, I have to have a feel for our team, and just in that moment, like, momentum is a real thing, and you feel it at times. And for me, I'm into the game. Like, I'm not just going strictly off of what analytics say, or you'll go for it every time if you went off of that. But everybody always wants you to go for it, but they don't have to live with those decisions. So it's just, for me, it's a heavy feel of the team and where we are at that point in the game.
Yeah, go ahead, John. You go first.
Nico, because of the success you all have had in the first 2 years, a lot of teams will try to replicate what you all have done. As far as how you all built this team, what do you think about that potential in teams trying to replicate what you all have built?
Jonathan, I really don't think anything about it. It doesn't have any bearings on what we do. Like, we're just trying to win games and get as many good players as possible. I understand what you're saying about teams trying to mimic what you do, and I think that's been kind of the history of the league. Every one successful program, you try to mimic it, going back to the Denver Broncos and Mike Shanahan, how he ran things, and everybody tried to emulate that. Then you go to Coach Belichick and what he did with the Patriots, and teams try to emulate that. But also think everybody has to just be themselves and run it how they want to run it.
Nico, what's the key to holding Taylor 3 yards of carry compared to what happened in the last game last year?
Really proud of our defensive line for the way they just eliminated the space up front. We set edges and we created penetration. So that allowed us to play really well versus Taylor in the run game. No, he's been a problem for us for a while. Big game on us last year. So one of the things I'm most proud of is stopping the run versus those guys. They're a tough unit to stop. And I'm very proud of our guys. Not only did they set edges, but the way our guys tackle. I feel like we tackle much better than we did in the last game of the season last year. That's it. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was head coach D'Amico Ryan speaking to the media after some time, Clint, traveling back home from Indy, watching the film, I'm sure, having conversations with the team, and you kind of see where he is now when it comes to the performance yesterday. And he did bring up a couple of things. The deep balls we'll get to this week because that's probably the biggest concern coming out of the game. But he talked about a couple of the big plays, and in a 2-point game, like the Eric Murray stop, the 2-point play. And that was one to me the Colts they tried to get real cute and had something there where they were running reverse, but Eric Murray stayed home for that and made a big play. And Clint, it was a major part of the game. Hell, the game was a 2-point game. So, I mean, if that happens, obviously the Texans are doing something different towards the end and having to play it completely different.
Yeah, there were several, the going for it on 2-point plays, the going for it instead of kicking field goals. There was multiple times throughout the game. It's so hard to keep up. Well, that coach made a dumb decision. Well, did he really? Because then the coach behind him made a decision that countered it, and so you really don't know what would have came out in the wash. It just kind of set the snowball rolling downhill where everybody started making those 2-point play type decisions and going for it decisions. But you're right. What I take from, he mentioned the Eric Murray play. Again, this is like with the Houston Texans right now. This is one of the things that is so refreshing about the Texans. They are so well coached, right? You're not going to, and it may happen. Look, there was a block punt, so clearly they're not flawless, they're not perfect.
Yeah. But
they are so well coached that as a fan, you watch the game and you feel really confident that you're not going to get got. You know what I mean? You're not a reverse. Whoever's responsible for the reverse and is going to stay at home and make sure it's coming his way. Now, if that guy misses a tackle, he misses a tackle. But just from an alignment and assignment perspective, this team is so well coached offensively and defensively that it's just the reputation has to be like, look, guys, you're not going to get them. Because you flip the script and you look at the Texans. They were able to execute the Tank Dell end around flawlessly, which was, 7, 8, 10 yards. I don't know what it went for. But at the end of the day, now when you do that and you execute it now defensively, the Colts can't pursue and can't flow on those outside zone plays. You mentioned that outside zone tossed play. I mean,
they killed them on that all day.
Well, you can't flow on it now because boom, you're gonna get hit with the reverse. So everybody's got to wait a second and double check and make sure Tank Dell's not coming around the backside. And so you just keep them honest, right? And when they try it, and you've got a defender in Eric Murray that's there, and he shuts it down. Now the offensive coordinator goes, well, hell, that ain't gonna work. We might as well not do that again because hell, we lost several yards on that play. Obviously, the 2-point conversion didn't matter, but it's like they are just so well coached. here in Houston that you just feel like more times than not you're going to win is this football team coached better than the team across the field? More times than not, the Houston Texans are going to win that battle, and that's a huge plus.
Shane Steichen has a tendency of taking the ball out of his most important player's hands on important.
He does. I said this last night. Like, I think Shane Steichen watches this game and goes, man, I got away from running the football downhill between the tackles way too quick.
The amount of time that he had it.
Yeah. And I understand that the game in the second half kind of got away from them. They had four play. I think they ran 4 plays before the game was a 10-point play and it was getting late, so you had to throw it or you felt like you had to throw it at that point in time. But I think even early in the game, on first or second down, them dropping back and throwing the football – clearly, in hindsight, but at the moment was like, man, you could. I'm glad they did it because I'm a Texans fan. But as a football guy, you're looking at it and going, why would you ever get away from that downhill run game? You got a 1-2 punch that's hard to stop.
2-point conversion, and we saw late at the end where he just got bailed out because his quarterback could make a play.
Right, correct.
Right, like I thought he should have kicked the field goal to get it to 6.
But that's another reason why you don't take it out of his hand, right?
Yeah, and then you took it out of his hand to hand it to Jonathan Taylor. For Jonathan Taylor to toss it to somebody on a reverse.
Right.
With 2 yards to get. So, good. Yeah, happy for the Texans. But this is 2 years in a row. He did it at the end last year where he took the ball out of and threw it to Goodson, whoever the third-string running back was, with the game on the line. He going to try to catch you off guard is what he's going to do. All right, big 3 at 3 coming up next. We've got to get to the Astros. The weekend series was pretty good, but for the most concerning part of it is Justin Verlander's performance. And it got worse than the performances prior to that. We'll discuss that. Get back to the Texans, and somebody got paid. Somebody got paid big time, and Jerry finally caved in and waited till right before the season officially started. We'll get into all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, selling a home. It can be frustrating. It can be intimidating, whether you're selling –
time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, it is a Mad Dog Monday, Reaction Monday, a Victory Monday with the Houston Texans. But we talked about the Texans a ton, and we will obviously continue to get there. Remember, program, 5 o'clock, you will hear the Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryans. But the Astros had a weekend series against another playoff team in the Arizona Diamondbacks, and they win the series 2-1. But the most important thing is they lose yesterday. They lose 12-6, and they lose 12-6 because their starting pitcher didn't give them a chance. And their starting pitcher is Justin Verlander. And Clint, this is getting tight here. I'm thinking we're looking at maybe 3 more starts potentially for Justin Verlander yesterday, he goes 3 innings, 8 hits, 8 earned, 1 walk, no strikeouts.
Well, this is not good.
0 strikeouts from Justin Verlander in 75 pitches, only 4 swings and misses the entire time. His ERA is now at 5.30. His ERA in the 4 starts since he has returned, fellas, is nearing 10. That is where Justin Verlander is right now. Here is Verlander himself speaking on his performance yesterday against Arizona.
Felt good physically, but obviously the results were atrocious. Guys hit a lot of good pitches, I thought.
All right, guys hit a lot of good pitches. It was 8-0 before you could flinch, Clint, and we've talked about this leading up. All right, hey, man, he's just finding his way. He's getting, the pitch count, that's the most important thing. And we heard Dana say, yeah, he's kind of in this spring training thing. Well, Clint, it is September 9th. Playoff start October 1st. Like, this is getting shaky. He is, clearly the weakest pitcher right now for this team, and I still think they probably look at getting him a start in the playoffs. But man, it is getting shaky right now.
You can't do it right now. It'd be right now. If the decision had to be made tomorrow, and
you wouldn't do it.
I can't do it.
Did you feel differently last week?
Yeah. Last week my thought was he's still got a lot of work to do, but I was comfortable with the start, knowing that you would, because you've got 6 quality starters, you would have somebody in that bullpen to piggyback if things went wrong. You could have a quick trigger with him, and you'd be okay. But the more we move forward, the more we see Verlander struggle. It just doesn't make sense to make that gamble, right? At this point now, there's still 3 starts out there, possibly 3, maybe 4, 3, right? 20 games left.
I think 3.
3.
Yeah.
Okay. So if Verlander gets right, then the conversation completely changes. But where we sit right now, there's no way in hell that when it gets down to a 4-man rotation, that you can choose Verlander over anybody else in this rotation right now. And I mean anybody. He is the 6th best starter in this rotation right now. If you put a confidence poll out there, confidence meter out there, Verlander, if he doesn't come in 6th, I'll kiss your ass in Town Square at a city meeting. He at the end of the day, this is back-to-back starts, coming off of an injury where he missed a huge chunk of the season. He's an older pitcher. You've got youngsters that are absolutely dealing. And again, if you want to take Spencer Arrighetti off the table because Spencer struggled recently, that's fine. The other 4 guys have been significantly more impressive, and I don't know how you take them out of the rotation if Verlander continues this right here. I don't right now. It does not look good for Justin Verlander.
All right, let's go around the horn real quick, and Mr. Milner, you can join in on this as well. Right now, and understanding. Now you know it, and as well as I know, the postseason is a different ball game.
20 ball games. We got 20 left. We're up against it now.
But the postseason, like a start postseason against who would it be right now? It would be the Twins. Right now, that's who they would face. They would have a 3-game set at home against the Minnesota Twins. This is different. You're going up against other postseason level pitchers for the most part. Would you right now, around the horn, feel more comfortable with Spencer Arrighetti getting the start in a postseason match, a postseason game?
Well, it doesn't have to be Spencer though.
But I'm just rolling through.
Okay.
Spencer Arrighetti or Verlander. I'm Verlander.
Yes. No, I'm Spencer.
I think I'm with you, Ron. I think I'm Verlander.
I'm just saying. Well, you got to remember this is
That's tough,
postseason. This is different. Ronel Blanco or Justin Verlander.
I'm gonna tell you what. Skip me because I'm 5 for 5. The opposite.
So you're Blanco.
I'm Arrighetti and Blanco. Yes.
I am still Verlander. Probably still over Ronel.
There, it's close, but I think I'm with Clint. I go Blanco over Verlander there.
Okay, and then the rest I think we cannot. Kikuchi. We'll go. You're Kikuchi. Kikuchi or Verlander right now.
I think I'd lean Kikuchi.
I'm still Verlander.
Lean. Mm-hmm. I'd be 10 toes deep. I'd be straining my hip flexors. I'd be straining my hip flexors, Ron.
To me,
you too.
To me, Hunter and Framber are obvious. No go.
Nah, man.
For me, I'm hanging. I am a start away. I'm a start away from Verlander, just whoever it is. If it's the Angels, whoever it is next, whoever
Ron,
Eagles,
there was a series
I'm a start away from dropping.
Ron, if that 3-game series started tomorrow and Espada decided to start Verlander in one of those 3 games,
I understand.
He would get absolutely cooked if it didn't work. No, I can't.
No, if it didn't work, of course it would.
It would. It makes all the sense in the world in a 3-game series to start any of the top 5 guys right now over Verlander. Can't do it.
Yeah, they're pitching better than him. I just when you factor in the postseason, the moment, how big it is, and what the experience that he brings to the table, I would still have him over guys like Spencer, Blanco, and Kikuchi. But
who?
Kikuchi.
Oh.
But I'm a start away. I'm a start away from hey man. I can't do it. I mean, he's a good 2 starts away from being left clean off this damn postseason roster.
I can't do it, man. I mean, because it's not like he was nails 3 months ago and just had a little hiccup here. I mean, he hadn't been the same, man.
No, I know it. Yesterday was.
I mean, it wasn't real convincing before the injury.
No, it's been rough, and he gets it early. He gets it early where his team doesn't give a chance. Was it 8 early this time, 5 early his last start? Yeah, I get it. But it's just something about that experience and what that brings to the table. That is our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Stroud takes the knee, and it is over. The Texans win on opening day, knocking off the Colts on the road, 29-27, 1-0, with the Bears up next on Sunday Night Football.
That's right. They went 29-27. Obviously, Joe Mixon and that offensive line were big. Stephon Diggs had 2 touchdown catches in this game. Nico Collins, more on him in a bit. Was really, really good in this performance. I would throw this to you first, Clint. How do you describe your feeling on that W? That win yesterday, first of the year, was a tight one against the Colts that really, when you look at it, certain plays that occurred or were missed could have put this game either way. How would you describe that first win?
Season-changing, narrative-changing. They are now a Super Bowl contending team. That took you from a good young team that had a nice run last year to, well, do they really deserve to be in the Super Bowl conversation? Do they really deserve to be in the elite conversation to you are square in the middle of it? And I don't know. I'll be honest with you, Ron. I don't know that there's a more convincing team out there right now that is in that conversation. I mean, with the exception of the Chiefs, just because they've won 2, I sound like an idiot saying, well, they're not coming. But like when you look at what the Texans bring to the table, C.J. Stroud led the damn league last year in passing yards per game and fewest interceptions. They've added a weapon to that. They had 2 receivers last year that were well on pace to be a 1,000-yard receiver. The one that stayed healthy gave you damn near 1,400. They've now added Stephon Diggs, who, from a production standpoint, has been one of the most productive receivers in the league the last 4 to 6 years. And now, all of a sudden, they've got an offensive line that can dominate the line of scrimmage. They got an offensive line that can push around a really, really good front. They got a running back that can go give you $160. Yeah, man, this was an unbelievably convincing, narrative-changing, conversation-changing win by the Houston Texans. It's as convincing a win as I've seen the Texans have in the C.J. Stroud era.
I thought it was a really mature win.
It was that too.
I thought it was a mature win, and I think a big confidence booster inside the locker room. Right, I think everybody believes in C.J. big time, but I don't know that everybody believed in the run game or the ability to close out a game running the ball the way they did.
No, anybody that did I'm
talking about inside the doors, inside the locker room.
Yeah, but even inside the locker room, anybody that believed that was going to happen was bold-faced lying. They were betting on the come. It was a bet. It was a roll of the dice. There was no reason. There's nothing on film as a group of offensive linemen. There's nothing on film from a play calling perspective with Bobby Slowick and a coaching perspective of getting this run game rolling. There's nothing that said dominate the line of scrimmage and $160. Ron, they just turned into a team that I thought that they would never be. They just turned into the team that DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick left on 49ers? The West Coast. They just turned into them yesterday. They just proved they could run the football to that level. And now look, Joe Mixon ain't Christian McCaffrey, but there's some damn good abilities there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can continue to do that throughout the year. That is something that they can kind of lay their hat on. Hey, we're going to run the football.
Hey, man,
big time, and not even to 160 or not. It's more than that. Hell, everybody. Because they got a good contribution from Dameon Pierce. They got some yards from Tank Dell. They got some from CJ. So they ran for got to be near 200 yards if they didn't eclipse that. But for me, the maturity is you go on the road, you go against a team, and you did what you had to do. Because there is a thought, and I've seen it on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. There is a thought of what would happen if the Colts had more possessions. But the Colts didn't have more possessions because the Texans didn't allow it to happen. And they dominated the game.
Every team that has had the football ran against them dominantly prayed for more possessions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, damn, if we just would have had more possessions. Well, hell, that's what a good run game does. It limits your possession.
The Texans had 73 plays, and the Colts had 46. 73 plays ran. Your defense is out there repeatedly, and they have 46. Now, they did that man had 9 completions for 200-plus yards.
He had 3 for $160.
$171. He had 3 for $171. But they didn't get more possessions because they could not stop the Texans on 3rd down, 4th down at all. They could not stop them to get off the field. So I thought a very mature win. We'll see if they can continue to build on this and keep doing this. But a big-time 2-point win on the road in the division against an opponent that has been won.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, the big news after the Texans game, but your boy Jerry likes to really push this thing up against it. Jerry did this about an hour before kickoff in Cleveland.
Glory hole.
Good God, what the hell's going on in Cleveland? But an hour before kickoff in Cleveland, Dak Prescott signed the biggest contract in the history of the sport. 4 years, $240 million, and he edges Deshaun Watson in guaranteed money by $1 million. $231 million guaranteed, the most ever. $60 million per year. That's the most per year ever. The highest paid player in NFL history Dak Prescott, and then he came out, and then they beat the hell out of the Cleveland Browns also with that. Do you think Jerry made a mistake here?
No. Look, I mean, you're not going to make
so long, but they played with it.
I don't think you're going to make. You can never make a mistake. Paying a quarterback that can go out there and win 12 games for you. Now, look, I was dead wrong. I thought Jerry was going to dig his heels in and say, if you can't win playoff games, your ass is up out of here. We're going to change our ways, right? Clearly, he wasn't. I was dead wrong on what Jerry's intentions were. Now, let's get back to where I was right. Where I'm right about
let's get back to that.
Where I'm right about Jerry Jones is his ass is going to do everything he possibly can to keep that star on the ticker on every sports talk show out there. He did it with CeeDee Lamb. Once he got the CeeDee Lamb deal done, that blew up. Boom. Put that behind. All of a sudden, things quiet down. No, it doesn't, because Dak Prescott ain't got no deal. So everybody's talking about the Cowboys. He literally, this may be his biggest PR advertising move ever of keeping the Cowboys on front of mind, top of mind, literally to the last second. And he got his quarterback signed. I don't think you could ever go wrong signing a quarterback that's proven to be able to play the way that he has. To me, at some point, as a franchise, it's got to be about playoff wins. You've done everything you can to get you there. So I would have understood either way, and I thought he was going to dig his heels in. He didn't. Now let's see if Dak can get over the hump with Mike McCarthy and they can win some playoff games.
And I'll say this, Dak played it perfectly. Hey, man, we'll figure out what happened. He's low-key, didn't scare. He was in there the whole way. And he knows as a quarterback he can't do what CeeDee Lamb did and just hold out and sit out and not be there for his team to win. He played it perfectly. The fans, I'm sure, outside the playoff stuff, love him for how he handled this thing.
No question.
And the intangible part, Dak Prescott is one of the best we've ever seen. And he showed it again here.
Look, here's the deal. The intangibles are clearly there. And Dak Prescott is a lifelong Cowboy fan. Grew up in South Louisiana. I don't think there's ever been a doubt that Dak didn't want to spend his entire career as a Dallas Cowboy quarterback. The one thing Dak understands, now it hadn't affected his money because he's still setting the market, but the one thing he understands is the value of being that dude and that franchise is second to none. And he stayed patient. He remained very, very, very likable throughout the process, and they got it done. Maybe he had some inside knowledge from Jerry saying, hey, don't worry about it, man. We're going to get it done one way or another. But, boy, $60 million a year.
Back down, man.
$60 million a year, your ass better go out there and win some playoff games, Chief.
I don't pay attention to what he say.
He's been there long enough to know Jerry. He's been in that building long enough to know that Jerry, like I said, if you've ever spent any time around Jerry Jones,
I'm surprised Jerry ain't told him.
He may have told him, but I'm telling you, Jerry may have told him, say, hey, man, look.
That's what I'm saying. He may have told him,
I'm going to give $42 million worth of free advertisement over this, man. You just need to chill out.
I was going to say, Jerry might have told him years ago, hey, man. This ain't personal. Just doing what I got to do.
I'm going to give you $60 million a year. Let me make 45 or 50 in this free advertising leading up to it. Just play along with it.
All right, coming up, we do this every single Monday, and there's a few, and you can jump in with yours as well. Our players of the game. Our players of the game, our Man Eye Institute player of the game. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, check this out, man.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is a Reaction Monday, also a Mad Dog Monday. We're going to get to our players of the game. Real quick, Mike Florio reporting this, fellas. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson has been sued again. The latest case arising from an alleged incident in October 2020.
Wow.
Accuses him of sexual assault and battery while on a date.
My God, man.
While on a date, huh?
This is
2020.
Wow.
Still coming through.
Wow.
Good Lord, after his performance yesterday.
I had not seen that report. This is wild.
My man's gonna get this contract and move to a foreign country.
He's gonna get this contract.
They can't
end up in jail.
Or they're
he's got the guaranteed money.
Or they're gonna cut him and he's gonna finish the contract.
Like, this is the last time he's a starter, right?
Ron, Dan Orlovsky's already calling for Jameis Winston, which I don't completely.
It's
disagree.
not crazy,
bro. You watch him, man. Ron, I'm sitting here and I'm watching. I mean, I'm doing the postgame show last night, and we got it on the NFL Red Zone on the TV, and so I pulled up on my iPad the Cowboy Cleveland game. Just because clearly Sean's reading Deshaun Watson's stats out, I'm like, it can't be that bad, man. There's got to be something, right? The first play I see, Ron, I mean, the Cowboys Zimmer brings a basic blitz off the slot receiver. The slot receiver is Amari Cooper, and Deshaun throws a.
Is that the one who throws back arm to his bicep
behind him? Yeah, it's like. I mean, y'all, they're not even.
Elijah Moore was open too on that play too in the outside.
They're not even able to execute the simplest of hot reads, man. Not to mention on the big balls, like
is it just him?
Well, I mean,
or is it all of them?
No, I think it's like ultimately you're only going to go as your quarterback goes, bro. I just like there is a buzzkill, a bad vibe, it's just not like that football team. If they just had a quarterback that gave a rip, if they had a quarterback that was in the right mind space, the right head space to just lead and care and play quality football, you don't have to be great. Just be average, man. They could win a lot of football games, but they've got a dude out there that every time the camera goes on him, it's like he is staring off into space, man. Whether the coach is talking to him or not, like it's crazy to think. Knowing what we know, it's not crazy to think where he's at, but to think that the guy that we watched in Houston, I'm talking about on the field, forget the off the field stuff. On the field, the ability to play football and escape everything that's going on in the real world for 3 hours. That guy is now turned into a guy that just stares off in space, that's emotionless, that's just lost, man. It's crazy to think that could happen, man.
Yeah,
wow.
It looks over. But it looks like he may have some more trouble.
It's over for everybody except in Browns. They got to pay him another. I think it's $180, $170 something.
Yeah. Well, he looks like he may have some more trouble with him.
Right.
Maybe they may try to get out of it with this.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some level. But if Deshaun's folks did the contract right,
which it seems like David,
I'm sure this is covered and addressed, and any other lawsuits that could pop, I would imagine Deshaun knew were out there, and he probably got it excluded from the contract.
Yeah. All right, let's do our players of the game, our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Clint, I'll go first here. Mine is not a player. I started off the show today with a standing ovation for this group, and my players of the game are the 5 dudes up front. And listen, we've talked about them. We have had concerns, and fair ones, about them, and I've been at the top of the list on the concerns of that offensive line. But Tunzel, Kenyon Green, Juice, Shaq, Titus, they were the best I've seen since I've been here in the 5th season covering the Houston Texans, and they dominated. We've asked, could they run the ball well enough to complement the offense? Check. Could they run the ball at all when the other team knows that they're going to run the ball? Check. They ran it at will, down their throats. It didn't matter yes, Joe Mixon was big in this game, but, I mean, it was easy pickings for him with what they did up front on the offensive line. So my player of the game is all of them. All 5 of them up front. They were spectacular.
Hello. I love where your head's at, Ron. I love where your head's at because I agree wholeheartedly. My biggest fear on a reaction Monday to what we just watched was Joe Mixon, and we don't acknowledge, and we don't first and foremost acknowledge the job that this offensive line did. For an offensive line that has never shown the ability to do it, for an offensive line that you got to ask, is there chemistry issues? Is there coaching issues? What in the hell's going on with this group? You got 3 first-rounders. You got a Super Bowl champion. You've got a second-rounder at center. I mean, you got some dudes, man. What the hell's going on? For them to go out there and in the first live action put that on tape, it was unbelievable, Ron. Since I can't take the O-line, I'm going to take Joe Mixon. Yeah. I mean, Joe Mixon, you're right, man. Them big boys up front did most of the work. But Joe Mixon proved to be an absolute difference maker. Whether you look at it, hey, man, this guy's got experience in this system, or you look at, hey, this guy's got the power to run inside, the speed to bounce it outside, or you look at it like just overall skill set, this guy's got the ability to make something out of nothing, and he is a punishing finisher. However you want to look at Joe Mixon, when you watched him yesterday, you had to be impressed. So I'm going to ride with Joe Mixon.
All right, Tyler, who's your player of the game?
Real quick, I'll go with Nico Collins, man. This dude is becoming a Colts killer, much like T.Y. Hilton was a Texans killer back in his day. He is going into Indy and seemingly just doing whatever he wants to Indianapolis, and I love to see it. I'm going Nico Collins.
Yeah, Nico was he was special yesterday. He was special yesterday. It wasn't just CJ throwing him open. He went up and made big time plays. And again, I'll just say this. With the offensive line, see, you messed up and showed us. You done messed up and showed us.
The bars moved a little bit.
You done messed up and showed us what you're capable of. So if there's a point where y'all just up here getting worked over, like we can point to, y'all handled DeForest Buckner. Y'all handled that front 7 up there, and that's the expectation. So amazing performance by many yesterday. But the offensive line, Nico Collins and Joe Mixon get our players of the game. That is our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Man Eye Institute. See life better. All right, coming up as we get through things, concern meter around the league. Let's look at some other things around the league, and we got to take a moment and look at something that was absolutely ridiculous in that Texans-Colts game yesterday. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I know there are a lot of y'all out there that are suffering from
12 months of Texas. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Reaction Monday. Also a Mad Dog Monday. If you missed it, we went ahead and put those away. Punished those bad boys the first segment. So no complaints this year of, oh, look at all those bottles. No,
I usually don't let that kind of peer pressure, those kind of comments get at me. I'll be honest with you, I let that one kind of got at me. So I said, you know what, we got to be better. We got to be better. I mean, I'm not above recognizing. Although I didn't appreciate the way that they threw our bottles away and kind of came at us last year, I do.
The way it shook your heads at us.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like they're too good, And to be honest with you, I think less of Lopez and Reg at this point. I don't know Reg real well yet, but the fact that he turned his nose up and bailed on a little MD 2020. Again, if it were me, now I was raised a little different, but if it were me, and like, let's say that at the crosstalk, Reg and John were doing this little Mad Dog bit. At some point in time, I would be inclined to be like, "Hey, man, let me in on this. Like, y'all can't just do this in front of us and not let me have a little something. Even just give me a sip. Pull a Ron Hughley, get me a styrofoam cup, pour me a little bit in that. That's fine. Yeah. Something.
Say that.
I think that's what we should do next time. To keep us from having to bubble the whole bottle, let's pour a little bit of each bottle into a little styrofoam cup and tell those guys they got to join us. Come on, man, we got to bring them in, man. We got to bring him in, Ron. I mean, you got two dudes with Houston roots, man.
I don't even want to give it to them. The way they acted towards us. I mean, shook us off.
Yeah, I mean, you got to overlook that.
Yeah, they don't deserve it.
No, stop it, man. You got to overlook it. You got to be better, be bigger and better.
I mean, Lopez needs to be focusing on the coffee rings he leaves on all these tables around the studios rather than these
Lopez
Mad Dogs.
Needs to drink some Mad Dogs, and maybe he would quit leaving.
That's a messy son buck. I tell you what.
Something that I didn't think I would ever announce because I thought it already happened. I feel bad now saying this, but James Earl Jones died.
What?
I thought he was dead.
Are you serious?
I thought James was dead too.
I thought he was dead 5 years ago.
Oh, I knew he was alive, but it is the first time hearing of it.
93 years old. We lost James Earl Jones.
Talk about a legend of a career, man.
My son work.
He was Darth Vader.
Sure, whatever. Mine is my son work.
He was in Sandlot.
He was in Coming to America, my favorite
Coming
movie
to America.
Field of Dreams.
Damn, Darth Vader.
Apparently, he was in Lion King, one of the shows.
Yes,
oh, yeah,
yes, he was Mufasa.
Yeah, it was Mustafa. Yes,
Mufasa and Darth Vader. That alone on your resume. I mean,
actually, it was King Jaffe Joffa for others out there listening. Let alone
if y'all knew how many times I've watched Lion King in the last month.
Man, Lion King.
I was my most watched as a child.
I mean, speaking of Lion King, Scar. One of my top 3 villains of all time.
It's a good one.
Question.
I hate that. God, I hated him. I hated. Oh, that ass! I was about to say asshat. I hated him, along with him and O-Dog. I hated Scar.
Liv can't.
He made that kid think he killed his father the whole time.
What a real
bastard.
POS, man.
But then he learned about Hakuna Matata.
Liv has a real time grasping that.
I've hated Jeremy Irons from the start. Once I found out who he was, played the role. Sorry.
Liv can't grasp that Simba in one is because Simba grows up pretty quick. Like
he goes up. I just can't wait to be king.
There you go. Yeah. So Simba grew up pretty quick, and Liv just can't figure out how that happened. Like she just what happened to baby?
Yeah.
What happened to the baby?
He's walking across, and then bam,
he grew up. Like unfortunately, baby, you're gonna grow up one day, and it makes me sad.
Hakuna Matata. Hakuna.
I swear before God, I thought
it's so awesome. Liv sings it, and then what is it?
Well, I thought he was dead.
What's the rest of that main song?
Hakuna Matata. Means no worries.
Yeah, there you go. She'll sing that part of Hakuna Matata. She'll repeat it like
the rest of your day.
That's it.
It's our problem-free
philosophy.
Hakuna Matata.
Yes. But my baby girl sings the hell out of that in the back seat. Boy, that is awesome.
I can't believe we lost James Earl Jones, man. Damn.
I thought
tip the cap,
we
man.
already lost him.
Rest in peace, Mufasa.
Straight up, man. Legend.
King Jaffe Joffa. I thought he was already dead. Coming to America. King Jaffe Joffa. Quit looking at me, shaking your head like that.
No, I'm not shaking. That's a good one.
Oh, I thought you didn't know. I thought you were like,
no.
I'm trying to think what show that I James Earl Jones really did it for me.
Sandlot. I think you mentioned another one. He was blind.
No,
I know I'm going to be watching all the Star Wars over again now with this
definitely
news.
was not Star Wars.
It was Darth Vader, man. That's legend.
That's fine, but I'm just telling you that wasn't it.
I've
for
never
me.
seen a single Star Wars movie, so I
It's
think
not Coming to America.
Field
Coming
of
to
Dreams?
America is a good one, but no. Field of Dreams was never big for me. Good show, but never real big for me. It had to be a one-off. I'm digging. I'll find it, boys.
Are you messing around with your bathers? I know I do. Damn. Boy, I thought it, man.
Golly,
93.
boy,
I thought we had lost him.
He has a resume. Clear and present danger.
Oh, yeah, he was in Clear and Present Danger.
Wow.
He was. Hey, can we sit back?
Patriot games?
Yep, Roots. He was in that too.
Good gosh.
He was in a few of them. From the text line, guys, move on. No, you move on. We just lost a legend that I thought was dead 5 years ago.
We just sang Hakuna Matata, and you want us to move on? You need to get a life.
Grumpy.
I want to check and make sure he's really he just died. I mean, I don't want to, and I know the Associated Press is pretty good, but I mean, I just want to make sure he's really dead. By the way, can we sit back? And I know you had to appreciate this. Can we listen? We saw a lot of things happen yesterday. The throw on 3rd and 11 on the sideline where it had to be put, the perfect throw right there from C.J. Stroud was amazing. C.J. Stroud converted a 3rd or 4th down on his knees to Brevin Jordan. But I know some of y'all may come at me a certain way for this. But that damn throw that Anthony Richardson had to Pierce for the first touchdown. Clint!
That was impressive.
Hold on. What in the hell? He slipped. And then had to, by the way, that field, they got it. I don't know what that was about. But he slipped, and then that's 65.
68.
68? Was it 68 in the air on the money? Now, he couldn't hit Mitchell twice, floating down the middle of the field alone. But he nailed that. That's one of the best throws. I watched that probably 20 times. I could not believe that was. I mean, that was one of the best throws I've ever seen in my life.
It has to be. I mean, there's maybe 2 or 3 dudes on this planet that can make that throw. I mean, he slipped, and he was. I call it a drift by a quarterback, where you never lose your posture. You're upright in the pocket, but you're drifting.
And he's
backwards.
being pressured.
Yeah. I mean, Daniil Hunter was giving it to that right tackle, so the quarterback had to drift backwards to a point where the original TV angle, you can't even see Anthony Richardson other than the ball come out. Like it just shoots out of a cannon, 68 yards in the air. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. But we talked about this though, Ron, right? When we talked about how this game would unfold, it's like there are going to be unbelievably athletic or unbelievably big arm type of throws and plays in this game. If that's what you give up, cool. What you can't afford to give up is you can't let them carve you up with the RPO game. You can't let them carve you up with the quarterback read run game. You damn sure can't let them carve you up with Jonathan Taylor running the ball downhill between the tackles. That's what you can't do. As long as Anthony Richardson is healthy. Now I hope he graduates to him and Steichen graduate to playing a little bit more of a winning brand of quarterback, if you will, that you can rely on and count on. But you better believe that there are going to be 2 to 3 huge plays made. If he's healthy for 4 quarters.
That was nuts, man. But Clint, I know he's going to make them in the run game and then maybe throw. But that was on the money, being hit, slipping, not having his feet right.
Yeah, man.
And for you to in your heyday, I don't know how far you could throw it out there.
Slipping and backpedaling.
I was going to say, but you got to have your feet. You got to have your feet underneath you.
I could crow hop and I ain't throwing it 68. I mean, that may be the longest. I think I threw
at your height, at your best.
I got 171 one time, but that was at practice, crow hopping, wind at my back.
Accurate.
I bet you. We were just long distance throwing. It wasn't. It damn sure wasn't in action. No. Look, I'm going to tell you, man. I bet you in my heyday, I could have given you 45 to 48 yards. I mean, he threw that thing 68 yards in the air. The way
I had to go back and look to see where he was.
The crazy thing, he'd have been better off like running to his left and torquing his body up and just letting it all rip. He backpedaled, didn't even that was all arm. That's the crazy part, is there was no rotational power generated because he couldn't in that moment. Like that's I'm gonna tell you, Ron, I don't know Aaron Rodgers makes that throw. I don't know if Pat Mahomes makes that throw. I don't know. I'm trying. I tell you, Josh could make it.
Pat and Josh are maybe the only.
I don't know, man. You got I don't know if Pat had 68 yards in the air, bro.
I saw Pat hit Tyreek 70 in a preseason game in Atlanta, but he wasn't slipping. But I'm just slipping like that. I think Josh.
The sheer
Pat,
power that Josh.
Maybe Herbert. Herbert has had some crazy throws like that. You know who else is weird? Like Lamar has a whip on him. That
right. I don't know if he can get it 68, but you're right. He's
slipping, but some of those guys, but not many. It's damn sure not accurate like that. That was the part. I mean, it was in stride. Like, you watch that play. Like, if I'm Shane, I've got to throw a couple of computers around every time I see River Point High School's own Mitchell running, streaking down the sideline, and he's just completely missed him. Like, if I'm Shane Steichen, you make that throw. And Mitchell streaking down either sideline, and we can't convert that sucker.
Yeah.
Whew, something else. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, I stirred up the Houston Texans fan base, especially my old long-term faithfuls now. We got to circle back to it. This is a perfect time to circle back to a comment I made about a month ago that really had folks stirred up. Is Joe Mixon the best running back to ever put on a Texans uniform? Y'all think about that. Stew on that for a minute. Also, the ball that Ron just talked about, there were 3 big balls, 3 throws for 171 yards. Really, the what kept the Colts in this game. D'Amico Ryan spoke on it. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 16. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Y'all, if you're one of them whiskey
Parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Boy, ain't nothing like one of them old Reaction Monday parties after a dub, that is, anyway. One of them old Mad Dog Mondays. We done knocked back a small bottle of Mad Dog each. I got the banana red. Ron over there got peaches and cream because y'all know, one, it matched his hair, and two, he's been known to be called peaches from time to time.
I don't agree with it.
Well, but you've been called that. I mean, we agree or disagree. I mean, there's the big voice guy actually put it out there. So I thought peaches and cream was would be the way to go for you. So I hope you appreciated the extra thought that I put into that. But Ron, I got to circle back to something, man. I don't like to do this very often, but I just want to circle back to something, and I really just want to do it. One, because it's the timing seems to be right, at least advantageous for me. But I really want to see where the fan base is. I want to see where the fan base is, you see. And if I'd have prepared a little better, I would have had Tyler pull the actual audio, but that's on me. But it's probably a month ago, right after the second day of training camp. I made the comment, and I was pretty confident about it. Now, it was taken out of context by some, but I was pretty confident about it, that Joe Mixon is the most gifted, the most talented running back to ever put on a Texans uniform. Now, obviously, that brings Arian Foster into the mix. And my point in saying it is Arian Foster was an undrafted free agent. Clearly, he was not as gifted, anywhere near as gifted as Joe Mixon is gifted. Now, he obviously went on to have 3, maybe even 4 tremendous seasons here in Houston, which were the best Houston Texans seasons that we've seen. And so, understandably so, a lot of folks out there that hadn't seen Joe Mixon, didn't see him with their own eyes, called me every name in the book, told me how stupid I was, and told me to pump my brakes a bit. I'm just interested, Ron, and I'll ask you. We'll ask the fans, 713-572-4610. Ron's got his eyes on that Twitch and that YouTube page over there along with the text line. How crazy is it after going 30 carries for $159, fell just a handful of yards short of his career high, carried the Houston Texans to a 29-point game and ultimately a division win versus what I think is going to be the best opponent within the division that you're going to play. How crazy is it now on September the 9th, Joe Mixon is the most talented running back to ever put on a Texans uni? Ron, what you say?
Well, I mean, it's I still disagree with it.
Okay.
And I don't think it's crazy. I think it's crazy to one game say, hey, after one, baby.
That was a good game.
Now. That
was a good game.
What you got to say? It was a good game. Arian's had a few good ones too with the Texans, but I mean they're different guys, man. And Mixon's really good. I think Arian Foster is for the prime years, that like the time that he had, that little 4-year span or whatever. If
he would have got hurt, it would have been 4 to 5 years.
He was absolutely ridiculous, and Joe's been really, really good himself. Like, I think for me, there was an argument that Arian Foster was the best back in the game. I don't think there's ever been. Is somebody popping popcorn around here or something?
I smell it.
Just me.
Oh yeah.
Or is this about or is this building?
Probably Bijani.
Can we talk?
I mean,
about,
that is.
way,
I mean, where is that?
I don't mean to get off Joe Mixon here, but can we got to have a conversation about the most tempting smells.
Like,
other than women's perfume.
That's popcorn, right? You smell that too, Tyler?
Yeah, I
was
smell
about to say.
Oh, yeah. I started smelling a while ago. Bijani loves him some popcorn.
I didn't know somebody had a burner
popcorn
on.
with heavy butter is that scent is it'll get you good and pumped up.
That butter at the movie theater has been known to get away from me when they've given me my own ability to squirt.
Well, I mean, you've only shown me that video of that old boy doing it like in dramatic fashion 4 or 5 times.
But see, for me, I would have taken the bowl, and then they've got those individual butter ones that you get to squirt yourself around there, boy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Anyway, but no, listen. Joe was spectacular yesterday. There it is. Joe was spectacular yesterday. He played his tail off and was huge yesterday. But I mean, yeah, I will still stand right now by. I think Arian Foster is ahead of him in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand on Joe Mixon, man.
You should now.
Look, well, no doubt. Right after this game, it's convenient, and out of convenience, we're gonna talk about it today. I mean, here's the deal: is yes, the offensive line was tremendous, but another part of what was showcased yesterday was a big back that can run downhill and absolutely punish folks. A big back that can get bottled up inside and has the speed to bounce it outside and go get you 5 or 6, if not turn the corner and get you more. A guy with great vision, obviously has some experience in this system and in these different schemes. I'm anxious to see the all-22 so I can see like what. Was it all outside zone? Was there some counter? Was there some G scheme type plays in there? Some power. We'll see what all was in there. But I mean, just the power and athletic ability combination is second to none to ever put on a Texans uniform, and it was obviously on. It was showcased yesterday. Now we'll see if he can get into the conversation with Arian Foster from a season perspective. He's gonna have to put 2 or 3 seasons together before you even take it serious. Statistically, from a box score standpoint, he's got a lot of work to do. But I just, when we talk about being a 5-star athlete, for what it's worth, I know there's a lot of 5-star athletes that have fizzled out. When we talk about being a 5-star athlete, what we watched yesterday was as 5-star as it gets. And if the Texans can bring that to the table every Sunday afternoon, this is a Super Bowl contending team. I know last week, Ron, I wasn't ready to have that conversation after that Kansas City Baltimore game. I said, I'm gonna pump the brakes a little bit. This performance by Joe Mixon and the offensive line on Sunday, more importantly, the offensive line on Sunday, did it for me. I'm ready. This is a Super Bowl caliber team. I think it's realistic for fans and anybody involved to say, damn it, my expectations for the Houston Texans are for them to compete for a Super Bowl. When they're on this very difficult schedule versus last year, compete their ass off against the best teams in the league. Again, which are on this schedule this year, every one of those games you should not be outmanned. It should be an absolute dogfight. Win, lose, or draw, it should be an absolute dogfight. You got C.J. Stroud, who showed what he could do last year, and all these weapons, plus Diggs, and now you've got a run game with an offensive line that has the ability to set the tone up front with this level of 5-star back in the backfield. There's no reason this shouldn't be a Super Bowl or bust team.
It was crazy. It was exactly, to me, what the Colts probably hoped and planned to do to the Texans.
Yeah.
Right? Like if we look at it, like they had 46 offensive plays to the Texans 73. And then you see like pretty efficient in terms of how they were able to score. They put up 27 points in that game. Now, they had a blocked field goal that helped them. They put up 27 points only having the ball for 20 minutes of that game. Would you say they had like 3 or 4 possessions in the second half? Like they didn't get the ball a lot. But a big key to that and a key to slowing down Indy's offense, which I think Indy came in thinking we're going to run the football and keep them off the field and get the time of possession. Now, that's what the Texans did. They had the ball 40 of the 60 minutes of the game. And even though it seemed like, Anthony Richardson and their offense put up points, 27 points in 20 minutes of offense, they didn't have the chance to do more because that running game was so dominant and kept the ball in their hands. I mean, they were just having long drives where, you're breaking their back.
Ron, the power of this has stood the test of time. And it's the truest, realest thing in football. I don't care what level you're playing. If you can run the football, it simplifies the game for everybody. And I mean that as positively and respectfully as I can mean it. When you can run the football, the different looks the quarterback gets are very minimal. When you can run the football, the play action is nasty. When you can run the football, your wide receivers get one-on-one looks outside. When you can run the football, your defense sits on the sideline and rests. When you can run the football and you got a game in hand late in the fourth quarter or midway through the fourth quarter, you make it impossible for the opponent to come back because you just have the ability to chew the clock and ultimately put a knee in it. The power of running the football is second to none. It's the most powerful, back-breaking thing that a team, soul-snatching thing that a team can do to an opponent, and the Texans now appear to have the ability to do that. So it's fun for at least a week. We'll see if it lasts for a month. We'll see if it lasts for a season. But damn it, it was convincing because it wasn't just a running back going out there making plays, bouncing outside, making something out of nothing, making guys miss 2 or 3 yards deep in the backfield. It was schematically things being blocked up the way they're supposed to be blocked up. It was physicality at the point of contact, at the line of scrimmage, and the O-line for the Texans road grading folks.
It was not, you were saying, well, I would love to see this. I would love to see an offensive line just once, just a couple plays to have them move guys back so the running backs don't get hit.
Just give me 4 or 5 of them. Just give me 4 or 5 of them in a game. Hell, give me 2, 3 of them.
They maybe gave you 22 or 23.
There was 7 rushes of over 7 yards. I know there was about four rushes of 13 yards because Sean needed he needed a rush of 14 yards to win a bet, and every time Mixon broke, he got tackled at a 13-yard game. 4 times, I think.
I'm sitting there thinking, Sean, that fourth down where D'Amico grabbed his things and went ahead and put them on the table. Mm-hmm. He put that hog on the table.
Yeah.
I said, well, I don't know what they're going to do here. And I'm thinking the Colts probably thinking the same thing. I said, I thought they could toss it and probably get in. They could throw it.
That had to be one of those. They knew exactly what coverage they were going to get. They knew exactly where they were going to throw it because they cut the field in half with the half roll by C.J. Stroud. They knew where they were going from the jump. That had to be one of those. Bobby Slowick looked at D'Amico and said, I got the perfect play. I know exactly what I'm going to get. Look, if I don't get it, let's call a timeout.
And then the Colts play with that loose-ass coverage.
Boom, easy. That's what they thought they were going to get. They got it, and they snapped the football. That was big time. On the flip side of that, a lot of negativity around D'Amico Ryan's secondary. Ultimately keeping the Indianapolis Colts in this game. Anthony Richardson had 3 throws, 3 completions for 171 yards. 2 of those went for touchdowns, I believe. But it's a lot of folks are worried about it, Ron. I think you're a little bit worried about it. I'm going to be honest with you. Talking about those 3 throws, the catches, the completions, I'm not real worried about it. I'm not real concerned. I think, I look at, and I'll walk you through them real quick because I know we're up against it.
You talking about just 3 that were completed?
Yeah, because I agree with you that the Adnan Mitchell getting behind, it was Stingley one time. I don't know what Stingley was doing, trying to undercut a route that wasn't there. I don't know what, it was a double move on Kamari Lassiter. And he got behind him there.
Yeah,
those are, they were butt naked. That's going to be a problem. Like that could have changed the game, no doubt. Those are the ones you worry about. The ones that were completed, the 3 catches or 3 throws for 171 yards. I have a really difficult time getting upset about them, Ron. The first one to Pierce, you've got a true blue quarters coverage to that side of the field, which ultimately means that on that deep receiver, you got a bracket. Derek Stingley's high and outside. Jimmy Ward is high and inside, and you're bracketing that wide receiver. The one thing coming into this game that you never expected was a ball for the quarterback to have time to throw a ball 68 yards and hit a receiver in stride. 1, there's not many quarterbacks that can do it. 2, you expect your rush to get there in time to not allow that to ever even happen, to not allow a receiver to run 68 yards down the field and catch the football. Look, it's a negative. There's no doubt about it. Jimmy Ward gets a negative, but He gets a minus in the grade, but that is I'm going to do it in pencil because it's so painful to write. I've never seen somebody complete a ball 70 yards downfield versus that zone coverage. Is it a negative? Yes. Am I gonna rant and rave to Jimmy about it? No, I'm gonna let that one ride. The other Pierce catch, again, you're in position. D'Amico Ryans talked about it in his presser today. You're in position. Pierce just goes up and makes a play. You got to make a play there, right? But I'm not like the inability to make a play. Okay, we can talk about that with Jimmy Ward. But he was in position. His responsibility was there, and the throw up. You got big 6'3", 6'4", 6'5" wide receivers. Ultimately, that's going to end up
plays
happening.
like that going to get 2-1 on the field.
Well, yeah, no. Well, but here's the deal, though, Ron. Like plays like that aren't going to win games. Like had they given up a bunch of rush yards and had a hard time stopping it, like that was all. The only problem from yesterday was the big balls, and ultimately, to me, the reality is what you pointed out. The only problem was the ones that he missed.
Yeah, there were 3 caught for huge yards, and then there were 2 others that were even more open than the other 3 that
he could have Deion Sanders that thing in the end zone. But the other one, Ron, the dig route, like Kailin Bullock, I believe it was, tried to knock it down. It was a zone coverage again. I think it was a zone. He tried to knock it down, undercut the route from the front side. He didn't get a hand on it and left him all the space in the world to run. And Jimmy Ward,
101 miles an hour.
Yeah, right. And then and look, that's you're going to live by the sword, die by the sword. Some of those are going to be tipped and properly picked, and some of them are going to fit in tight windows. But that's just, again, Bullock is right there to make the play, and he just doesn't get it done. Could he have stayed on his feet and maybe corralled the receiver after the catch? Possibly, but you don't want to take the instincts away from him. So I'm just going to tell you, man, I'm not at all worried about the balls that were caught. Now, the individual guys, Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, like you can't jump underneath routes like that. Even if they are double moves, you can't jump in that situation. You can't jump underneath throws like that. I think they'll learn from it. I'll be honest with you. I think with Stingley, it's something we're just going to live with. I think Stingley's going to be one of those corners that jumps underneath routes trying to get cheap picks and quick turnovers. Kamari Lassiter's got a way to go before he earns that right. He's got to know better than to jump on double routes, double moves.
Derek can't do it without no help in the back.
Well, I mean, I just think that's something we're going to live with, though, Ron. I mean, in man situations, I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to do it. And you know what? He's going to get some cheap picks for us, but he's also going to get got a couple times.
Yeah. All right, coming up, as we said, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. We're out early today because D'Amico Ryans, the coach's show, comes up as soon as we get done at 5 o'clock. But stay with us here as big Monday night football game tonight. And then it is week 1, but, you know, hey, the concern meter around the league is jumping, and there are some players and some teams that are on it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
610. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday as well as a Mad Dog Monday here. We'll get to some of your calls, 713-572-4610. Those of you calling in, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well as the text line, we appreciate you being a part of the show. Remember, we are out early at 5 o'clock, the Coaches Show. D'Amico Ryans will hold it down, so stay tuned and make sure you listen to that. So
I'm back.
So that's it right there, man. So stay tuned with us right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, I will get to some of you on the phone lines. Clint, I do want to go around the league. We've talked a lot about the Texans, but it was week 1, and the league started, and there is already some people, some teams. The concern meter is way, way high. I want to go through a couple with you guys around the league to see where your concern meter is. Bryce Young, boy, that was rough yesterday. My man Bryce was about 13 for 37. His first throw of the season was a pick. He threw another. And listen, this is a guy that I thought was the number one player. A lot of people thought was the number one player coming out of CJ's draft. That is completely shot. Where is your concern meter with Bryce Young in terms of being an NFL quarterback?
Well, I think it's high.
It's gotta be.
I mean, you know, you're talking about a guy here that has been in a dysfunctional situation for a year, and now they're off to a rough start this year, which has with an organization that's super fragile as Carolina is, as any team is when you have that, when you're firing a coach and you're losing a bunch of games and the owner's unhappy. You start out and you have a rough first month. It's going to be hard for Canales to keep that thing on track. It's going to go off in the weeds and off in the ditch awfully quick. And Bryce Young, as a young quarterback, as an undersized quarterback that doesn't have the ability to stand in there and make these wild throws in terms of arm strength, and he doesn't have the ability to simplify the game and run the football downhill between the tackles the way we saw Josh Allen do, the way that Justin Fields can do it. He clearly doesn't have the twitch and explosiveness that Lamar Jackson. Like he is just very he needs a supporting cast ultimately, and at the end of the day, he doesn't have that supporting cast. And now the undersized, the lack of arm strength, and all of that stuff comes into play. And it's just a recipe for a disaster at this point in time. So the concern level for me with Bryce Young is really, really
through
high.
the roof. Because listen, I to me when I watch him, and I'm not gonna sit here and say I watched a whole lot of that Saints game, that Saints Panthers game, but I saw enough of it. And Clint, like, you don't see anything yet in all of last year in that one game. You don't see anything that resembles what we saw at Alabama, and what many people. And why he was the consensus top quarterback to come out of the draft that had C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson, the two guys we just watched on the field yesterday that went behind him. Nothing. We see that. And Clint, yes, I think the size may have something to do with it, but his comfort, he just doesn't even look like he belongs to be a quarterback, to belong to play on this level. It's almost, to me, beyond the size. It is just, when you watch him, he just looks like this is never going to come about. I thought there was real fair explanations of the situation he went to. I mean, Frank Wright got fired back-to-back years in the middle of the season. They fired everybody, all that. We got to stop potentially using those as excuses and say, yeah, I know he don't have talent around him and all that, but it ain't looking this bad.
Yeah, it looks bad. I don't think it. Look, I don't think it's an inability. I don't think it's a lack of arm strength or a lack of size. Look, Kyler Murray again with that mess that's been Arizona. It looked good for the most part. Yes, until he didn't. Yesterday, he looked good and everybody was ranting and raving about the Arizona Cardinals, right? And he's had MVP caliber seasons. It's not that his size or his arm strength or his playmaking ability isn't there. It's that when everything's dysfunctional around you and you don't have he doesn't have a superpower, right? And very few quarterbacks do. but he does not have a superpower to overcome the dysfunction, to overcome the lack of support. He just doesn't have that superpower. Whether that is an unbelievably cerebral player like we saw C.J. Stroud do last year, or it's the crazy athletic ability with the twitch and explosiveness of Lamar Jackson, or it's the crazy arm strength of Josh Allen and Anthony Richardson and these guys. Like yesterday, that was not an easy game for Anthony Richardson. It was not a good game for the Colts. What bailed them out and kept them in the game was the superpower of Anthony Richardson. That's the only reason they were even in that game. Was the ability to throw it 68 yards, the ability to throw go routes, it's the only reason they were ever in that game. And so he does not have a superpower. And he needs to have a supporting cast around him. It's a real Baker Mayfield vibe. It's a dysfunction will absolutely swallow him because there's no superpower. There's nothing he can do. There's nothing he can do on any given Sunday that is going to be on a highlight reel.
But even Clint with Baker in that comparison, which I get it, he still appeared to be able to function. Clint.
Well, yeah. No, I mean,
he just hasn't.
I haven't watched enough of Bryce Young. I didn't watch this game at all this week, so I don't know what the hell's going on.
He looks like nothing like the guy at Alabama. Nothing at all.
Yeah. Well, but I don't know is that protection, is that lack of weapons, is that play calling, is that just his inability, is that I don't know. I will watch it though and get a better grasp on it.
Saying, because the offense the guy coming from is the guy who had Baker last year, and it just looks rough. He's got some more time, but it's just one game this year. But you combine it with everything, it's rough. Real quick, also concerned. What should be the concern meter of Russell Wilson keeping his job?
Huge. We've talked about that multiple times. Yeah.
They got to win. I mean, Justin Fields wasn't.
He wasn't great, but he affected the game with his legs. He made some big throws. He didn't turn. I don't think he turned the football over.
He didn't turn it over.
If a guy with that athletic ability can just manage the game and not hurt the team, it's just a matter of time before that big arm, that athletic ability starts to win games. And I don't know how. If you're winning games with that guy, I don't know how you make the move to go back. Now, Russell Wilson comes back this week, then maybe he'll get a shot. Probably will get a shot if he comes back healthy. But the longer he lets Justin Fields get comfortable with this supporting cast, it's going to be a problem.
All right, coming up, we'll hear from you. We'll look at what's going on tonight. Aaron Rodgers makes his return to Monday Night Football, where he got injured last year against the 49ers, the NFC favorite. We'll close this Reaction Monday off in style right here on The Drive.
When I came out of the darkness, the Texans host a primetime game for the first time since 2019 on Sunday, and you know you want to be there. Great news. If your radio's locked on Sports Radio 610 tomorrow, you could be at NRG sitting in the front row. 3 chances to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen. Just make sure you're listening in the 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. hours for your cue to call. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
And your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. 69 Southwest Freeway northbound at Fannin. It's a stall that has the left shoulder blocked. Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year Award. Building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio.
Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, on a Reaction Monday, it's good to hear from the people. Let's hear from you. A big win for the Texans. They are 1-0, 29-27 in Indy yesterday. The offensive line and Joe Mixon took center stage. Patrick, you had some thoughts on that O-line. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted Clint's evaluation on the O-line. I thought their run blocking was better than their pass blocking. I saw Lermy Tunsil get beat like a drum on one play. But I also wanted an evaluation on Kenyon Green specifically, too, and see if he's going to live up to his first-round pick evaluation.
All right, appreciate the call.
Yeah, look, I mean, I haven't seen the all-22, so I haven't been able to nail down. I mean, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword here because the reality of it is they were not as good as I expected them to be in the pass protection department. C.J. Stroud was forced to hold the football a little bit longer than I think we're accustomed to. The O-line, therefore, struggled a little bit. There were some penalties that really put us behind the eight ball and actually killed some drives and with Lermy Tunsil. So, that part of it I think has to be taken into consideration. But bigger and more importantly, and I think a bigger picture for this football team and for all of us fans, damn sure, is that the ability to run the football as dominantly as they ran it is a huge step towards like Super Bowl caliber team. To me, it was the biggest question mark that was keeping them from being a Super Bowl caliber team and legitimately being in that conversation. Having seen the offensive line do that and perform with that level of physicality, and then Joe Mixon's ability behind that, both his physicality and his athletic ability, is very, very, very convincing. And so I don't have a grade for those guys yet, but I know it's going to be really high based on, I'll be completely honest and transparent, like I was hoping that we would see like just a glimmer of what we saw yesterday by midseason. Like I was hoping to see, to let's say, I'll put a percentage on it. Like I was hoping to be 50% as impressed and as confident as I am right now. I was hoping to be there by midseason, 3/4 of the way through the season with this offensive line. I would have settled to let's just get there. Let's just grow together, get more games under our belt together, and let Bobby Slowick figure it out. Let Joe Mixon come along. Let's just get there. And the O-line and Joe Mixon did it in one game. And so I don't have the grade. I don't want to speak on anybody specifically. I have seen a couple of cut-ups of Kenyon Green really handling – the D tackle in his area that was shaded on him, getting up to the second level and just demolishing safeties or linebackers that were in his way. So that part of it is a huge step in the right direction for Kenyon Green. But as a whole, I can't answer the grade aspect, but very, very impressive in terms of what matters the most, which is establishing the level of physicality that it takes in this league to run the football consistently. And that's why I'm so, like, whether we're talking Joe Mixon or we're just talking about the general run game, like, moving forward until I get new evidence, I am bullish on that right there. What we watched translates in a major way. Again, whether you're talking about Joe Mixon's ability or you're talking about the O-line dominating inside and outside, both sides of the field, in the red zone, in 4 minute, in between the 20s, it doesn't matter. That was a convincing performance. So whatever the grade is on all those guys, it's going to be high.
All right, Brian, jump in here. What's your thoughts, man? Thank you for jumping on.
What's going on, fellas? Y'all doing all right?
Not bad. Go ahead.
So, there's still some things. I gotta jump on topic real quick. Last week, before Tucker came back for the Stros, you had mentioned that Ron, you had mentioned that.
Hey, Brian, Brian, man, we ain't talking about Kyle Tucker, man. Come on, give me your Texans thought, man. Come on, let's stay on here with the Texans.
My Texans talk goes back. You did say Kyle Tucker was the best player the last couple of years. I'll leave it at that. But Texans talk, you can't keep that chain-smoking dude around. He's a rock and roll enthusiast. He's a yes, sir. He's not true to the bone. And then you got quinoa-eating dude who got lucky. He got lucky that we got this quarterback, that we got Stroud. It goes back to Lovey. I'm not even going to go back into that situation. But that win late in the season, right, we got lucky. And so you got guys that are just kind of playing the role and aren't true to the bone. I love the personnel. I love the coach. Petre's missing an open field tackle on Richardson. It happens. But those two dudes, you can't have this play-by-play guy who's the fan base is tired of it. You got a little bit of house cleaning to do, and then we'll be right on track for the long term.
All right, Brian, man.
Why do you have a problem with Vandermeer?
Vandy, huh?
Yeah, drove it on by.
Hey, Vandy's he's on cloud 9 right now. I mean, this is Vandy's ready. I guess Brian didn't like it. He don't like that hype. He don't like that energy that Vandy brings, huh?
He didn't like that energy,
Damn,
man.
I'm a fan of
the
Vandy.
Kyle Tucker thing. Maybe tomorrow, man. Give us your thoughts on the Kyle Tucker thing. Who's back in the lineup? All right, Larry, close us out, man. Go ahead, Larry. Big game. I know you was thrilled. I would be surprised if your ass wasn't in Indy yesterday, but go ahead, give us your thoughts.
Look here, so I bet when you walked into church yesterday in your fedora and your Harlem Night pimp suit, man, and the church sat in that pew, man, and took that fedora off, man, I bet the pastor just almost started laughing up there at the pew like,
it was
what's
dark.
going on with show, man? I know he was laughing. And then when they passed that offering plate around, he kept his eyes on you, seeing if you was going to stick them little grubby hands in there and get you an extra 20 out of there, man. Yeah. Look here. Before, Clinton, I know that y'all drinking that Hypnotic and that Mad Dog 2020 up there.
Yep.
And that we're
water.
about feeling good about what we saw with Joe Mixon. And I also know that if you say things enough times, you can get enough of these dummies out here to believe that you know what you're talking about. Now, I don't question your intelligence, Baytown Badass, but if you're going to continue to make these kind of statements about Joe Mixon being the best running back in the history of the Houston Texans, I would counter you with that the first time that Arian Foster ran against this same Indianapolis Colts team, he hit their ass for 231 yards and 3 touchdowns. So we know who the best back in Houston Texans history is. It's Arian Foster. Now, Joe, I love me some Joe Mixon because, like I told you yesterday, that physicality, that's the kind of running back you're going to need to be able to take some of that pressure off my quarterback. But if we're going to be honest about it, Joe is playing behind an offensive line that's coming together, and now that Kenyon Green is making us look like that he ain't going to be a wasted first-round pick, all we need to do is get old big soft Larry Tunsil ass to pull them damn pants down and get out there and get his ass out there and block somebody. And, oh, yeah, Shaq Mason, I saw your ass, too, on that screen that Joe Mixon should have took to the house. Your ass better start picking them feet up, too. But it was a beautiful day for me, so, because I'm going to tell you something. Anytime you can walk around just in them panties in front of the TV and my boys win, it's a win for your boy in Stafford, and I'll holler.
I appreciate the call in your panties, I guess.
Yeah.
She walked around and had you a good time.
Well done. Look, I mean, and that's great pushback on the Arian Foster deal. It's
he
hard
went up and looked up stats for that first
I mean,
game.
look, the box score is going to be hard to compete with. I would again. My claim is not that he's the best running back in Texans history after a 160-yard game. My claim is that he is the most gifted, the most talented back to ever wear a Texans uniform. I say that understanding what Arian Foster's resume looks like. I did not know he went for 230 again and 3 touchdowns against the Colts in his first game against the Colts. Did not know that. Good pushback.
Yeah. All right, coming up behind us, remember, D'Amico Ryan's The Coaches Show. First time this year. It'll be every single Monday, 5 o'clock. The Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryan's comes up right behind us. And then Texans All Access from 6 to 7. And tonight there is no Area 45 because we've got Monday Night Football tonight, Clint, and a big one, Jets, 49ers. Clint's MVP and Super Bowl pick.
Need him to stay healthy, boys. Need him to stay healthy.
Last year they played it was 4 plays on Monday Night Football, and then his season was over. And I think the Jets and Aaron Rodgers are, if anything, interesting. They are interesting as hell, and they have a good roster and a good team on paper. I hope he stays healthy so we can at least be on the Aaron Rodgers ride, however it goes with the Jets this year, because I do think we missed something with not having Aaron Rodgers healthy.
Yeah, look, we're at a spot where I heard Bill Belichick, I think it was on with Pat McAfee and him earlier, where damn near half the league didn't pass for 175 yards yesterday or something like that, some crazy number like that. And there's a lot of young guys that are playing. There's a passing of the baton, if you will, with some older quarterbacks and younger quarterbacks. And it would be nice, at least for viewing pleasure, my entertainment pleasure is for Aaron Rodgers to play well and be one of the top quarterbacks in this league and be in the MVP conversation, obviously, because I like to be right. But I think overall, you got some young dudes that are playing, and it's going to be week to week. It's going to be boom or bust. It's going to be pretty some weeks. It's going to be ugly some weeks. And with the exception of about 5 or 6 guys, I think we need Aaron Rodgers to be in that conversation with Pat Mahomes and C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson and all these guys. It would be, I think the NFL is better with him this year, with him playing well.
Yeah. As we finish off with that, James Earl Jones, damn, rest in power, legend, 93 years old. And yes, I thought he was dead about 5 years ago, but he's been with us, apparently.
Legend, man, legend.
Yeah, he was. He even slid into Coming to America, too. Had a little role in there, so that's the last thing he did. But rest in peace. But congratulations. Texans 1-0. Big road win in the division against the Colts. Huge win for them. They'll get ready for the Bears, and we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. Texans Ticket Tuesday, and a big day on the station overall, where a lot's going on. So stay tuned and stay with us tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 610. D'Amico Ryan's coming up right behind us. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I'm Ron Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby.
Papa, not in front of the kids.
Oh, sorry.
Hakuna Matata, what a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata.
What's the rest of that main song? Hakuna
it
Matata.
Means no worries.
Yeah, there you go. She'll sing that part of Hakuna Matata. She'll
For
repeat it like
the
that.
rest of your day.
Yeah, that's it.
It's our problem-free
philosophy.
Hakuna Matata.
Yes. But my baby girl sings the hell out of that in the back seat. Boy, that is awesome.
That's how you make a first impression. The Texans newcomers came up big in a 29-27 season opening win. Joe Mixon ran for 159 and a touchdown.
Touchdown, Houston!
And Stephon Diggs caught 2 TDs of his own to carry the offense over Indy. If the rest of the year looks anything like week 1, buckle up for a fun season here in H-Town.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. We all know the Giants tried this past offseason to find a replacement for Daniel Jones. And only one game has been played, but with Jones still as the Giants signal caller, it's clear their season is already over. So Giants fans, if you can't take it anymore, use your football watching hours on Saturday and start to fall in love with the college QB that you'll want to see Big Blue draft in April. I'm Zach Gelb.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where scale marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them. With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year Award. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at KirkHolmes.com. That's KURK, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you.
Licor 43 is a premium liqueur made from a secret Spanish family recipe of 43 natural ingredients. It's time for you to discover Licor 43 and the original Carajillo. Information and cocktail ideas, visit their website at buylicor43.com. Licor 43 and Zamora Company USA remind our friends to drink responsibly.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists collaborate across teams and disciplines to develop personalized treatment plans for every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing even in the most complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Helzberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Did His Homework. When it came to Jill's engagement ring, Brady knew exactly what to get.
Okay, so I came up with a design and showed it to all of our friends.
She'll love it!
Then he went to Helzberg. Their incredible selection of high-quality, lab-grown, and natural diamonds made creating that special ring easy. Her reaction?
I love it! Can't wait to tell everybody.
Everybody might know about it.
Be like Brady. Create the ring of your dreams at a Helzberg near you or at Helzberg.com. Ask now about special financing offers.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
O'Reilly. Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amegy Bank.
Hello, Texans, and welcome to the D'Amico Ryan's program, part of the Texans All Access platform here, Sports Radio 610, cyberspace, wherever you're listening right now. It's all across the universe. Well, the Texans winners at Indy for the third consecutive year. In fact, the Texans went 0-13 to start franchise history at Indianapolis. Most of that at the hands of Peyton Manning and company. Well, since then, they are 6-5 in their last 11 trips to Indianapolis. But most importantly, the D'Amico Ryan Show goes up there last year. I'm using show in a different context now. And gets that Week 18 victory to clinch a playoff berth, ultimately a division title. And in Week 1, we all saw it on the schedule. We knew it was huge. And they got the dub, a 2-point win over Indianapolis. A lot of twists and turns in this one. So many different things to get to. We'll get to it with the head coach. Let's get to him in a few moments here. But first, a few comments from the starting quarterback in his second year, C.J. Stroud. After the game, you just know Stroud has the attitude of gratitude.
Very grateful for another season, to be in the NFL, a long dream of mine. I feel like, honestly, we definitely did have a ton of great things, but we definitely have some things to work on. This is Week 1. Everybody's rusty. Everybody's rusty. I'm not going to name any names. But, I just think, if you can come out Week 1 and get a dub against a divisional opponent, it's huge. You know what I mean? So I think everybody played well on offense. We just got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot, and we'll keep rolling, man. I think this offense is just getting started, so I'm very excited.
It's not like C.J. Stroud never had a running game last year, but he didn't have one that looks to be as promising as this one with Joe Mixon rolling for 159 yards against the Colts.
Yeah, I think definitely when you can impose your will running the ball, you open up a whole multitude of type of players for Bobby to call. And honestly, we just kept going to it, and I think it was working. And I think this is a testament that, you can see everybody had numbers today. Maybe not everybody. It was skewed in other ways, but, everybody touched the ball. We try to call plays for guys, you know what I mean, for everybody to have opportunity to get it. And I think whenever you get those guys the ball, they make plays happen. So for me, I just got to get them the ball as best as I can and not force anything and just really, understand that those guys are going to make me look good.
One of the themes of the day, new guys having big games. Mixon, Stephon Diggs, 2 touchdown catches. There are others.
It's huge. I definitely think that there are 2 great leaders. They were constantly on the sideline picking guys up, telling everybody that we just need to be better, you know what I mean? And I definitely think those guys having big games would definitely just keep us, on a trending going up, just because those guys are 2 leaders. So, once you set a standard, everybody else kind of falls to that standard and wants to follow that. So I definitely love those guys and love what they've been doing, and I think they're just getting started.
There was a lot of talk in the offseason about the Texans being the hunted. How's that going so far?
Yeah, but I kind of like the saying, that's a privilege for everybody to, have those expectations for us, because they're there for a reason. There's a ton of special guys on this team, and there's no real reward, I feel like, if there is no pressure, you know what I mean? You want to kind of have your back against the wall, and we have that big red target on our back, and that's something we didn't have last year, something I'm kind of used to being from Ohio State. But I definitely do think, that saying is kind of what this team is about. We love that pressure. We want that pressure, and we want to answer that bell every time we get a chance to. So I definitely do think that's what we're going to live by. And we're really excited to have this type of team because, as you can see, we're very close and we love each other.
So how does C.J. Stroud and the rest of the Houston Texans, how do they not buy into the hype?
Why look at things that I can't control? Why worry about things that I can't control? I can only control my play and my effort and, my execution. So I think today, even though we missed a lot of plays and we didn't execute at the highest level, we executed at a higher level to win the game.
And win the game they would. Now let's get to it. Presented by Amagi Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Head coach D'Amico Ryan's in studio. Coach, congratulations on the win. New season, same heart palpitations. Coming down to the wire again, but got the win again at Indy.
Got the win. Thank you for that. Got the win, but man, can we not make it as close?
You're hurting us, Coach, a little bit. But no, listen, a win up in Indy. You, if anybody, knows how difficult it is to win up in Indy. It took us all the way until 2015 until we got one there. Now we've got three in a row, as a matter of fact. 30,000-foot view. What was the biggest key in getting the win? Offense, defense, special teams, all that. But just what was the biggest key in getting the win?
Yeah, the biggest key to getting the win for me was us scoring those touchdowns in the red zone. Like, that was one of our keys to victory going into the game. Like, we knew we would be able to drive the ball, but we didn't want to exchange field goals with them. That kind of happened a little bit. But for us to get touchdowns right when we needed them, like, that was huge for us because – they stayed around, and we allowed them to stay around with some mistakes and miscues on the defensive side of the ball. Right, it shouldn't have been there, but getting those touchdowns allowed us to breathe a little easier, even though they were making a comeback.
Yeah. Well, we had two public enemies in the AFC South. Derrick Henry, he's out of the division now, but last year you handled him. Now, Jonathan Taylor averaged 135 yards against the Texans, and you were able to stop the run yesterday. So can you discuss that? You mentioned setting the edge in your press conference. Very important to do all of it.
Yeah, that was the key for us on defense. Like, we had to stop the run game first and foremost. And it started with our ends setting the edge. Daniil and Will, they did a great job of setting the edge. Thus, when you say set the edge, you think about the D-line, but it's Stingley outside on the RPO because they're a heavy RPO team. Stingley was able to set the edge and also make the play. So Stingley showed up in the run game a ton for us, crack replacing, just everybody bottled him up. So when we played him our last game of the season last year, it was way too much space, right? Guys are running around blocks, creating, these huge lanes for Jonathan to run through, but we were able to eliminate space, and that made him check his feet. So now everybody on the second level, Petrie, Aziz, Henry, they were able to just swarm tackle and actually get him down.
Coach, I wanted to ask you about your linebackers, and I guess we'll throw Jalen in there because he kind of plays like a linebacker. It looked like they tackled pretty well. All things considered, obviously there's a 6'5", 245-pound quarterback who's tough to bring down. But the way they tackled, it felt like that second level was really tackling well. Is that the way you saw it?
I did see it that way. Jalen, starting with him, like he was very active in the run game, and that's what sets him apart, right? When he does come down and play that nickel position, like his ability to fit the run game. A lot of times you have those smaller DBs that get in there and they don't want to stick it up in there in the run game, but Jalen is one of our most physical players, and to see the way he tackled was really well. Thought Henry stepped up and did a really nice job making some tackles, and like you said on Anthony Richardson, we had a couple times where he got out of the pocket, and we need about 12 guys to get him down.
What about your defensive tackles getting sacks, though?
How about that?
Because I didn't have that on my bingo card necessarily for yesterday, Coach.
I think everybody would have had it the opposite way. Our first sacks of the year, probably thinking it would be Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter. But for Foley and Mario, those are two guys been very active all training camp. They've been consistent. They've been working hard. And they were able to get those sacks actually because of Daniil and Will. Right? When they really collapsed the pocket and made the quarterback step up, that's where Mario and Foley were able to make their plays.
Coach, I know yesterday when you face a guy like Anthony Richardson, I think all of us can look at him and go, okay, he's different from a lot of quarterbacks we're going to face. But then again, there's Caleb Williams this week. Then there's Josh Allen down the road. It's guys that can do some kind of freaky athletic things. So from that perspective, what kind of can you take out of that game against Richardson that you can then carry forward to other games against those mobile quarterbacks?
Ooh, one at a time.
I know.
No, but one thing, a key takeaway from me is, right, you have to eliminate those guys from being able to run the ball and escaping the pocket. Yeah. That's where those guys thrive, like the athletic quarterbacks. Man, once they get out of the pocket, now – how can your coverage be sound? Everything is broken down. So now whatever you were in, if you were in zone, it turns into man coverage. And who do I match? Like you have to match the eligible closest to you. And it all gets haywire. So if you can keep them in the pocket and make them be a pocket passer, that's when you're most successful versus the quarterbacks who move around a lot.
Yeah. It was strange the way they scored because you're doing a great job defensively, then all of a sudden 65-yard bomb, and he throws the one to Doolin. He's just tough to stop because there's this unpredictability and big playmaking ability.
Yeah, for sure. And a couple of those plays were on us. When I say on us, there were looks, scouted looks that we saw and we knew what was coming. And so when that happens, I feel like we have to be in better position to be able to defend those and make those plays. And, I mean, Anthony probably threw the ball about 70 yards, and he threw up a 50-50 ball there. I would like us to come down with that one. Great play by their receiver. Great play. But then the other play, I think it was Doolin, like we got to find a way to get the guy on the ground. As our erasers back there at the safety position, like we have to – I always say, give us a blade of grass to stand on. If you stop them at the 1-yard line, that's enough. At least we still have an opportunity, right, to shut them out.
Coach, when you're early in the season, and I know it's a division opponent, but it's Anthony versus Minshew, it's going to be different. How long does it kind of take for you and the staff to kind of get a handle on, okay, this is what they're trying to do to us? Even their defense was a little different. It looked a little different from what it looked like in Week 18 last year. In Week 1, when so many different things can happen and it's kind of a little bit of a mystery, how long does it kind of take to get on track with, okay, this is the kind of game it is, this is what they're doing to us, this is what they're doing to us on third down? How long does that kind of take? Does it take a lot longer in Weeks 1, 2, 3 than it will later in the year?
Definitely in Week 1. I look at Week 1, it's just like I told the guys, it's like training camp. When we go line up outside in training camp and we're going against offense, you don't know what they're doing that day. We don't scout plays or play. Like, you just have to line up and trust your rules and trust your fundamentals. And if you have sound rules on all three phases of the game, if our rules are sound and what we're teaching, it should stand against everything that you see. And so most times, typically in that first game, you'll see probably like after the second half, kind of take a deep breath. Okay, this is how they're trying to attack us. Hey, how do we counter? Right. So that's when you find it out. And then coming up, this week you have Caleb Williams. He just only has one game, so it's still a lot of unknown of how they're trying to deploy him.
Yeah. All right, before we talk offense, let's talk special teams, which is against type for me, by the way, to bring this up at this point.
This is weird.
Kaimi Fairbairn had a really great game for you, Coach, because you needed every one of those points.
Emi was big time for us. We needed him. I mean, he showed up big time for us. For him to hit 3 field goals or over 50 yards, they were dead on. Like, there was no doubt in his mind, and it started with good protection by our line up front. They did a good job protecting, and Emi just kicking it right through the middle. And it doesn't go unnoticed to me, right? Yeah. Man, to have a good field goal kicker is very important to the success of your team, and I'm very thankful that Emi is with us.
Coach, you said it a little while ago, like making adjustments, even before the half, but then coming out of the half and wanting to, establish, okay, they were doing this, we want to do this. This is our counter to that. Did you guys make a conscious effort in the second half? All right, look, Joe's eating them up in the run game. Hey, let's keep hammering Joe. Was that kind of a conscious effort that you guys decided in the second half to do?
Yeah, I mean, once I'm on the sideline, I see Joe and how he's running, seeing how the O-line is coming off. There's probably more of me barking at Bobby like, hey, keep him going. keep him going. But, I mean, credit to, Joe and the confidence that you give a play caller. Right, that's when everything, the playbook, it opens up even more. Like, we know we can run it. They have to defend the run. Okay, let's get Nico down the field for a big play. So that's how all those things open up for us.
Yeah, you have the line blocking well. Then Pierce comes into the game, and he has some nice runs for you as well. Yeah. So it all seemed to be working on the ground.
Yeah, man, very proud of Damian I think he had about 9 reps in the game, and he stepped up. The way he ran the ball, he was explosive. Downhill, he played fast. Like, that's the Damian I saw during training camp. So I was excited to see him make some big runs for us as well, and did a good job, in the protection game as well.
So that's just at halftime. We talked a little bit after the game. I felt bad at halftime because I'm like, I thought I got a good question here. I want to see what you think about the run game. And you looked at me, and I said, what's going with the run game? And you're like, O-line, dummy? I'm like, well, yeah, I know the O-line. They did play pretty well, Coach. What was it about what the O-line was able to do against a group? And I think this needs to be said. That's a group on the other side that for a few years has kind of given us the business back. I mean, they're really tough, and Buckner and Grover But your interior in particular really controlled those two. Now, they got a couple of sacks between them, but in the run game, you were able to move and get guys moved. And really, it's kind of been the first time in a while that we've seen that happen. What was key for them getting that movement up front?
Yeah, the key, I think, it starts, like you said, with the interior guys. Start with Juice, right? And Juice, and he had a big matchup going against Grover at that 2-high position. He did a great job of flattening him. So once Joe was getting the ball, we had such great lateral movement that there were these creases on the backside that we were able to hit. And that starts with, the guards and the center being able to move, and they did a really good job. And when you run outside zone, it goes back to the backside blocks. And we had one that was a very teach-tape-worthy block of LT and KG. They were able to get a backside block on Buckner. Joe cuts back in his huge lane. And like you talking about, I said the O-line, but I got to give credit to everyone. When you run the ball that well, our tight ends, the way they stepped up and blocked on the edge. I mean, Cade, Brevin, and Dalton did a really nice job getting a hat on a hat in the run game. And also our receivers. We talk about Nico and the big plays that he made down the field, the 3rd and 11. But in the run game, Nico is blocking, right? Robert Woods steps in. He probably had about 12 snaps in the game. Clinic, teach-tape, wide receiver blocking with physicality. Like, man, it's outstanding by all of our guys on the perimeter as well as our offensive line.
All right, we have plenty more coming up on the D'Amico Ryan Show, including his thoughts on the Chicago Bears coming up this weekend. Plus, Nico Collins, a monster day. He was a guest on Texans Postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. You're going to hear that. And also, J.J. Watt and Stroud spoke on the CBS NFL pregame show. How did that sound? We'll have that for you as well. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
In H-Town, we got that hustle, that swagger. And now you can too with Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at $100K and enter to win wild Texans prizes like away game trips with the team, luxury VIP suite experiences, and a chance to win up to $1 million on field. Because with Houston Texans scratch tickets, winners really are H-Town made. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans take the field this season against exciting opponents like the Chicago Bears, Detroit Lions, Miami Dolphins, and Baltimore Ravens? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your crew and secure group tickets now for one or more of these exciting games. Visit HoustonTexans.com to learn more about group ticket opportunities and the awesome benefits you get just by coming as a larger group.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Okay, it's football season, and you know what that means. It's time to light up a new grill from Texas Star Grill Shop. Save hundreds on the full lineup of Traeger wood pellet grills. I've got one. Build the quality outdoor kitchen you've always wanted at a great price. They now have 4 locations to better serve the Houston area with free assembly and delivery. That's huge. Say Texans at checkout, and they'll throw in a special gift. TexasStarGrillShop.com. Texas Star Grill Shop, the best grills at the best price.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, Proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Texans fans, who wants 50% off Pizza Hut pizza? You do. Duh. Texans win, you win 50% off Pizza Hut pizza on Mondays after the winning game. Every winning game. Use code TEXANS on pizzahut.com and start your winner's party off right. What are you waiting for? Texans win, you win. It's just that simple. Let's do the math. Okay, carry the one. Texans win, you win. Boom, 50% off. No one out pizzas the Hut. 50% off menu price pizzas, valid the Monday after the winning game only.
The Texans started off the season with a win in Indy.
4th and goal at the 2. Stroud in the gun. Here's the snap. CJ stepping to his left. Throws to the end zone. Caught. Diggs. Touchdown number 2. It's a beauty.
1-0 is everything. So excited to be 1-0 on the next week.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
Back to it here on the D'Amico Ryans program. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Now, before the game at Indianapolis, J.J. Watt in studio in New York, CBS pregame show. He had a chance to visit with C.J. pregame. This is something you don't see every day, but why not have a Texans great talk to a current Texans great player? Here's how it sounded.
Hey, we got C.J. Stroud in Indianapolis. C.J., thank you very much for joining us. We were just talking about pregame meals. I'm very curious. This morning, what was your pregame meal?
Just some eggs and a smoothie.
Eggs in a smoothie. Keep it light on your feet. I love it. Is there anything that you do during your pregame that you have superstitions or that you feel like you need to get done to feel like you're locked in and ready to go?
I always say I'm superstitious. It's just a routine. Shoot the basketball, swing a golf club, and just do some things, just get my body ready to move in different ways that it hasn't done in that morning, you know what I mean, just to get ready for the game.
Of course. And last question before you head into that locker room. You got about 15 minutes here until kickoff. What do you do in the locker room for the next 15 to 20 minutes to get yourself ready for the game?
Just a lot of prayer, a lot of worship, listen to a lot of gospel, and then just talk to my teammates and make sure that we're on the same page. And really just, stay confident and just relax and understand that, I prepared the right way, so now it's time to go ball.
Thank you so much for your time, brother. We appreciate it and wish you all the best of luck today.
Thank you, bro.
There's just something reassuring and heartwarming about listening to J.J. Watt interview C.J. Stroud. I don't know. I just thought we'd play that. That was pregame. You know what happened during the game? The Texans won by 2. With the Bears coming up Sunday night, wear white, be early. That is the message from the coach, from Nick Caserio, from the McNairs, from Greg Grissom, from everybody. Wear white, be early. You know the players want to see you. When they come out of the tunnel, means so much to them, gets them extra jacked up, probably worth another early score or 2. Now, speaking of a guy who scored, Joe Mixon did that and then some, 159 yards, and it was really something to behold. The Texans running game clicking for over 200. Mixon after the game. Before we get back to the head coach, a couple of quick comments from the former Bengal. He credited Bobby Slowick for trusting the whole band, the backs, the tight ends, the O-line, the receivers, like Coach said in the last segment.
Yeah, man. Credit to our guys. Coach Slowick still trusting, believing us. We was out there being physical. We was running downhill, sideways, downhill, doing whatever we need to do to, crease them and make the most of the runs. But, man, shout out to the fullbacks, tight ends, and O-line and receivers, that was blocking, man. Without them, it wouldn't be possible.
We'll get to the Amegy Bank amazing play of the game a little bit later, but this was one of the amazing plays. 3rd and 3, end of the game. You get the first down, you kill the clock, game over. If you don't get it, decision time to go for it on 4th or punt it. They got a chance to do something with it, but Mixon said he knew they had to have it.
Yeah, so, basically, it was meant to go front side, and basically the linebacker basically screened over the top, and I just canceled his gap I just replaced his gap where he was supposed to go and made him pay for it. So I'm just glad I was able to close it out, in a crucial moment.
One more from Joe Mixon. Like we said with CJ, new guys, a big theme of the day. He and Diggs, Mixon and Diggs, really complementing each other well, both contributing to the cause in a big, big way.
Nick, he definitely made some ace moves in the off seasons, bro. And I think that with the guys that was already here, with the young core guys, and I've been a part of something like this where they brought in a lot of free agents or made trades or whatever they did, and I'm just glad to one, be on this side. I'm glad that me and Steph was able to compliment each other in all game, man. We was on it. We was on it in each other's face, like, bro, like, let's do this. You know what I'm saying? And you could just tell the passion you see from me, Steph, and guys like CJ, and I ain't seen the O-line really talk, like that, and to know that them boys is really on that, that's what make me go even harder. Let's keep on going, let's keep building, and to hear that's everything to me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna do whatever I can to, one, be a leader, and two, be the best player that I know that I'm able to be, man, and just try to keep on building with this momentum that we have, keep on going, and everything else will take care of itself.
There's Joe Mixon after a 159-yard day against the Colts on opening weekend. Will he be the AFC Offensive Player of the Week? I think he's got a good shot, but you have the Jets still to put some money in the bank in that category. The most important thing is the Texans won. And let's get back to the head coach now. We were talking about blocking for Joe Mixon, blocking for that ground game, the importance of it, all the receivers, everybody else chipping in, not just the O-line, how all of that works. The message is delivered and received with those guys. You have to be good run blockers, right? Robert Woods, he's done so many things in this league, and he comes in for that amount of snaps, and he knows his job.
He knows his job, and he does it really well, and he takes pride in it. And that's where I can highlight him in the team meetings. Like, it's not about how many reps you get, but it's about how effective are you on those reps. And Rob came in and he helped the team win the game because it meant a lot to him. He had pride in those reps, and he showed that, man, I'm all about winning. Even if I'm not getting the ball, I'm going to block as hard as I can for my teammates.
So that's so important for the younger players to see, right?
Yeah, younger players have to see it. And those are the little things that I love to highlight in our team meeting to show guys. It's not about the wow plays, the touchdowns. It's not about that. It's a mentality, right? It's about really owning the process and trusting the monotony of football, like getting a hat on a hat, and you got to block guys. Like, and you don't get bored with that. And I let guys know, for us to have success in the run game is not about just Joe Mixon. Everybody loving up Joe. And a lot of people could have ran through those lanes.
It's almost like when you say somebody's individual name, there's a whole bunch of other people connected. We talked about Fairbairn, too, the whole operation, everything involved.
Right? It's never about one guy, and that's what I love about our team, right? It's all about the team. It's team-first mentality, and our guys, they showcase that, right? You see, you guys see all the crazy celebrations in the end zone, but all those guys, like, to see how excited they are for one another. Our sideline is going crazy. Like, I love that enthusiasm from our team.
When do they work on those celebrations? Not around you, I would imagine.
I know. I told them, man. They make sure the playbook is right.
That's exactly right. Give them some MEs or MAs, but they got the celebrations down.
Yeah, they got those down.
Coach, I'm sure you've been asked about this numerous times. Oh, you bring in Diggs. How are you going to get everybody the ball? Okay, the divas at wide receiver and all that kind of stuff. How are you going to do it? And then you look up, Nico's got 6 for 117. Steph's got 6. He's got 2 touchdowns. Tank has 60 yards, and that reverse was beautiful. Everybody got involved. You talk about Robert going out and blocking. Didn't see many targets, but he's going out and he's blocking. Your wide receiver group is probably talked about more than anybody, and yet they go out and they deliver. And it was kind of what we'd all talked about. Who's getting the football? The open guy. Is that kind of the way you saw that group? I mean, that group seemingly all stepped up and gave you something.
Yeah, they all stepped up. Very talented group, as you say, but there aren't – what I love about our group, there aren't any divas.
Yeah, right.
All those guys, they love and appreciate one another, and they go out and they don't care who gets the ball, right? And that's what's so cool about the group. We know they're talented. We know their accolades that they have. I mean, Steph just went over 10,000 yards in his career, but he's so excited about Tank on the reverse. It's so cool to see just the unselfish nature of those guys, the unselfish nature of our team. Like, that's the makings of a really good team.
Yep.
What is going through your mind when you see CJ throw to Nico on 3rd and 11 at the moment of truth, needing to get that first down so you can, again, try to kill the clock?
And that was no easy play, but you've got the quarterback and the wide receiver who can make that, plus the protection needed.
Yeah, I mean, starting with the protection, it kind of broke down. Dare saved us there on the edge to give CJ like one more hitch to be able to deliver. You talk about the accuracy. I mean, a perfect ball. Corner had really tight coverage. I mean, it's just when you need your playmakers to step up at a crucial moment in the game for Nico and CJ to make that play. Like I had a front row seat to see it, and I knew he got the knee down. It was just like, wow. Like, that was big time. And
Did he get the spot right? Did he get the spot right away? We were yelling.
Not right away.
The spot.
After he saw the replay, he got the spot right afterwards.
Well, there were a lot of things we were yelling about, but it came out the right way. Coach, with Joe, or just with a hot player in particular, a running back, because it is such a physical game, and Joe does have a physical style. He runs it 30 times. When a guy is hot, how do you kind of balance out, you know what, I don't want to run him this much because I know I've got to have him this entire season, but yet he's hot and he's telling me he wants the rock. How do you kind of balance that out to make sure that, you know, he makes it through the game safe and all that kind of stuff, getting 30 carries the way that he did?
Yeah, you just have a feel. I think Joe had a lot of great runs, and some runs I see like, oh, it looks like he's a little gassed.
Right.
You know, slow him down a little bit. So you just have a feel and keep an eye on him. And Coach Danny Barry does a great job of rotating the guys in and out at the right time. And it's more so up to Danny because his eyes are on them as close as anyone. So he makes that call.
And to that end, after the 3rd and 11, I think everybody on the sideline was like, yeah, you still had to get a first down.
Right.
And so you get to 3rd and 3, and there's so many big plays in the game. But I can't remember a time, Coach, when it was 3rd and 3, 3rd and short, whatever it was, and we got to get that first down, and you toss to the running back, and he goes and gets it. I mean, that was maybe the coolest moment all day because you just really stuck it at him and got that first down at the end. How'd you see that play?
Man, saw it the same. It was we lined up in I. We got a little bump motion from, I think it was Cade, and we actually had 2 guys who were free, and Cade was able to get a piece of one of the guys. And Joe, I think those guys just got tired of tackling Joe after a while. Yeah. And it was so deflating probably once Nico catches the ball on 3rd and 11. It's like, a little deflating, but, man, the blocking again is so true. And that was the clip that I ended my team meeting with today, just to show, like, man, this is what it's about. It's about how you finish game. When we know we have to run it, they know we have to run it, and you can still go run it, execute, and get the yards you need for the first down.
Yep. For the Bears, do you even look at the Hall of Fame game at all? Because that's pretty deep into the depth chart. Some of those guys aren't around. What do you do to get ready for this team besides week 1?
Yeah, for them, I wouldn't look at the Hall of Fame game. You watch their week 1 game and then go back to some things from Seattle with Waldron, their offensive coordinator, go back and see, you know, what he's done in his career as a play caller and for our offense, right? Eberflus has been there for a few years, so their defensive structure, players are still pretty much the same. But for the offense, we'll have to take a peek at some of the Seattle things.
Coach, will you talk to your college scouts a little bit about Caleb, or just try and rely on what you see in the game against Tennessee? We try and bring any of what he did? Because I'd imagine after week 1 outing, he may go back to doing some of the things that he's accustomed to doing. How do you kind of handle that? Do you go back and talk to your college scouts or take some of that forward?
Oh, yeah. That was my question to Nick last night on the plane. Like, hey, college scouts, they're ready to go. And Caleb, right? So, yeah, he was like, yep, they're ready to go. Yeah. They'll have a report on him for college. So it's pretty cool, man. That's how the building works. Like, all the work that our scouts put in,
right?
Like, as they're scouting college players, like, how important is that now? Because I don't have much of a background of Caleb and what he's done in college, but to be able to rely on our scouting department and their expertise in that area, man, that's going to help us prepare for week 2.
All right, the Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. Work-life balance, Coach. How does it apply with you and your staff? I know it's important. You feel like your staff should be family people and really embrace that, yet you want to work hard and be great at football. How do you balance all of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's an awesome question. First off, from like a day like tomorrow on Tuesday, it's our game plan day. Coaches are here pretty late on Tuesday game planning. So what we did starting last year, and thankful to Cal and Hannah for providing this for us, but we were able to have family dinner here at the facility with our family. So the wife and kids can come over and have dinner with their husbands, and you get, a couple hour and a half or two just to see the kids. You can run around for a little bit knowing it's going to be a late night. That shows that family is important, and I try to make sure guys understand that.
And Friday's the big day, right? Friday when you get off a little tiny bit early and get some Friday night time with the family?
No doubt. And Friday is that's the day I tell guys I kick them out. I say, go pick your kids up from school. Yeah. Like, we're out pretty much after practice. We're done, as a staff. Go pick your kids up from school and, spend time with them. And then you have that evening to have a date night with your wife.
Work-life balance, so important. More coming up with the head coach, including his post-game speech in the locker room. What did that sound like? Plus, Nico Collins, a guest on the post-game show with Sean and Clint following his huge day against the Colts, and plenty more about the Chicago Bears. On the way here, it's Texans All Access, Coach's Edition, the D'Amico Ryan Show on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all: you. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com.
That's how you make a first impression. The Texans newcomers came up big in a 29-27 season opening win. Joe Mixon ran for 159 and a touchdown.
Touchdown, Houston!
And Stephon Diggs caught 2 TDs of his own to carry the offense over Indy. If the rest of the year looks anything like week 1, buckle up for a fun season here in H-Town.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at kingranchagandturf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater than the sum of its parts. It's got 2 all-beef patties, both of which fantastic. Crispy bacon, love that. Grilled onions, melty cheese. I mean, who would say no? And sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Yes, please. I guess we're kind of partial to every part. The Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
Hey Texans fans, did you know you can win real gear worn by your favorite Texans players on the field on Sundays? Head to Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app to bid on team-issued items like jerseys, footballs, cleats, and pants, some signed by your Houston Texans. Texans Bids is the only place to find game-used merchandise and offers unique autographed memorabilia. If you don't bid, you can't win. So click on Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app today.
The excitement is building for the 2024 Houston Texans season, and as a Lux member, you can access the Texans like no one else. Entertain your top clients and employees in a Texans Lux Game Day suite while cheering on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans. Limited memberships are still available, but going quickly. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com now to schedule a private tour with our Lux team and secure your ticket to the best game day experience available.
Now, more Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
As promised, after the Colts game, the coach had a chance to give away a game ball. You don't do this after a loss. The Texans have beaten Indy 3 straight on the road now, and following the 29-27 victory, the head coach addressed the team.
Man, so proud of each and every man in this room, all right? We talked about starting fast, all right? You guys did that, but it's all about in this game, man, how you finish. And there was no better way to watch us finish that way. O-line, the way you control the line of scrimmage, heck of what's out. That's what it looked like. And Joe, the way you ran the rock, man.
There it is, Joe Mixon winning a game ball. That is so cool to see. Plus, Cal McNair got one as well after an offseason in which he became the sole owner of the Houston Texans, of course, chairman and CEO and vice president of the Houston Texans Foundation. Hannah McNair also there. Of course, Janice McNair is still the senior chair. It's great to have the McNairs, outstanding owners, be acknowledged like that by the head coach in a place where you've struggled so much historically, but lately it's been a lot better, like we said in the opening segment of this program. The other thing is, it happened on September 8th, 2024. That would be 22 years to the day after the starting game in Texans history, the opening game when they defeated the Cowboys 19-10. And yes, they will play the Cowboys this year, Monday Night Football in November. That is far down the line. Got to get ready for the Chicago Bears. Now, Nico Collins goes over 100 yards, 6 catches, had 3 monster catches. We're going to hear from him in just a moment. But first, the Amegy Bank amazing play of the game. Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans, home of the amazing credit cards for business, subject to credit approval, restrictions apply. All right. Nico Collins. Look, there are so many plays in this game. You have a close game like this, so many plays to choose from. I'm picking this one. It's third down. Gotta have it. Don't want to punt it to them. Yeah, we had the Joe Mixon run, which was amazing, to officially run out the clock. But you don't get there without doing this. And this is 3rd and 11, and C.J. Stroud with a bullet to Nico Collins along the sideline. What a catch. 3rd down and 11. From the Houston 29-yard line, C.J. Stroud, shotgun, Dare to his right, Dell in motion to the left. Crowd deafening. Here's the snap. C.J. looking, firing right sideline, and Nico Collins with the catch. He gets the feet down for a first down at the 41-yard line.
Another bad spot, Mark. The spot is tricky. It's right at the 40-yard line.
You got to look at this.
Which is exactly where they needed to get to.
They did correct the spot upon the review, and the Texans were able to get the first down after that with Mixon. Nico Collins on the postgame show with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. How did that go?
Congratulations on the game. Congratulations on the win. Last time we talked in the regular season probably was right after you guys beat Indy in Week 18 as well. What is it about that building that agrees with Nico Collins so much, man?
I don't know what it is. It's something about the atmosphere. I kind of love it.
Hey, man, Nico, take us through these plays, man. I mean, we're watching the game, and the first one obviously is a just big-bodied Nico, big-time catch, and the other two at the moment would have been plays of the game. But take us through the first one, man. You double covered, and CJ says, "Hell, I'm throwing it up to you, big fella," and you go make a play. What was the thought there?
Man, we knew we had to take a shot. You know, we started out kind of slow, offensive end. You know, so I feel like for us, man, we just had to make a play. And Seven, he trusted in me, and my job was just run, and I ran, man, just lick the ball in the air, just go make a play for the team, and that's what I did. Yeah. So, you know, it's a great feeling, you know, just continue to build, work on me, and continue to make plays.
Yeah, absolutely. So now the second one, Nico, that we wanted you to take us through, I think was, a little more improv going on there was CJ flees the pocket, rolls out to his right. As we've learned that when CJ rolls out to his right, dangerous things can happen between you and him. Yeah. But you found a soft spot there. Take us through that. That was 3rd and 14 that kept that drive alive.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it was, off schedule. we work on those type plays, in practice. Just never know. Play break down like it did, just scrimmage drill, just find an open hole. With 7, got the ball in his hands, amazing things happen. So you found him in the soft spot in the zone, and had to move the sticks. So that was a big play. He trusted me and found the right spot in the zone, man, and made the play for the squad.
Last one, 3rd and 11, which is really the play that ultimately ended up kind of winning the game because it kept the drive alive for you guys. That 3rd and 11 play, an amazing catch, getting your knee down. Did you know that was a catch as soon as you hit the ground, or did you have to look up at the board to make sure you got your knee in and everything?
Oh, no, it was a catch. I knew it was a catch, and I felt my knee and my toe. I knew I drug it, and I controlled it all the way down. So I already knew it was a catch. I didn't want to waste no time with the review. But they showed on the big screen. I was like, yeah, I know it's a catch, so let's go.
Hey, how many times, Nico, how many times have you and CJ thrown that ball, that speed cutout route like that this offseason?
Man, hundreds. Hundreds. Repetition, man. So he wasn't penning. If he's going to miss outside. Yeah. That's one of his things. So I feel like for me, just speed out the break, thread the DB vertical, man, come out, make a play. That's what I did. 7 trusted me. And I trusted him, so I feel like that comes down to just, repetition in practice, getting it done, even good coverage, bad coverage, bad leverage, make a play, so that's what we did.
Hey, we got to get to that man 28 now. We got to get to that in a minute. Before we get off this pass game, I'm curious. It seems like last year you guys, especially you had a lot of underneath catches and then big body Nico running downhill hard to tackle once again. It seemed like today watching it, C.J. Stroud had to get through his progressions a little bit more. Maybe there wasn't the defense wasn't allowing those easier underneath throws. Is that how you kind of see things? And did y'all expect to get that? Is that kind of one of the adjustments y'all expect to see this year?
Yes, sir. We expect to see adjustments. Because I feel like we just got a lot of weapons. We got a lot of guys, that can make a play, single-handedly. So I feel like, man, just going out there, just trusting the offense, trusting the plays, and going out there making plays. We know that boy Joe, he's special. Just got to make the right play for him.
Way to be a ball.
I know I got you. Yes, sir. But just got to make the right block, for Joe, man. That boy gonna make a play. He's been making plays in the league for a long time. And he's a playmaker. Just give him a little crease, he can do the rest. That's what we're doing the entire game. Just pound for pound. It's a man's game. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. We know what it is. Everybody knows the run. But I feel like it comes down to who really wanted more. And I feel like that's what we did.
Yeah.
Pound for pound, every play.
Nico, this matchup, week 1, so you guys had all offseason to talk about this, think about this, and I know there was a lot of chirping going on from both sides. Take us down onto the field today, man. But could you feel that degree of rivalry that this thing has now grown into, especially because you guys just, like 2 heavyweight fighters trading punches out there?
Yeah, it is, man. We know what type of game it was going to be. Last year, when we won here, on the road, to get into the playoffs, and we know what type of tension, this first game was going to be on the road, back against the wall, but we came in here with our brothers, playing for each other, having each other back, so that's what we did. Every single player that went out there, did us, just ain't make the moment bigger than what it was. Just went out and made plays.
Absolutely. Nico. Hey, Nico, last thing before we cut you loose, we got a few people texting into the show like, hey, ask Nico how he's feeling, how he's doing, because there was one play, it looked like you took a pretty big hit and you were kind of getting the helmet straightened out there.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd hand you a phone to talk to us if you weren't feeling okay, but confirm for us. How you feeling?
Oh, yeah, I'm great. I just had to play. I was backpedaling, and I was on my way down. The safety, he making play on the ball, and he trying to hit me in the back of the head, just seeing stars a little bit. But, it's football. It's straight. Got up, shook it off, next play.
There's Nico Collins on the postgame show with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. All right, let's bring back in John Harris. Johnny, this is a coach's show, and I like to point out about D'Amico Ryans, there's something about the atmosphere that he's created that makes everything all right, even in a game like the Colts game on Sunday where you had some things that did not go right for your team. Blocked punt, you had the situation at the end of the first half, yet they get through it all somehow, and they pull out another one at the wire, a lot like last year. I know things are different, every game's different, but there's some kind of psychological thing going on with D'Amico Ryans in this squad.
Well, I'll tell you from my perspective. So standing on the sidelines yesterday when D'Amico walked out, and he's wearing the battle red, and there is something about seeing him knowing, like, okay, that's the man and his staff leading this team today. I feel good. I not only feel good, I feel very, very confident because I know, week one, some crazy things happen around the league and crazy things are going to happen. And it was not a clean game for the Texans yesterday, whether it's the explosives or the block punt in the first half, all that kind of stuff. There were some rocky moments, but I know that with him on the sideline, they're going to figure it out. They're going to make it work, and they're going to find the best opportunities for this team to win that football game, not only for that day, but obviously on into the future. But when I see him walk across that field and I see him there, I can feel myself like, okay, good. Coach is here. We're good. And we know we've asked him before, like, what does he do in his time? Like, before he said he just watches film, and then he walks out to the field and he's ready to roll. There's something about it, Mark, that when I see him cross the field, like, I'm good. I'm okay. I feel like we're in the best hands we could possibly be for that particular day. And I think a lot of times, what if we didn't have him? What if we didn't have D'Amico Ryans as our coach?
Yeah.
Like, what would it be like? And sure, there would be somebody in here that we'd love and respect, but the fact that it's him and the fact that he has given back to this organization, back to this city the way that he has, I love it. And I feel like this team has a chance against anybody, anywhere, anytime. They could play the game in a parking lot. And I feel like he and his staff would find a way to make that the most positive experience out in the parking lot against whatever team they're playing.
Look, this is a tremendous start to his career. There's not another coach in the league I'd rather have than him, right, because of the upside. Still, as good as it's been, hey, we don't know where this is going. Right. How good can this be? And he's going to take this team places where no other Houston team has been, and I feel very confident in that. And people who have been to the highest places feel the same way. The people who have been as far as any Houston professional football team, Texans, Oilers, the people who have been there with those squads as far as they've ever been feel that way about D'Amico, that he's going to be able to take this team beyond in his career. And hopefully it's this year. We'll see when it is. And also the workplace environment. We brought it up with the work-life balance question, and he talked about it with family night on Tuesday and little things like that really add up to big things. What does McClain always talk about with Bum Phillips, the family barbecues? Well, you're going to be there for your family. He's creating that here with the Houston Texans.
Absolutely. And I just have thought about, coaches I've been around in my life, and obviously I grew up the son of a coach, and so I've seen a lot of different variations of things. And obviously it's, football season is extremely, extremely important. And that's when D'Amico talked about those dinners and how awesome those